Jiangnan City's No. 1 High School Awakening Plaza. The crowd roared like a boiling cauldron, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Today was the grand day when all third-year students would undergo their unified career awakening. At the center of the plaza stood an ancient awakening array towering solemnly. The surrounding stands were packed with admissions directors from major academies, as well as the influential dignitaries of Jiangnan City. The principal held the microphone, his voice trembling with excitement. Next, Lin Mo. The moment this name was spoken, the entire venue fell silent for a heartbeat, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Lin Mo wore a custom-tailored white dress shirt, a gentle smile resting at the corner of his lips. With unhurried, confident steps, he walked onto the awakening platform under the gaze of the entire audience. See how you do your best. At the front row of the stands, Lin Jinhai, chairman of the Lin Group, stood up and shouted loudly. Madame Lin Zhao Wanqiu pressed her hands together, her eyes filled entirely with pride for this son. Lin Mo turned around and gave a deep bow toward the stands before stepping into the array. The instant the formation activated, an unforeseen mutation occurred. The clear sky darkened in an instant. A bone-piercing chill erupted from the awakening platform, spreading out in all directions. A sharp cracking sound rang out. Cracking sounds echoed. A thick layer of frost formed across the entire plaza floor. In an instant, the temperature plunging sharply. The students in the front rows shivered uncontrollably from the cold, yet did not dare even blink. A deafening roar resounded from the sky. Behind Lin Mo, the phantom of a colossal white-boned dragon tens of meters long abruptly manifested. In the hollow eye sockets of that dragon burned a ghostly blue soul flame, its terrifying pressure sweeping across the entire venue in an instant. My heavens! A heaven and earth phenomenon. This pressure, this commotion, this is definitely a legendary hidden class. The chief examiner was so excited that he dropped the tablet in his hand onto the ground. He lunged toward the testing device, staring at the surging golden light on its display, his voice cracking as he shouted. Lin Mo. Awakened class SS rank hidden class, Dragon Tamer. Initial accompanying summon Frost Bone Dragon. The entire venue fell utterly silent for a full 5 seconds. Then the plaza erupted in a frenzy. All the school leaders, the presidents of major guilds, and various powerful figures could no longer remain seated. SS rank. Our Jiangnan City actually produced an SS rank. A genius. A once-in-a-century genius. Lin Jinhai threw his head back in wild laughter, laughing until tears nearly spilled from his eyes. He shoved aside the bodyguards in front of him and strode toward the platform. Good, good, good. As expected of my son. Zhao Wanqiu covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. The mayor of Jiangnan City rushed over at once, his face plastered with a broad smile. President Lin, congratulations. The Lin family has birthed a true dragon. From now on, the Lin family is destined to soar to the heavens in Jiangnan City. The presidents of the major guilds promptly pulled out contracts surrounding Lin Jinhai, so tightly not even water could seep through. President Lin, our war god guild, is willing to provide 100 million in resources every year as long as young Master Lin lends us his name. Get out of the way. President Lin, our law god hall, will offer 300 million plus a full set of legendary equipment. Faced with this mad scramble and flattery, Lin Jinhai's face glowed with elation. In that moment, his vanity was satisfied as never before. Lin Mo walked down from the awakening platform and obediently took Zhao Wanqiu's arm. Mom, Dad, I didn't let you down. It was just luck. Oh, everyone flatters me too much. The more modestly he behaved, the more the surrounding dignitaries praised him for being sensible and well-raised. Xiaoyu truly is outstanding. Zhao Wanqiu stroked Lin Mo's face, her eyes brimming with affection. Then Lin Mo turned his head and looked toward a figure in the corner. He deliberately raised his voice. I wonder what kind of class my older brother will awaken. After all, he is the Lin family's biological son. He has suffered so much outside, his talent must be even greater than mine, right? At these words, the surrounding dignitaries all revealed playful smiles. Who here did not know of the Lin family scandal? 18 years ago, the hospital had switched their babies. Only half a month ago had the Lin family retrieved their biological son from the slums. Rumor had it that the boy was not only ill-mannered, but reeked of poverty from head to toe. Hearing Lin use words, the smile on Lin Jinhai's face vanished in an instant. He turned and glared viciously at the yawning youth in the corner. He'll awaken nothing but crap. Growing up in that garbage heap, if he manages to get even a life skill class, it would be the only thing keeping our Lin family from total disgrace. In the corner, Lin Mo leaned against a pillar and yawned again. So noisy. His hands were tucked in his pockets, his eyes half closed as if he had yet to fully wake up. At his biological parents' curses, he did not even furrow his brows. Having crossed into this world half a month ago, he had long since seen through the true faces of this family. What the Lin family valued was profit and reputation, not blood. In this world where strength reigned supreme, Lin Mo, the carefully groomed elite, was the true treasure in their eyes. As for him, the biological son brought back from the slums, he was nothing more than a fig leaf, a token to prevent others from gossiping. Next, Lin Mo. The principal wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at the roster. His tone had cooled significantly, lacking entirely the earlier excitement when he had announced Lin Yu's name. Lin Mo straightened his back and walked lazily toward the awakening platform. The moment he moved, the surrounding students immediately stepped aside in distaste, opening a path for him. Their eyes were filled with contempt and ridicule. So that's the so-called slum young master. He looks decent, but what a brainless waste. I heard he even falls asleep in the most basic meditation classes. I bet he can't even awaken a drank class. If he awakens anything good, I'll eat this awakening platform on the spot. Lin Mo turned a deaf ear to these jeers. All he wanted now was to finish the process quickly and then find a place to sleep in peace. He walked to the center of the awakening array and stood still. The formation activated. A low resonant hum filled the air. No pillar of light soared into the heavens. No frost formed on the ground. No earth-shaking dragon roar resounded. Only a dense black smoke puffed out from the very center of the array. Cough, cough. The front row examiners were choked by the black smoke, coughing repeatedly as tears welled up. When the smoke dissipated, a small summoning circle had appeared at the center of the formation. From the summoning circle, a tiny skeleton, less than half a meter tall, slowly crawled out. Its bones were dull and ashen from head to toe. In its hand it held a rusty iron sword, the blade chipped all over. The little skeleton took one step forward. A crisp clack echoed. Its left arm bone dropped straight to the ground. The little skeleton seemed stunned for a moment. It bent down and used the rusty sword to scrape the fallen bone toward itself. Then slowly and painstakingly it forced the bone back into its shoulder. The entire venue fell silent. A full 10 seconds passed. Then, like a detonation, laughter exploded. The entire plaza burst into a roof-lifting roar of laughter. What the hell is that thing? A skeleton soldier. And a drafty, crippled skeleton soldier at that. I'm dying from laughter. It can't even keep its own bones in place. How is it supposed to fight monsters? If it can kill even a chicken, I'll concede defeat. The examiner glanced at the testing device where only a faint gray dot flickered on the screen. Expressionless and even faintly disdainful, he announced the result. Lin Mo. Frank, ordinary class necromancer. Initial accompanying summoned defective skeleton soldier. On the giant screen above the plaza, the live barrage of comments from major channels exploded at once. The screen was flooded with mockery. Huh. Frank. Bottom of the barrel king of the trash. That so-called defective skeleton soldier. One gust of wind, and it'll fall apart, right? So this is the true young master. The Lin family's face has been lost all the way to their ancestors. Must be a genetic mutation, huh? Hurry back to the slums to pick up trash. Don't embarrass yourself up there. On the stands, Lin Jinhai felt a surge of blood rush straight to his head. His face turned the color of pig liver, veins bulging one by one on his forehead. Those same dignitaries who had flattered him moments ago now struggled to hold back their laughter, casting him strange looks. Those gazes hurt him more than a few hard slaps ever could. Disgrace. Utter disgrace. You unfilial wretch. You useless waste. Lin Jinhai slammed the table and pointed at Lin Mo on the platform, cursing at the top of his lungs. You're not only a complete good for nothing, you've utterly disgraced me, Lin Jinhai. How could I have fathered something as worthless as you? Zhao Wanchio's face was twisted with disgust and collapse. She clutched Lin Yu's hand in a death grip, unwilling even to spare Lin Mo a single glance. We never should have brought you back. Look at your pathetic, shabby appearance. You're not even worth a single strand of Xiao Yu's hair. Lin Yu stood to the side, letting out a seemingly sympathetic sigh. Dad, Mom, don't blame Big Brother. He grew up in the slums, malnourished. Awakening such a class is only normal. At worst, our Lin family can just support him for life. On the surface, Lin Yu's words seemed to be interceding for Lin Mo, but each syllable stabbed straight into Lin Jinhai's lungs. In his lowered eyes, a trace of unrestrained pride and mockery flashed by. Everything happening on the stands reached Lin Mo's ears with perfect clarity. Yet he said nothing. He did not even raise his head to look at the raging Lin Jinhai or the wailing Zhao Wanchio. He simply lowered his gaze, watching the silly little skeleton before him with interest. The instant this little skeleton crawled out, Lin Mo had clearly sensed a strange fluctuation deep within his soul. Without any external system prompts, this power felt like an inborn instinct. It was etched deeply into his very soul. Innate ability, descent of calamity. First passive layer unlocked, the maximum number of summons is fixed at 100 million. Second passive layer unlocked, all summons unconditionally inherit 100% of the host's attributes, and on this basis are forcibly amplified 10,000-fold. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the tiny skeleton that looked as if it would shatter at a touch. What others saw was a frank piece of trash that could barely walk without losing bones. But in Lin Mo's perception, within this incomplete frame of bones surged a terrifying power capable of tearing apart the entirety of Jiangnan City in an instant. A 10,000-fold attribute amplification. This was no longer a mere summon. This was a walking calamity draped in skeletal skin. Tell me to crawl back to the slums. Lin Mo finally lifted his head, his gaze calmly sweeping across the Lin family. There was no anger, no grievance. Only the amused look of someone watching clowns perform. Lin Mo chuckled. He reached out his foot and lightly tapped the little skeleton's drafty shin bone. Let's go, little bones. This lousy place is too noisy. Let's find somewhere else to lie flat. Lin Mo walked down the steps of the awakening platform, with the little skeleton trailing behind him, its bones clacking with every step. Waves of mocking laughter surged around him, each louder than the last. Lin Mo paid it no heed at all. He focused all his attention on the power that had just awakened deep within his soul. There was no cold mechanical notification chime. There was no gaudy interface, no flashy panels. Only an instinct akin to a bloodline awakening etched vividly into his mind. This was his core innate talent. Calamity descends. 2 passive attributes were laid out in his consciousness in a simple, brutally direct manner. The first passive, the upper limit of his summons, was permanently increased by 100 million. The second passive, all summoned creatures unconditionally inherited 100% of the host's attributes, and on that basis, were forcibly amplified 10,000-fold. As he walked, Lin Mo quickly ran the numbers in his mind. According to what was taught in the textbooks, a freshly summoned frank, ordinary little skeleton had roughly 5 points in strength. Its agility was about 4 points, and its constitution might not even reach 3. Put bluntly, it could not even defeat a regularly exercising adult. But what if all of that was multiplied 10,000 times? Strength, 50,000 points. Agility, 40,000 points. Constitution, 30,000 points. What did that even mean in practical terms? On the outskirts of Jiangnan City in the dungeons, a level 50 gold tier regional lord's strength attribute at most only reached a few thousand points. In other words, at this very moment, the shabby little skeleton at his heels, whose very bones seemed barely held together, could, with a casual swing of its rusty iron sword, smash that level 50 gold tier lord into pulp as easily as swatting a fly. And what was more, he could summon a full 100 million of these terrifying stat monsters. Invincible right from the start, Lin Mo could not help but chuckle. Wonderful. He did not need to toil away at the outskirts grinding slimes for levels. He did not need to wrestle for so-called resources with those self-proclaimed geniuses. He could simply lie flat and take it easy. Whoever dared to provoke him, he would send 100 million skeletons over and even level their ancestors' graves. Without realizing it, he had already reached the VIP lounge backstage. The moment he pushed the door open, a fine, blue and white porcelain teacup smashed down right at his feet with a sharp crack. Scalding tea splashed across the floor. You still have the face to come back. Lin Jinhai jabbed a finger at Lin Mo's nose, letting out a furious roar. The lavishly decorated lounge, which moments ago had been filled with sycophantic dignitaries fawning over Lin Jinhai, was now empty. Only the 3 members of the Lin family remained. Lin Jinhai was shaking with rage, the fat on his face trembling uncontrollably. Do you have any idea how thoroughly you disgraced me today? Frank, and a crippled necromancer at that. I, Lin Jinhai, have stormed the business world of Jiangnan City for decades, and never once have I suffered such a humiliation. The more he spoke, the more enraged he became. He strode over in great steps, raising his hand to slap Lin Mo across the face. Lin Mo stood where he was not even bothering to dodge. He merely watched Lin Jinhai with a cold gaze. Beside him, the little skeleton sluggishly lifted its head, the soul flame in its eye sockets flickering faintly. At that critical moment, Dad, please calm down. Lin Yu rushed forward and grabbed Lin Jinhai's arm. His face was full of anxiety, his eyes even turning red. Dad, big brother, didn't want this either. He grew up in a slum where he could barely fill his stomach. His physique was weak to begin with. It's already incredibly hard for him to have awakened at all. Please don't blame him anymore. On the surface, Lin, you seem to be defending Lin Mo at every turn. Yet every word and sentence served only to remind Lin Jinhai that Lin Mo was a worthless, malnourished wretch from a humble background. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lin Jinhai did not calm down in the slightest. Instead, he let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Trash from the slums will always be trash from the slums. The inferiority and incompetence in your bones can't be changed. If I had known you were such a hopeless pile of filth, I never should have sent someone to bring you back. Lin Mo listened to these cutting curses, his gaze utterly unruffled. He stepped around the shards of porcelain on the floor, walked over to the sofa, and sat down with a relaxed, almost ostentatious posture. He casually picked up a plate of fruit from the table, chose an apple, and bit into it. Are you done scolding? Lin Mo chewed the apple, his tone as flat as if he were asking about the weather. Once you're done, I'll take a nap. Feeling a bit sleepy. This careless attitude instantly drove Zhao Wanxiu into a fury. She shot to her feet, high heels clicking, as she strode up to Lin Mo. Looking down at him from above, her eyes were filled with undisguised disgust and contempt. Lin Mo, what kind of attitude is that? Isn't it only right that your father is angry with you? Zhao Wanxiu's face was cold, her tone sharp and caustic. Since you've awakened such a useless, trashy class, we won't waste any more effort on you. Hand over your cultivation allowance for this month. Lin Mo's hand paused midway through his bite. He lifted his eyelids and gave Zhao Wanxiu a glance. According to the regulations in Jiangnan City, as long as a student successfully awakened, they would receive a monthly cultivation allowance jointly issued by the state and the school. It was no small sum. Even in Frank class could receive several thousand yuan in basic resource funds each month. Hand it over. Lin Mo laughed. What is the Lin family business, so vast, yet you still have designs on this little allowance of mine? Zhao Wanxiu was nearly driven mad by his impenetrable oil and salt twin-tenor attitude. Shut up. You're an Frank piece of trash. What use do you have for those resources? To feed that pile of broken bones that could fall apart at any moment. She yanked Lin Yu over to her side, and her tone softened in an instant. Xiao Yu has awakened an SS rank hidden class, the Frost Bone Dragon. Do you have any idea how many resources it takes to raise a dragon? Even the most basic dragon feed costs tens of thousands per gene. Since you're his elder brother, isn't it only natural that you make some sacrifices for him? Her tone was self-righteous. One could even call it shameless. Hiding behind Zhao Wanxiu, Lin Yu tugged at the corner of her clothes in feigned protest. Mom, just forget it. It's big brother's money. I can't take it. Dragon feed is expensive, but I can go out to the wild and kill low-level monsters to earn money for it. I can endure hardship. He lowered his head, the picture of a sensible, wronged child. At this, Zhao Wanxiu was so distressed, it was as if her heart were bleeding. How could that be? The wild is so dangerous. What if you get hurt? You're the hope of our Lin family. You absolutely must not risk yourself in a place like that. With that, she turned back to glare at Lin Mo once more. Her eyes were as cold as if she were looking at an enemy. Lin Mo, I'll say this one last time. Hand over your allowance card. From now on, all of your resources will be transferred to Xiao Yu. This is what you owe the Lin family. The lounge fell very quiet. Only the occasional rasp of bone against bone sounded as the little skeleton shifted its weight. Lin Mo tossed the remaining half of his apple into the trash and wiped his hands with a tissue. Leaning back against the sofa, his gaze swept over Lin Jinhai's furious face, Zhao Wanxiu's venomous features, and Lin Yu's utterly hypocritical expression. He suddenly found it all rather meaningless. The original Lin Mo had waited in the slums for 18 long years, believing that returning to his birth parents would finally allow him to experience the warmth of a home. In the end, he was treated as nothing more than a prop to set off their foster son's brilliance and a blood bag to be drained at will. Pathetic. Handing over the allowance is out of the question. Lin Mo's tone was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. If you want my money to feed his lizard, you might as well rob a bank. It'd be faster. You. Lin Jinhai's eyes bulged. He lunged forward, jabbing a finger at Lin Mo. You eat my food, drink my drink, and yet you refuse to spare even a little resource for your younger brother. You ungrateful wretch. Lin Mo let out a cold laugh, cutting him off. Eat your food. Drink your drink. In the half-month since I returned to the Lin family, I've been living in a drafty storage room and eating the nanny's leftover cold meals. Even this school uniform I'm wearing I bought with money I earned working part-time. Have any of you in the Lin family given me a single cent? His words landed like a hammer. Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanxiu were both stunned. They had never bothered with such trivialities and had never once concerned themselves with Lin Mo's daily life. Now being confronted so directly, they suddenly found it hard to maintain their composure. You stop twisting words. Zhao Wanxiu forced herself to keep her dignity, rebuking him sharply. No matter what, the blood of the Lin family flows in your veins. You must obey the arrangements of the family. If you don't hand over the resource card, don't even think about walking out that door today. Their pretense had finally crumbled. They were now resorting to outright robbery. Looking at this pair of utterly hypocritical parents, the last trace of patience in Lin Mo's eyes vanished. Fine. Lin Mo stood up, smoothing the collar of his uniform. Since you're so ashamed of me and so convinced I'm a useless waste, and since you treasure that SS-rank foster son of yours so much, then let's cut the nonsense. He met Lin Jinhai's eyes, enunciating each word, let's sever our ties. At those 4 words, the entire lounge plunged into a deathly silence. Lin Jinhai froze. Zhao Wanxiu's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Lin Yu, who had been hiding behind them, playing the pitiful act, was stunned. Severing ties. In this society, to sever family ties meant completely giving up the family's protection and any right to inherit. For in Frank waste from the slums, leaving the Lin family would mean he might not even have food to eat. How could he dare to propose such a thing? A full half-minute passed before Zhao Wanxiu suddenly let out a cold laugh. Folding her arms, she looked at him with open mockery, as though she had seen through some petty trick. Lin Mo, who are you trying to manipulate with this little game? You think using severing ties as a threat will make us beg you to stay? That will pour all our resources into you instead. Let me tell you, stop daydreaming. Lin Jinhai finally came back to his senses, laughing in rage. Good. What a fine severing of ties. Do you really think the Lin family can't live without you? You think I don't dare sign? Lin Mo looked at them as if they were fools. He patted the little skeleton on the head. Stop adding drama for yourselves. Hurry up. Have someone draft the severance agreement now. Once it's signed, we each go our own way. Whoever refuses to sign is the grandson. The door to the lounge was violently flung open. Lin Group's private attorney burst in, clutching his briefcase and drenched in sweat. Draft an official disavowal of kinship agreement. Immediately. Lin Jinhai slammed his palm onto the table, jabbing a finger toward Lin Mo. Spell out every clause explicitly from this day forward. Lin Mo bears no relation whatsoever to the Lin family. Not a single coin of the Lin family's wealth, not a thread of its influence, not a drop of its resources. He shall touch none. The attorney blinked in stunned silence, wiped the sweat from his brow, and hastily unzipped his portable printer. A soft mechanical hum filled the air. Within 2 minutes, 2 freshly printed agreements, still faintly scented with ink, lay side by side upon the coffee table. Lin Jinhai snatched up a fountain pen and signed his name with swift, furious strokes. He slammed the pen down onto the tabletop, laughing coldly. Sign it. Let me see how you, a mere frank failure, intend to survive in Jiangnan City once severed from the Lin family. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the dense oppressive clauses. He picked up the pen and signed Lin Mo with clean, decisive strokes. Then without hesitation, he dipped his thumb into crimson seal paste and pressed a vivid, unflinching imprint onto the paper. The entire act flowed like water. No pause, no tremor, no trace of doubt. Zhao Wanqiu watched the signed document, a flicker of mockery flashing deep within her eyes. How convincingly you play the part. Since you're no longer a Lin, leave behind everything that belongs to the Lin family. She scrutinized Lin Mo from head to toe, her gaze sharp and cutting. That elite custom uniform from Jiangnan No. 1 high school. You wore it because the Lin family paid for it. Take it off. Lin Mo paused mid-motion. He looked upon the couple, so obsessed with face and reputation that they'd abandoned all semblance of dignity. He offered no rebuttal. No anger rose within him. Only a quiet wry amusement. Ryup. With one sharp motion, he unzipped his blazer and shrugged off the garment, a symbol of elite status in Jiangnan City. He tossed it carelessly onto the priceless Persian rug. Beneath it remained only a worn, faded cotton t-shirt, the sole relic he'd carried from the slums. Anything else I should surrender? Lin Mo slid his hands into his pockets, voice relaxed, almost languid. Zhao Wanqiu choked on his nonchalant, speechless. Get out. Lin Jinhai roared, pointing furiously toward the exit. Lin Mo turned and walked away. Behind him, the tiny skeleton clicked and clattered in perfect step, a lone boy and his bones retreating with effortless, defiant grace. Brother. No sooner had he stepped beyond the lounge than Lin Yu's anxious cry rang out behind him. Lin Yu sprinted forward and seized Lin Mo's arm. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice thick with tears. Brother, please don't act rashly. Mom and Dad are just angry right now. Just yield a little, apologize, and this will all pass. You haven't even graduated high school. If you walk away now, you won't even have enough to eat. Staff and teachers passed by in the corridor, and upon witnessing the scene, cast admiring, sympathetic glances toward Lin Yu. What a compassionate foster son. And that biological heir. A heartless, ungrateful wretch. Lin Mo halted and turned to face Lin Yu. Slowly, deliberately, he pried Lin Yu's fingers one by one from his arm. Stop performing. Lin Mo held Lin Yu's gaze, a sardonic curve lifting the corner of his mouth. There's no camera here. Save your eye drops for your parents. Now that I'm gone, the Lin fortune is entirely yours. I imagine you're already lighting fireworks inside. For a split second, Lin Yu's sorrow froze, rigid, brittle. A flash of venomous malice darted across his eyes, swiftly masked beneath practiced humility. Brother, how could you think such a thing about me? Enough. Lin Mo cut him off, weary of pretense. He tapped Lin Yu's shoulder and leaned in, voice dropping to a low, intimate whisper. Put away your revolting green tea theatrics. Stay away from me. And if you don't, I won't hesitate to reduce your frost lizard to scattered shards of bone. With that, Lin Mo strode out of the Awakening Plaza's grand entrance, never looking back. Lin Yu stood rooted in place, watching until Lin Mo vanished beyond sight. The mask of sorrow and innocence dissolved instantly. In its place bloomed cold, unmasked contempt. He withdrew the latest model communicator from his pocket and dialed a number. The call connected, a fawning voice answered. Young Master Yu, what are your orders? Lin Yu lowered his voice, icy and precise. Wang Biao, Lin Mo has been expelled from the Lin family. He's heading toward the slums now. Gather a few brothers and intercept him at the abandoned factory on the city outskirts. Don't kill him. Shatter both his legs. Destroy his occupational crystal core. Leave him crawling through life as nothing but vermin. Rest assured, young master, you crushing and frank failure. Our brothers will handle it flawlessly. He ended the call, smoothed the collar of his expensive shirt, and rekindled his gentle, flawless smile before turning back toward the lounge. On the outskirts of Jiangnan City, the landscape bore no resemblance to the gleaming metropolis. Roads were pocked with potholes, weeds choked the barren fields on either side. In the distance sprawled Jiangnan City's most lawless slum, the place where Lin Mo had lived for 18 years. Beyond it lay the perilous wilderness, a low-tier zone teeming with monstrous beasts. Lin Mo walked along the gravel-strewn dirt path, breathing deeply, his spirit light, unburdened. At last he'd shed that deranged clan. He paused, drawing in a long, slow breath of open air. No system activated. Lin Mo simply sank his awareness inward, deep into the core of his soul. There, revealed to all awakened beings, floated his soul interface. Name: Lin Mo. Occupation: Necromancer, F rank. Level: LV 1. Strength 5. Agility 4. Constitution 3. Spirit 8. Talent: Cataclysm, Descent unique. These base stats placed him dead last, not merely among Jiangnan No. 1 High's student body, but at the absolute nadir of its hierarchy. He couldn't even survive a skirmish with the weakest monster, let alone slay one. Even a level 1 slime would chase him, snapping at his heels. This stat sheet wasn't merely pathetic, it defied biology itself. Truly abysmal, Lin Mo muttered under his breath. Then his gaze drifted downward, to the small skeleton beside him, idly digging its bony fingers into the mud. Talent: Passive 2. All summoned entities inherit the host's base attributes and amplify them 10,000-fold. Lin Mo's pulse quickened ever so slightly. He focused intently upon the tiny skull. Instantly, the hidden stat panel of his summon unfolded within his mind. Summon: Skeleton Warrior Common. Level: LV 1. Strength: 50000. Agility: 40000. Constitution: 30000. Spirit: 80000. Staring at those dizzying strings of zeros, Lin Mo drew in a sharp, involuntary breath. Even braced for the impossible, he felt staggered by sheer numerical blasphemy. 50,000 strength. What did that even mean? Jiangnan City's elite guard captain, a level 50 second ascension berserker, boasted barely 4,000 strength, even clad in full golden tier gear. And yet, a level 1 skeleton warrior, with one casual swing, could atomize that same legendary berserker into crimson mist. This isn't a skeleton warrior, Lin Mo swallowed hard. It's a nuclear warhead wearing a ribcage. As Lin Mo murmured, reality warped. The grubby, rickety little skeleton froze mid-dig. A visible torrent of ashen luminescence surged across its bones. A grating, nauseating crunch echoed, the sound of bone grinding against bone. Its dull, fragmented skeleton thickened, visibly hardening into translucent, radiant density. Cracked ribs sealed themselves whole. Dull gray marrow gave way to a lustrous metallic sheen, dark gold pulsing with latent power. Even more astonishing was its weapon. The rusted, chipped iron blade it once wielded now shimmered under the flow of energy, its corrosion sloughing away like dead skin. In its grip emerged a dark gold bone blade, over 1.5 meters long, etched with spiraling eldritch runes. Though still only half a meter tall, its presence alone suffocated the air for 100 meters in every direction, a palpable, crushing aura of absolute dominance. This was supremacy written in the language of life itself. Whoosh! From the waist-high thicket beside the wasteland came a violent shudder. A monstrous beast, bull's-eyed tusks dripping crimson, leapt forth from the grass. A level 3 bloodthirsty boar. It had wandered aimlessly beyond the city's edge, drawn by the scent of living flesh, instinctively craving to tear this frail human apart, feast upon his remains. Jaws agape, fangs glistening, the boar coiled its haunches and launched itself skyward, its massive frame hurtling forward in a wave of gore-scented wind. Lin Mo stood motionless, not even blinking. He didn't retreat a single step, because the instant the boar left the ground, the half-meter-tall golden skeleton took precisely half a step forward. Boom! A sovereign-level pressure, fueled by 50,000 raw points in every attribute, exploded from its fragile frame. The air itself vanished, sucked dry in an instant. Mid-leap, the boar struck an invisible wall of pure, unyielding force, like colliding with forged steel. Its shriek died strangled before escaping its throat. Its colossal body snapped backward, limp, weightless, as though severed from gravity, and plummeted earthward. Thud! A crater exploded in the dust. There, sprawled helplessly in the pit, lay the bloodthirsty boar, rigid, paralyzed, utterly still. It dared not twitch. Its crimson eyes burned with raw, sentient despair, pure animal terror beyond comprehension. Then, a faint wet trickle began. A pungent, acrid stench bloomed in the air. A murky, yellowish puddle spread slowly from beneath its trembling haunches. This savage level 3 beast, broken not by claw or blade, but by the sheer gravitational weight of an Frank Summit's presence, had urinated itself in abject primal fear. Lin Mo looked at the bloodthirsty wild boar lying in the pit, his brows slightly raised. He shifted his gaze back to the dark, gold little skeleton. The destructive power was indeed outrageous. Go kill it, Lin Mo casually issued the command. A flicker of soul fire flashed in the hollow eye sockets of the dark, gold little skeleton. It didn't even swing its sword. It simply lifted its distinctly bony foot and gently stepped on the wild boar at the bottom of the pit. Bang! After a muffled sound, only a complete layer of pigskin remained in the pit. The blood, flesh, and bones inside had been crushed into nothingness by pure power. Lin Mo stroked his chin. He was now broke, having just signed a severance agreement, leaving not even a single coin in his pocket. If he wanted to comfortably lie back in the future, he needed to first secure some startup funds. The novice dungeon was a ready-made ATM. The monster drop rates were high and the completion rewards were generous, with huge bonuses for first clears. With the attributes of this little skeleton, going to farm the novice dungeon was akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Alright, let's go to the dungeon tomorrow to earn some pocket money. Lin Mo made up his mind and slowly turned to walk towards the city district. The next morning at the entrance of the novice dungeon in Jiangnan City, it was crowded with people. Buses from various universities crowded the square. Today was the first clearing day open to all awakening high school seniors. The periphery was filled with reporters from various media outlets with cameras set up densely. Suddenly a commotion erupted in the crowd. Look, it's the Lin family's convoy. Young Master Lin Yu has arrived. Several black, extended armored cars slowly stopped at the edge of the square. The car doors opened and Lin Yu stepped out wearing a suit of lightweight armor emitting a silver glow. This set of equipment was clearly worth a fortune, at least a top-grade silver set. Following him were 4 fully armed awakens, a knight wielding a giant shield, a priest holding a staff, and 2 assassins with fierce expressions. This was the top-tier 5-man team that the Lin family had hired overnight for Lin Yu. All members were above level 10, specifically responsible for escorting Lin Yu through the highest difficulty dungeons. The reporters swarmed around like sharks smelling blood. Young Master Lin, what difficulty dungeon do you plan to challenge today? I heard the Lin family invested over 10 million resources for this first clear. Are you confident in breaking the clearing record in Jiangnan City? Lin Yu paused, revealing an impeccable, gentle smile. You flatter me. My personal strength is insignificant. It mainly relies on the cooperation of the team. Today we plan to play it safe and challenge the nightmare difficulty dungeon. The crowd gasped in shock. Nightmare difficulty. That was a terrifying area with an 80% death rate. The surrounding praises instantly drowned Lin Yu. Lin Yu thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. He slightly raised his chin, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the periphery of the crowd. Suddenly his smile froze. Not far from the entrance passage, an incongruous figure approached. Lin Mo was wearing an old t-shirt that had faded from washing and was wearing a pair of flip-flops. He was holding a tattered folding beach chair that he had picked up from somewhere in his left hand and a plastic bag containing several cans of chilled cola in his right. He was yawning while slowly heading towards the teleportation portal. The surrounding students avoided him, their eyes filled with disdain. Who is this guy? Is he begging at the dungeon entrance? You don't even recognize him? The useless young master the Lin family just kicked out yesterday. And class necromancer. What is he here for? To seek death. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his gaze. Wang Biao's subordinates couldn't even handle this small matter, allowing the kid to come here unscathed. He adjusted his expression, pushed past the reporters, and quickly walked up to Lin Mo. He blocked Lin Mo's path. Brother, why did you come dressed like this? Lin Yu intentionally raised his voice, concern lacing his tone. You don't even have a decent piece of armor or a team. It's too dangerous to go in. Why don't you just wait outside? Once I clear, it'll give you some materials to sell. The surrounding reporters quickly aimed their cameras at the two. Quick, take a picture. Young Master Lin is so kind-hearted, still reminiscing about this useless brother. Exactly, this Lin Mo is simply ungrateful. Lin Mo stopped, looking up at Lin Yu, blocking his way. Is this person out of his mind? He had just been insulted yesterday, and today came back for more. Good dogs don't block the way, Lin Mo flatly stated 5 words. Lin Yu's face stiffened as he suppressed his rising anger. Brother, I'm just concerned about you. Even though the novice dungeon is only at the beginner level, the monsters inside are not something inf class can handle alone. Lin Mo sighed and switched the folding chair to his left hand. You don't understand human language, do you? That nightmare difficulty trick of yours can be saved for scaring those inexperienced reporters. Don't bother me, I'm in a hurry. After saying that, Lin Mo directly bumped past Lin Yu's shoulder and headed straight for the dungeon's teleportation portal. Lin Mo staggered back a step, his face instantly darkening to the extreme. "You're asking for it," he muttered through gritted teeth. In the center of the square stood 4 giant teleportation portals colored white, blue, purple, and red, corresponding to the 4 difficulties: normal, hard, nightmare, and abyss. The vast majority of students were lining up in front of the white and blue teleportation portals. Lin Mo's team was heading towards the purple nightmare portal. Everyone was focused on Lin Mo's movements. Just then, Lin Mo, dragging his flip-flops, carrying a beach chair, and cola, walked over, without a sideways glance, towards the blood-red teleportation portal. That was the Abyss difficulty solo teleportation portal that no one dared to enter. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at Lin Mo's back in disbelief. What is he doing? That's the Abyss difficulty. Even a fully equipped team at level 50 would face a near-certain death. Is he crazy? This is pure suicide. Lin Mo was also stunned, then a cruel smile crept onto his lips. If he was looking for death, then he couldn't blame anyone else. Lin Mo completely ignored the gasps behind him. He glanced at the red vortex and stepped right in. Buzz. A flash of red light, and Lin Mo's figure vanished from the spot. Inside the dungeon, the sky was dark red, the ground was scorched black, and all around were stark white skeletons. In the distance, terrifying beast roars echoed. The entire environment was chilling to the extreme. Any newcomer standing here would probably have their legs turned to jelly. Lin Mo looked around. The environment is pretty bad, but it's relatively quiet. He found a relatively flat piece of ground, propped open the folding beach chair, and set it steadily. Then he comfortably lay back. He casually pulled a can of chilled cola from the plastic bag. His index finger hooked the tab. Hiss. The sound of carbonated bubbles rising seemed very crisp in this eerily silent abyss. Lin Mo tilted his head back and took a big gulp of cola. The icy liquid flowed down his throat, refreshing. Outside in the square's monitoring room, a huge screen split into hundreds of images monitoring the situations inside various dungeons. A dozen or so teachers leading the group and the admissions office director were sitting in front of the screens. Quick switch to the Abyss dungeon. There's actually a student who went in. The assistant in charge of monitoring hurriedly fumbled to operate the control panel. The largest display in the center flickered once. The image appeared. Under the dark red sky, the Lin family's discarded, wasteful young master was lounging on a beach chair, with his legs crossed, leisurely sipping on cola. The monitoring room fell silent. The teachers looked at each other, their eyes nearly popping out. What is this kid doing? Does he think this is a vacation beach in Hawaii? The lead director was so furious he was shaking, pointing at the screen and cursing. Ridiculous. He's treating his life like a joke. The monsters in the Abyss dungeon are about to respawn, and even the weakest are elite level. He doesn't even have a weapon. Is he just waiting to die? A senior teacher sighed and shook his head. He's done for. Once the Abyss dungeon is activated, one cannot forcibly teleport out until they clear it or die. This child has poor mental fortitude. He must have been stimulated after being kicked out by the Lin family, deliberately going in to seek death. The lead director's face darkened as he irritably waved his hand. Stop looking at him. It's a waste of time. Go remove Lin Mo's name from the candidate list. He pointed to the tablet in the assistant's hand. His tone was icy, devoid of any pity. Directly mark him as deceased and inform logistics to prepare a body bag. The assistant sighed, picked up the stylus, and drew a bright red cross over Lin Mo's name. The Abyssal Dungeon. A suffocating crimson hue stains the sky. Silence presses in from all sides, thick and unnerving. Lin Mo reclines on a beach chair, one hand holding a frost-chilled can of cola. Out of water. He shakes the empty can, then flicks it aside with casual disdain. The hollow aluminum arcs through the air before landing with a dull clink upon scorched earth. The instant the can strikes the ground, a sharp, brittle ping. The earth trembles. From the horizon ahead, without warning, a vast tide of darkness surges forth. Pairs of scarlet eyes ignite within the crimson mist, locking unblinkingly upon Lin Mo seated on his beach chair. Over 100 shadow wolves, each as large as a young ox, stand poised in the gloom. They glide forward like phantoms, swiftly encircling him in a vast, tightening ring. Drool drips from their serrated fangs, sizzling where it strikes the soil, releasing acrid white smoke. Outside, elite student squads clad in top-tier gear would likely crumble at the knees, frantically drafting farewell letters upon encountering such a unified horde of elite-tier monsters. Lin Mo merely yawns. This many, just enough to level up a few times. Lazily, he lifts his right hand and flicks his index and middle fingers together. Snap! A crisp, resonant snap echoes across the desolate expanse of the abyss. Then, the blackened earth before him fractures inch by inch. 10 orbs of obsidian gold light burst forth from the cracked soil. No incantations. No ornate magic circles. 10 skeletal warriors, half a meter tall, forged in dark gold, rise in perfect unison, forming a rigid line. They stand guard before Lin Mo, gripping bone blades etched with eerie arcane runes. The wolf pack senses the challenge and stiffens. The alpha lets loose a deafening guttural howl. In an instant, over 100 elite wolves blur into streaks of black. Fangs bare, jaws wide, converging upon Lin Mo like a storm of slaughter. Lin Mo leans back in his chair and closes his eyes. Cut them all down. Make it quick. Command issued. 10 golden skeletons move as one. No skills are unleashed. They simply raise their bone blades in unison and slash forward with brutal mechanical precision. A basic auto attack. Nothing more. Pure physical cleavage, unadorned absolute. Boom. In that instant, the air itself is violently compressed by a staggering 50,000 points of raw force, ripping forth a shrieking sonic boom. 10 visible shockwaves, blinding white razor-thin, surge along the trajectory of their blades. The vanguard wolves collide headlong with the first wave. Not even a whimper escapes them. Their massive bodies strike the invisible wall like freight trains, shattering midair, limbs and torsos exploding into fragments. Flesh, bone, fur, all pulverized instantly by sheer merciless force. A crimson rain detonates midair, but it does not end there. The shockwaves surge onward, slamming into a black monolith behind the pack 10 meters tall. With a thunderous crumble, the stone collapses like rotten tofu, reduced in an instant to fine drifting dust. Annihilation. No suspense. No bar depletion. Just instantaneous erasure. This is no balanced battle. It is a one-sided, grotesque massacre. The 10 skeletal warriors plunge into the wolf ranks, like scythes through ripe wheat. Blade rises. Blade falls. Each ordinary swing obliterates entire clusters of elite monsters. No elemental clashes. No dazzling spells. Only pure, unassailable numerical dominance. Brutal, elegant, inevitable. Meanwhile, Lin Mo lounges comfortably on his beach chair. Deep within his soul, a tectonic shift unfolds. Torrents of refined energy flood his being through the summoning pact. Unstoppable, overwhelming. Like floodgates torn open, the deluge surges inward. Level barriers, paper-thin, shatter one after another. LV 2, LV 3, LV 4. This ascent defies logic, rocketing upward with impossible speed. Lin Mo feels his strength, agility, and constitution multiplying exponentially. His entire body thrums with explosive, euphoric vitality. Less than 3 minutes have passed, and already over 100 ferocious elite shadow wolves lie slaughtered, utterly extinct. Silence returns, absolute, heavy, hollow. Only severed limbs and the coppery reek of blood linger. Lin Mo opens his eyes and stretches luxuriously, leveling up while lying down. Absolutely sublime. He prepares to recall the skeletons and continue onward, only to notice they haven't halted in place. Instead, they stride purposefully among the carnage, bone blades in hand, methodically sifting through viscera. What are you doing? Lin Mo arches a brow. One skeleton bends low and retrieves a faintly glowing shadow wolf core from the blood-soaked muck. It trots eagerly to Lin Mo's side and places the core with reverent care beside his beach chair, then turns trotting back to resume its search. A second skeleton arrives, laying down a flawless, intact wolf pelt. A third drags over a gleaming, razor-sharp fawn. All 10 move with the synchronized efficiency of factory-line artisans. They gather every drop of loot, not just scavenging but curating. With obsessive, almost pathological precision, they sort each item into its designated category. Everything is arranged immaculately at Lin Mo's feet. Cores stacked into a miniature pyramid, pelts folded into perfect squares, fangs aligned in a single ruler-straight row, sorted by length. The scene is deeply surreal. Lin Mo stares at the battlefield turnet display case, neat as a supermarket shelf, and twitches at the corner of his mouth. Did I just summon a squad of armed janitors? He plucks up an elite-tier core and tosses it idly in his palm. On the open market, a single one fetches several thousand credits. This small hoard alone must be worth hundreds of thousands. Enough for a down payment on a house. Meanwhile, in the main surveillance hub outside Jiangnan City Square, the atmosphere crackles with celebration. Brilliant. That wall of fire was flawless. Watch Lin Young Master's positioning. His predictive instincts are textbook perfect. A dozen faculty members and admissions directors crowd around the central monitor, showering praise. On screen, Lin Yu's team navigating the nightmare dungeon. Lin Yu stands calmly at the rear, elegantly raising his staff, directing an ice-forged bone dragon to suppress 2 elite beasts with surgical precision. The War God Guild's director strokes his chin, face flushed with pride. At this pace, clearing the nightmare dungeon is guaranteed. Head instructor Lao Li beams so widely his gums show. Naturally, young Master Lin holds an SS rank hidden class and carries the full weight of the Lin clan's legacy. His future is limitless. A young intern teacher approaches tray in hand. He glances sideways at a small, neglected monitor tucked into the corner. Its screen remains pitch black blank. Director, he ventures softly. Why is the abyssal dungeon feed black? Lin Mo entered over 10 minutes ago. Should we pull up his feed? The director's smile vanishes. He shoots the intern a sharp, irritated glare. What's there to watch? And frank failure who wandered into abyssal difficulty. You truly think he's still breathing? I've already had his name struck from the roster. Don't waste my time. Go greet the press outside. Tell them young Master Lin may break the record within the hour. The intern shrinks back silent. In this roaring, jubilant chamber, every eye remains riveted on Lin Yu's screen. No one knows. No one checks the logs. In that forsaken, lethally notorious abyssal dungeon, the highest fatality rate in the system. The heir, everyone declared dead long before the trial began, is now staring at a mountain of legendary materials, deep in thought. Lin Mo kicks the pile of cores lightly. Forgot my backpack. Slightly inconvenient. He turns to the 10 skeletons. Each of you carry a load. Drop a single piece, and I'll dismantle your bones for firewood. 10 hollow eye sockets flare, their soul flames leaping wildly. Instantly, they spring into motion. 2 wrap the cores tightly in folded pelts fashioning crude sacks. Others shoulder the fangs like banners. The procession swells, bulging bizarre and utterly unstoppable. Lin Mo walked with pauses while the magical creatures ahead fell like cut chives. 10 dark golden skeletons worked in harmony, with 5 clearing the path and slaying monsters. The other 5 carried the spoils in large and small bundles resembling a moving grocery store. After walking for a while, Lin Mo came to a halt. He glanced at the cheap electronic watch on his wrist. This efficiency won't do, Lin Mo said, pinching his brow. The map of the Abyss dungeon is too vast. With just you 10 chopping through, I won't even make it in time for dinner tonight. He sighed and raised his right hand. Snap. Another crisp finger snap echoed, and this time the commotion was much greater. The ground ahead began to churn violently. 90 clusters of dark golden light burst forth from the ground simultaneously. Along with the original 10, there were now a full 100 half-meter tall dark golden skeleton soldiers. They stood tightly arranged in a square formation with empty eye sockets burning with a ghostly blue flame, all staring at Lin Mo. 100 waves of 5,000 points of all attribute lord-level pressure combined. The surrounding dark red mist was forcibly pushed back by several dozen meters. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Now this looks more like it. He waved his hand casually. Leave 10 to continue as porters. The remaining 90 spread out. From here to the end, I do not want to see anything that can breathe. Lin Mo paused, adding another remark. Not a blade of grass should survive, understand. The skeleton army made no sound. They simply raised the dark golden bone blades in unison. In the next moment, 90 dark golden afterimages surged into the depths of the Abyss dungeon like a flood breaking a dam. This was no longer about clearing small monsters. This was an irrational bulldozer-style push. The hidden venomous swamp frogs had no time to spit venom before being minced into meat paste by a dozen bone blades. The cave spider hiding in the stone forest was directly sliced in half as it peeked out. All ambushes and dungeon traps became jokes in the face of absolute numerical superiority. Lin Mo couldn't even catch a glimpse of the monsters. All he could hear were the continuous screams, sonic booms, and the thunderous sound of heavy objects collapsing from ahead. In the upper right corner of his vision, the experience bar belonging to the awakened was flickering at a frenzied pace. LV 5, LV 6, LV 7. The glow of leveling up flashed incessantly around Lin Mo. The skeletons responsible for carrying the spoils were also busy. As soon as one was slain ahead, they rushed up to collect the dropped materials. Soon the loot piled up behind Lin Mo like a small mountain. He even had to stop occasionally to wait for these short-legged porters. Half an hour later, the booming sounds ahead suddenly ceased. Lin Mo turned around a massive pile of black stones, and suddenly the view opened up. This was already the deepest part of the Abyss dungeon, a dry basin the size of a football field. In the center of the basin stood an ancient tree so large that it required several people to embrace it. The bark of the ancient tree exhibited a repulsive purplish-black color. Countless thick vines danced in the air like tentacles. Area Lord Corrupted Tree Demon Abyss level LV 15. Is this guy the one? Lin Mo looked at the massive boss of the dungeon, curling his lip. The Corrupted Tree Demon had clearly sensed the intruders. Its twisted human face growing on the trunk suddenly opened its eyes. Its crimson gaze locked onto the group of small beings below. Roar! The tree demon let out a deafening roar. The sound wave swept across the entire basin, stirring up clouds of dust. Immediately after, the purplish-black bark on its body began to violently contract. The dark red energy underground was frantically converging towards the center of its trunk. There were even faint rumbles of thunder in the sky. This posture made it clear to anyone watching that this abyss boss was preparing to unleash a devastating ultimate move. It was chanting. It was gathering power, wanting to show these oblivious intruders the terror of the abyss. Lin Mo yawned. Why is its wind-up so long? All units attack, don't let it release its move, it's too noisy. As soon as Lin Mo's words fell, 90 dark golden skeletons charged forward without any hesitation, like a swarm of frenzied ants pouncing on the massive tree demon. 10 clung to the trunk. 20 grabbed the vines. The remaining skeletons stepped on their companions' shoulders and leaped high. A hint of human-like astonishment flashed across the twisted face of the corrupted tree demon. It hadn't even finished charging its ultimate move. Why weren't these ants following the rules? However, before it could catch its breath, 90 dark golden bone blades swung down simultaneously. Swish, 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 swish. There were no fancy visual effects. Only the crisp sound of blades slicing through wood. In the first second, the tree demon's proud tough vines were completely severed. In the second, the layer of purplish-black bark that even silver-grade weapons couldn't break was cleanly sliced away. In the third second, 90 bone blades simultaneously pierced into the core trunk of the tree demon. Boom. A collective explosion of 50,000 points of power. This towering corrupted tree demon, several dozen meters tall, didn't even have time to let out a scream. Its massive body disintegrated in midair, exploding into a shower of splintered wood. Thud. A charred piece of wood fell at Lin Mo's feet. This was a level 15 abyss boss. From its entrance to its demise, it hadn't survived 3 seconds. In the center of the basin, with the death of the tree demon, a dazzling golden light erupted. The ground was littered with top-tier equipment and rare materials, nearly blinding Lin Mo. Well done. Lin Mo stepped forward, patting the nearest small skeleton with satisfaction. Go pack everything up, it's time for us to leave. Just as Lin Mo leisurely directed the skeletons to pack the loot. In the adjacent hard mode dungeon, the atmosphere was entirely different. Run. Run fast. Lin Ye's face was pale as he ran desperately through the muddy swamp. The expensive silver-grade light armor he wore was now covered in stinking muck. His originally meticulously styled hair was a complete mess. Behind him followed 4 equally disheveled teammates. Young Master Yu, I can't hold on any longer. The knight wielding a massive shield gasped for breath, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. His shield was covered in terrifying cracks. This monster's attack power is too high and my bones are fractured. The priest girl in the team was so anxious that she started to cry. My mana is exhausted. Ew, I can no longer heal you. Less than 30 meters behind them, a gigantic 2-headed ogre was wielding a spiked club, relentlessly pursuing. This was just a level 12 ordinary mini-boss in hard mode. Yet for this team of complete beginners, it remained a nightmare. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and terror. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. He cursed wildly in his heart as he ran. The bodyguards he had hired at a high cost couldn't even stop a single mini-boss. What happened to my Frost Bone Dragon? Let it go and take the hit. Lin Yu shouted hysterically. Young Master Yu, the Bone Dragon was just hit by a club. Its aggro has gone wild. The assassin shouted anxiously beside him. As soon as his words fell, a deafening roar echoed from not far away. The gigantic Frost Bone Dragon was attempting to attack the 2-headed ogre from the side. The ogre, however, seemed to have eyes on its back. It suddenly turned around, and the spiked club in its hand crashed down on the dragon's head with terrifying force. Bang! Frost shards flew everywhere. The Frostbone Dragon, regarded as a divine summon by everyone, let out a shrill cry. Its gigantic body was sent flying by the blow, crashing heavily against the nearby rock wall, unable to get up for a long while. The soul fire in the dragon's hollow eye sockets dimmed significantly. Lin Yu watched this scene, feeling his heart stop. This was his greatest trump card. How could it not even defeat a mini-boss in hard mode? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yu's eyes turned red, unable to accept this reality. The ogre, having knocked the dragon away, turned its head, revealing cruel smiles on both its massive heads. It locked its gaze on Lin Yu in front. Striding forward, it thundered closer. The distance shrank, and the suffocating stench was already overwhelming. Save me. Quickly save me. Lin Yu was terrified, his soul almost leaving his body. He no longer cared about maintaining the demeanor of a young master, crawling and running for his life. The knight gritted his teeth, turned around, and lifted his broken shield in an attempt to block. The ogre simply waved its hand, sending both man and shield flying, their fate unknown. The defense line completely collapsed. Lin Yu turned back in despair. The ogre had raised the massive spiked club, ready to smash it down onto his head. At the deepest part of the abyss dungeon, Lin Mo brushed off the dust from his hands. 10 dark golden skeletons had packed the loot tightly. In the center of the basin, with the death of the BOSS, a stone tablet, emitting an ancient aura, slowly rose. This was a unique settlement mechanism of the novice dungeon. Golden ancient characters appeared on the surface of the stone tablet, requesting the conqueror to leave their name so it could be recorded in the annals of Jiangnan City. Lin Mo glanced at the tablet and curled his lip in disdain. Leave a name. If he left a name, wouldn't the various colleges' admission offices and guild headhunters outside swarm around him like flies every day? He was too lazy to even participate in that so-called national league, let alone deal with these troublesome matters. Lin Mo stepped forward and casually scribbled on the stone tablet with his finger. He directly chose to remain anonymous. Then with a snap of his fingers, he led a grand procession of skeletons into the teleportation vortex. At the Novice Dungeon Square in Jiangnan City, the originally noisy crowd was now gathered in small groups chatting. Most novices completed the dungeon in about 2 hours. It had barely been 10 minutes, and the people outside were patiently waiting. The presidents of various guilds and the directors of college admissions were gathered in the VIP seats, sipping tea and chatting. The center of attention was none other than the SS-grade prodigy of the Lin family. Calculating the time, Master Lin should have progressed halfway through the Nightmare Dungeon by now, right? I doubt it. The Nightmare difficulty is terrifying after all. Although Master Lin's team is top tier, they still need to be cautious. Regardless, today's headline in Jiangnan City will undoubtedly belong to the Lin family. Lin Jinhai sat at the main seat, his face glowing with joy as he held his teacup. The flattery from those around him made him feel euphoric. At that moment, without warning, the sky above the entire square suddenly darkened. Following that, a dazzling dark golden beam of light struck down violently from the depths of the heavens. It smashed directly onto the abyss-level teleportation portal in the center of the square. A grand and majestic announcement echoed like thunder throughout Jiangnan City. Congratulations to the player Anonymous for successfully clearing the abyss-level novice dungeon solo. Completion time 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Dungeon completion rate 100%. All monsters annihilated. This achievement has broken the century-old record in Jiangnan City. It will be recorded in the highest hall's annals. The announcement was broadcast 3 times. Each time it made the eardrums of everyone present buzz. The venue fell into silence. In the square where over 10,000 people gathered, one could even hear a pin drop. Everyone stood there as if under a spell, staring blankly at the dazzling golden characters in midair. Lin Zhenhai's high-end bone china teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Yet he remained oblivious, his eyes nearly bulging out. After a full half-minute, a distorted scream erupted from the crowd. Abyss level. Solo clear. This scream ignited the entire venue like a spark in a frying pan. The whole square erupted into chaos. This is insane. There must be a bug in the dungeon. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. That's hardly enough time to reach the end of the dungeon. Even a level 50 awakened wouldn't be able to do it this fast. The big shots in the VIP seats leapt up without any decorum. The president of the War God Guild grabbed his assistant by the collar, spitting saliva all over him. Investigate. Go find out right now. Who is this Anonymous? No matter how much it costs or what conditions are offered, we must recruit this person into the War God Guild. The directors of various colleges were even more frantic. They frantically pulled out communicators, dialing internal numbers. Hello, Principal. Something big has happened. There's a monster in Jiangnan City that solo cleared the abyss. Yes, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Please use your highest authority to check the entry records. The entire square was in chaos. Everyone was desperately searching for the anonymous big shot who had broken the century-old record. At this boiling point in the crowd, the purple teleportation portal of nightmare difficulty in the center of the square suddenly flickered. Several figures tumbled out from within, looking disheveled. It was Lin Yu and his top-tier team. Lin Yu's silver light armor had turned to a pile of scrap metal. His face was covered in foul-smelling mud and blood. He was holding his head with both hands, trembling violently. Just moments ago, the club of a two-headed ogre was about to crush his skull. The team leader had directly crushed a priceless forced exit scroll, saving their lives. Help! Don't kill me. Lin Yu lay on the ground, a large wet patch forming in his pants, mumbling incoherently. His teammates were in an even more tragic state. The knight had broken bones, and the priest had completely fainted. This top-tier team, which everyone had high hopes for, hadn't lasted even 10 minutes before they fled in disgrace. However, the square was too chaotic now. Everyone's attention was focused on the anonymous big shot who cleared the abyss. When Lin Yu rolled out of the teleportation portal, the nearest group of reporters and students instantly lit up. The timing was too coincidental. The announcement had just finished and Lin Yu had come out. In this square, aside from Lin Yu, who had awakened an SS-grade hidden profession, who else had the qualifications to create such a stir? Look, it's Master Lin coming out. A reporter shouted excitedly, rushing up with a camera. It must be Master Lin. Who else but an SS-grade dragon wielder could break a century-old record? Master Lin is so low-key, he even chose to remain anonymous. The crowd surged forward, surrounding Lin Yu, who was still trembling on the ground. Countless microphones were thrust into his face. Master Lin, what does it feel like to solo clear the Abyss dungeon? You cleared it in 3 minutes and 20 seconds. How did you do it? Master Lin, why did you choose to remain anonymous? Is it to conceal your strength? Lin Yu was bewildered by this sudden onslaught. He stared blankly at the fervent faces before him, his mind buzzing. Abyss dungeon. Breaking records. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. He swallowed hard, his brain starting to race. Just moments ago, he had been chased by a small monster in the nightmare dungeon, wetting himself. He hadn't even cleared the first level. How had he emerged as the unparalleled big shot who cleared the Abyss? It wasn't me. Lin Yu instinctively wanted to deny it. But before he could finish, he was drowned out by fervent praises. Master Lin is so humble. Indeed, aside from you, who else in Jiangnan City could achieve such a feat? That must have been backlash from clearing the Abyss. Master Lin looks like he's exhausted. Hearing these words, Lin Yu's mouth, which wanted to deny it, slowly closed. He looked at the odd gazes from the leaders of the big guilds and the principals who usually looked down on him. An unprecedented sense of inflation, like poison, instantly consumed his reason. His vanity had completely taken over. After all, everyone believed it was he who did it. Since the real Anonymous had chosen to hide their name, they surely didn't dare to reveal their identity. Then why couldn't this monumental achievement belong to him? Lin Yu took a deep breath, slowly standing up under the incredulous gazes of his teammates. Feigning a weak yet determined demeanor, he said, "Everyone, please don't crowd." Lin Yu wiped the mud off his face and revealed a weary smile. The Abyss dungeon is indeed formidable. I sustained some minor injuries. As for the anonymity, I just didn't want to draw too much attention. I didn't expect to be figured out after all. He didn't directly admit it, but this vague acknowledgement was more impactful than a direct confession. His teammates looked at him in horror. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Yu shot them a cold glare that silenced them. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause once again. At this moment, Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanxiu squeezed through the crowd and rushed to the front. Lin Jinhai was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Good son, my good son, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to solo clear the Abyss. You're simply a god of our Lin family. Zhao Wanxiu looked around proudly, standing tall and straight. I told you our little Yu is a dragon among men. Those blind fools aren't even worthy to carry our little Yes shoes. Lin Jinhai was so excited that his brain was filled with blood. He directly pulled out his communicator, dialing the family's PR department. His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Hello. Immediately give me money. Use all of the family's liquid funds. Within 5 minutes, I want to see our little Yes name at the top of the trending list. The title will be Lin Yu, Jiangnan City's Everlasting Pride. After hanging up, Lin Jinhai waved his hand grandly, directly proclaiming to the reporters and dignitaries around him. Tonight, the largest Marriott hotel in Jiangnan City is booked by me, Lin Jinhai, to celebrate my son breaking the century-old record. The crowd erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. Everyone surrounded the Lin family as if they were the center of the world. No one noticed that at the very edge of the square by the neglected red Abyss teleportation portal, the air slightly distorted. Lin Mo, wearing a worn-out t-shirt and flip-flops, leisurely walked out. Behind him followed 10 skeletons, each cradling precious materials. As soon as he emerged, he heard the cheers of the crowd and Lin Zhenhai's loud voice. Lin Mo glanced at Lin Yu, who was being adored by the crowd. He then looked at the golden announcement, still lingering above. He stopped in his tracks. He casually opened a can of cola that he hadn't finished in the dungeon. Hiss! He tilted his head back and took a sip, a playful cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. I've seen people pick up money, and I've seen people pick up insults. But picking up someone else's pretense and sticking it on my own face, that's a first for me. Lin Mo stood at a distance, watching Lin Yu arrogantly claim credit for the accomplishments. He had no interest in exposing the deceit. It was merely a spectacle to watch. Lin Mo turned around and quietly slipped out through the fire escape along the edge of the square. No one noticed the wasteful young master who had been driven out of his home. He walked into an empty dead end. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. Behind him, 10 dark golden little skeletons were huffing and puffing, carrying a large pile of top-quality materials. Due to the sheer volume, a few little skeletons had even bundled up the wolf skins into packages, carrying them on their shoulders, resembling porters just arriving in the city. All right, put it down here. Lin Mo snapped his fingers. The 10 little skeletons immediately arranged the items neatly on the ground. They then transformed into swirling dark golden streams of light and returned to the depths of Lin Mo's soul. He walked to the small shop at the mouth of the alley. He spent 2 coins to buy 2 oversized snakeskin woven bags. This was all he had left in his pockets. He returned to the alley. Lin Mo unceremoniously stuffed all those invaluable abyss-level materials into the woven bags. Silver-grade wolf fangs, dark golden-grade toxic swamp frog skins, and a pile of dazzling crystal cores. They were all tossed in as if he were packing potatoes. He held a bulging snakeskin bag in one hand wearing flip-flops and swayed his way towards the underground black market of Jiangnan City. Half an hour later, Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. This was the largest and deepest underground trading venue in Jiangnan City. Regardless of the origin of the goods, as long as they had value, the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce accepted them without asking for their source. The hall of the chamber was decorated resplendently. The floor was paved with precious marble that could serve as mirrors. The guests were all dressed in high-end customized armors or in suits as affluent buyers. Lin Mo swaggered in carrying 2 dirty snakeskin bags. The sound of his flip-flops echoed crisply on the marble floor. His attire was completely out of place in the surrounding environment, instantly drawing disdainful glances from many. Lin Mo ignored these looks entirely. He walked straight to the appraisal counter on the side of the hall. With a thud, he tossed the 2 heavy snakeskin bags onto the crystal counter. The young woman at the front desk was startled. She frowned and looked Lin Mo up and down, taking in his faded old t-shirt, cheap flip-flops, and these 2 bags exuding the smell of earth. The receptionist's gaze instantly turned cold, a smirk of undisguised contempt creeping onto her lips. "Excuse me, but I think you might be in the wrong place." The receptionist's tone was indifferent, even tinged with impatience. "This is the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, not a scrap collection station. There's a second-hand market to the left if you want to sell your junk." Lin Mo leaned against the counter and dug at his ear. "I'm here to sell materials. Call out the appraiser who can make decisions here." The receptionist sneered as if she had heard a great joke. "Call an appraiser. Our appraisers at the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce only look at rare materials of silver grade or above. What good stuff can a poor student like you possibly have?" She was even too lazy to check the contents of the 2 snakeskin bags, directly pressing the security button under the table. "Hurry up and take your trash and get out. Don't dirty our counter, otherwise when security arrives you'll surely get a beating." A few burly security personnel had already walked over from the corner of the hall. With fierce expressions, Lin Mo didn't even glance at the security guards. He felt the threshold of this chamber was indeed low, as even the most insignificant characters could bark at the front desk. He said nothing, slowly untying the rope of one of the snakeskin bags. He reached in and rummaged around. Then, he pulled out a crystal core the size of a fist, entirely purple-black in color. This was the core of the corrupted Trent, the boss at the end of the Abyss dungeon. Lin Mo casually tossed it. Clunk. The purple-black crystal core landed on the crystal counter, emitting a crisp sound. It rolled across the smooth surface twice before stopping right in front of the receptionist. In the next moment, a suffocating aura of terror erupted violently from this small crystal core. This was the residual lordly aura of an Abyss-level boss after death. Even just a crystal was not something an ordinary person could withstand. The smirk on the receptionist's face instantly froze. She felt as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping her throat. Breathing became difficult. Her legs went weak and she collapsed behind the counter. Her face turned pale as paper and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. The security guards who had approached also suddenly stopped in their tracks. All of them were second-tier professionals. At this moment, they felt as if they were being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast, cold sweat instantly soaking their backs. Not a single person dared to take a step forward. What is this thing? The gaze of other guests in the hall turned towards them. Gasps of shock erupted one after another. Just then, the door to the VIP room at the back of the hall was suddenly pushed open. An old man in a black tailcoat with graying hair rushed out. The old man looked anxious, scanning the area. Where did this Abyss-level pressure come from? Who took out the materials of a high-level lord directly? Are you trying to get yourself killed? This old man was Zhao Lao, the chief appraiser of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, the most authoritative material expert in Jiangnan City. The receptionist, who was slumped on the ground, saw Zhao Lao as if she saw a life-saving straw. Zhao Lao. She trembled as she pointed at the counter above her head. Zhao Lao followed her gaze. His eyes instantly fixated on the purple-black crystal core. The old man's pupils contracted sharply. He hurriedly took 3 steps forward. Without caring about his image, he leaned over the counter, staring intently at the crystal core. "This is..." Zhao Lao took a deep breath. He quickly pulled out a pair of specially made white gloves from his pocket and put them on. He then took out a high-grade magnifying glass embedded with magical patterns. He carefully cradled the crystal core. The entire hall fell silent. Everyone was watching Jiangnan City's top appraiser trembling in front of a stone. A layer of fine sweat beads appeared on Zhao Lao's forehead. His hand holding the magnifying glass began to shake violently, the amplitude increasing. Finally, even his teeth were chattering. "Abyss. Level 15 Abyss Lord Core of the corrupted Trant." Zhao Lao exclaimed in shock. This shout made everyone in the hall gasp in astonishment. A level 15 Abyss Lord. Such materials were rarely seen in the entire Jiangnan City, even once a year. The receptionist, hearing this, felt darkness clouding her vision and almost fainted. Did she just tell a guest carrying Abyss Boss materials to get lost? Lin Mo leaned against the counter, tapping the surface impatiently. Are you done looking? If you are, just give me a price. I'm in a hurry to go home and sleep. Zhao Lao suddenly raised his head. He stared at the young man in flip-flops before him, his eyes filled with unmistakable fear and shock. Sir. Zhao Lao's voice was trembling. The value of this crystal core can no longer be measured in money. Look here. He swallowed hard, pointing at the surface of the crystal core under the magnifying glass. The surface of the crystal core is flawless, without any traces of magical burns. The internal energy structure shows no signs of degradation from battle either. This purity is an absolute 100%. Zhao Lao became more and more excited, his eyes nearly popping out. Normally, defeating a lord requires a prolonged battle. Various skills would definitely wear down the energy of the core. The only possibility of producing such perfect purity of a crystal core. Zhao Lao stared at Lin Mo intently, as if he were looking at a monster not of this world. Is that this Abyss Lord didn't even have the chance to release its skills? In full condition, you killed it with a single blow. Boom. Zhao Lao's words detonated like a bomb in the hall. A single blow to kill a level 15 Abyss Lord. What a ridiculous joke. Even a level 100 war god wouldn't be able to evaporate an Abyss boss without leaving a trace of battle. What kind of terrifying, unreasonable pure power would it take to achieve that? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. This old man had quite the discerning eye. 100 skeletons, each with 50,000 attributes attacking simultaneously, really didn't leave even a chance for that tree to breathe. Stop rambling. Lin Mo pointed at the 2 snakeskin bags on the counter. Everything in here was dropped in the dungeon. Are you accepting them or not? Zhao Lao finally noticed the 2 bulging, ragged bags. He swallowed hard and nervously unzipped one of the bags. Just one glance made Zhao Lao's legs go weak, and he collapsed onto the ground. The bags were full of dark golden-grade materials and rare crystal cores. They were all of perfect purity, without any signs of battle wear. This was not from running a dungeon. This was clearly from sourcing in the Abyss. Meanwhile, in the luxurious office on the top floor of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, the president was sitting on a leather sofa smoking a fine cigar. The massive holographic screen in front of him was broadcasting news from the Awakening Square. The reports were overwhelmingly about the SS-class young master of the Lin family, topping the trending searches. Lin Yu, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to solo the Abyss. The president exhaled a puff of smoke and let out a cold laugh. It's just to fool those idiots outside. A newly awakened Frost Bone Dragon could achieve such crushing performance. Does he think my decades of business in this chamber were for nothing? He tapped off the ash from his cigar. That anonymous big shot must be someone else. Just then, the internal communicator on his desk started flashing wildly. It was the security chief calling. President, you need to see the surveillance footage from the first floor hall. Something big has happened. The president furrowed his brow. He casually clicked on the number 1 surveillance screen on his desk. In the footage, his most trusted chief appraiser, Zhao Lao, was slumped on the ground, trembling before the 2 ragged snakeskin bags. Standing before the counter was a young man dressed in a cheap t-shirt and flip-flops. The president opened the audio for synchronization. Zhao Lao's trembling words, "A single blow to kill the Abyss Lord," spread clearly throughout the office. The president's hand suddenly trembled. The hot cigar dropped directly onto his tailored trousers, burning a large hole. Yet he seemed oblivious, staring intently at the young man on the screen, who looked impatient. 3 minutes and 20 seconds of clearing time. Perfect purity without any wear on the Abyss Boss crystal core. The 2 clues in the president's mind suddenly converged, exploding like thunder. It's him. The president shot up from the sofa. What a joke about the Lin family young master. This is the true anonymous big shot who broke Jiangnan City's century-old record. He grabbed the communicator, roaring madly at the security chief on the other end. Everyone listen up. Immediately activate the highest specification SS-class VIP channel. Throw that receptionist out and blacklist her forever. As he yelled, the president rushed out of the office door. The grand lobby of the Black, his expensive bespoke suit was rumpled from the frantic sprint. Qian Fuguei shoved aside security personnel blocking his path and strode purposefully toward the appraisal counter. His gaze first swept over Zhao Lao, slumped motionless on the floor, then lingered on the violet-black crystal core. Finally, his eyes locked unflinchingly onto Lin Mo. Having appraised countless individuals, Qian Fuguei instantly sensed this youth's extraordinary nature. Amid such overwhelming pressure, the boy hadn't so much as blinked. He was no ordinary talent, certainly no mere fish confined to a shallow pond. President, the female receptionist, only now catching her breath, trembled as she attempted to rise. Silence. Qian Fuguei whirled around sharply, his gaze cold as a blade. You blind fool. You dared drive away a distinguished guest. Go to finance, settle your accounts immediately, and get out of the Black Gold Consortium. Never set foot in this industry again. The receptionist turned ashen, collapsed limply to the floor, and was dragged away like a lifeless sack by 2 guards. Qian Fugui drew a deep breath and instantly transformed, his expression softening into an ingratiating smile. He hurried forward to Lin Mo and bowed slightly at the waist. "Young sir, my subordinates have acted without decorum. Please forgive the embarrassment. I am Qian Fugui, president of the Black Gold Trading Consortium. This place is crowded and full of prying eyes. Might I suggest we continue our discussion in the SS-Steer VIP suite on the top floor? What do you think?" Lin Mo picked up the 2 tattered burlap sacks lying on the floor and nodded casually. "Fine, let's go quickly. Top floor VIP suite." The heavy door sealed shut, cutting off all external scrutiny. Zhao Lao, now recovered, wore white gloves and examined the contents of the sacks with feverish intensity. The more he counted, the more violently his hands trembled. "President, the purity is absolute. 50 hides of dark gold venom swamps frogs, 300 fangs of silver-ranked demon wolves, over 200 elite-grade crystal cores across various tiers." Zhao Lao swallowed hard, his voice trembling and unsteady. "And that abyssal Treant core. The quality of this entire consignment ranks among the finest the consortium has seen in a decade." Qian Fugui sat opposite Lin Mo and offered him a cup of premium Dahong Pao tea. His palms were slick with sweat. A solo run through the abyssal dungeon in just 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Yet he'd emerged with every item intact. This young man, clad in flip-flops, possessed unfathomable strength. "Young sir," Qian Fugui lowered his voice, lacing it with cautious probing. "Rumors are sweeping Jiangnan City. Everyone claims the anonymous master who shattered its century-old record is Lin family's eldest son. What is your view on this matter?" "Others delight in scavenging garbage to paste upon their faces. What does it have to do with me?" Lin Mo leaned back against the supple leather sofa, declining the tea entirely. "I'm here to sell. You pay. Name your price," straightforwardly. Qian Fugui, ever perceptive, understood instantly. The young man wished to remain anonymous and had no intention of entangling himself in petty affairs. "Understood. Fully understood." With a sharp slap of his thigh, Qian Fugui made his decision on the spot. "Given the exceptional quality of this lot, I offer you a firm no-haggle price, 30 million. Does that suit you, young sir?" 30 million was unquestionably a colossal sum in this world. Enough for an ordinary awakened cultivator to live in lavish comfort for an entire lifetime. Lin Mo gave a single calm nod. "Acceptable." Qian Fugui immediately retrieved a gold-embossed contract and a sleek black card from his drawer. Tiny diamonds lined the card's edge, radiating understated opulence. "Young sir, this is our highest-tier confidentiality agreement. Once signed, every detail of today's transaction remains known solely to me. Even if the celestial sovereign himself descended, he could not trace it to you." Qian Fugui slid the black card across the table. "This is the Black Gold VIP card. 30 million has already been deposited. It is valid continent-wide. All future purchases at our consortium will be granted a 30% discount." Lin Mo picked up the pen and signed his name with swift, elegant strokes, then slipped the black card casually into his pocket. His gesture was as nonchalant as pocketing a single copper coin. "Money received. Now it's time to spend." Lin Mo lifted his gaze and fixed it on Qian Fugui. "Your consortium sells everything, doesn't it?" Qian Fugui bobbed his head vigorously. "Absolutely. So long as you have the funds, equipment, materials, skill manuals, even elite battle pets. All available." Lin Mo yawned. "First, discard those 2 ragged burlap sacks and bring me a spatial ring. The larger the capacity, the better." "Right away." Qian Fugui promptly instructed Zhao Lao to retrieve the item. Within 2 minutes, an antique silver ring arrived. A high-grade spatial ring. Capacity 100 cubic meters. Original price 3 million, discounted to 2.1 million. Lin Mo didn't glance at the price, merely slipped the ring onto his finger. "Do you carry skill manuals?" "Preferably passive ones. No manual activation required, ideally affecting wide areas." Qian Fugui hesitated. This request was unusually eccentric. Yet he swiftly produced a skill manual glowing with golden light. Golden tier passive skill, Aura of Debilitation. Once activated, all hostile targets within a 100-meter radius suffer a 10% reduction in all attributes. Original price 5 million, discounted to 3.5 million. Lin Mo nodded, satisfied. "Perfect. Henceforth, even commanding skeletal minions to strike would be unnecessary. Our enemies would simply weaken themselves." "I'll take it. Anything else that directly boosts cultivation level?" "I'm lazy. I dislike grinding monsters in the wild." At this, Zhao Lao rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. A man who had slain the Abyssal Lord in 3 minutes and 20 seconds claimed he disliked monster hunting. Qian Fugui wiped his brow and hastily retrieved an exquisite silver briefcase from his safe. Inside lay dozens of vials filled with brilliant blue liquid arranged in precise rows. Premium experience capsules. Refined exclusively from high-tier demonic crystal cores, pure concentrated energy. One sip grants immediate experience gain. Slightly expensive, 10,000 per vial. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, leveling while lying down. This was tailor-made for him. How many vials in this case? 50. I'll take them all. Qian Fugui sucked in a sharp breath. This spending pace surpassed even rushing water. To this youth, tens of millions truly seemed nothing more than digits on a screen. A whirlwind of extravagant purchases followed, and the 30 million balance vanished, reduced by more than half in moments. Lin Mo tossed both the skill manual and the entire case of experience capsules into his spatial ring. He rose, stretched languidly, and declared, "That's enough for today. I'll return when I have more goods to sell." Qian Fugui sprang up to escort him, walking Lin Mo all the way to the consortium's rear exit. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, still clad in flip-flops, Qian Fugui drew a slow, profound breath. The skies over Jiangnan City are about to change. Emerging from the black-gold consortium, Lin Mo turned into a quieter, less traveled street. The sun had already set, the street lamps cast dim, wavering light. Hands tucked loosely in his pockets, he strolled unhurriedly forward. After only a short distance, Lin Mo slowed his pace almost imperceptibly. Without turning, his keen spiritual sense had already detected something amiss. Several furtive figures shadowed him from a short distance behind. They had attached themselves the moment he left the Awakening Plaza, but had dared not enter the consortium while he remained inside. Now seeing him alone, they had closed in once more. A faint icy smirk curled Lin Mo's lips. He needed no guesswork to know who had sent them. That green-tea foster brother, tearful only before his parents, was proving far more ruthless behind the scenes. Lin Mo did not head toward the main thoroughfare. Instead, he deliberately veered off, entering a deadened alley devoid of surveillance cameras, littered with rotting trash bins and reeking of decay. At the alley's terminus stood a towering, impenetrable wall. Lin Mo halted, turned, and faced the entrance. "Following me this long, aren't you tired yet?" Leaning against the brick wall, his tone remained utterly placid. "Come out." A deliberate, mocking chuckle echoed from the alley mouth. 5 or 6 hulking men emerged slowly from the shadows. Their leader was bald, his face bisected by a long, jagged scar, fierce and terrifying. Wang Biao, the thug hired and paid by Lin Yu. Wang Biao toyed idly with a gleaming dagger. He scanned Lin Mo up and down, spat contemptuously. "Kid, you're sharp enough to notice us. Shame your brain's too dull to realize you've just chosen your own grave, a deadened alley." His underlings unsheathed broadswords from their waists in unison. The grating screech of metal on metal pierced the alley's silence. Lin Mo regarded the fools before him, too insignificant even to warrant summoning a skeleton. "Did Lin Yu send you?" Lin Mo asked, voice flat and uninflected. Wang Biao snorted. "Smart boy, you've got that part right. Young Master Yu's orders are clear. Since you've been cast out of the Lin family, you must accept your status as worthless." Wang Biao pointed the dagger at Lin Mo's nose, his expression twisting into raw malice. "A stray dog banished from home, yet you dare flaunt yourself before young Master Yu. We're here today to teach you proper manners." The thugs grinned savagely and fanned out, trapping Lin Mo firmly in the corner, blades flashing coldly beneath the feeble streetlight. Wang Biao cracked his neck, joints popping ominously. "Don't worry, we've been instructed to spare your life. Young Master Yu is merciful after all." He lunged forward a step, eyes blazing with cruelty. "Dare defy him even after severing ties. Today we'll break your limbs. So you'll spend the rest of your days crawling on the ground, like a worm." The air in the dead end seemed to solidify. Wang Biao's fleshy face squeezed together, laughing maniacally and cruelly. The dagger in his hand glimmered under the dim street light. Several of his subordinates had completely sealed off all escape routes for Lin Mo. In their eyes, this thin boy wearing flip-flops was already a lamb ready for slaughter. "Kid, if you're going to blame someone, blame your bad luck at birth." Wang Biao spat out a thick phlegm. "You took Yu Shao's place and still dared to embarrass him. Today he'll break your legs to teach you a lesson." After he finished speaking, he tilted his chin towards a nearby lackey. "Get to it. Be quick about it, and don't make too much noise to attract the patrol team." 2 burly men grinned as they stepped forward, raising the steel machetes in their hands and bringing them down forcefully towards Lin Mo's thigh. The wind of the blade howled. If they struck true, his legs would be severed instantly. Lin Mo stood still, not even lifting his eyelids. He didn't even turn his head. He simply stuffed his hands into his pockets and let out a bored sigh. "Fool." Just as Lin Mo's words fell, the air behind him suddenly twisted. The soul-summoning space cracked open an invisible rift. There was no blinding light or deafening sound. A small, dark golden figure like a ghost quietly appeared behind Wang Biao and the others. It was a skeleton soldier, half a meter tall. In its hollow eye sockets, an ethereal blue soul fire flickered quietly. It held a dark golden bone blade covered in magical runes. Don't kill him. Lin Mo looked at the approaching blade, his tone flat and unperturbed. Just smash the kneecap, it's too noisy. The two burly men's machetes were about to land on Lin Mo. Upon hearing this, they were momentarily stunned, then burst into raucous laughter. Is this kid scared, stupidity? Smash our kneecaps. What do you think you are? The burly man didn't finish his sentence. His voice abruptly cut off. A dark golden afterimage suddenly flashed through the alley. That was the absolute speed brought by 40,000 agility points. It was beyond the human eye's ability to capture. The dark golden skeleton didn't even use its blade. It simply deftly turned its wrist, using the heavy back of the blade to strike at one of the burly man's knees. It casually tapped it. Crack. A bone-cracking sound that made one's teeth ache echoed clearly in the dead end. The burly man didn't even feel pain, he only felt his vision suddenly drop. Immediately, excruciating pain washed over his mind like a tsunami. Oh! A piercing scream broke the night sky. The burly man's legs bent in a strange reverse curve at the knees. The white bone stumps pierced through his pants, blood gushing out. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling and howling in agony. The other burly man hadn't yet reacted to what had happened. The dark golden skeleton had already stood beside him. A hand raised. The back of the blade fell. Crack. Another crisp sound rang out. The second burly man knelt down straight, his kneecap shattered into powder. Screams rose and fell in succession. This was not a battle at all. It was an unquestionable one-sided slaughter. The smile on Wang Biao's face completely froze. He widened his eyes, watching in horror as the dark golden monster weaved among his lackeys. Too fast. It was simply too fast. He, a level 25-second transformation assassin, couldn't even see the movements of that skeleton. Crack. Crack. In less than 2 seconds. All of the subordinates Wang Biao brought had their kneecaps shattered. One by one, they collapsed like mud, rolling on the ground in pain, howling. The pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. After the dark golden skeleton dealt with these men, it wiped the blood off the back of its blade. It slowly walked in front of Wang Biao. It lifted its head. The ethereal blue soul fire fixed its gaze on Wang Biao. Wang Biao felt a chill rush from his soles to the top of his head. All the hairs on his body stood on end. The terrifying pressure from the high-level being crushed him, making it painful to even breathe. You, don't come any closer. Wang Biao raised the dagger in his hand, his hands trembling like leaves in a storm. He wanted to retreat, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, completely unresponsive. The dark golden skeleton made no unnecessary moves. It raised its bone blade, aimed at Wang Biao's knee, and struck down fiercely. Crack. Ugh. Wang Biao let out a pig-like scream, his knees giving out as he heavily knelt before Lin Mo. His kneecap was completely shattered, and he lost all sensation in his lower body. The dagger in his hand fell to the side. Lin Mo slowly walked in front of Wang Biao. The flip-flops made a sticky sound as they stepped on the blood-stained ground. He stopped in front of Wang Biao. Then he lifted his foot, firmly placing it on Wang Biao's face, drenched in cold sweat and terror. He pressed down forcefully. Wang Biao's face was pressed hard against the dirty bricks, a mix of dirt and blood smeared all over his mouth. He struggled desperately. The seemingly frail boy exerted a force beneath his feet, like a mountain pinning him down. Is this how it ends? Lin Mo looked down at Wang Biao beneath his feet, his gaze indifferent. Weren't you just shouting loudly? Didn't you want to cripple my hands and feet, making me crawl like a bug? Wang Biao was now completely terrified. He looked at the dark golden skeleton standing beside Lin Mo, exuding an aura of death. His mind was in chaos. Is this Undead Summoning? Is this the wasteful young master who was kicked out of his home? This was simply a monster disguised in human skin. Mo Shao. Mo Yi. Wang Biao squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, his voice filled with pleading. I was wrong. I was blind to the truth. It was all Lin Yu who made me do it. I'm just a dog doing things for money. Please let me off the hook. Lin Mo coldly watched the sobbing Wang Biao. He increased the pressure underfoot. Wang Biao's nasal bone made a sound of unbearable strain. Send a message to Lin Yu. Lin Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Wang Biao's ears, carrying a chilling intent. Don't provoke me again. This is the last warning. If he dares to reach out next time, it won't just be his kneecaps that break. Lin Mo paused, his tone icy to the extreme. I will personally smash his skull. After saying that, Lin Mo lifted his foot. He casually wiped the blood from his shoe on Wang Biao's clothing. He snapped his fingers. The dark golden skeleton transformed into a streak of light, instantly vanishing into the void, disappearing without a trace. Lin Mo turned and walked out of the alley. He didn't glance at the pile of mangled flesh on the ground again. Until Lin Mo's figure completely disappeared at the end of the street, the terrifying pressure that weighed on everyone's hearts gradually dissipated. Wang Biao lay on the ground, gasping for breath. A foul smell emanated from his pants. Yellow liquid mixed with blood flowed everywhere. This ruthless character, who could be considered a figure of authority in the underground circles of Jiangnan City, was actually scared into incontinence by a skeleton. He couldn't care less about the excruciating pain in his body. Gritting his teeth, he clawed at the ground with both hands. Dragging his useless legs like a worm, he rolled and crawled towards the exit of the alley. He now had only one thought in his mind: escape. The farther away from that monster named Lin Mo, the better. Days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Mo lived quite comfortably. He slept until he naturally woke up during the day and ordered the most expensive private dishes for takeout whenever he felt hungry. In the evenings, he would lie on the sofa, sipping on joyful drinks while indulging in a bottle of premium experience capsules worth 100,000 each. The speed of upgrading was simply more exaggerated than riding a rocket. This morning, he received a private hotline call from Qian Fugui. The annual top auction of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce was to be held tonight. On the phone, Qian Fugui was extremely respectful, repeatedly urging Lin Mo to honor them with his presence in the top box at the chamber's headquarters. Since Lin Mo had nothing better to do, he casually threw on a loose casual outfit and slipped on some flip-flops before heading out. The headquarters of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. The security level for tonight was raised to the highest. Outside, various extravagant armored vehicles were parked. Those attending the auction were all prominent figures from Jiangnan City. As Lin Mo approached the entrance, he was greeted by a sweaty Qian Fugui, who, disregarding the astonished looks from those around, personally bent down to invite Lin Mo into the private elevator. "Master Mo, your presence truly brings glory to our chamber." Qian Fugui beamed with a smile, even changing his address to the most respectful form. Lin Mo yawned. "Cut the nonsense and just find me a quiet place." "Understood. Everything is arranged." The elevator went straight to the second floor. This was the most core VIP area of the chamber, with only 3 boxes. Qian Fugui pushed open the grand double doors made of pure copper of box 1. Inside the box, it was spacious like a small plaza. Huge one-way glass windows allowed a perfect view of the entire auction hall on the first floor. The table was filled with rare and exotic fruits air freight from around the world. Even the water in the cups was high-grade magical spring water that could instantly restore mental energy. Lin Mo walked unreservedly to the leather sofa, flopped onto it, and found the most comfortable position to lie down. He casually picked a bunch of purple jade grapes from the fruit platter, plucking one to pop into his mouth. "This spot is nice," Lin Mo said, chewing on the grapes while looking down at the bustling hall below. Qian Fugui stood beside him, smiling so wide that the wrinkles on his face all crinkled together. "As long as you're satisfied, just ring the bell on the table for any auction item you fancy tonight. It's all yours. Consider it a gesture of friendship." Lin Mo waved his hand and remained silent. Meanwhile, the auction hall on the first floor was already packed. The main door opened one last time. Lin Jinhai walked in, dressed sharply in a tailored suit, chest held high. Zhao Wanqiu was on his arm, wearing a priceless diamond necklace around her neck. Walking behind them was Lin Yu, dressed in a pure white suit, looking like a Prince Charming. The entrance of the Lin family immediately attracted the attention of the entire venue. They went straight to the front row of the core VIP area on the first floor. This row was reserved for the top families in Jiangnan City. As soon as Lin Jinhai sat down, he let out a long sigh. "For tonight, we have sold off those 2 plots of land in the eastern city at a low price." Lin Jinhai lowered his voice, his tone carrying a hint of pain. Zhao Wanqiu patted his hand reassuringly, her eyes filled with fervor. "It's worth it. Did you not see tonight's auction catalog? The finale item, the Silver Grade Supreme Staff Frost Sai, is practically tailor-made for our little Yu." Zhao Wanqiu turned back to look at the quiet and obedient Lin Yu, her face filled with pride. "Little Yu is about to participate in the National College entrance examination. With this staff, he will definitely be the top scorer in the province. At that time, our Lin family will truly be the #1 family in Jiangnan City. What do those plots of land matter?" Upon hearing this, Lin Zhenhai's earlier reluctance instantly vanished. He nodded vigorously, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "You're right, dear. Even if it means going bankrupt, I must secure this staff tonight." Just as the couple whispered to each other, various powerful figures had already gathered around eagerly. "Mr. Lin, congratulations." The president of the Tiger Guild had a beaming smile as he handed over a cigar. The tale of young Master Lin soloing the Abyss Dungeon has become a myth across Jiangnan City. With such a prodigy, the future of the Lin family is limitless. Another university president chimed in. "Indeed, indeed. Young Master Lin's demeanor and strength. Who among his peers in Jiangnan City can match him?" Various blatant flattery surrounded the Lin family trio like a tidal wave. Lin Yu stood up, elegantly bowing slightly to the crowd. "You honor me too much, esteemed elders. I just had a bit of luck, really. Compared to all of you seniors, I still have a long way to go." The more humble and poised he acted, the louder the praises became around him. Listen, this is the demeanor of a genius. Not arrogant or hasty. It truly is a blessing for Jiangnan City to have young Master Lin. Lin Yu was being elevated to the clouds by everyone, his lips curling into a gentle smile, while his eyes were filled with haughty arrogance. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of being looked up to, as if he was the center of the world. In the box on the second floor, Lin Mo spat out a grape seed. He propped his chin with one hand, watching the splendid show unfold on the first floor with great interest. President Qian, this auction is quite entertaining, Lin Mo said in a leisurely tone laced with a hint of mockery. Not selling anything, just inviting people to perform. Qian Fugue followed Lin Mo's gaze down, and his expression instantly turned somewhat strange. He obviously knew what the crowd below was praising. The record holder for soloing the abyss. The true clearing expert was right here on the second floor eating grapes. That one called Lin Yu was nothing but a complete clown. Master Mo, if you find this bothersome. Qian Fugue lowered his voice, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I can have the security throw these 3 ignorant fools out right away. Lin Mo waved his hand, stopping Qian Fugue. No. Why not enjoy this free comedy show? I just love watching them act like fools, thinking they know everything, but really having no experience at all. Qian Fugue immediately understood and laughed. Master Mo is right to let them jump around for a while longer. In the first floor hall, the small talk finally came to an end. As the lights on stage dimmed, the auction officially began. Various precious materials and equipment were brought onto the display stage. The bidding voices rose and fell, creating a very heated atmosphere. Lin Jinhai sat in the front row, gripping the bidding paddle tightly, his palms sweating. He didn't even glance at the items being auctioned before him. He was waiting for the supreme staff that could propel Lin Yu to greatness. Zhao Wanqiu, on the other hand, was bored and looking around. As the current matriarch of the most prominent family in Jiangnan City, she felt that the people on the first floor were not worthy of her status. Her gaze unintentionally drifted to the second floor. That was the top box of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. In all of Jiangnan City, there were no more than 3 people who could sit in that position. All of them were powerful figures who could cover the sky with one hand. Zhao Wanqiu secretly vowed that one day their Lin family would also sit in that box. The one-way glass in the box had a bit of reflection from this angle. Plus, Lin Mo felt a bit stifled in the box, so he had pushed open a gap of less than 5 centimeters in the glass. At the moment Zhao Wanqiu tilted her head back, a beam of light swept across the box on the second floor. Through that narrow gap, Zhao Wanqiu saw a side profile. Lying half on the sofa, holding a grape in hand, he looked extremely languid. Zhao Wanqiu's breath hitched. The arrogance on her face froze instantly. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Zhao Wanqiu screamed silently in her heart. That silhouette, that nonchalant demeanor. It looked exactly like the waste Lin Mo who they had driven out of the house. She rubbed her eyes hard and fixed her gaze on the glass gap again. But the light had already moved on, plunging the area back into darkness, rendering everything invisible. An illusion. It must be an illusion. Zhao Wanqiu's heart raced uncontrollably, and a cold sweat broke out on her forehead. That penniless beggar who didn't even know where his next meal would come from. That waste who had awakened an grade trash profession. How could he be in the top box of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce? That was a place even the mayor of Jiangnan City had to queue politely to enter. No, absolutely not. Zhao Wanqiu took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing the panic rising in her heart. I must have seen it wrong, or perhaps it's just someone who looks a bit like him. She continuously comforted herself in her mind. That waste was probably hiding under some bridge in the slums, begging for food right now. There was no way he could be here. Just as Zhao Wanqiu was filled with doubt, the auctioneer on stage suddenly raised his voice, filled with passion. Dear esteemed guests, the next item up for auction is the highlight of our evening. The silver grade supreme item, Frost Sai, personally appraised by the chief appraiser of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. The entire venue instantly fell silent. Lin Jinhai sat up straight, his eyes sparkling like a gambler who had just seen the final card. In the box on the second floor, Lin Mo heard this name and paused his grape munching. He sat up straight and glanced at the staff, emanating a chill on stage. Then he looked again at Lin Jinhai below, who was trembling with excitement. A smile of utter satisfaction slowly crept onto Lin Mo's lips. The good show was finally about to begin. The lights on the auction stage suddenly focused. The originally noisy discussions in the hall fell silent in an instant. The auctioneer took a deep breath, grasped the red silk cloth on the display platform, and tore it away forcefully. A chilling ice blue crystal lay quietly under the bulletproof glass cover. The temperature in the entire hall seemed to drop several degrees. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finale of tonight's auction has arrived. The auctioneer's voice became sharp with excitement. The core inlay of a silver grade supreme staff, the Heart of Frost. This treasure not only doubles the power of ice-based skills, but also significantly shortens the casting time. It is not an exaggeration to say that as long as it is embedded in the staff, even a pig can become an ice master. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed from the audience below. Representatives from major guilds and wealthy tycoons had their eyes gleaming with excitement. What a good item. Such a premium material is not just a hot commodity in Jiangnan City, but would be sought after throughout the entire Long Kingdom. Lin Jinhai sat in the center of the front row, fixated on the ice-blue crystal. His breathing grew heavy. Zhao Wanqiu beside him was so excited that she grabbed Lin Zhenhai's arm. "Darling, this is it. With the Heart of Frost, Xiao, you will definitely secure first place in the upcoming exam." Lin Yu, sitting beside them, struggled to maintain a gentle smile. Yet his gaze was glued to that crystal, which seemed tailor-made for his Frost Bone Dragon. The Heart of Frost starts at a bid of 5 million. Each subsequent bid must increase by at least 100,000, and the bidding begins now. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell before anyone could raise their paddles, Lin Jinhai stood up directly. He raised his VIP bidding paddle, his voice booming, echoing throughout the hall. 10 million. As soon as this number was announced, the enthusiasm that had just ignited in the hall was instantly doused by half. The bid had directly doubled. This was the Lin family's declaration of determination to secure the item. Several guild leaders who were about to raise their paddles silently lowered them. Everyone was clever. The Lin family was currently riding high, and the impressive achievements of Lin Yu soloing the Abyss Dungeon had just spread. No one wanted to offend the Lin family at this critical moment. It was not worth it to offend a future top powerhouse over a material. The president of the Tiger Guild burst into laughter. "President Lin is truly generous. Since this is a gift for young Master Lin's exam preparation, our Tiger Guild will not snatch it away." Several other tycoons nearby echoed in agreement. Indeed, the Heart of Frost is simply a perfect match for young Master Lin's hidden profession. A sword gifted to a hero, we want add to the chaos here. Listening to the voices around him that were voluntarily backing down and flattering, Lin Jinhai felt all his pores relax. This was the face that power brought. Buying the Heart of Frost for 10 million, although it emptied more than half of the Lin family's cash flow. Even the land in Qingdong was put into the deal. Worth it. Lin Jinhai beamed and bowed to the surrounding crowd. "Thank you all for giving Lin some face. One day I'll host a banquet and treat everyone to drinks." Zhao Wanqiu raised her chin high like a proud peacock. She thoroughly enjoyed the awe and admiration from others. Lin Yu adjusted his pristine white suit, stood up, and slightly bowed to everyone. He exuded the elegance of a wealthy young master. The auctioneer looked at the warm scene below and felt somewhat helpless. Originally, if the Heart of Frost had been properly hyped, it could have sold for at least 15 million. Now, with everyone mutually giving face, the price was completely stuck just above the starting line. He could only go through the motions. President Lin bids 10 million. Is there anyone else willing to raise the price? The hall fell into complete silence. Everyone looked at Lin Jinhai, their faces wearing ingratiating smiles. The auctioneer raised his small wooden hammer. 10 million first time. Lin Jinhai returned to his seat, picked up his teacup, and took a sip, his face filled with certainty. 10 million second time. Zhao Wanqiu had already started discussing with Lin Yu about which master to go to for customizing the staff tomorrow. The auctioneer shook his head, preparing to drop the hammer. Just as the hammer was about to strike the gavel, a lazy and casual voice, even somewhat indifferent, suddenly echoed from the top VIP box on the second floor. Through the amplification system, it clearly spread throughout the entire first floor hall. 20 million. Clang. Lin Zhenhai's teacup fell directly to the ground, splashing tea on his pants. The entire auction hall fell into a dead silence. Everyone's gaze, as if equipped with synchronized trackers, instantly turned to box number 1 on the second floor. Has he gone mad? Directly raising the bid by 10 million. Moments ago, everyone was giving face to one another, having a good time. This person's words struck Lin Jinhai like a heavy slap in the face. Lin Zhenhai's face instantly turned a deep shade of purple. He jerked his head up, staring fiercely at the one-way glass on the second floor. The previous pride and composure had long flown away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of shame and rage. Zhao Wanqiu's face turned pale as well. That voice, that lazy and infuriating tone. She was all too familiar with it. Wasn't this the guy she saw earlier through the gap, who resembled Lin Mo? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Wanqiu frantically denied it in her heart. That broke person who couldn't even take out 1,000, how could he casually say 20 million? Lin Ye's smile also froze. He stared at the box on the second floor, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes. Who was so blind as to dare snatch his belongings at this moment? The auctioneer was also stunned for several seconds before reacting. His excited voice wavered. VIP from the second floor, box number 1. Bidding 20 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? No one in the entire hall dared to speak. Those who could sit in box number 1 were undoubtedly the most esteemed guests of the Black Gold Chamber. In this godly battle, we ordinary tycoons did not even have the qualifications to interject. Lin Jinhai was trembling with rage. The money from the 2 plots of land in Chengdong added to the Lin family's current liquid assets. At most, it only summed up to around 26 million. The opponent raised the bid to 20 million in one go, clearly trying to force him into a corner. President Lin this. The president of the Tiger Guild beside him awkwardly rubbed his hands, unsure of what to say. Lin Jinhai gritted his teeth tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. This was no longer just about a crystal core. This was the Lin family's face in the upper circles of Jiangnan City. If he backed down today, tomorrow the Lin family would become the laughingstock of everyone. Lin Jinhai abruptly raised his bidding paddle, his voice nearly squeezed out through clenched teeth. 25 million. Wow. Suddenly a chorus of gasps erupted in the hall. 25 million, this was already a sky-high price that was more than doubled for the Heart of Frost. The Lin family was indeed going all out. After shouting this number, Lin Jinhai slumped back into his chair, utterly drained. His heart bled. This sum of money would severely impact the Lin family's business for the next 6 months. He glared fiercely at the second floor. He could not believe that the person up there would spend 25 million for a material that was not worth that price. This was a gamble for his life. 1 second. 2 seconds. The entire hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone held their breath, waiting for a reaction from the second floor. In the box on the second floor, Lin Mo had just thrown a peeled grape into his mouth. He didn't even glance down at the first floor. Upon hearing Lin Zhenhai's gritted teeth stating 25 million, Lin Mo extended a finger and decisively pressed the bidding device on the table. His tone remained the same lazy tone that made people want to give him a good beating. 50 million. I just want to hear the sound. Boom. This sentence was like a heavyweight bomb directly blowing off the roof of the first floor hall. The whole place erupted. No one could believe their ears. 50 million. To buy a silver-grade material that might be worth only 15 million at most. Just to hear a sound. What level of rich person was this? Did he treat money as waste paper to burn? The rich man in the box wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He looked at Lin Mo on the sofa, his heart twitching. Indeed, there were only 30 million left in Master Mo's account. However, that was not an issue at all. With Lin Mo's capability to casually produce dozens of perfectly pure elite crystal cores, let alone 50 million. Even if Lin Mo shouted for 100 million, Qian Fugui would unhesitatingly cover it for him. When would be a better time to cling to such a big shot? In the front row on the first floor, when Lin Jinhai heard the words 50 million, his head buzzed. His vision darkened and he nearly passed out. 50 million. Even if he sold the entire Lin family, he still couldn't gather that much cash. This was not an auction. This was using a mountain of gold to shatter his proud face into pieces. Zhao Wanxiu screamed in fright and hurried to support the swaying Lin Jinhai. Lin Ye's face turned ashen. He bit his lip hard, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His exquisite staff. His chance for first place in the upcoming exam. All gone. The people in the hall who had been flattering the Lin family moments ago all closed their mouths, their gazes toward Lin Jinhai, filled with sympathy and a hint of schadenfreude. Isn't your Lin family powerful? Isn't Lin Yu a genius who can solo the abyss? In front of a real capital tycoon, they were crushed to the point where they didn't even dare to fart. Lin Jinhai gasped heavily. Humiliation. An unprecedented sense of humiliation gnawed at his reason like a venomous snake. He suddenly pushed Zhao Wanxiu away and stood up, swaying unsteadily. He extended his finger, nearly bursting with rage, pointing at the VIP box on the second floor. 50 million. Lin Jinhai roared hysterically in the hall like a beast that had lost its mind. Who is this madman calling out random bids here? This is nothing but maliciously disrupting the auction order. He turned his head, glaring fiercely at the auctioneer on stage. What is your black gold chamber doing? He just casually quoted 50 million, don't you check his background? I seriously suspect that the person in the box can't produce this money at all. Go. Quickly send someone up to verify the assets. Lin Jinhai's roar reverberated violently throughout the grand hall. All eyes tilted upward, eagerly awaiting the spectacle unfolding in the second-floor private box. A soft click echoed. The heavy, twin-paneled, pure copper door of Suite No. One on the second floor swung inward slowly from within. A young man stepped out, wearing a faded t-shirt and flip-flops, his pace languid, unhurried. He held a half-eaten plate of violet jade grapes in his hand. Leaning idly against the carved balustrade, he gazed down upon the first floor with serene, detached superiority. Zhao Wanxiu caught sight of him, and her knees buckled instantly. Had she not gripped the armrest of the nearby chair, she would have collapsed onto the floor then and there. It was truly him. Lin Jinhai's furious expression froze mid-rage, disbelief contorting his features. His eyes bulged as if they might burst from their sockets. Lin Yu's breath seized entirely. His gaze locked onto that figure on the second floor, the so-called worthless heir who should have been rotting in the slums. and his mind went utterly blank. How could this be possible? You wretched whelp. Lin Jinhai recovered first, pointing furiously upward and bellowing. Who gave you the audacity to infiltrate the Black Gold Guild? Did you deliberately crash this auction to ruin your brother's future? The aristocrats and magnates in the hall exchanged stunned glances. This twist surpassed even the wildest cinematic fantasy. The very heir the Lin family had just cast out as worthless had somehow entered Suite No. 1. Lin Yu snapped back to himself. Biting his lip until it bled, his eyes reddened instantly. He assumed a mask of anguished sorrow. Brother, I know you resent father and mother for expelling you from the family home. But this is no way to exact revenge upon us. This is the Black Gold Guild, not some playground for your tantrums. Come down now and beg forgiveness. These words instantly stirred waves of sympathy among the onlookers. Hearing his younger son's feigned distress, Lin Jinhai's fury erupted anew. He wheeled toward the auctioneer on stage and roared. What are you waiting for? Summon security. Throw this vagrant out of the suite at once. He couldn't produce 100 yuan, let alone 50 million. The auctioneer stood motionless on the dais regarding Lin Jinhai with the cold, pitying stare one reserves for fools. He did not utter a word. Then, thudding footsteps echoed along the second-floor corridor. Qian Fuguwei, president of the Black Gold Guild, strode forward with grim composure and halted beside Lin Mo. First, he bowed respectfully, took the fruit plate from Lin Mo's hands, and handed it to an attendant behind him. Then he spun sharply and slammed his palm onto the balustrade with thunderous force. Lin Jinhai, what do you think you are? Daring to shout and bluster on my turf? Qian Fuguwei's voice, amplified through the hall's speakers, struck every ear like a physical blow. Lin Jinhai shuddered violently from head to toe. Master Qian, President Qian. He swallowed hard, forcing a ghastly, strained smile. This boy is penniless, he shouted, a false bid. I only spoke up out of concern for the guild. Concern for me? Qian Fuguwei laughed, a sharp, icy scoff, as if regarding a clown performing on a crumbling stage. Open your dog's eyes and look closely. Mr. Lin Mo is our Black Gold Guild's most honored Black Gold VIP. His assets held with us dwarf even 50 million. Even if you sold the entire Lin family 10 times over, it wouldn't cover the fraction held in Mr. Lin's account. A collective gasp tore through the hall. Chaos erupted instantly. Black Gold VIP. 10 Lin families wouldn't suffice. Guild presidents and tycoons drew sharp, audible breaths, one after another. Their gazes toward the Lin family trio shifted instantly, from obsequious reverence to naked disdain and mockery. Were the Lins truly blind? They'd cast out a celestial magnate as worthless, then brazenly claimed he couldn't afford 100 yuan. Lin Jinhai stood frozen, struck, dumb mouth agape, unable to utter a single sound. His skull throbbed, his thoughts dissolved into white noise. Qian Fuguwei's words were daggers, each one carving deep into his shattered pride. Zhao Wanqiu turned ashen gray. She clutched her chest, gasping raggedly. Regret surged through her organs like venom, burning, corrosive, all-consuming. Lin Yu's mask of composure shattered completely. His cherished sense of superiority lay trampled beneath Qian Fuguwei's words, reduced to dust scattered across the marble floor. Upstairs, Lin Mo yawned. He fished a black gold card, studded with crushed diamonds, out of his pocket and tossed it carelessly to Qian Fuguwei. Charge it. I'll take this wretched stone. Qian Fuguwei caught the card with both hands, bowing repeatedly. At once, Lord Mo. I'll process it immediately. Within 60 seconds, Qian Fuguwei himself delivered an exquisitely crafted tray bearing the Frost Heart crystal, its surface radiating palpable chill, to Lin Mo's side. Lin Mo lifted the 5 million yuan supreme-grade crystal without hesitation. Then, glancing downward, his gaze met Lin Yu's below, whose eyes burned with raw, unmasked greed and resentment. Lin Mo smiled, with a casual snap of his fingers. A flicker of dark gold light shimmered at his feet, and a half-meter-tall dark gold skeleton emerged, gripping a massive cleaver. The crowd stood transfixed, bewildered by the magnate's intent. Lin Mo weighed the Frost Heart crystal in his palm, then tossed it down like a scrap of meat offered to a stray dog. Have a snack. Boost your calcium. The dark gold skeleton snatched the crystal, coveted even by silver-tier mages, with a single skeletal hand. It opened its hollow jaw and bit down without hesitation. Crunch. The crisp, brittle sound, amplified by the second-floor audio system, echoed unmistakably across the entire hall. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. A 5 million yuan silver-tier mage's ultimate core, treated as mere candy for a broken franc skeleton. An act of sheer, unforgivable waste. Several guild elders clutched their chests, nearly fainting from grief. Below, Lin Yu's eyes flooded with blood, red, blazing, incandescent. That was his staff core, his crowning achievement in the grand examination. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, drawing blood that dripped steadily onto the priceless carpet. Jealousy's poison raged unchecked, consuming his reason. Lin Jinhai's legs gave way. He collapsed into his seat, staring blankly at the skeleton chewing the crystal. Vision swimming darkness closing in. A treasure worth 25 million, fought for with life and limb, was to him fit only as dog food. Zhao Wanqiu wept uncontrollably. Had they never signed that severance agreement, every coin, every ounce of prestige, would have belonged solely to the Lin family. What kind of titan had they personally cast aside? The night after the auction ended, at the top-tier Imperial Luxury Hotel in Jiangnan City, in the corridor outside the presidential suite, the thick pure wool carpet absorbed all sounds of footsteps. Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanqiu were anxiously pacing back and forth at the elevator entrance. The humiliating experience at the auction drove them to frantically use all their connections to investigate Lin Mo's background as soon as they returned home. The results of their investigation brought them a sigh of relief, but also sparked boundless greed. He had no deep background, no mysterious master. According to informants in their circle, Lin Mo had entered the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, carrying 2 tattered burlap sacks. Inside were precious materials picked up from who knows where. Lin Jinhai and his wife naturally believed that Lin Mo must have stumbled upon the legacy of a fallen powerhouse in some pitiful side quest in the slums. Relying on the sale of that legacy, he had obtained the Black Gold VIP card. That little brat must have money left. Lin Jinhai gritted his teeth, a calculating glint flickering in his eyes. If he doesn't even care about materials worth 50 million, there must be at least 100 million in that card. Zhao Wanqiu nodded repeatedly, her excitement causing her makeup to nearly fall off. We lost money on the land sale in the east of the city, and our family's cash flow is tight. This money should have belonged to the Lin family. We can't let him squander it all alone. The two of them quickly devised a plan, and overnight found out which hotel Lin Mo was staying at, then rushed over to block his door. Ding! The elevator door made a soft sound and slowly slid open. Lin Mo emerged from the elevator wearing a loose bathrobe and holding a can of chilled soda that he had just bought from the convenience store downstairs. As soon as he looked up, he met the fervent faces of Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanqiu. Lin Mo paused and raised an eyebrow. It seems the hotel security needs to be replaced. How could any Tom, Dick, or Harry be allowed up to the top floor? Hearing this unceremonious mockery, Lin Jinhai instinctively wanted to explode with anger. But thinking of the astronomical figures on the black gold card, he forcibly swallowed his rage. Zhao Wanqiu reacted even faster. She forced a nauseatingly affectionate smile and hurriedly approached him in her high heels. Moer, how could you speak like that? Zhao Wanqiu reached out, trying to grab Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo took a half step back in disgust, avoiding her touch. Spit it out quickly. Once you're done, get lost, and don't delay my sleep. Zhao Wanqiu's hand froze in midair, her smile starting to falter. Yet she still held back her embarrassment, forcing 2 tears from the corners of her eyes. Moer, are you still mad at your parents for being too harsh on you at the Awakening Square that day? She feigned a heartbroken expression, her tone extremely earnest. Actually, that was just a test from your parents. Lin Mo paused his action of drinking soda. He looked at Zhao Wanqiu with an expression as if she were crazy. This woman's skin was so thick that even his dark golden skeleton couldn't break through. A test. Lin Jinhai also walked over, hands clasped behind his back, adopting a stern fatherly demeanor. Your mother is right. You grew up in the slums, wild and unruly, lacking discretion in your actions. Our Lin family is large and prosperous. How can we trust you with the family business? Lin Jinhai sighed earnestly. That severance agreement was merely to push you a bit, to teach you independence. It seems you have indeed made progress managing to connect with the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Since you passed the test, why not move back home tomorrow? The couple played off each other, wrapping their cold-blooded act of abandoning their child in a guise of heartfelt family testing. Lin Mo almost laughed out loud. Move back home. Lin Mo shook the can of soda in his hand. And then, oi. Zhao Wanqiu thought Lin Mo had a change of heart, her eyes suddenly shining with excitement. She hurriedly leaned closer, the dagger revealed. You child, it's unsafe to carry so much money on you. The waters of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce are very deep. Ew, at your young age you can't handle it. Just hand that black gold card over to Mom. I'll help you deposit it into the family fund for you to use when you get married in the future, okay? She spoke with confidence, even carrying a hint of condescending charity. Lin Mo looked at Zhao Wanqiu's face, slightly twisted with greed. He suddenly felt that even the ugliest of monsters in the abyss was far more pleasing to the eye than these two. Are you done with the act? Lin Mo put away the mockery on his face. His gaze turned icy, as if looking at 2 lifeless corpses. Do you think that as long as you toss me a bone, I'll come wagging my tail like a dog? Zhao Wanqiu's expression changed. Moer, what kind of talk is this? We are your biological parents. How could we harm you? Biological parents? Lin Mo sneered. He couldn't be bothered to waste more words on these two. He directly pulled out an old phone from the pocket of his bathrobe. The screen lit up. Lin Mo opened an audio file and turned the volume to the maximum. The next moment, the conversation from the lounge on Awakening Day rang clearly in the empty corridor. Not only are you a complete waste, but you also brought shame to me, Lin Zhenhai. How could I give birth to such a useless thing? Lin Zhenhai's furious roar came from the speaker, quickly followed by Zhao Wanqia's sharp and sarcastic curses. I should have never brought you back. Look at you, you are even worse than a strand of Xiaoye's hair. Hand over your monthly training allowance. The recording quality was excellent, even the sound of shattering teacups was crystal clear. The air in the corridor instantly froze. The expressions on Lin Zhenhai and Zhao Wanqia's faces were as if they had been struck by lightning. They were completely frozen. They never dreamed Lin Mo had recorded everything said that day. Those vicious curses. Those shameless demands for the allowance. It was like a series of loud slaps mercilessly striking at their recently donned masks of loving father and strict mother. The recording continued to play, finally freezing on Lin Zhenhai's cold and heartless verdict. Write all the terms clearly. From now on, Lin Mo has nothing to do with the Lin family. The audio ended. The corridor fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, the commotion had already attracted other guests on the same floor. Those who could stay in the top-floor suites were either rich or noble. Several doors were opened. A few well-dressed wealthy merchants and high-ranking guild members poked their heads out, pointing at the corridor. Isn't that Lin Zhenhai from the Lin Group? Oh, I heard that recording very clearly. This is what you call a heartfelt test. That's hilarious. Kicking your own son out as a waste, and now that he's successful, you're coming back to ask for money. I've seen shameless, but not this shameless. These whispers of ridicule and discussion pierced Lin Zhenhai's ears like needles. Zhao Wanqia was so humiliated and furious that she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. She covered her face, not daring to raise her head. Lin Zhenhai's face shifted from red to green, then to purple. The dignity he had accumulated over decades in the business world was stripped away in an instant. Exposed in front of everyone's eyes, publicly executed. Little brat. Lin Zhenhai's reason was completely consumed by humiliation and rage. His eyes turned red like a frenzied bull. He suddenly raised his right hand, accompanied by a fierce wind, and slapped hard towards Lin Mo's face. I will not let you, this ungrateful son, live today. Lin Zhenhai's large hand, accompanied by a howling wind, struck fiercely across Lin Mo's face. If this slap landed, even an ordinary person's teeth would be knocked out. Lin Zhenhai's eyes were bloodshot, his reason long burned to ashes by the laughter around him. All he wanted now was to bring this rebellious son, who had humiliated him, to his knees. Lin Mo stood his ground, not even blinking. He leisurely took a sip from the ice-cold cola in his hand, just as Lin Zhenhai's palm was less than 5 centimeters from his cheek. The air in the corridor suddenly twisted in an eerie manner. There was no sound, nor was there any flickering light. 2 short figures cloaked in dark gold like ghosts crawling out of hell appeared out of thin air behind Lin Zhenhai and Zhao Wanqia. They were 2 fully armed dark gold skeletons gripping dark gold bone blades adorned with eerie magical patterns. Whoosh! 2 cold lights flashed. Lin Zhenhai's hand came to a sudden halt in midair, unable to press down even a millimeter further. A chilling bone blade was already pressed firmly against his carotid artery. The sharp edge easily sliced through the skin of his neck, a trickle of blood slowly flowing down the blade. On the other side, Zhao Wanqiu also had the same bone blade held against her throat. A terrifying pressure belonging to a high-ranking lord instantly enveloped the couple. This pressure was filled with a pure aura of death. Lin Zhenhai felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. It was as if all the blood in his body had been completely frozen at that moment. His eyes desperately turned downwards, fixated on the knife at his neck. Fear. A deep-rooted fear instantly drowned all his anger. Oh! Zhao Wanqiu finally reacted, letting out a terrified scream. Just as she attempted to struggle, the wrist of the dark gold skeleton moved slightly. The bone blade pressed inward. Zhao Wanqia's voice was instantly caught in her throat. Her legs went weak, collapsing like a puddle of mud onto the carpet of the corridor. Shaking like a leaf. Hit him! Lin Mo swallowed the cola in his mouth, his tone flat, without a hint of fluctuation. Why did you stop? Lin Zhenhai was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. He looked at the expressionless youth before him, feeling for the first time a sense of uncontrollable strangeness. This was no longer the meek boy from the slums who let them manipulate him. This was a living king of hell, capable of killing without a blink. Mo. Lin Mo. Lin Zhenhai's voice trembled, unable to utter a complete sentence. Lin Mo casually crushed the empty cola can and tossed it into the nearby trash can. I already said don't bother me. He took a step forward, looking down at the terrified couple. His gaze was as cold as ice. Since you signed that severance agreement in the lounge, we have been strangers who don't need to greet each other even when walking on the street. Whether you sell land to raise money or embarrass yourselves at the auction, that's your own foolishness. Don't come in front of me and perform some melodrama of parental affection. It's disgusting. The onlookers in the corridor were now completely stunned. They gazed at the two dark gold skeletons emanating terrifying pressure, all gasping in shock. What kind of summoning is this? This aura is definitely of lord level. My heavens, the Lin family has treated a true god like trash. Listening to the harsh discussions around him, Lin Jinhai was left without the strength to refute. All he wanted now was to escape this nightmarish place. This is the last warning. Lin Mo leaned down, a dangerous glint flashing in his black eyes. Take your greed and hypocrisy and disappear from my sight immediately. Next time you dare to come close and disgust me. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanqia's ears. I wouldn't mind making your entire Lin family completely evaporate from Jiangnan City, not even leaving a single brick behind. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dark gold bone blades resting on the couple's necks instantly transformed into streams of light and vanished. The two skeletons also faded back into the void. The oppressive feeling of death suddenly vanished. Lin Jinhai gasped for air like a drowning man who had just been rescued. He didn't dare to utter a harsh word. Stumbling, he pulled Zhao Wanqia, who was collapsed on the ground, upright. The two of them scrambled into the elevator like frightened dogs. At the moment the elevator doors closed, their pale, terrified faces were completely shut off from view. Lin Mo turned and swiped his card to return to his room. The crowd that had gathered in the corridor also dispersed, each discussing the Lin family's disgraceful incident from that night with great interest. The last trace of so-called blood ties was completely severed at this moment, leaving not even a remnant. In the luxurious standalone villa of the Lin family in the wealthy district of Jiangnan City, chaos reigned in the hall. The crisp sound of breaking glass echoed continuously. Little beast, you've gone too far. How dare he put a knife to my neck? Lin Jinhai screamed in a fit of rage. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and he looked terrifying. The servants in the villa were so frightened that they hid in the servant quarters, not daring to breathe. Zhao Wanqia sat on the expensive leather sofa, constantly wiping her tears. A bandage was pressed against her neck, her face still pale. This is a curse. How could our Lin family attract such a debt collector? Now that he has linked up with the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, with so much money, who knows how he will retaliate against us. Just then footsteps were heard coming down the spiral staircase from the second floor. Lin Yu, dressed in a silk pajamas, slowly descended with a cup of freshly brewed calming tea. He gently placed the teacup on the coffee table, his movements elegant. Dad, Mom, don't be angry, yet have some tea to calm down. Lin Ye's voice was gentle like a caring son. Lin Jinhai sat down abruptly on the sofa, tugging at his hair with both hands. Calm down. How can I calm down? Our Lin family has lost all face at the Dihao Hotel today. This incident will spread throughout the upper circles of Jiangnan City by tomorrow morning. How will we face people from now on? Lin Yu lowered his eyes, concealing the fleeting malice beneath. Dad, my brother has indeed changed. He now disregards you and Mom, even claiming he will destroy the Lin family, all because he sold a few high-quality materials. Lin Yu sighed, his tone sounding quite helpless. Keeping him around will ultimately be a disaster. Lin Jinhai suddenly raised his head, staring intently at Lin Yu. What do you mean by that? Lin Yu sat beside Lin Jinhai, lowering his voice. Dad, next week is the school's organized high school field training. According to the rules, all awakened high school seniors must go to the level 20 wilderness area outside the city for a survival test. The wilderness is complex and filled with magical beasts, and in previous years students have faced accidents there. Lin Ye's lips curled into a barely noticeable cold smile. If during the field training my brother happens to encounter an attack from high-level magical beasts, then no one will trace it back to us. Lin Zhenhai's pupils constricted sharply. He certainly understood the hidden meaning behind Lin Ye's words. Killing and silencing. And the target was his own blood-related son. The living room fell into a deathly silence. The only sound was the ticking of the antique clock on the wall. Zhao Wanqia stopped crying. She lifted her head, her eyes devoid of hesitation or pity, filled only with deep resentment. Xiao Yu is right. That little beast has already severed all ties. He even dared to put a knife to our necks. Sooner or later, he will truly destroy the Lin family. Since he doesn't want this family, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Zhao Wanqia said through gritted teeth. Lin Jinhai leaned back against the sofa, the image of Lin Mo's cold and merciless gaze in the corridor flashing through his mind. And that black gold VIP card worth over 100 million. Greed and hatred completely overcame the last shred of moral constraint. If Lin Mo died in the wilderness, that severance agreement had not gone through the official final notarization. The Lin family could easily manipulate the situation, logically inheriting all his assets in the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce as direct relatives. Wealth stirs the heart. Good. Lin Zhenhai's voice became hoarse and gloomy. He heavily slapped his thigh, making a decision. Since he won't leave us an escape route, then we will send him on his way early. Lin Jinhai looked at Lin Yu, his gaze icy. Xiao Yu, it's inconvenient for you to handle this matter. I will personally contact the Blood Skeleton Mercenary Group from the underground black market. They are a group of desperados who work for money, and the leader is a level 30 second realm berserker with ruthless characters under his command. The killing intent in Lin Zhenhai's eyes was evident. I will pay 20 million for his life. Let them set an ambush deep in the wilderness, making it look like a magical beast riot. I want that kid to die cleanly. Lin Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, concealing the uncontrollable joy at the corner of his mouth. 20 million to hire a level 30 professional killer team to deal with a newly awakened rookie. This was simply using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Even if Lin Mo's skeleton was extraordinarily sinister, it would be impossible for it to withstand an all-out assault from a fully armed level 30 mercenary group. Lin Yu turned to gaze out at the thick night outside. Field training. That would be Lin Mo's death date. When you die in the wilderness with magical beasts gnawing at your bones. The genius of Jiangnan City will be left with only me, Lin Yu. The Imperial Grand Hotel top floor presidential suite. Lin Mo locked the door and casually hung up the do not disturb sign. The corridor outside had returned to silence. The two clowns from the Lin family had probably already scurried away. Lin Mo sat down in front of the spacious leather sofa. He didn't even turn on all the lights, leaving only a dim floor lamp on. With a flick of his wrist, a silver high-grade spatial ring flashed with a glimmer. A muffled thud sounded as the silver suitcase sent by Qian Fugue landed heavily on the carpet. Lin Mo unlatched the clasp and opened the lid of the suitcase. 50 capsules emitting a ghostly blue light were neatly stacked in shock-absorbing foam. These capsules were refined from cores of high-purity magical creatures. Each capsule cost 100,000, and a typical family's lifetime savings would only be enough to buy a few to taste. Lin Mo picked up a capsule and removed the stopper. He tilted his head back and gulped it down in one go. The taste was somewhat akin to unsweetened chilled mint water. The moment the capsule hit his stomach, an immense and pure energy erupted within him. There was no need for meditation or any complex guiding techniques. This energy seemed to have eyes racing wildly through his limbs and bones. Ultimately, it all converged deep within his soul into the panel. Lin Mo comfortably squinted his eyes. The panel in his mind began to flicker wildly. The experience bar instantly filled up. The barrier of LV-10 couldn't hold for even a second and was directly breached. He reached LV-11. This money was truly worth it. Lin Mo smacked his lips, feeling that drinking one capsule at a time was too cumbersome. He simply dragged the suitcase closer. He grabbed 3 capsules with his left hand and 3 with his right. Like chugging beer, he kept gulping down one capsule after another. The empty glass tubes clinked as he casually tossed them onto the carpet. In less than 10 minutes, all 50 high-grade experience capsules worth 5 million had been consumed by Lin Mo. A surging energy continuously washed through his body. Lin Mo's bones crackled loudly. His muscle fibers repeatedly tore and reformed. His level skyrocketed. LV-12, LV-13, LV-14. Upon reaching the peak of level 14, the momentum of leveling up suddenly slowed. The experience bar stalled at 90%, as if it had encountered an insurmountable bottleneck. The threshold of a major realm. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Level 15 was a watershed. Crossing it would bring a qualitative leap in all attributes. Clearly, relying solely on these mild experience capsules was insufficient. If it's not enough, then add more ingredients. Lin Mo nonchalantly kicked the empty suitcase aside. He activated the spatial ring again. With a clang, a heap of colorful high-grade magical cores poured out. They piled up like a small mountain, occupying half of the living room. This was all the loot he had obtained from the Abyss dungeon today. Except for the batch sold to the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce, Lin Mo had deliberately kept a small portion of the best for himself, specifically to serve as his own food supply. Lin Mo casually picked up a dark gold-grade toxic marsh frog core from the pile of cores. If sold at auction, it could fetch at least several 100,000. Without even looking at it, he tossed it directly into his mouth. With a crunch, he bit it open. The pure toxic energy erupted instantly, but before it could harm Lin Mo's body, it was forcibly extinguished by the panel deep within his soul, transforming into the purest upgrade experience. The experience bar jumped up slightly. The taste is a bit strange, like spoiled bitter melon. Lin Mo wrinkled his nose, spitting out a mouthful of fishy residue. He grabbed a handful of silver-grade wolf demon cores. He chewed them energetically, like eating fried beans. If the high-level professionals from Jiangnan City saw this scene, they would probably feel heartbroken to the point of vomiting blood. Absorbing cores requires an extremely complex alchemical formation for assistance. A slight mistake could result in being blown apart by the violent energy of magical creatures. Who would dare to do it like him, chewing them like snacks? Only Lin Mo, who had awakened the disaster talent, could be in such an absolutely domineering state, allowing him to devour them so recklessly. After consuming a dozen premium cores, the energy within Lin Mo had accumulated to a terrifying critical point. He just needed one final push. His gaze fell upon a stone at the top of the core pile. It was a crystal radiating a dark red glow larger than the one he had sold to Qian Fugui, the accompanying core of the Abyss Lord. Lin Mo picked up the dark red crystal and examined it closely. "Let's use you to break the deadlock." He opened his mouth and bit down hard. Boom. A wildly violent abyssal energy erupted within him like a volcanic eruption. This force was hundreds or thousands of times wilder than the previous experience capsules. Lin Mo grunted, the veins on his forehead bulging. He could clearly feel his limbs and bones being wildly expanded and torn by this force. A violent tremor came from deep within his soul. The experience bar, which had been stuck at 90%, was forcibly filled by this torrent. Crack. It was as if some invisible shackles had been violently torn apart. A surge of magical power 10 times greater than before fed back from the soul panel into his physical body. LV 15. Major breakthrough. Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. A flicker of dark golden light flashed in his pupils. He stood up and casually stretched his neck. His bones crackled like fried beans. His entire body was filled with a terrifying power that seemed capable of punching through the building. Even his breath carried a scorching temperature. Panel. Lin Mo silently invoked in his heart. His soul attributes instantly appeared in his mind. Name: Lin Mo. Occupation: Necromancer. Grade: Level LV 15. Strength 850. Agility 780. Constitution 800. Spirit 1200. Talent: Arrival of Disaster. Unique. Looking at this refreshed data, Lin Mo smiled in satisfaction. This was no ordinary grade occupation panel. Now, even without summoning little skeletons based solely on this monstrous physical quality, he could easily rub Lin Yu, who prided himself on being a genius, into the ground dozens of times. However, what Lin Mo cared about more was not his own attributes, but the combat power of the Disaster Legion under his command. He closed his eyes, feeling the summoning space on the other end of the contract. The second passive of his talent. All summoned beings inherit the host's attributes, and based on that are forcibly amplified by 10,000 times. Strength of 850 multiplied by 10,000. That's 850 million points of strength. Agility of 780 million points. Spirit directly breaking past 10 million. What an absurd concept this is. The so-called top experts of Jiangnan City, the level 60 triple transformation city lord, fully equipped with legendary grade top gear, their core attributes barely reach a few 100,000 at most. And now the most basic grade little skeleton he summoned casually could obliterate the city lord of Jiangnan City with a single strike. Moreover, he had a full 100 million such numerical monsters. This was no simple crushing. This was a genuine dimensionality reduction strike. Lin Mo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. He drew back the heavy curtains and looked down at the brightly lit Jiangnan City. The flow of cars on the streets looked tiny like ants. His cold and calm face was reflected in the glass. The feeling of power surging was indeed pleasant. However, what concerned him most was the mutated little skeleton form described in the system after crossing the major realm. Tomorrow was the so-called wild training. It was a wilderness without surveillance or rules, where everything was decided by brute force. Lin Mo's lips curled into a nonchalant arc. Those who secretly sharpened their knives hoping to take his life in exchange for wealth and glory. Better bring more manpower. Otherwise, they wouldn't even qualify to fill the gaps for his new mutated recruits. His level stabilized at the 15th threshold. Lin Mo stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling the terrifying power within him as deep as the ocean. Just then, a sudden and intense buzzing resonated deep within his soul. There were no cold mechanical prompts, nor were there any flashy illusory panels. Only an ancient instinct imprinted deep in his bloodline awoke completely at this moment. The core of his talent unlocked the first stage of its mutated form. This sensation was marvelous. It felt as if a thick tome of the undead had suddenly appeared in his mind, each page filled with chilling evolutionary paths for various soldier types. Lin Mo immediately became interested. Mutated form. He walked to the center of the spacious living room, casually kicking aside the empty glass tubes scattered on the floor. Clearing a large area. Come out, let me see the new tricks. Lin Mo snapped his fingers. Buzz. 2 clouds of gray mist swirled up from the carpet. 2 half-meter-tall basic dark gold skeletons wobbled into view, still holding their signature dark gold bone blades. Flames of soul fire flickered in their hollow eye sockets, giving them a dull expression. Lin Mo focused, channeling the newly unlocked mutated power directly into the left skeleton. Branch Route 1 Magical Evolution. As soon as the words left his mouth, the left dark gold skeleton's body suddenly froze. A series of excruciating bone restructuring sounds echoed in the living room. The dark gold bone blade in its hand began to melt, transforming into a puddle of liquid metallic bone. Then the bone flowed back along its arm. Gathering above its head, it surprisingly formed a comical pointed wizard's hat. Its originally stout arm bones elongated and became slender. Its right hand formed a virtual grip. A staff topped with a pale white skull materialized out of thin air. Most striking were its eye sockets. The originally blue soul fire now split into a spectrum of colors: red flames, blue ice, green winds, and purple lightning. All low-tier magical elements surged wildly within its small skeletal frame. A realization dawned upon Lin Mo, a mage skeleton, mastering all low-tier magic with instantaneous casting and no cooldown time. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow at the skeleton mage wearing the pointed hat. All magic. Instant cast. He walked in front of the mage skeleton. Come on, cast a fireball for me to see. The mage skeleton, receiving the command, immediately raised its small staff. Without needing to chant a spell, it simply waved the staff. Boom. The temperature in the entire presidential suite skyrocketed instantly. A pure black fireball 2 meters in diameter suddenly formed above the mage skeleton's head. The raging fire elements nearly sucked the surrounding air dry. Lin Mo's hair was blown upwards by the heat wave. This was no ordinary low-tier fireball. Under the terrifying amplification of millions of mental attributes, this thing was like a miniature sun. As the black fireball threatened to obliterate the entire hotel rooftop, Lin Mo hurriedly shouted, "Stop, stop, stop. Retrieve it." Done. The mage skeleton twisted its wrist. The apocalyptic black fireball vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Not a single spark fell on the carpet. Absolute control. Lin Mo clapped his hands in satisfaction. Not bad. From now on, there will be someone to set fire to the mountains. Your turn. He turned to the right, looking at the basic skeleton that was still waiting in place. Branch Route 2 Heavy Armor Evolution. Once again, the sound of bones grinding echoed. The transformation of the right skeleton was even more exaggerated. It directly discarded the dark gold bone blade it held. Its bones began to proliferate wildly, especially the ribs in its chest. One by one, the ribs inflated like unbreakable steel bars, interweaving and reorganizing in front of it. In less than 3 seconds, a giant skeletal tower shield taller than its entire body forcefully grew on its arm. The surface of the tower shield was covered with menacing bone spikes and dark gold defensive runes. This skeleton, originally small in stature, now looked as if it was hiding behind a moving iron fortress. Specializing in defense, the bones restructured into an absolute defense line, forcibly doubling the base defensive power. Defensive power doubled. Lin Mo calculated in his heart. With a base physique of 8 million doubling, it meant 16 million plus that dark gold tower shield that looked exceedingly tough. Even if hundreds of level 84th transformation powerhouses surrounded it and hacked away for 3 days and nights, they probably wouldn't even scrape off a layer of dust from the shield. This was simply the wall of size. Let me test the hardness. Lin Mo took a half step back, clenched his fist, and activated the power he had just broken through at the 15th threshold. He unleashed a punch at the dark gold tower shield without holding back. Bang! A dull boom exploded in the living room. The invisible shockwave flipped over the surrounding sofas and coffee tables. Lin Mo felt as if his fist had struck an unshakable divine mountain. The recoil made his wrist tingle slightly. Looking at the giant shield skeleton, it not only did not take a step back, but even a tiny bone spike on the surface of the tower shield remained unbroken. Steady as a mountain. One offense, one defense. Lin Mo shook his wrist. This lineup is quite interesting. He glanced down at the mage skeleton, then at the giant shield skeleton. These two mutated forms were still only half a meter tall. Although their attributes were extraordinary, the stark contrast brought by their size difference was simply overwhelming. Other mages are ethereal and graceful, their robes fluttering. Other shield guardians are muscular, towering figures. But here he had a bunch of short, stocky skeletons. While looking unique doesn't hinder killing. Lin Mo stretched out in a big yawn. The energy overflow from his soaring level left him completely wide awake. Holding these two brand new mutated soldiers, it would be a waste not to find a place to practice, especially after just swallowing that pile of top-tier materials. Ordinary outdoor dungeons were clearly insufficient. Even a lord-level creature of abyssal caliber wouldn't withstand a single instantaneous black fireball from the mage skeleton. The giant shield skeleton wouldn't even have a chance to retaliate before the monster was obliterated. He had to find a place with sufficient intensity. Lin Mo walked to the window, gazing into the night beyond. Outside the towering defensive walls of Jiangnan City, there lay a dark red area designated as an absolute forbidden zone by the military. The blood-soaked wasteland. That was a true high-risk area. Inside lurked all kinds of enraged magical beasts above level 30, and even wild lords of level 40 or 50 roamed. Shrouded in toxic miasma all year round, it was fraught with danger. Only top mercenary groups, those who thrived on the edge of life and death, dared to venture in for treasure. For ordinary newcomers, that place was a meat grinder with no return. Let's go there. Lin Mo made up his mind. It was also a perfect opportunity to give these new recruits a taste of blood. Moreover, next week the school was organizing outdoor training for the seniors. From the tone of that green tea younger brother of the Lin family, it seemed he was planning to pull some stunts in the wild. He needed to scout ahead in the high-level area, adapting to the rhythm of the wilderness. To avoid being rusty when it was time to kill, Lin Mo turned around looking at the two mutated skeletons in the living room. They seemed to sense Lin Mo's thoughts. They all raised their heads in unison. In their hollow eye sockets, the blue flames of the dead surged violently, crackling like a torch doused in gasoline. The mage skeleton held its small staff high, the skull atop it flashing with a hint of red light. The giant shield skeleton slammed its tower shield down forcefully. The dull sound of bones clashing echoed in the room. They had no vocal cords and could not roar. Yet those two pairs of eye sockets burning with excited flames clearly conveyed an extraordinary desire. They sensed their master's intent. They craved slaughter. They longed to test their new skeletal frames with the blood and desperate wails of their enemies. Lin Mo smiled. He casually grabbed a coat and draped it over his shoulders. Let's go. I'll take you out to unleash a killing spree. On the outskirts of Jiangnan City, the entrance to the blood-colored wasteland lay ahead. A faint red poison mist permeated the air. This was the most resource-rich but perilous area near Jiangnan City. Not only did it yield various high-quality crafting materials, but it also had a chance to drop rare skill books. Usually the flow of people here was heavy, consisting entirely of rogue players who risked their lives for a living. However, today the entrance was forcibly blocked by several stout steel barricades. Dozens of robust men clad in uniform black leather armor stood guard behind the roadblock, brandishing shiny weapons. Embroidered on the chest of their leather armor was a fierce blood-red lion head. This was the notorious underground gang of Jiangnan City, the Mad Lion Guild. Outside the barricade, hundreds of rogue players were squeezed together. Their faces were filled with anger and humiliation, yet none dared to step forward. 100,000. Not a penny less. A burly man sporting a nose ring and wielding a massive axe shouted arrogantly from behind the barricade. His name was He Biao, a small leader guarding the entrance for the Mad Lion Guild. Spitting on the ground, he disdainfully scanned the crowd of rogue players outside. From today onward, this blood-colored wasteland is under the control of our Mad Lion Guild. Want to enter to gather materials? Fine. Pay a toll of 100,000 each or leave behind a piece of equipment of silver grade or above as collateral. Those who can't pay, get the hell out of here. The crowd erupted in an uproar. The rogue players could no longer suppress their anger and began to protest loudly. 100,000. Why don't you go rob someone instead? Didn't we just pay 5,000 yesterday? How did it suddenly jump to 20 times today? This is a public wild area. On what grounds does your Mad Lion Guild monopolize the road? A young mage wearing glasses trembled with rage, pointing at He Biao and shouting, "You are violating the Awakener's Pact. Do you want us to report you to the city guard?" Hearing this, He Biao not only felt no fear but burst into raucous laughter. The dozen or so gangsters behind him joined in the laughter, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. When He Biao stopped laughing, his expression shifted to one of extreme malice. He strode up to the steel barricade and through the bars grabbed the young mage by the collar. He yanked him over with brute force. Bang! He Biao swung his palm as large as a fan and struck the young mage hard on the face. The mage let out a pained cry, his half of the face swelling instantly, and his glasses flew off. He crashed heavily into the muddy ground, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The surrounding rogue players were frightened and retreated, unable to voice their anger. Report us. He Biao stepped on the young mage's chest, looking down with a cold smile. Go ahead. They'll let you report us right now. Let's see if the city guard dares to meddle in our Mad Lion Guild's affairs. He lifted his head, surveying the terrified crowd with a look of utter arrogance. I'll tell you this, our guild leader broke through to level 30 yesterday. A level 30 second transformation berserker. In Jiangnan City, our guild leader is the law. With this, the once furious rogue players fell silent, as if they had been choked. A level 30 second transformation berserker. Such power level could certainly be regarded as a dominant force in Jiangnan City. No wonder the Mad Lion Guild dared to so brazenly block the road and rob today. Despair spread through the crowd. Among these lowly rogues, there were hardly any who were even at level 20. What could they possibly do against a level 30 berserker? He Biao looked at the crowd's defeated expressions and snorted with satisfaction. Enough nonsense. Either pay up or get lost. Anyone who dares to shout again, I'll shatter their job crystal. The scene fell into a deathly silence. A few financially struggling rogues sighed, shook their heads, and prepared to leave. In this tense atmosphere, from the back of the crowd suddenly came a slow, measured sound of footsteps. Pat, pat. The sound of flip-flops on the gravel path was particularly jarring in the quiet environment. The rogue players instinctively made way. Lin Mo, wearing a faded old t-shirt with his hands in his pockets, yawned and leisurely walked out from the back of the crowd. He didn't even glance at the young mage who had been beaten to a pulp. He directly ignored He Biao and the dozen ferocious thugs. He simply walked straight towards the steel barricade. He Biao was taken aback. He eyed Lin Mo's shabby attire, his brows knitting into a frown. Where did this beggar come from? He Biao knocked on the steel railing of the barricade with his axe, producing a loud, clanging sound. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see the Mad Lion Guild is doing business here? Get lost. Lin Mo stopped in front of the barricade. He lifted his eyelids and glanced at the obstructing He Biao. You're in my way. Lin Mo's voice was not loud and his tone was as calm as if he were commenting on the pleasant weather. Move this pile of scrap metal aside. Silence. A deathly silence. Surrounding rogue players stared wide-eyed at Lin Mo as if looking at a madman. Had this kid taken leave of his senses? He didn't even take the city guard seriously, but a poor guy in flip-flops dared to ask them to move the roadblock. He Biao was stunned for a few seconds. Then he seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Lin Mo, laughing so hard tears were almost streaming down his face. I must have misheard. You want me to move the roadblock for you? He Biao suddenly retracted his laughter, his eyes turning exceptionally cruel. Sure, bring out 100,000 and he'll personally carry you in. If you can't pay, he'll chop you into meat paste to feed the wild dogs. Lin Mo sighed, a hint of helplessness in his expression as he pinched his brow. I hate it when others waste my time with nonsense. He raised his right hand, lightly rubbing his index and middle fingers together. Snap! A clear sound echoed. Without any extra movements, the ground beneath Lin Mo suddenly began to tremble violently. Two dark golden lights burst forth from the earth. In the astonished eyes of everyone, two skeletons, only half a meter tall, staggered and stood in front of Lin Mo. The most eye-catching feature was the exaggerated dark golden tower shields on their arms. The shields were twice the size of their bodies, looking comically absurd. Puffed. One of the thugs behind He Biao couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. What the hell is this? Summons. These must have come out to act cute. He Biao also wore a mocking expression. Kid, are you planning to charge in with these two little bone structures that haven't even weaned? Are you out of your mind? He Biao's words were cut off. Lin Mo's voice floated over lightly. Clear the way. With those two words, the hollow eye sockets of the giant shield skeletons burst into blue soul flames. They made no attempt to run. They simply squatted slightly and then raised the enormous dark golden tower shields in front of them. Boom! A deafening sound explosion burst through the air. The two giant shield skeletons transformed into two dark golden gales, crashing directly into the row of steel barricades that weighed several tons. The terrifying force of over 4 million surged forth without reservation in an instant. The foremost steel barricade couldn't hold up for even a second. It was directly twisted and shattered as if it were made of paper. The shattered steel fragments flew out like bullets. Immediately after, the tower shield slammed into He Biao and the group of thugs. It was an unreasonable and ruthless crush. He Biao's once proud defensive leather armor appeared as fragile as a sheet of window paper before the dark golden tower shields. Crack! The dense sound of bones breaking echoed in unison. There were no techniques involved, no magical illusions. Just pure, unadulterated, violent collision. He Biao and the dozen or so strong men beside him were like being struck head-on by a speeding, heavy armored vehicle. Blood gushed out. Their massive bodies were knocked off the ground like bowling pins. In midair, they had already been stunned unconscious by the immense force. Bang! 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 A dozen figures crashed heavily into the muddy ground of the wasteland dozens of meters away. They created deep craters. Life or death unknown. The original arrogant defense of the Mad Lion Guild was instantly torn open, creating a wide path. The remaining thugs were dumbfounded. Their hands, gripping their weapons, trembled violently, their legs went weak. They looked at the 2.5-meter-tall giant shield skeletons as if they were monsters crawling out of a deep abyss. Monsters. These were definitely monsters. Those were like a dozen full-grown bulls just tossed away by two shields. The surrounding rogue players gasped in disbelief. Only the sound of heavy breathing filled the area. The looks directed at Lin Mo shifted from pity to deep-seated fear. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the chaos around him. Wearing flip-flops, he followed the path made by the giant shield skeleton's hands in pockets, leisurely walking into the blood-colored wasteland. Until Lin Mo's figure completely blended into the red poison mist, the rogue players at the entrance suddenly snapped back to reality. A suppressed gasp erupted from the crowd. He's gone crazy. That kid really went in. He wiped out He Biao, who was a core member of the Mad Lion Guild. The young mage, whose face was swollen, climbed up from the mud, his glasses shattered all over. He stared in the direction Lin Mo disappeared, his voice trembling. It's over. He's doomed. He has no idea what kind of trouble he has stirred up. Beside him, an older rogue swallowed hard, his face filled with terror. The guild leader of the Mad Lion Guild, conjure, is notorious for being protective and brutal. A level 30 second transformation berserker, when enraged, won't even give the city guard any face. This kid, no matter how strange those two summons are, can't possibly defeat a top level 30 powerhouse. The blood-colored wasteland is filled with the Mad Lion Guild spies. He won't make it out alive. Everyone concluded that this reckless young man would definitely die in the blood-colored wasteland today, leaving not even a complete corpse. Meanwhile, deep within the blood-colored wasteland, in a camp that had been cleared out, a scar-faced man nearly 2.5 meters tall with muscles protruding like rocks was seated on a large chair made of monster bones. He was tearing into a large chunk of still-dripping raw meat, chewing heartily. Beside him, a subordinate was sweating profusely as he reported the happenings at the entrance. Guild leader, Hey Biao and the others have been defeated. Someone is forcefully breaching the entrance and coming our way. The heart of the Crimson Wasteland. Crimson poison mist hung thick and heavy, so dense it seemed ready to drip with moisture. Silence reigned all around, not a whisper of wind stirring the air. Lin Mo strode forward barefoot in flip-flops, following a muddy path stained dark with dried blood. After roughly 10 minutes, the vista ahead suddenly opened wide. A vast basin stretched before him. This'll do. Spacious enough. Lin Mo halted, nodding in quiet satisfaction. With a flick of his wrist, a silver spatial ring shimmered faintly, and there, with perfect poise, landed a familiar collapsible beach chair. He sank into it effortlessly, stretching luxuriously. Then from his spatial ring he withdrew a frost-chilled can of sparkling soda and popped the tab with one hand. Tilting his head back, he drank deeply. The effervescent burst in his throat was pure bliss amid the sweltering heat of the wasteland. The moment the can left his fingers, a guttural, bone-chilling roar erupted from deep within the basin. Instantly the earth began to tremble violently. A gale tore through the crimson poison mist at the basin's rim, shredding it apart. Hundreds, no thousands, of scarlet eyes ignited behind the haze, densely packed and unblinking. An endless tide of monsters surged forth. 20-level ironhide rhinos, 25-level bloodthirsty wind wolves, and even several colossal 30-level wasteland grizzly bears. Like starved specters catching the scent of living flesh, they descended into utter frenzy. Their deafening roars converged into a single earth-shaking cacophony that made the ground itself quake. Any elite full-strength squad from Jiangnan City would have shattered their recall scrolls without hesitation, fleeing instantly before such a horde of monsters ranked 20 and above. This was no mere beast tide. It was an unstoppable force of nature. Lin Mo reclined on his beach chair, not even lifting an eyelid. He simply found it loud. Can't even enjoy a meal in peace. He sighed, placing the soda can beside him on the muddy ground. Slowly he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers once in midair. Snap! That crisp, delicate sound vanished instantly beneath the thunderous chorus of bestial fury. In the next breath, a blinding wave of dark gold light exploded across the empty space before him. They aligned themselves in perfect formation, a dense, unbroken wall shielding the beach chair. As the light faded, 1,000 diminutive skeletons stood rigidly in place, each barely half a meter tall, clad in comically pointed wizard hats and gripping skull-topped staves. Within their hollow eye sockets, swirling motes of multicolored arcane energy pulsed wildly. Though small in stature, the sheer cumulative weight of 1,000 spirits, each radiating millions of points of mental power, struck the charging tide like a metaphysical wall, freezing it mid-rush for a breathless instant. Dozens of ironhide rhinos leading the charge buckled at the knees, collapsing onto trembling limbs. Lin Mo yawned, then picked up the soda can again from the mud. Too noisy. Wizard Core, commence area purification. His voice held no inflection, calm, absolute, final. Not a whisper escaped the 1,000 skeletal mages. In flawless unison, they raised their short, ivory staves. No intricate runes needed to be drawn. No lengthy incantations required. All they did was transmute millions of points of mental essence into raw, unrefined arcane energy and hurl it forth. Boom. 1,000 obsidian black fireballs, each over 2 meters in diameter, coalesced midair in an instant. Their searing heat vaporized the surrounding crimson mist in a single silent exhale. The air warped and cracked under unbearable thermal strain. 1,000 miniature black suns now hung suspended over the crimson wasteland, silent, radiant, apocalyptic. Even from kilometers away, the aura of annihilation was palpable, sufficient to unmake heavens and shatter realms. Go! Lin Mo uttered the single word, utterly devoid of emphasis. The 1,000 fireballs streaked skyward like a meteoric downpour, trailing long, inky contrails, then plunged downward with cataclysmic force, crashing directly into the heart of the beast tide. Kerkum! The explosion roared as if tearing the wasteland itself asunder. Blinding black and crimson flames erupted skyward, blooming into a colossal, churning mushroom cloud. A violent arcane shockwave radiated outward in every direction. Those arrogant 20-level beasts, those 30-level grizzlies feared across the wastes, did not even cry out upon contact. Their vaunted armored hides and titanic physiques dissolved instantly, like snowflakes cast into molten magma, leaving not a drop of blood, not a fragment of bone. The detonation raged for 30 seconds straight. Lin Mo remained reclined, letting the scorching winds whip his hair wildly about. He watched the inferno above with idle, almost amused fascination, as though observing a free fireworks display. Only when the smoke and ash began to settle did the basin's true aftermath emerge. Before them lay the former wasteland floor, now stripped bare, its uneven terrain shaved down by a full meter of scorched glassy depth. It had become a vast, seamless obsidian-black crater, utterly vacant. Not a single monster remained, not even a shadow. Instead, the crater brimmed with brilliance, layer upon layer of legendary gear, rare materials, and towering mounds of high-tier monster cores. A kaleidoscope of radiant hues interwove so fiercely they threatened to blind the eye. This was no battle. This was a systematic bulldozer-like harvest of the entire map's resources. Lin Mo smiled, faintly satisfied. He turned, preparing to command his skeletal mages to gather the spoils. When his peripheral vision caught movement along the basin's rim, a large, unexpected gathering had appeared on the hillside. Minutes earlier, conjure marched forward, shouldering a tumtor-long, blood-grooved Greytax, flanked by over 100 elite enforcers from his guild, every step radiating lethal intent as they advanced deeper into the wasteland. Faster! Move your asses! Conjure bellowed, his voice like a rusted bell. Whoever dares strike at my conjure guild in the Crimson Wasteland will be skinned alive today. A scar-faced lieutenant jogged beside him, grinning obsequiously. Guildmaster, is it really necessary to mobilize the entire force against some penniless kid wearing flip-flops? A few of our brothers could mince him into paste before lunch. Conjure snorted coldly. You know nothing. Hey Biao was a level 20 warrior, and yet this boy disabled him and a dozen others in an instant. There's something unnatural about him. Cruelty gleamed in Conjure's eyes. I just broke through to level 30. Perfect timing to make an example of him. Let all of Jiangnan City learn the fate of those who dare provoke Conjure. The scar-faced lieutenant immediately thrust up a thumb, praising loudly. Master's wisdom is unmatched. A level 30 second stage berserker. There isn't a soul in Jiangnan City who dares stand against you. That brat will probably piss himself the moment he sees your entourage. 100-strong force surged up the slope bordering the basin. Conjure raised his Greytax, ready to bellow a challenge down at the arrogant youth below. But his mouth had only just parted. When his voice died in his throat, he saw them, the 1,000 dark gold skeletons arrayed in flawless formation, each crowned with a wizard's hat. He saw the 1,000 black fireballs ascending in unison. And he witnessed the apocalyptic meteor shower, its thunderous detonation rupturing his eardrums, blood trickling from both ears. Scorching heat blasted his face, charring his eyebrows and singeing his hair, but he felt none of it. He stood frozen, rooted to the hillside like stone. His eyes bulged from their sockets. The scar-faced lieutenant and the 100 elite enforcers stood equally mute, staring blankly at the crater, now lowered by a full meter, glittering with legendary gear and monster cores. Their minds went utterly blank. Clatter! Conjure's prized blood-grooved Greytax slipped from his grasp and struck his foot, but he felt no pain. What in the name of hell was this? 1,000 skeletal mages capable of instantaneous high-tier spellcasting. Was some god descending from heaven to wage slaughter upon the Crimson Wasteland? Conjure swallowed hard, his throat dry, his gulp echoing audibly. That hollow, desperate sound reverberated across the deathly still hillside. Behind him, his enforcers frantically swallowed too, cold sweat soaking through their black leather armor. The arrogance that had burned moments before to skin Lin Mo alive had evaporated utterly, leaving only silence, terror, and abject submission before absolute world-ending power. Lin Mo sat on his beach chair, finishing the last sip of soda. He tossed the empty can casually into the blackened crater and turned. His gaze fell calmly upon the petrified members of the conjure guild gathered on the hillside. You? His voice resonated across the vast basin, commanding, immutable, brooking no refusal. Since you've come, don't stand idle. He gestured toward the mountain of legendary materials gleaming within the crater. Descend and pack every item neatly. If even a single core goes missing, you remain buried here forever as its eternal guardian. In the heart of the blood-red wasteland, a charred pit exuded a pungent smell of burnt flesh. Lin Mo lay on a beach chair, ignoring the gangsters on the hillside, who appeared frozen in shock. His attention was entirely fixated on the panel deep within his soul. The 1,000 black fireballs he had just unleashed had directly vaporized thousands of high-level magical creatures. A massive influx of experience points surged into Lin Mo's body like a flood breaking through a dam. The light bar on the system panel soared at an uncatchable speed. Level 16, Level 17, Level 18, Level 19. Even as he reached the later stages, this rocket-like speed of leveling up showed no signs of slowing. Until an invisible explosion resounded in his mind. Level 20. Another major hurdle was violently breached. Lin Mo felt his bones and muscles undergoing another round of transformation. His organs seemed to be radiating a faint glow. Strength, agility, spirit, all attributes experienced a doubling surge once more. Lin Mo comfortably exhaled a long breath. This feeling of power surging without lifting a finger while lying on the chair was truly addictive. He slowly opened his eyes, casting his gaze back towards the hillside at the edge of the basin. The members of the Mad Lion Guild remained frozen in place. Not a single person dared to take a step down. Cold sweat drenched the palms of Mad Lion, who gripped his giant axe. He was a level 30 second transformation berserker, a tyrant in the underground circles of Jiangnan City. How could he be treated like a laborer by a young man wearing flip-flops? If this got out, how could Mad Lion continue to operate on the streets? The scar-faced vice president leaned close to Mad Lion, his voice extremely low and trembling. President, what should we do? This kid is too strange. Those 1,000 high-level magical skeletons are definitely not normal summons. Mad Lion gritted his teeth, staring intently at Lin Mo in the pit. What are you panicking for? Mad Lion was frantically trying to bolster his own courage. How could a waste profession of F rank possess such heaven-defying combat power? It must be an illusion created by some ancient forbidden spell scroll. Yes, it must be so. Those scrolls are used up one by one. He is just bluffing with a feigned empty city. The more Mad Lion thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and his fear was forcibly suppressed by half. He picked up the blood-soaked giant axe on the ground and steeled himself to take big strides forward. Everyone follow me. Mad Lion led over 100 elite thugs, stepping onto the scorched earth as they slowly approached the pit. The closer they got to Lin Mo, the higher the ground temperature rose. The thick-soled leather boots beneath their feet even emitted a sizzling sound as they began to melt. Mad Lion halted 10 meters away from a group of magical skeletons. He looked at the small skeletal frames with hollow eye sockets flickering with magical light and swallowed hard. He straightened his back, trying to make himself appear more intimidating. Kid, Mad Lion spoke in a hoarse voice. His voice echoed in the vast pit, carrying a hint of bluster. You made such a big commotion in this wasteland and stole the monster that our Mad Lion Guild guarded for half a month. Don't you think you're looking down on us a bit? You cleared everything without a word. Do you not intend to give an explanation? Lin Mo still leaned back against the beach chair. He didn't even bother to lift his head. His fingers rhythmically tapped against the armrest of the beach chair. Your territory. Lin Mo's voice revealed no emotional fluctuations. Did this territory have your name on it? Mad Lion was choked by this statement, his face flushing red with rage. He was about to erupt when Lin Mo suddenly stopped tapping the armrest. He slowly lifted his eyelids, his gaze calmly sweeping over Mad Lion and the hundreds of thugs. That gaze was like looking at a group of ants that could be crushed at any moment. Don't bother me with your trivial rules. Lin Mo spoke leisurely, but his words were overwhelmingly domineering. This place belongs to me now. Lin Mo leaned back against the chair again, crossing his arms over his chest. Who was in favor and who was against? Silence. The entire pit was devoid of any sound except for the remnants of crackling flames. Mad Lion's face shifted from green to white. For so many years of tyrannizing Jiangnan City, he had never been so blatantly ignored. The scar-faced vice president behind him could no longer hold back. He was also a level 25 assassin. Oh, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Damn it. Who do you think you are? The scar-faced man stepped forward, pointing at Lin Mo's nose and cursing. Using a broken scroll to act mysterious, do you really think we were scared by you? Our president is a level 30 berserker. You a poor wretch in flip-flops believe it, or not I could split you in half right now. The scar-faced man grew bolder in his insults, even drawing his dagger from his waist, preparing to attack. Mad Lion stood by, not stopping him. He wanted to use the scar-faced man's hand to test whether Lin Mo had any hidden cards. However, before the scar-faced man could finish his second insult, Lin Mo completely ignored him. He merely raised a hand casually. The foremost magical skeleton suddenly moved. It didn't even raise the staff in its hand. A flash of red light flickered from its hollow eye sockets. Boom. A fireball the size of a millstone appeared out of nowhere. It broke the sound barrier with incredible speed, creating a deafening sonic boom. The fireball flew past the scar-faced man's scalp. He felt an unbearable, intense burning pain on his head. His prideful hair was instantly vaporized, and even his scalp emitted a scent of burnt flesh. The fireball did not stop. It soared over the members of the Mad Lion Guild, crashing directly into a small hill behind them. Boom! A thunderous roar once again shattered the tranquility of the blood-red wasteland. The ground trembled and fragments of stone flew through the air. That small hill towering dozens of meters high was like a sand sculpture struck by a hammer instantly collapsing. In an instant it was reduced to flat ground. A storm of dust and debris fell like rain, striking the leather armor of the Mad Lion Guild members with a crackling sound. Everyone stiffly turned their heads, staring at the flattened wasteland behind them and the large pit that was still emitting thick smoke. Gulp! Someone unknown led the way in swallowing. Following was a chorus of gasps. The dagger in the scar-faced man's hand clattered to the ground. He touched his bald, blistered scalp, his eyes rolling back. He was so frightened that he fainted, crashing directly into the muddy ground. The ferocity and arrogance on Mad Lion's face were completely shattered at that moment. The pride of a level 30 second transformation berserker. The dignity of an underground tyrant. All nonsense. That one enchanting, powerful fireball comparable to a forbidden spell utterly crushed all of his delusions. This was not an illusion. This was not a one-time scroll. This was a death god that could take their lives at any moment. Mad Lion felt his legs drained of all strength. He could no longer support his enormous body. His knees buckled, and with a thud this famed berserker president of Jiangnan City slid seamlessly into a kneeling position in the mud. Due to inertia, he slid to within 2 meters of Lin Mo's beach chair, his hands bracing against the ground, banging his head repeatedly. In favor. We all agree. Mad Lion's voice carried an unmistakable sob, tears and snot streaming down his face. This territory will now belong to you. Whoever you say it belongs to them. He kowtowed while turning back to the group of dazed lackeys, roaring madly. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and be my laborers. Anyone who dares to miss picking up a piece of loot, I'll split him in half right now. The hundreds of elite thugs seemed to wake from a dream. They abandoned their weapons, throwing them to the ground, scrambling into the various corners of the pit. Like the humblest of scavengers, they desperately picked up the exquisite gear and high-level crystal cores scattered on the ground, their actions skillful and pitiful. Mad Lion knelt on the ground, cautiously lifting his head, revealing a smile more grotesque than crying. My lord, we will clean this up right away. Once we're done, we will leave immediately. I guarantee we will never appear in your sight again. Lin Mo looked at the kneeling Mad Lion and yawned, feeling utterly bored. Move faster. I'm in a hurry to get back for a midnight snack. In the underground black market of Jiangnan City, a contact point for the Shadow Brotherhood. The dimly lit private room was filled with the scent of low-quality tobacco. Lin Yu wore a large black trench coat, most of his face hidden beneath the shadow of the hood. Opposite him sat a thin old man wearing a half-mask. The old man was the contact here. 10 million in cash for a life. Lin Yu pushed an anonymous black card to the center of the table. His voice was deliberately lowered, tinged with uncontrollable madness and resentment. The target is named Lin Mo. He has just awakened as an F-grade necromancer, currently located in the bloodied wasteland. The contact raised an eyebrow and tossed the black card in his hand. He let out a hoarse chuckle. The young master of the Lin family is quite generous. Lin Ye's expression changed dramatically. He instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze turning cold. Do you know me? The contact waved his hand. In our line of work, if you can't even figure out your employer's background, you'd have been dead long ago. Rest assured, the Shadow Brotherhood gets paid for their work and will never leak employer information. However, spending 10 million for the life of an F-grade novice. Young Master Lin, you're spending your money a bit wastefully. Lin Yu snorted coldly. Less chatter. That kid is a bit peculiar. He has a very fast mutated skeleton with him. The few second transformation professionals I sent were all crushed at the knees by that skeleton. I want you to send your strongest ace. I want him dead cleanly without leaving any traces. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless voice came from the shadowy corner of the room. I'll take this job. Lin Yu was startled. He abruptly turned his head and discovered that someone had been sitting on the old sofa in the corner all along. The person was shrouded in tight night gear, almost blending into the darkness. He was toying with a uniquely shaped black dagger. This is our Brotherhood's ace, codenamed Spectre. There was a hint of reverence in the contact's tone. Level 35 second transformation shadow assassin. Young Master Lin, with him on the job, your 10 million will definitely be worth it. Lin Yu examined the assassin known as Spectre from head to toe. A trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Level 35. Can you ensure a one-hit kill on that peculiar skeleton? Spectre stopped spinning the dagger. He slowly raised his head, revealing a pair of lifeless eyes devoid of emotion. Last month, a major financial conglomerate in the provincial capital paid a hefty sum to hire for level 40 guards. They were tasked with protecting their families, F-grade genius day and night. Spectre's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping across the table. In front of those 4 guards, I slashed the genius' throat. Then I left without a trace. They didn't even catch a glimpse of my shadow. Lin Mo gasped in shock. His pupils constricted sharply. Killing someone right under the noses of 4 level 40 experts. Such stealth and assassination skills were terrifying. Spectre stood up, sheathing the dagger at his waist. An F-grade summoner, no matter how fast his summoned creature is. As long as I sever the owner's throat, the summoned creature will naturally collapse. Young Master Lin, just be prepared to collect the corpse. After saying this, Spectre's figure blurred. He actually merged into the shadows of the room, right before Lin Mo's eyes. He vanished completely. Lin Mo looked at the empty corner, his racing heart finally beginning to calm. A cruel smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Steady. A level 35 ace shadow assassin. Don't think that Lin Mo with just an F-grade broken skeleton has any chance. Even if he had a real dragon by his side, he would undoubtedly die tonight. Late at night in the luxurious standalone villa of the Lin family, Lin Mo took a shower and changed into comfortable silk pajamas. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the dazzling night view of Jiangnan City. Holding a glass of expensive Romanicanti red wine, the scarlet liquid gently swayed in the glass, exuding an enticing aroma. Lin Mo was in high spirits. The gloom that had weighed on him for days had vanished. He took a delicate sip of wine, savoring the lingering sweetness on his tongue. Brother, oh brother. Lin Mo raised his glass to the air, his tone gentle, but his gaze was as cold as a snake's. Do you really think that by climbing aboard the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce you can step over me? In this world, it ultimately comes down to brains and strength. No matter how you jump around in my eyes, you're just a slightly stronger ant. He imagined the scene of Lin Mo having his throat cut by the assassin in the wasteland, picturing the look of fear and despair on that once arrogant face. Lin Mo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Blood. Only the blood of that brother could wash away the humiliation he suffered at the auction. Once you're dead, my parents will naturally rightfully take over the assets in your black gold card. What you earned with your life will ultimately end up in my pocket. Lin Mo tilted his head back and downed the wine in his glass. His smile appeared particularly sinister under the moonlight. Farewell, waste. Meanwhile, in the depths of the bloodied wasteland, the once perilous wilderness was now as quiet as a large grave. The 100 or so members of the Mad Lion Guild had long since scavenged everything from the deep pit and fled the area in a panic. They swore they would never set foot in the bloodied wasteland again. Lin Mo also did not continue forward. He summoned all the newly mutated mage skeletons and giant shield skeletons back to the summoning space. The temperature difference at night in the wasteland was significant, and the red toxic miasma was even denser than during the day. But this was no challenge for Lin Mo. He pulled out an ultra-luxurious automatic inflatable tent from his spatial ring. This was a high-end outdoor item that Qian Fuguei had stuffed into the ring to please him. The tent was furnished with a soft velvet mattress. There was even a temperature-controlling magical air conditioner and a portable mini-fridge. Lin Mo took a hot shower and comfortably lay on the mattress. Listening to the sounds of the wind occasionally coming from outside in the wasteland, he soon fell into a deep slumber. He slept soundly. As for the matter of keeping watch, Lin Mo casually summoned 5 or 6 basic ordinary skeletons, the kind that wield rusty iron swords and would drop bones while walking. He let them wander outside the tent. As long as any living creature approached, the skeleton's senses would awaken him immediately through their pact. The night grew deeper. In the red toxic miasma, a shadow, barely perceptible, moved quickly along the ground like an incorporeal ghost. It made no sound. Not even the surrounding dry weeds showed any signs of being trodden upon. Spectre stopped behind a large rock 30 meters away from the tent. He wore night vision tactical goggles, coldly observing the camp ahead. A luxurious inflatable tent. Bright temperature-controlled lights. This was not training in the wasteland, it was more like a vacation. Spectre scoffed internally. Truly an ignorant rich young master. He had no basic wilderness survival knowledge. Lighting up lights in such a high-risk area was practically inviting nearby assassins and monsters to target practice. His gaze swept around the tent. The defensive strength was laughably rudimentary. Only 5 or 6 half-meter tall F-grade broken skeletons. They were aimlessly wandering around the tent. One of the skeletons stumbled, and suddenly its ankle bone came loose. It fell to the ground with a clatter. The skeleton stood dumbfounded for a moment, bent down to pick up its bone. Its movements were slow and clumsy. Spectre watched this scene, his disdain growing. 10 million. This was undoubtedly the easiest 10 million he had ever earned in his assassin career. That young master from the Lin family was truly a foolish rich target. To be scared witless by such garbage summoned creatures and still willing to pay heavily to hire him. Spectre hesitated no more. He took a deep breath and completely concealed his presence. Level 35 core skill shadow evasion activated. His body turned into a blur of black shadow, perfectly blending into the night of the wasteland. Not only was he invisible to the naked eye, but even his presence and body heat were completely isolated. Spectre floated out from behind the large rock like a ghost. He walked straight toward the tent. As he passed by the ordinary little skeletons that were swaying, he even deliberately walked between two of them. He was less than half a meter away from the skeleton that had just fixed its bone. Those dull-witted skeletons showed no reaction. Their hollow eye sockets stared blankly ahead, completely unaware that death had already passed by them. Spectre scoffed internally. Such low-level dead beings didn't even have the most basic sense of living creatures. What a joke to use them for watch duty. He encountered no obstacles as he reached the entrance of the tent. Through the translucent seams of the tent, he could clearly see that the target was sprawled out on the mattress, breathing evenly deep in sleep, completely unguarded. Spectre slowly raised his right hand. The poison black dagger glimmered with a cold light in the darkness. He only needed to gently pull the zipper of the tent open, rush in, and the blade would slash across the throat. It would all be over. From drawing the knife to claiming the life, it would take only half a second. Spectre held his breath, his fingers resting on the tent's zipper. The dagger raised high, the cold blade aimed at Lin Mo's carotid artery. Yugi's fingers were unervingly steady. The black dagger, coated in a paralyzing, instantly lethal poison, hovered just 1 inch from Lin Mo's carotid artery. Even the faintest down on Lin Mo's neck prickled beneath the blade's icy aura. Success. Beneath his mask, Yoguei's lips curled into a cruel, triumphant smirk. A 10 million credit bounty, earned with effortless ease. Just as he prepared to snap his wrist downward for that seamless silken slit across the throat, a sudden sharp prickle surged across his scalp. A shudder tore through him, the visceral naked terror of being stripped bare and cast into a blizzard's heart. He could not move. The air itself thickened like poured concrete, freezing solid around him. From the shadowed corner of the tent came a soft, whispering rustle, like blades slicing quietly through darkness itself. 5 dim spectral glows emerged slowly from pitch-black recesses where no light dared linger. They were 5 skeletal figures, each half a meter tall. Clutched in their bony hands were 2 obsidian black daggers carved from bone. Their hollow eye sockets held no flickering azure nether fire. Instead, swirling within them were abyssal vortices, pitch-black, depthless, and infinitely hungry. This was a newly unlocked mutation branch Lin Mo had acquired moments earlier after absorbing a high-tier crystal core. Assassin skeletons. Yoguei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared transfixed at these 5 grotesque apparitions. His pride, his 35th level divine skill, absolute stealth. Before them it crumbled into absurdity, a naked man sprinting barriers down a crowded street. Not only had they pierced his invisibility, they had even reversed its very essence, using his own shadow as a conduit to glide silently undetected right up to his flank. How is this possible? A silent, frantic scream tore through Yoguei's mind. Years spent dancing on the razor's edge of death triggered his most instinctive response: abandon the strike, retreat at full speed. He bit hard into his tongue, igniting his inner magic in a desperate bid to shatter the suffocating spatial stasis. His black form exploded backward. Think you can flee? From the darkness came an unspoken mocking echo. The 5 assassin skeletons moved. Yoguei could not discern their motion. Only a blur of flash before his eyes. In an instant, 5 streaks of black wove together into an inescapable net of absolute death. Speed. Unassailable, overwhelming velocity. The kind born of millions of agility points, a dimensional annihilation delivered with surgical precision. Yoguei did not even complete the motion to raise his dagger in defense. His vaunted swiftness now crawled like a slowed replay. Get away. A raw, despairing roar tore from his throat. He swung his elite dagger, the same blade capable of cleaving through silver-grade armor, with all his might, bringing it crashing down onto the shoulder of the nearest assassin skeleton. Clang! A shrill metallic shriek split the air. Sparks erupted violently. Yoguei felt as though he'd struck a monolith of sandier glacial iron. The recoil shattered his palm open. His black dagger snapped cleanly in two. Yet upon the skeleton's shoulder bone, not even the faintest scratch remained. This was unwinnable. Real fear, cold and primal, finally flooded Yoguei's gaze. These skeletons obeyed no martial forms, no tactical patterns. Their black bone daggers had become the world's cruelest filleting knives. Shoo, shoo, shoo. No flashy spell effects, no radiant auras. Only the muffled, wet thuds of steel parting flesh and scraping clean against bone. The first slash severed Yoguei's wrist tendons with surgical precision. The second shattered his ankle tendons. The third plunged deep into his profession-specific magic core, the nexus of his power, and pulverized it instantly into dust. Yoguei convulsed in agony, mouth gaping wide for a scream. only for a tiny skeleton to jam the hilt of its dagger straight into his throat, silencing him utterly. When it came to assassination, these assassin skeletons, augmented by millions of stat points, were his true ancestors. All of this transpired in less than 2 seconds. Yugawei, the legendary assassin whose name alone sent tremors through Jiangnan City's underworld black market, was dismembered beyond reassembly, reduced to scattered, disjointed fragments. Not a single drop of blood soiled Lin Mo's mattress. Thick coppery scent of gore bloomed in the tense confined air. On the mattress, Lin Mo rolled over, smacking his lips drowsily. Mumbling groggily, he muttered, "Cut meat quieter in the middle of the night." So loud. Then he yanked the soft blanket over his head and sank back into deep, unruffled slumber. The 5 assassin skeletons exchanged a glance, then swiftly bundled the grisly remains inside Yugawei's own night cloak, hoisting the bundle like refuse and hurling it unceremoniously out through a narrow gap in the tent flap. Then, as seamlessly as they had appeared, they dissolved back into the shadows, leaving no trace, as if nothing had ever occurred. At that very moment, deep beneath Jiangnan City, in the Grand Hall of the Shadow Brotherhood's headquarters, light was scarce. Hundreds of black jade tablets lined the walls, each a life token bound to a single assassin. While the bearer lived, the tablet endured. Should the bearer fall, the tablet shattered. At the apex of the wall stood several crimson glowing tablets, reserved for the Brotherhood's innermost elite. At the hall's center sat the Brotherhood's Grandmaster, sipping steaming tea. Opposite him sat the elderly liaison who had brokered the assignment. Lin Yu's payment was truly effortless. Sending Yugawei after an frank target is like firing a heavy artillery shell at a mosquito. The liaison offered a dry chuckle. These days the wealthy are simply rich fools. The Grandmaster blew gently across his tea's surface, smirking. Yugawei has never failed. By now he's probably already finished the throat cutting and found himself a tavern for celebratory drinks. A crisp, brittle crack echoed through the hall. Soft as it was, the sound sliced through the cavernous silence like a knife. The Grandmaster's hand froze midair, teacup suspended. Behind him, senior members stiffened, then lifted their gazes in unison toward the source. Their eyes locked onto the topmost row of blood-tinged tablets, specifically the one inscribed with the characters Yugawei. A deep, jagged fissure now split it cleanly down the center. Then, pop, a final hollow detonation. The entire tablet exploded into a fine, lusterless ash, scattering silently across the altar. Absolute stillness swallowed the hall. Even breath ceased. The teacup slipped from the Grandmaster's grasp and shattered on the floor. Scalding tea splashed across his polished shoes. He didn't flinch. Yugawei is dead. The liaison swallowed hard, voice trembling uncontrollably. That was a 35th level Shadow Weave assassin, dispatched to eliminate a novice summoner barely past level 20. Not only had he failed, but he hadn't even escaped. His life token had shattered outright. Cold sweat drenched the Grandmaster's back. He shot upright, his voice raw with terror. Investigate. Immediately. Find out everything about Lin Mo, his origins, his lineage, his secrets. Suspend all contracts, effective immediately. He gasped raggedly, eyes wide with dread. Whoever had slain Yugawei, without a whisper. Their power far exceeded Jiangnan City's known limits. Extract Lin Mo's dossier, now, and isolate it. The Grandmaster kicked aside the broken porcelain, roaring, promote it to the highest tier classified archive. Designate him an S-rank forbidden target. Untouchable, unapproachable. Any who dare provoke him again, I'll flay them alive myself. Dawn broke over the crimson wasteland where the blood-red toxic miasma had thinned slightly. Lin Mo stretched languidly on a plush velvet mattress and yawned as he unzipped the tent flap. The air carried the earthy wild scent unique to untamed frontiers. Outside the tent, 5 assassin skeletons stood in perfect formation across the open ground. Beneath their bony feet lay a black dagger snapped cleanly in two, and several tattered pieces of night cloaking attire. Lin Mo ambled over in flip-flops and nudged the broken blade with his toe. The high-carbon steel surface shimmered with an eerie emerald venom light, a mark of elite craftsmanship. Truly, some fools have no fear of death, delivering takeout indeed. A cold, mirthless smile flickered across Lin Mo's lips. He didn't need to think twice to know who was behind it. Only Lin Yu, that petty green-teed schemer whose grudges were finer than needlepoints, would waste exorbitant sums hiring assassins against a mere novice. An eye for an eye is but courtesy. Lin Mo stroked his chin, then turned back into the tent and retrieved an empty wooden box, normally reserved for storing rare high-grade materials. He kicked the 2 broken dagger fragments into the box, then pulled out a plain sheet of white paper. Too lazy to fetch a brush or pen, he simply guided one assassin skeleton to dip its bony finger into the residual blood pooled on the ground. With bold, sweeping strokes, it inscribed a single line across the page: "Your money was spent most unwisely. See you at the grand examination." The note was dropped into the box, and the lid snapped shut. Lin Mo snapped his fingers, summoning the swiftest skeletal soldier. Take this to the supply outpost beyond the wasteland, and hire an express courier from the same city. Address Lin Family Villa, the affluent district of Jiangnan City. Recipient Lin Yu. The skeletal soldier seized the box and vanished in a blur, dissolving into the mist-shrouded dawn of the wasteland. At the Lin Family Villa in Jiangnan City's affluent district, morning sunlight streamed through towering floor-to-ceiling windows into a sumptuous living room. Lin Yu sat poised on a leather sofa clad in impeccably tailored loungewear. He held a glass of decanted premium red wine, not drowsy in the least, but electrified with feverish anticipation. By his calculations, Yugue, the Shadow Brotherhood's ace assassin, should have already succeeded. 1 million credits for Lin Mo's life, a bargain beyond measure. Once that obnoxious, useless wretch vanished forever, Lin Yu could resume his serene reign as the region's undisputed prodigy. All Lin family resources, including the black gold credit card worth hundreds of millions, would belong solely to him. A chime rang out, the doorbell. Lin Yu's eyes flared wide, his pulse surged. It had arrived. The elderly butler hurried to the entrance and opened the door. There stood a breathless local express courier, sweat glistening on his brow. Is this Master Lin Yu's residence? Urgent delivery for him. The butler signed the receipt and carried the wooden box inside. Master, your express package. Lin Yu set down his wineglass, suppressing a triumphant grin with practiced restraint. Place it on the table and withdraw. No one enters without my explicit command. The butler bowed deeply and retreated, closing the grand living room doors behind him. Lin Yu remained alone, his gaze locked unblinking upon the wooden box resting atop the coffee table. His breathing quickened. How meticulous Yugue was, even sending the trophy via express delivery. This box surely contained Lin Mo's severed head, or perhaps a finger still bearing a spatial ring. Lin Yu rubbed his palms together, trembling with eagerness, and tore open the seal on the box. Click! The lid lifted. And in that instant, upon seeing what lay within, Lin Yu's ecstatic grin froze rigid as stone. No gory head, no spatial ring. Only 2 cleanly severed fragments of a black dagger rested silently in the box. Their emerald venom light glinted fiercely under the sun, a design Lin Yu knew all too well. Last night, in the private chamber of the underground black market, Yugue himself had idly twirled that very dagger. Lin Yu's pupils contracted violently, a bone-deep chill shot up his spine. Yugue's weapon shattered. What did that mean? Trembling, he reached in and lifted the sheet of white paper lying beneath the broken blades. Scrawled across it in thick crimson script, bold, arrogant, unrestrained, was a single line: your money was spent most unwisely. See you at the grand examination. Boom. Those words struck Lin Yu like a sledgehammer to the chest. His vision spun, his legs buckled, drained of all strength. Thud. He collapsed onto the priceless carpet. His elbow knocked against the coffee table's edge, sending the fine wineglass tumbling to the floor. Shatter. The stemware exploded and ruby-red wine splashed outward, resembling nothing so much as a pool of fresh, vivid blood. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lin Yu's face paled to ash, his lips quivered, unable to form a coherent sentence. That was a level 35 Shadow Stealth Assassin, the Shadow Brotherhood's flawless, undefeated elite. How could he fail against an frank novice? How could his personal weapon be shattered and returned as a taunting gift? What kind of monster was Lin Mo? The commotion upstairs roused Lin Jinhai. Still clad in his pajamas, he rushed down the staircase. What in the world are you doing at this hour, clattering about like a fool? He strode into the living room, frowning. His gaze fell instantly upon Lin Yu, slumped on the floor, face contorted in abject horror, and the open wooden box atop the coffee table. Lin Jinhai approached, his eyes locking onto the broken dagger fragments and the blood-smeared note. A veteran of decades navigating treacherous commercial seas, he grasped the implications instantly. His face drained of color, turning slate gray. This is the assassin's blade, the Shadow Brotherhood's. He whirled toward Lin Yu, voice shaking. It failed. A level 35 professional assassin couldn't even graze a single hair on his head. Lin Yu kept his head bowed, shivering uncontrollably, refusing to meet his father's gaze. Lin Jinhai snatched up the blood-stained note, staring at the mocking phrase, "See you at the grand examination." His heart clenched as if gripped by an iron fist, suffocating pain flooding his chest. The loss of 1 million credits was trivial. What truly terrified him was Lin Mo's unfathomable power, effortlessly slaying an elite level 35 assassin, then calmly dispatching a retaliatory parcel laced with contempt. It meant Lin Mo regarded them as utterly beneath notice. Regret, venomous, consuming, gnawed relentlessly at Lin Jinhai's core. How had he been so blind? To sever ties with his own flesh and blood? Had he not signed that dissolution decree, given Lin Mo's terrifying capabilities and impenetrable background? The Lin family would have soared to become one of Longwo region's supreme aristocratic houses. All ruined. This unimaginable fortune shattered by their own hands. You incompetent ruinous wretch. Rage obliterated Lin Jinhai's reason. He raised his foot and drove it hard into Lin Yu's shoulder. Ow! Lin Yu cried out, toppling sideways and rolling across shards of broken glass. If you hadn't whispered daily in my ear that he was worthless, talentless, good for nothing, I'd never have cast him out. Lin Jinhai jabbed a finger at Lin Yu's nose, spittle flying. Look what you've done. Now he lives, and we've forged an unbreakable blood enmity. Just wait until the grand examination. What do you imagine you'll use to compete against him? Lin Jinhai paced furiously, fists clenched, wishing he could strike himself. He shot Lin Yu one last searing glare before storming upstairs, consumed by fury. Lin Yu remained sprawled alone amid spilled wine and glittering glass shards. Silence descended once more, thick, hollow, absolute. Slowly he pushed himself upright. A cut on his palm bled freely, crimson droplets falling steadily onto the carpet. Yet he felt no pain. His head hung low, dark bangs veiling his eyes. If it weren't for me. A low, chilling chuckle escaped him, rising, swelling, twisted with deranged hysteria. Lin Jinhai's regretful words had pierced his marrow like poisoned thorns. Lin Jinhai regretted it. That old man, seeing Lin Mo's true value, now lamented cutting him off. Did they plan to welcome him back? Did they intend to return everything, every privilege, every right that belonged to him, to that worthless trash? Never. Lin Yu jerked his head up, his once handsome face contorting into something monstrous. His eyes blazed with crimson veins, the last embers of reason incinerated by jealousy's infernal fire. His stare locked onto the blood-stained note upon the coffee table. See you at the grand examination, is it? He ground out each word between clenched teeth, voice raw, as if scraped from the depths of hell. Lin Mo, this is your doing. No matter your unholy arts. On the day of the grand examination, I will kill you before the entire world. I will prove, beyond doubt, that Lin Yu alone is Jiangnan City's peerless prodigy. Jiangnan City Central Square. 100,000 senior year awakeners were pressed shoulder to shoulder, a heaving sea of bodies. Voices roared and clattered. The annual Jiangnan City Awakeners Grand Examination had officially commenced. On the floating VIP stand before the square sat all of Jiangnan City's most exalted figures, the mayor, the presidents of several academies, and the chairman of the major guilds. Those who usually stood aloof at the pinnacle today clustered like ingratiating attendants hovering with anxious smiles around a young woman. The woman wore a tailored, form-fitting, silver-white coat. Her beauty was flawless, but her bearing was as cold and unyielding as an ancient glacier. Her name was Su Qinghan. She was a representative dispatched by the admissions office of Longshan Academy, the foremost academy of the Longwood Dragon Kingdom. She was also a renowned sophomore prodigy in the imperial capital, astonishing all who knew her. At only 20 years old, her level already soared to 40. Her vocation dwarfed her peers in SS Steer, hidden profession, and ice snowsword master. The mayor rubbed his hands together, a smile stretching his face until it creased. Miss Su, you must be weary from your journey. Would you like to rest in the VIP chamber first? We will handle all arrangements for the examination proceedings on your behalf. Su Qinghan did not so much as lift an eyelid. She picked up the cold brew tea from the table and sipped it lightly. No thank you, she said, her tone frigid and impenetrable. The Longshan Academy's time is precious. Let us begin immediately. I truly cannot fathom why they sent me to such a backwater place. Those words left no room for propriety. The mayor and the academy presidents froze, their expressions stiffening. Publicly scolded, they forced smiles of obeisance they could not afford to refuse. Who could blame them? She came from the imperial capital after all. The principal of First High School forced himself forward to salvage the situation. Commissioner Su may be unaware this year Jiangnan City has a promising candidate. Lin Yu, the Lin family's adopted son, has awakened to an SS Steer profession, a Yulong wielder. At the utterance of SSS, Su Qinghan finally set down her teacup. In her otherwise placid eyes there flickered a faint contemptuous smile. A slightly larger loach jumping out of a puddle, and it thinks itself a dragon. Her voice was low but carried clearly to the elders nearby. Absent the supreme resources of the imperial capital, a local SSS is merely a facade. All surface stats and no battlefield experience. I have seen too many greenhouse blossoms. Whether he can meet my standard we shall see when he walks out of the exam alive. Once she spoke, the dignitaries on the stand fell silent. No one dared incur the displeasure of this cold sovereign. At the mayor's command, towering teleportation pillars flared to life in the center of the square. The chief examiner raised a megaphone and loudly read the rules for this year's assessment. First trial site, a large-scale field survival instance, the Despair Ruins. All examinees will be teleported at random. Team entry is prohibited. There is only one evaluation criterion: survival. 10,000 examinees in the crowd inhaled sharply in unison at the words Despair Ruins. That was a high-risk dungeon where even regular army units suffered more than half their numbers. It teemed with wandering wraiths and mutated beasts at every turn. Su Qinghan reclined against the chair and looked down at the students below, their faces draining of color. A scarcely concealed sneer lifted one corner of her mouth. With such fragile psyches they expect to enter Longshan Academy. She turned her head and tossed a cold remark to the mayor. I wager most of them would pass if they survive 3 days in the Despair Ruins. I reckon half will sob and crush their teleportation talismans to withdraw. The mayor nodded repeatedly, his back already damp with cold sweat. On the square, the examinees queued toward the teleportation arrays. Each was heavily armed, clad in thick armor and clutching weapons in white-knuckled hands. Their packs bulged with expensive restorative potions and life-saving scrolls purchased at great cost. The atmosphere was taut enough to cut. Lin Mo wore a gleaming set of silver-grade light armor and strode to the array, flanked by sycophants. He gripped an ostentatiously shaped top-grade staff. Although he had not obtained the Frost Heart, this was the Lin family's exorbitant backup acquisition, bought at any price. Lin Mo turned his head, his eyes cold and searching the crowd frantically. He sought the worthless creature who had repeatedly humiliated him. Lin Mo, don't you dare be a coward and skip this. He ground his teeth and cursed inwardly. The bloodied parcel from last night had become an inescapable nightmare. Not even the wraith had prevailed against it. Lin Mo was certain Lin Mo had stumbled into some absurd fortune and by chance met another expert. Today in the Despair Ruins, I'll not only shatter records, he sneered, venom thick in his voice. I'll skin you alive with my own hands. With that, Lin Mo strode into a teleportation pillar. The line inched forward. Soon it reached a teleportation gate on the square's edge. An examiner mechanically checked each examinee's credentials and equipment. Next, the examiner called without looking up. A soft slapping sound came forth like someone walking in flip-flops. The examiner frowned and raised his head, suddenly frozen. Hundreds waiting in line gaped in disbelief. A young man in an old t-shirt and plastic flip-flops strolled up at a leisurely pace. That was bad enough. Absurdly, the fellow carried a large bag of black fruitwood charcoal in his left hand and an unopened stainless steel folding barbecue grill in his right. Clutched under his arm was an entire bunch of iron skewers. The plastic bag was stuffed with pork belly beef skewers and several bottles of cumin powder. Lin Mo yawned and handed over his admission slip. Hurry it up, he said. I'm racing to get a good spot to light a fire. Meat left too long loses its freshness. For an instant, the very air around them seemed to halt. Everyone stared at Lin Mo as if he were mad. After a stunned silence, the crowd erupted into a thunder of derisive laughter. Is this guy insane? Taking a barbecue grill into the Despair Ruins? Does he think this is a picnic? Wearing flip-flops into a high-risk dungeon? He's asking to be dead. I bet he's in frank domestic vocation, deliberately tanking to get attention. Stay away from that idiot. When lightning strikes him, don't let it burn us too. Taunts and insults rose in waves. Lin Mo did not even bother to blink. As the saying goes, a sparrow cannot fathom the ambition of a swan. These downtrodden ones entered to fight for their lives. He, however, was bringing along 1 billion mutant henchmen for a vacation. If he did not have a few barbecues, spending several days inside would be dreadfully dull. Lin Mo took back his slip and hoisted his barbecue set. Under 1,000 pitying or contemptuous glances, he swaggered into the teleportation array. With a flash of red light, his figure vanished from sight. On the floating stand, Su Qinghan, who had been unperturbed, caught that scene in the corner of her eye. For the first time in ages, a brief look of astonishment flickered across her usually implacable face. A madman taking charcoal and a grill into a high-risk survival dungeon. Su Qinghan narrowed her eyes slightly, curiosity and appraisal passed through her gaze like a quicksilver flash. She sat up straighter, fixing her gaze on the large screen that had just divided into 100 surveillance feeds, each one locked in her attention. The light of the teleportation array flickered wildly before his eyes, accompanied by a strong sense of weightlessness. 100,000 candidates were randomly cast into the corners of the desolate ruins. As Lin Mo landed, a nauseating stench assaulted his senses. He slipped and half of his legs sank directly into the black marshy mire. Get away. Lin Mo's face turned pale as he waved his staff. The Ice Bone Dragon behind him let out a roar, freezing several level 18 corrupted dogs that lunged at him into ice sculptures. The ice sculptures shattered. The foul black blood and rotten mud splattered everywhere. Lin Mo's meticulously prepared pure white haute couture light armor was instantly covered in muck, rendering it unrecognizable. Disgustedly wiping the mud off his face, he turned to look around. The chilling screams echoed incessantly. Not far away, a few isolated candidates were being chased by a pack of mutated two-headed wolves, rolling and crawling in desperation. In the end, they cried out and shattered the life-saving teleportation talisman in their hands, transforming into white light as they were eliminated. The density of monsters in this desolate ruin was simply outrageous. Lin Mo gripped his staff, tightly struggling to form a formation in the marsh with the bone dragon. Every step he took consumed immense physical strength. That waist-wearing flip-flops is probably being chewed to the bone by now, Lin Mo gasped, cursing viciously in his heart. Thinking of Lin Mo's tragic death, the pent-up anger in his heart dissipated a little. At the same time, on the other end of the desolate ruins, this was the only freshwater lake in the entire dungeon map. The water was crystal clear, and the banks were lush with green grass. The scenery was so beautiful it hardly seemed like a high-risk wilderness. A flash of red light. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops, landed steadily on the grassy bank with a large bag. He took a deep breath of fresh air. This place is a good choice. The scenery is nice, and it's sheltered from the wind. Lin Mo threw all the plastic bags in his hands onto the ground. He leisurely set up the stainless steel folding barbecue grill. After positioning it, he took out his exclusive beach chair from his spatial ring and comfortably laid back. Time to get to work. Lin Mo casually snapped his fingers. Buzz. The grassy bank suddenly lit up with dense, dark, golden glimmers. A total of 500 half-meter-tall little skeletons emerged in an orderly formation. They clutched dark, golden bone blades with soul flames flickering in their eye sockets. Lin Mo didn't even sit up. He closed his eyes and issued commands. 250 on the left, flatten an area of 10 kilometers outward from this lake. Whatever flies in the sky or runs on the ground, kill them all. Don't let a single drop of blood spill into my lake. Swish. 250 dark golden skeletons instantly turned into afterimages racing in all directions. Lin Mo turned his head to the remaining half of the skeletons. You guys go chop some fruit wood from that forest and bring it back to split for firewood. You lot go into the lake and catch some fish. They need to be fat. The rest, wash the meat, cut it into pieces, and skewer it. Make it thin for better flavor. This group of terrifyingly powerful numerical monsters had all turned into obedient farmhands. The skeletons chopping wood didn't even need axes. They simply approached a large tree and kicked it. The dozens of meters tall tree crashed down and was then swiftly chopped into neat firewood with a few strokes of their bone blades. The fishing skeletons were even more outrageous. They stood in the lake, moving faster than lightning. Whenever a fish swam by, a bony claw reached out, and a plump, lively fish was precisely caught. The batch cutting meat for skewers was even more skillful. The dark, golden bone blades in their hands transformed into the finest chef's knives. The pork belly was sliced as thin as a cicada's wing uniform in size. Then they skewered the pieces with iron sticks, neatly arranging them on a tray. The whole process was seamless, yet the scene was absurd to the extreme. In less than 10 minutes, the fruitwood charcoal in the barbecue grill had already been ignited. The crimson coals radiated intense heat. Dozens of skewers of pork belly and 2 large fat fish were sizzling on the fire. Lin Mo lay on the chair holding a can of cumin powder. As he flipped the meat, he sprinkled the seasoning. The rich aroma of meat and the fragrance of cumin wafted through the gentle breeze. While others were battling desperately against monsters in the mire, screaming incessantly, Lin Mo was here, with smoke rising, turning the high-risk dungeon into a farm stay. In the center square of Jiangnan City, the floating viewing platform. The main screen was divided into hundreds of small segments, streaming live performances of various candidates. The mayor and the principal of the first middle school were gathered around Su Qinghan, flattering her while pointing at one of the screens. In that frame was Lin Mo. He had just commanded the Ice Bone Dragon to painstakingly slay a level 20 regional mini-boss. Although he emerged covered in dirt and grime, he nonetheless secured the first kill. Commissioner Su, look, this child Lin Mo has quite good combat awareness. The mayor rubbed his hands together, smiling obsequiously. Given time, he will definitely be an invaluable asset to our Dragon Nation. Su Qinghan held a cup of freshly brewed premium blue mountain coffee. She casually glanced at Lin Mo on the screen. Her cold expression showed no fluctuations. The spell casting delay was too long, and his positioning had numerous flaws. If that monster had understood feigned attacks earlier, he would already be a corpse. The mayor's smile froze instantly, feeling awkward and unsure of what to say next. Su Qinghan found it utterly boring. There were indeed no expectations to have in a place like Jiangnan City. She extended her slender, fair fingers and casually swiped across the control panel, switching to other monitoring screens. The scenes were all the same. Without exception, they showed candidates being chased and bitten by monsters or trembling in tree holes. Just as Su Qinghan was about to turn off the screen and rest her eyes, her fingers suddenly paused. In a subscreen at the bottom right, there was no bloody slaughter, no terrifying monsters, only wisps of curling blue smoke. Su Qinghan slightly furrowed her beautiful brows. How could there be smoke in the desolate ruins? Is there a candidate setting fire to the mountains? She double-clicked to enlarge the image. The high-definition camera immediately zoomed in on the lakeside scene. Everyone on the viewing platform was stunned. In the center of the frame, a young man, wearing flip-flops, was lying on a beach chair flipping skewers of meat. Beside him, a little skeleton was holding a plate waiting attentively. Another little skeleton was fanning the barbecue grill with a palm leaf. Uffed. The high-end coffee that Su Qinghan had just sipped sprayed out without any grace, splattering all over the control panel. Her usually calm and icy eyes were now filled with shock and disbelief. She didn't even care about maintaining her usual aloof demeanor. She suddenly stood up, her hands pressed firmly on the table, staring intently at the screen. The mayor jumped in surprise and quickly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the table. "Commissioner Su, are you all right?" Su Qinghan completely ignored the mayor. Her gaze passed over the barbecue grill, looking towards the trees and grass by the lake. Dense little skeletons were busy there chopping wood, washing vegetables, and catching fish. Su Qinghan's breathing became rapid. She quickly counted the number of skeletons appearing in the scene in her mind. The more she counted, the faster her heart raced. 10, 50, 100. A total of 250. This didn't even count those scattered out of sight. "This is impossible," Su Qinghan exclaimed in disbelief. Her cold voice was filled with incredulity. A summoner at level 20. Even if one's mental power was extraordinary, being able to maintain 10 summoned creatures active outside simultaneously would already be considered an once-in-a-lifetime talent. Not even the level necromancer in the imperial capital's Dragon God Academy hailed as a centuries encounter. At level 20, he could only barely summon 8 silver-level skeletons. Yet this guy in flip-flops had actually summoned several hundred in one go. And judging by his leisurely demeanor lying there were no signs of any mental exhaustion. Who was this person? Su Qinghan abruptly turned her head, fixing a sharp gaze on the mayor, her eyes as sharp as a drawn ice sword. "Immediately pull up his data for me." The mayor trembled slightly at Su Qinghan's fierce demeanor. He hurriedly leaned closer to the screen to take a closer look. Upon doing so, the mayor's expression instantly turned peculiar. This isn't Lin Mo, the true young master just kicked out of the Lin family." The principal of the first middle school beside him recognized him too. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and cautiously replied, "Commissioner Su, please don't be agitated. Lin Mo only awakened as an level necromancer, a thoroughly useless profession. The little skeletons he summoned are probably just fragile shells that crumble at a touch. They have no combat power, only useful for doing some odd jobs like chopping wood and burning fire." The principal smugly analyzed. "I think he knows he won't pass, so he deliberately went in to cause a ruckus and grab attention. I'll have someone cut off his feed immediately so it doesn't dirty your eyes." Saying this, the principal reached out to press the cutoff button on the control panel. "Try touching it and see what happens." Su Qinghan's voice was as cold as an ice cellar in the dead of winter. The principal's outstretched hand froze in midair. Su Qinghan turned her head, looking at the mayor and principal as if they were fools. "A fragile shell." She pointed at the screen. A fishing skeleton had just accidentally pinched a boulder by the lake. That piece of hard granite weighing several tons crumbled like a piece of soft tofu. "Is this what you call having no combat power?" Su Qinghan retorted sharply. The mayor and principal followed her finger's direction and gasped, their eyes nearly popping out. That was granite, smashed to pieces by a mere level skeleton. Su Qinghan couldn't be bothered to look at these blind fools any longer. Her gaze returned to the screen. She fixed her gaze on the young man flipping skewers of meat. This was undoubtedly a peerless prodigy, severely underestimated by everyone. The fools in Jiangnan City actually regarded someone capable of summoning an endless army of monsters as a waste. In the footage, Lin Mo placed the grilled pork skewers into a dish. He suddenly halted his actions, turning to look into the depths of the dense forest on the right side of the basin. 250 skeletons sent to clear the area were now pulling a massive dark shadow as it emerged from the forest. When that huge shadow was fully exposed to the surveillance camera, on the floating viewing platform, all the principals and guild leaders, including Su Qinghan, felt their scalps explode. A chill rushed straight to the top of their heads. A colossal black silhouette dragged from the dense forest by an army of skeletons crashed thunderously onto the lakeshore, earth-trembling soil exploding outward. It was Iron Scale Venom Crocodile, a level 25 regional boss, its body the size of a small mountain. Its hide was armored in indestructible black scales, and it had long reigned unchallenged across the Despair ruins. Any other full-strength elite student squad would have dared not engage it, only to shatter a teleportation talisman and flee for their lives. Now it lay like a lifeless dog, casually discarded onto the grass by several half-meter-tall skeletal minions. Its skull had been utterly pulverized, beyond any doubt, beyond any hope of revival. Lin Mo reclined on a beach chair, not even glancing at the fallen behemoth. He held an iron skewer, meticulously turning strips of marbled pork over the grill. "This crocodile meat is too tough," Unpalatable, he remarked with mild disdain, curling his lip. He turned toward the skeletal attendants returning from their assignment. Too many monsters linger nearby, howling incessantly, and it's ruining my barbecue appetite. He pointed toward the perilous depths of the ruins encircling the lake. Within a 10-kilometer radius, clear me a pristine field. Leave no survivors. I wish not to hear a single whisper of noise. With a sharp SHHH, 250 obsidian gold skeletons sprang into motion without hesitation. Clutching bone blades, they dissolved into streaks of dark golden afterimages surging outward in all directions. To them, their master's command was absolute truth, unchallengeable, unalterable. On the far side of the despair ruins, in a mire of foul-smelling swamp, Lin Mo gasped raggedly, his peerless arcane staff plunged deep into the mud to prop up his trembling frame. His once pristine silver light armor was now unrecognizable, caked thick with putrid beast blood and black sludge. He looked utterly broken. Just ahead, an ice Frost Bone Dragon exhaled a blast of absolute zero, flash freezing the last dozen low-tier rotting corpses into brittle shards of ice. The frozen fragments shattered, scattering across the muck. Excellent. Lin Mo wiped sweat and grime from his face, a smug, icy smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He raised his left wrist, activating the official real-time score display for the grand examination. On screen, the golden leaderboard scrolled ceaselessly. Rank 1 Lin Mo, 3000 points. He glanced downward. The so-called prodigy, ranked second, had barely scraped past 800 points. This was an abyssal, absolute annihilation. Lin Mo stared fiercely at his own name, eyes burning with feverish obsession and rapacious hunger. First place is mine. And the Jiangnan City Gaokao top scorer is mine as well. No one, not a soul, shall take it from me. He extended a mud-caked finger and swiped downward, dragging the leaderboard all the way to its very bottom. There, nestled stubbornly at the absolute nadir, was the name Lin Mo, followed by a glaring blood-red 0. Score 0. Lin Mo burst into unrestrained laughter, the sound echoing unervingly through the gloom of the marsh. 0. He must have been torn apart by monsters the moment he teleported in, before he even registered where he stood. Lin Mo, you were always destined to be nothing more than sludge beneath everyone's boots. He closed the score panel, smoothed his disheveled attire, and prepared to advance once more. He intended to silence every critic with sheer, overwhelming numerical dominance. Yet even as Lin Mo basked in triumph, the 250 skeletal envoys dispatched by Lin Mo had already dispersed across the entire 10-kilometer radius. They moved without formation, without coordination, relying solely on monstrous attributes honed to terrifying extreme speed that defied perception, strength that shattered reality. They initiated total eradication, methodical, relentless, absolute. Across those 10 kilometers, true apocalypse descended. Whether packs of rotting hound, or venom-spitting shadow frogs lurking in ambush. Whether common spawns or elite variants, all met the same fate: instant, silent obliteration. The skeletal reapers swung their obsidian gold bone blades like scythes wielded by death himself. Where they passed, not a blade of grass remained. There were no clashes, no cries, no time even to scream. Monsters were reduced to minced fragments before consciousness could register pain. The purge unfolded in eerie, suffocating silence. Jiangnan City Central Square, floating observation platform. Dignitaries gathered before the main screen, gesturing animatedly at the leaderboard, exchanging effusive praise. The principal of No. 1 high school beamed uncontrollably, his face crinkling into 1,000 joyful folds. Mayor, look. Lin Mo's score has already surpassed 3,000. It's been barely over an hour since the exam began. This absolutely shatters Jiangnan City's historical record. The mayor, flushed with pride, turned towards Su Qinghan, who sat aloof and composed, her posture rigid with quiet authority. Director Su, do you think Lin Mo's performance meets the standards of the Dragon God Academy? Su Qinghan's brow furrowed slightly, impatience flickered in her eyes. 3,000 points might qualify as genius in Jiangnan, but in the imperial capital, it wouldn't even merit a footnote. She was about to gently chastise these provincial officials for their provincial myopia, when suddenly, the main screen erupted in violent, searing crimson light. A system-wide alert triggered automatically by anomalous score surges. Every gaze snapped instantly to the display. At the very bottom of the leaderboard, where the name Lin Mo had sat immovably at dead last. The digit 0 flickered, unnaturally, inexplicably, then leapt to 500, before the assembled dignitaries could even process it. The number went berserk, rocketing upward with grotesque velocity: 1500, 8000, 20000. Each leap signified the instantaneous erasure of countless monsters. Lin Mo's name blazed forth as a streak of molten gold hurtling vertically up the screen. Unstoppable, unstoppable, unstoppable. shattering every rival's record-crushing Lin Mo's proud 3-0 beneath its radiant, inexorable ascent. And still it surged, faster, fiercer, until after a final blinding cascade of digits it froze upon a number so staggering it sent chills down spines. 5000. Silence swallowed the square hole. 10,000 souls, just moments ago roaring with excitement, now stood frozen, breathless, ears straining to catch the faintest whisper of a falling pin. Mouths hung agape, eyes glazed over. All stared transfixed at the luminous name blazing at the summit. Rank 1, Lin Mo. Score 50000. Rank 2, Lin Mo. Score 3000. This was no longer a cliffage lead. It was an act of total annihilation. The entire leaderboard along with its second-place contender violently flushed down a cosmic drainpipe. The mayor rubbed his eyes frantically, convinced he'd suffered sleep deprivation hallucinations. The principal of No. 1 high school collapsed backward into his chair, face ashen, legs buckling beneath him. Even Su Qinghan, whose composure was legendary, clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles whitened. Her usually serene eyes churned with storm-racked disbelief. 50,000. 50,000 points, in under an hour. That would require gathering every monster on the Despair Ruins periphery and obliterating them all at once with a forbidden apocalyptic incantation. After a heartbeat of stunned silence, Jiangnan City's director of education trembled violently, his jowls quivering, sweat drenching his brow, as he lunged toward the control console of the floating platform. He slammed his fist repeatedly against the server rack. Thud, thud, his voice piercing, shrill, feral. Investigate now. Find out what's happening. This is definitely a hacker breach. 50,000 points. Did he slaughter an entire legion single-handedly? Get the tech team here, immediately. He hopped in panic, jabbing a finger at Lin Mo's name on screen, screaming hoarsely, the system's corrupted. This data has overflowed. There's no way this is real. The director of education for Jiangnan City stood before the control console, hopping with fury. Enough noise. Su Qinghan cast a cold, disdainful glance at the director, her gaze brimming with unmasked contempt. He froze instantly, voice choked off like a rooster whose throat had been clamped shut. Wiping cold sweat from his brow, he stumbled backward several steps. Su Qinghan's eyes returned to the massive screen. 500,000 points. That figure was utterly staggering. Even if Lin Mo had summoned over 200 skeletons, it would have been impossible to sweep across 10 kilometers in such a short time. A cheating artifact. A thought flashed through Su Qinghan's mind. Despair Ruins was a sealed examination arena. By all rules, no prohibited items should have entered. Yet Jiangnan City, a minor locale, likely possessed a security system riddled with flaws. Though the Lin family had disowned him, perhaps he'd acquired some large-scale one-time use scroll, devastating and illicit. How could an frank failure possibly earn 500,000 points? She refused to believe it. Su Qinghan strode to the main control console, her slender fingers dancing swiftly across the holographic keyboard. Activate Examiner Level Supreme Authority. Lock coordinates Crescent Moon Lake, eastern sector of the ruins. The mayor leaned forward and drew a sharp, involuntary breath. Special Envoy Su, what are you doing? His voice trembled violently. That's a level 30 Overlordier mutated Earth Dragon. No exam in history has ever deployed a creature of this caliber. A level 30 Overlord, in Despair Ruins, a beginner-level arena, was nothing short of an invincible meat grinder. One Lin Mo stood no chance. Even Jiangnan City's elite guard corps would suffer catastrophic casualties entering its domain. Su Qinghan let out a frost-laced snort. I intend to test his true depth. If he truly possesses the strength behind 500,000 points, what is a level 30 Earth Dragon? And if he cheated? A cruel, icy curve lifted the corner of Su Qinghan's lips. At Longshan Academy, cheaters deserve death, no more, no less. She pressed enter. The examination deployment channel flared open instantly. Despair Ruins, Crescent Moon Lake Shore. Lin Mo had just lifted a skewer of golden-brown, glistening pork belly, crispy and dripping with oil, when before it reached his lips, boom, a thunderous, world-shaking roar erupted from the dense forest across the lake. The earth convulsed violently. A monstrous beast over 20 meters long barreled forward like a bulldozer, shattering entire groves of trees in its path. Its body was armored in thick earthen yellow scales, its maw gaped wide, a blood-soaked chasm. Level 30 Overlord mutated Earth Dragon. Forcibly teleported here, it was already in a state of berserk fury. Its gaze locked instantly onto Lin Mo, lounging idly by the lakeside grilling meat. With an ear-splitting bellow, the dragon charged forward on colossal limbs, thundering toward him. Its aura was cataclysmic. Ancient trees lining its path were flattened beneath its sheer mass. Gales whipped up clouds of dust, soil, and swirling leaves, engulfing the entire lakeshore. Whoosh! A gust of dust blasted straight onto Lin Mo's grill. He stared down at the skewer in his hand, now coated in grayish dirt. His brows knotted in immediate displeasure. Dust ruined my meat. His tone was unmistakably irked, yet he didn't even glance toward the rampaging earth dragon. Casually, he tossed the soiled skewer onto the grass beside the grill. Nearby, the small skeleton, still holding tongs diligently turning meat, abruptly halted its motion. It dropped the tongs without hesitation. Within its hollow eye socket's azure soul fire flickered fiercely. Then it thrust a bony hand into the glowing charcoal and withdrew a thick red-hot iron skewer. In the next instant, this skeletal soldier armed with nothing but a barbecue skewer blurred into a streak of dark golden afterimage invisible to the naked eye. It shot forward, not away, but directly toward the level 30 earth dragon. Above on the hovering observation platform, every spectator held their breath, eyes riveted to the main screen. Su Qinghan stood with arms crossed, expression glacial. She waited for Lin Mo to falter, for him to panic and slam the surrender and rescue button. The moment he pressed it, his guilt would be confirmed. On screen, the dragon had already reached the lakeshore, less than 50 meters from Lin Mo's beach chair. Its fanged maw gaped fully open, when without warning a streak of dark gold light appeared directly above the dragon's skull. Su Qinghan's pupils contracted sharply. She hadn't even seen how the tiny skeleton breached the dragon's blind zone of defense. On screen, the skeleton gripped the searing iron skewer with both hands and drove it downward straight into the dragon's skull scales, scales impervious even to armor-piercing rounds. Thunk! No earth-shattering explosion, no dazzling magical spectacle. Only a clean, brutal, muffled impact. Empowered by millions of points of terrifying force, that ordinary iron skewer became deadlier than any divine weapon in existence. It pierced the dragon's cranium as effortlessly as a knife slicing through tofu, plunging deep into the brainstem. Mid-sprint, the mutated earth dragon's colossal frame locked rigid. Its vicious vertical pupils clouded instantly, life extinguished in an instant. Crash! Momentum carried the corpse forward another dozen meters, carving a deep, ragged furrow into the earth. It finally halted, 5 meters short of Lin Mo's beach chair, utterly, irrevocably dead. Not a single cry escaped its jaws. The little skeleton landed lightly. It yanked the skewer free, wiped brain matter from it against the grass, and then scampered back to the grill to resume turning the meat. As though it had merely swatted away an annoying gnat. On the observation platform, air itself seemed to freeze, absolute silence. A tomb-like stillness descended. The mayor's mouth hung agape, jaw nearly brushing his chest. Several principals stared so hard their eyes seemed poised to burst from their sockets. A barbecue skewer. It had just pierced the brainstem of a level 30 overlord-tier mutated earth dragon. From which realm exactly had the skeleton emerged? Su Qinghan's fingers dug white-knuckled into the console's edge. Her face, normally aloof, imperious, breathtakingly cold, was now etched with unprecedented shock. Her entire worldview shattered in that instant. That was a level 30 overlord. Even she, a second-year SS rank prodigy, would need to unleash her ultimate technique, engage in grueling combat, to bring it down. Yet now, it had been obliterated in a single strike by an frank skeleton assigned to grill meat wielding nothing but an iron skewer. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Qinghan felt her 2 decades of pride impaled, brutally, humiliatingly, upon that very skewer. Inside despair ruins, Lin Mo stretched lazily, warmth flooding his limbs. The experience feedback from slaying a level 30 overlord was overwhelming, truly immense. The bottleneck he'd hit at level 20 shattered instantly beneath that torrent of energy. His level surged upward, level 21, level 22. Powerful mana surged through his veins. Lin Mo picked up another perfectly grilled skewer and took a bite. This one's well done. Last night, that level 30 earth dragon had yielded a torrent of energy. Meanwhile, 1,000 skeletal mages, relentless and tireless, had spent the entire night grinding monsters. Lin Mo slept soundly and emerged from his tent stretching luxuriously. His bones cracked like snapping beans. Blissful. This was life. On the grassy shore of the lake, materials and crystal cores piled up in mountains. All of it was the skeletal legion's overnight labor. Lin Mo snapped his fingers, and the entire horde vanished into his spatial ring. Keep the music playing, and keep the skewers roasting. He reclined once more onto his beach chair, ready to enjoy breakfast, when suddenly the sky over despair ruins darkened entirely. The perpetually ashen horizon tore open without warning, splitting wide to reveal a colossal crimson vortex, over a kilometer in diameter, spinning violently directly above the examination grounds. A pungent metallic stench of blood instantly suffocated the ruins. Lin Mo took a bite of his freshly grilled skewer and frowned. What fresh nonsense is this at the crack of dawn? These Education Bureau assessments certainly know how to put on a show. At that very moment, all 100,000 examinees scattered across the ruins tilted their heads upward, eyes locked on the sky. Some shouted with exhilaration, "Look! It must be Day 2's special trial. Could be a gift, boss. We're racing for aggro." Yet they had no inkling. This was no examination. It was an apocalyptic calamity. Boom. A deep, thunderous rumble erupted from the crimson vortex. Then tens of thousands of black silhouettes tumbled forth like rain, pouring relentlessly from the swirling maw. They slammed into the earth, revealing grotesque, monstrous visages, four-armed demon apes, bloodthirsty, twin-headed serpents, abyssal, stitched abominations. All frenzied, abyss-tainted fiends radiating raw malice. Every single one bore a level exceeding 30. A four-armed demon ape landed, seized a dazed examinee, standing nearby, and wrenched, hard, with both hands, tearing the youth cleanly in two. Crimson rain sprayed across the air. The faces of those who'd moments earlier been jubilant now contorted into masks of utter despair. This wasn't an exam. It was a one-sided massacre. The testing ground had transformed in an instant into a genuine field of slaughter. Shrill cries pierced the air from every direction. "Help! These aren't virtual wounds. They kill for real. Teleportation talismans are inert. I can't even shatter them. Let me out. I quit." Screams rose in waves. Countless examinees were trampled into crimson pulp beneath rampaging claws and hooves. Near the outer rim of the ruins atop a jumble of broken stones, Lin Mo and his four high-paid bodyguards clung rigidly behind a massive boulder. Lin Mo's face was deathly pale, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. He clamped a hand tightly over his mouth, terrified even a whisper might betray them. Less than 10 meters ahead stood a towering, horrific figure. An abyssal demon general, 5 meters tall, wreathed in writhing black flames, dragging a bone cleaver slick with gore. Level 35. An abyssal demon general. Its suffocating aura pressed down upon Lin Mo's squad, stealing their breath. "Young master, what do we do?" The shield-bearing knight whispered, voice trembling like a mosquito's hum. "Teleportation talismans are useless. We're trapped." Lin Mo's mind roared with static. He couldn't die here. He was an SS steer prodigy. He was destined for the Dragon God Academy, destined to crush Lin Mo beneath his heel. His life was worth 10,000 times more than these commoners. Lin Mo's eyes darted wildly, then hardened with ruthless resolve. "Follow my orders." His voice dropped low, feigning calm. "This monster is slow. You four flank left, draw its attention. I'll command my Frost Bone Dragon to unleash an ice breath from the right. We'll coordinate a perfect strike." The four bodyguards exchanged glances. Though dread coiled cold in their guts, they'd been paid well, and survival demanded action now. "Agreed. Young master, we're counting on you." The knight roared, raised his shield, and charged forward. "Hey brat, look here." The moment the four appeared, they bellowed in unison. Slowly, the abyssal demon general turned its head, its scarlet gaze locking onto them with predatory certainty. It unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking roar and swung its bone cleaver downward in a lethal arc. "Young master, act now." The knight braced his shield against the blow and shouted back over his shoulder. But when he glanced back, his blood froze. Lin Mo hadn't ordered the dragon to attack. Instead, he'd already vaulted onto the broad, icy back of his Frostbone Dragon and was fleeing full speed in the opposite direction. "Lin Mo, you monster!" His bodyguards screamed in betrayal and despair. Lin Mo clung to the dragon's spine, listening to their dying shrieks fade behind him. A cruel, icy smile curled his lips. "Just dogs, hired hands, dying to buy me time to escape. That's their honor." Meanwhile, the floating observation platform above Jiangnan City's central square had descended into utter chaos. Piercing alarms shrieked into the heavens. On the giant display screen, the number of examinees plummeted at a horrifying pace. Each vanishing digit marked another young life extinguished. The mayor collapsed onto the floor, face ashen. "It's over, all over. SSS-class Abyssal Rift. How could it manifest inside a beginner dungeon? 10,000 children, doomed to perish within." The director of education stood paralyzed, his trousers soaked with terror. The weight of such responsibility would warrant execution 100 times over. Amidst the pandemonium, Su Qinghan strode forward, her expression glacial, her steps unwavering, until she reached the very edge of the platform. Her silver-white trench coat billowed, though no wind stirred. "Silence, now." Her voice, crystalline and cold, carried an ironclad authority that instantly quelled the panic. She drew her sword, her hand gripping the hilt, then pulling. Clang! A sharp, resonant chime echoed. From its sheath emerged a long sword forged of living frost, radiating, biting, soul-chilling cold. "Special Envoy Su, what are you doing?" The mayor scrambled toward her. "What do you think? I'm going in to save them." Su Qinghan's gaze was razor-edged. Among those 10,000 were the future bedrock of Longhua. She would not stand idle while abyssal fiends butchered them. 40-level arcane energy surged from her core. She leapt off the platform into open air. Mid-flight, she swung her frost blade, unleashing a terrifying crescent of glacial energy, tens of meters long, slashing downward toward the massive dungeon transmission array below. She intended to force open the transmission channel by sheer will. Boom. The blade's energy struck the shimmering barrier of the array. Yet no shattering sound followed. Instead, an inky black shield materialized instantly, absorbing and hurling her own energy back at her. Su Qinghan twisted midair, landed lightly, and steadied herself. Her sword-wielding hand tingled faintly from the recoil. Gazing at that obsidian barrier, her expression finally shifted into grim realization. The abyssal law has sealed it. She gritted her teeth, each word precise and heavy. The mayor stumbled forward, breathless. Special Envoy Su, what does that mean? Can't we enter? Su Qinghan fixed him with a glacial stare. The rift's tier is too high. It has rewritten the fundamental logic of Despair Ruins. This place is now a hermetically sealed prison. No one may enter from outside, nor escape from within. A tomb-like silence fell over the platform. Every senior official wore the same mask of hopelessness. Were they truly powerless to watch 10,000 examinees perish? Su Qinghan whirled, her gaze locking onto the main screen. 10,000 examinees, already nearly a third slain. Everywhere brutal, one-sided annihilation. But as her eyes swept the lower right corner of the screen, she froze. That man, Lin Mo, still reclining on his beach chair beside Moon Crescent Lake, skewer in hand. A can of cola sat beside him, and around him, without warning, stood a dense, silent legion of dark gold skeletal warriors. Not 1,000, not 10,000, but an endless horizon-swallowing sea of bleached bone. Lin Mo tossed his skewer aside. His gaze lifted, calm, unblinking, toward the abyssal horde surging forward like a crimson tide. Slowly he rose from his beach chair. Can't even enjoy breakfast in peace. He rolled his neck, the warmth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by absolute glacial stillness. So you've chosen to rush headlong into death. The Valley of Broken Souls. This place was originally a dead end surrounded on three sides by towering cliffs with not a single foothold for climbing. At this moment, the valley was packed with people. Hundreds and thousands of bloodied candidates were driven into this dead end like ducks being herded by the beast tide outside. There was no retreat. Ahead at the valley's mouth, the dark abyss beast tide surged like a tsunami. The putrid stench made one feel nauseous. Dozens of abyssal demon generals towering 5 meters high led the charge, dragging bloody bone cleavers behind them. With each step, the ground trembled. Despairing cries erupted from the crowd. There's no way out. We're cornered. The teleportation talismans are useless. Why hasn't the examiner come to save us? I don't want to die. I just awakened. I haven't even entered university. Several wealthy heirs, usually high and mighty, were now kneeling in the mud, banging their heads. Some even wet themselves from fear, collapsing on the ground, unable to muster the strength to crawl. The atmosphere of despair spread through the valley like a plague. Everyone closed their eyes, waiting for the tragic fate of being torn to shreds by the monsters. Amidst the chaos of wails and cries, a sigh tinged with helplessness suddenly rang out. All these guys really know how to wail. From the deepest part of the valley, Lin Mo was leisurely wiping the cumin powder off his hands with a tissue. The stainless steel barbecue grill in front of him was still sizzling with charcoal. Originally, he had sought a quiet spot by the lake to barbecue. Who knew this group of candidates would run for their lives without looking, and all rushed towards him. As if running wasn't enough, they also drew the large beast tied over from outside. Now the valley was as noisy as a vegetable market, making it unbearable. Lin Mo stood up, waving his hand disinterestedly. The two small skeletons beside him quickly moved forward, deftly folding up the barbecue grill and beach chair and stuffing them into Lin Mo's spatial ring. After packing up, Lin Mo shoved his hands into his pockets and walked forward in flip-flops. He moved against the flow of people, slowly heading towards the valley's mouth. A bloodied girl, eyes closed, was retreating backwards and bumped into Lin Mo. She opened her eyes and saw Lin Mo still moving forward. Panicked, she grabbed his arm. Are you crazy? There are monsters ahead. Hurry back. Lin Mo pulled his arm back and adjusted his wrinkled old t-shirt. Behind me is a wall. Am I supposed to retreat into the mountain and become a mural? The girl was stunned, tears welling in her eyes, momentarily unable to respond. Lin Mo ignored her and continued walking forward. His pace was slow, yet he exuded an indescribable calmness. The candidates, crying and wailing, were all drawn to his strange actions. People instinctively shrank to the sides, clearing a path for him. Lin Mo passed through the sea of despairing candidates step by step, reaching the front of the line. 50 meters ahead, the abyss beast tide had completely blocked the valley's mouth. The frenzied monsters opened their gaping maws, drool dripping from their fangs and corroding the ground into pits. An overwhelming aura of death rushed towards him. Lin Mo came to a stop. He stood alone at the front of thousands of candidates facing the horrifying beast tide that seemed never-ending. His figure was as thin as a sheet of paper. Someone in the crowd recognized him. Isn't that the Lin family's waste Lin Mo? What is he doing up front? Is he seeking death? What kind of heroics is he trying to show at a time like this? What can Frank do? Lin Mo did not turn back. He gazed at the roaring abyssal monsters ahead, his brows slightly furrowing. His eyes showed no fear, only unmasked disdain. So noisy. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, but it was clear in the silent valley. It's so noisy that I can't even digest the barbecue I just ate. He slowly raised his right hand, rubbing his index and middle fingers together in the air. A crisp snap resonated at that moment. Snap. This was his innate command. The calamity descended, activating at full power. Boom. The ground beneath Lin Mo's feet cracked open, without warning, countless fissures spreading. The entire valley began to shake violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. Blinding dark golden light surged from the depths of the earth, illuminating the originally dim valley as bright as day. Then, amidst a spine-chilling sound of bones grinding, half-meter-tall dark golden skeletons emerged continuously from the ground, like Azuras crawling out from the depths of hell. 10. Hundreds. Thousands. 10,000. Exactly 10,000 mutated skeletons lined up in front of Lin Mo. They made no noise, yet their movements were perfectly synchronized. 5,000 giant shield skeletons slammed their dark golden tower shields down onto the ground. Bang! A towering wall of white bones several meters high instantly rose from the ground. Like an impenetrable fortress, it stood firmly between the beast tide and the candidates, completely isolating the suffocating pressure of the abyss. Behind the bone wall, 5,000 mage skeletons raised their white bone staffs. Colorful high-level magical elements danced wildly in their hollow eye sockets. They were ready to blast the enemies ahead into smithereens. A terrifying aura combining millions of attribute points surged upward, dispersing the crimson vortex above. Just moments ago, the abyss beast tide, brimming with ferocity and ready to unleash a massacre, seemed to encounter their nemesis the instant they slammed into this wall of size. The monsters at the forefront didn't even have time to break, being smashed to meet paste by the rebound force from the tower shield. The monsters behind were all frightened into submission, trembling on the ground. The valley fell into a deathly silence. Even the wind had stopped. The hundreds and thousands of candidates who had closed their eyes awaiting death all stared blankly, their eyes wide open. They gazed at the insurmountable white bone wall before them, at the dark golden skeletons radiating a sense of annihilation. Finally, all eyes converged on the young man in flip-flops. Lin Mo stood at the center of 10,000 terrifying monsters, hands still in his pockets. Not a single hair was out of place. The wealthy heirs who had once mocked and looked down on him now gaped, forgetting to breathe. In their eyes, Lin Mo's previously thin figure now resembled an ancient deity descended from the heavens. Majestic, mysterious, and impossible to look at directly. Lin Mo tilted his head slightly, glancing at the stupefied candidates behind him. A careless, cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Step back. Lin Mo turned back, refocusing his gaze on the abyss beast tide ahead. Don't get your clothes splattered with blood. The vanguard of the abyssal beast tide was an abyssal demon general towering 5 meters tall, its body wreathed in black searing flames that shook the ground with every step. To its eyes, the row of half-meter-tall dwarf skeleton sentinels ahead was nothing but a farce, utterly unworthy of even a single bite. It gripped a colossal bone-cleaving axe broad as a door panel and swung it down with mountain-shattering force toward the lead skeletal warrior bearing a great shield. It could already envision those brittle bones exploding into dust. Behind it, the examinees instinctively shut their eyes in terror. Several girls let out shrill, desperate screams. It was over. Such a terrifying weapon would slice through that flimsy wall of bone as effortlessly as a knife through tofu. A deafening metallic clang erupted across the valley of severed souls. Yet the expected shattering of bone never came. Instead, the bone-cleaving axe shattered instantly upon impact with the obsidian tower shield, splintering into countless shards of scrap metal. A colossal recoil surged up the axe's haft, detonating the demon general's thick arms into crimson mist. Its massive frame staggered backward several steps before collapsing hard onto the ground. For the first time, its scarlet eyes flickered, not with fury but with bewilderment and raw fear. What in the blazes was that shield? Lin Mo dug idly at his ear. That laugh was grating. Scatter him. At his command, 5,000 skeletal mages behind the bone wall simultaneously raised their staves. No incantations, no wind-up gestures. Only the instantaneous coalescence of over 1,000 pitch-black explosive fireballs hovering midair. Their combined radiance flooded the entire valley of severed souls with blinding light. The abyssal demon general gaped upward at the meteoric storm descending upon it, mouth agape, in utter despair. It never even managed to plea for mercy. Boom. 1,000 fireballs struck with surgical precision, unleashing a cataclysm of volatile arcane energy. The demon general lasted less than a second. Flesh, bone, and essence alike were vaporized, reduced to nothingness, not even ash remaining. A passing breeze scattered what little residue remained. This moment marked the beginning of the counter-massacre. Tens of thousands of frenzied abyssal beasts behind it, their minds long since drowned in the abyssal law, now stampeded forward. They trampled over fallen kin, hurling themselves blindly against the gleaming white bone wall, like snowflakes vanishing into molten lava. Contact meant instant death. The great shield skeletons didn't need to strike, they merely stood. Their monstrous constitution granted them devastating counter-damage. Any beast that collided with them was torn limb from limb on impact. The skeletal mages unleashed indiscriminate barrages, fireballs, ice spikes, and razor-edged wind blades raining down in relentless waves upon the tide of beasts. This was no battle. It was mechanical weeding, like a lawnmower clearing grass. Lin Mo stood motionless at the center of 10,000 skeletons, stifling a yawn. He hadn't lifted a finger. Those once untouchable abyssal monstrosities fell in waves. Screams lasted barely 5 minutes. The endless ink-black tide, once stretching beyond the horizon, was utterly eradicated. Outside the valley of severed souls, mountains of severed limbs and torsos piled high. Crimson blood pooled into rivers. The 1,000-odd examinees who had narrowly escaped death stood frozen, speechless, gazing blankly at the lone figure standing ahead. Several young men dropped to their knees, trembling. This wasn't defense. It was a one-sided inverted slaughter. A haughty scion of a tycoon family scrambled forward on hands and knees behind Lin Mo, voice quavering, face twisted in obsequious awe. Lin, young master. Thank you for saving us. Once we're out, my father will transfer 10 million, no 100 million, to your account. Lin Mo didn't turn. Silence. I saved you only because your shrieking disturbed my peace. Utter another word, and I'll scatter you too. The tycoon's son jolted violently, clapped both hands over his mouth, and scrambled backward into the crowd, never to speak again. Lin Mo surveyed the carnage with a frown. Too filthy. Clean it up. Extract all spirit cores. At his order, the skeletal legion dispersed. They sheathed staves and tower shields, drawing obsidian daggers with practiced ease, then set to work dissecting the corpses. A single slash split open each skull. A precise flick extracted the spirit core, which was tossed without hesitation into waiting burlap sacks, their movements as deft and clinical as master butchers. Meanwhile, atop the floating observation platform in Jiangnan City's central square, the massive screens, previously blacked out by abyssal interference, flickered erratically. The moment the abyssal demon general turned to ash, the abyssal law governing the examination site weakened and surveillance feeds reconnected. The mayor and director of education, having slumped in despair onto their chairs, lunged forward the instant the screens lit up. Restored. The feed is restored. Quick, check on the students. My official rank is saved. Su Qinghan halted her preparation to cleave open the void itself. She whirled around, locking her gaze rigidly onto the main screen. Given the beast's advance rate, the despair ruins should have been strewn with mangled student remains. But when the live feed resolved, every dignitary on the observation deck fell utterly silent. Across the vast plaza, not a whisper stirred, not even the faintest rustle. On screen, no rivers of student blood, only heaps of abyssal beasts, those very creatures that made elite cultivators tremble in dread, piled like refuse. Amidst the carnage, thousands upon thousands of half-meter-tall skeletons worked diligently, knives in hand, prying spirit cores from corpses. They wiped blood-smeared cores on the grass, then trotted eagerly to Lin Mo, presenting them like eager pups, depositing trophies into the sack beside his feet. Lin Mo wore an expression of pure disdain. Wipe them clean first. This stench is unbearable. The scene was absurd beyond measure, yet chillingly, undeniably real. The mayor rubbed his eyes, then pinched his thigh hard, wincing at the sharp pain. Did he kill all these abyssal beasts alone? In 5 minutes. Slaughtered 10,000 abyssal horrors. His voice cracked thick with disbelief and dread. The director of education sucked in breath after ragged breath. His corpulent frame trembled like leaves in an autumn gale. No wonder his score spiked so sharply. He isn't taking an exam. He's running a wholesale acquisition operation. The principal of one middle school paled to ash gray. He recalled boasting just hours earlier that Lin Mo was worthless, a failure. Now the true fool stood revealed himself. What manner of monster had the Lin family cast aside? Su Qinghan's fingers clenched the sword hilt until her knuckles blanched white, veins pulsing fiercely across her hand. Her legendary, unshakable sword heart roiled with unprecedented tempests. Her gaze remained locked on Lin Mo's face, lazily relaxed, utterly unimpressed. A newly awakened novice, facing S-class abyssal rift. Not fleeing, but charging headlong, ending combat in 5 minutes. Even battlefield cleanup executed with such ruthless efficiency. The so-called prodigies of the imperial capital couldn't begin to polish his sandals. Everything she believed about capital-born geniuses, about SSS professions, shattered in that instant. Before this barefoot youth in flip-flops, they were all hollow jests. How could Jiangnan City's so-called elites, blind, arrogant fools, have cast out a celestial being as trash? Su Qinghan released the hilt. The blade slid home with a crisp, resonant click. She drew a slow, steadying breath, her gaze lingering complex and weighty upon the screen's apocalyptic silhouette. Her whisper cut through the silence like a shard of ice. This is no glass. Her voice trembled, not with fear, but with awe. One man, an army unto himself, crushing the abyss. This is a nation-annihilating strategic weapon. As the abyssal monsters were slaughtered to the last, the crimson vortex above the despair ruins collapsed entirely. A countdown to the mandatory closure of the examination arena illuminated the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless beams of white light flashed. Surviving examinees were collectively teleported back to the central square of Jiangnan City. Heavy, ragged breaths of deliverance hung thick in the air. The moment Lin Mo's feet touched the ground, before he could even crush the soda can in his hand, a wave surged toward him. Hundreds, then thousands of blood-smeared examinees converged spontaneously. There was no jostling, no shouting. Every single person halted precisely 3 meters from Lin Mo, forming an immense, silent circle of their own accord. Their eyes burned with fervent worship and profound awe. A young man, his face streaked with grime and blood, suddenly bent deeply at the waist, a full reverent bow. "Thank you, Divine Lin, for saving our lives." Instantly, thousands of examinees, each snatched from the jaws of death, bowed in unison. Their voices thundered across the entire square. "Thank you, Divine Lin, for saving our lives." Not a soul felt shame. In that desolate, soul-shattering valley of despair, it was this figure, wearing nothing but flip-flops, who stood unwavering before the gates of hell itself. Lin Mo, flustered by the sudden spectacle, flicked the empty aluminum can casually into the distance, where it landed with perfect precision inside a distant trash bin. "Excuse me, I'm heading home for a nap." At once the crowd parted like the Red Sea, bowing respectfully to clear a wide, unobstructed path. Just as Lin Mo began walking away, another transmission array flared to life at the edge of the square, and Lin Yu tumbled out of the blinding light, rolling head over heels. His once pristine silver light armor lay in shattered fragments, deep gashes torn by thorny vines crisscrossed his body. His hair stood wild and tangled, more disheveled than any beggar on the street. Xiao Wanxiu, who had been anxiously waiting beneath the viewing platform, spotted her beloved son instantly. With a piercing shriek, she sprinted forward in high heels and pulled Lin Yu fiercely into her arms. Lin Jinhai rushed over, 2 eyes red-rimmed. "Xiao, are you all right? You nearly gave your father a heart attack." Seeing his parents, Lin Yu's tightly wound nerves finally snapped loose. He immediately adopted an expression of wounded resilience. Tears welled up without warning, tracing grimy paths down his cheeks. "Dad, Mom." It was terrifying. His voice trembled with just the right measure of quaver. "That was an abyssal demon general. I led my squad in desperate resistance and slew countless monsters. But the beasts overwhelmed us. Their numbers were simply too great, and our units scattered." As he wept, he carefully wove his own legend. "To cover my teammates' retreat, I lured the abyssal demon general away alone. I nearly didn't make it back." He delivered the lines with tearful conviction and heroic gravitas. A handful of reporters who had just arrived raised microphones and cameras. Zhao Wanxiu wept openly, her trembling fingers stroking Lin Yu's filthy face. "My brave boy, you are a true hero. Our Lin family takes immeasurable pride in you." Lin Jinhai beamed with paternal satisfaction, standing tall as he surveyed the surrounding crowd. "You all heard that, fellow journalists, didn't you? Not only is my son an SS prodigy, he is also a leader of unwavering responsibility." "Bullshit." A furious roar erupted from the rear of the crowd. Fueled by raw fury and venomous resentment, it instantly drowned out Lin Jinhai's boast. Lin Yu flinched violently, disbelief and panic flashing across his eyes. There, emerging bloodied from the transmission array, strode the knight who had wielded the colossal shield. His left arm hung at a grotesque, unnatural angle, clearly broken. Behind him, the assassin and the cleric supported him, their gazes blazing with incandescent wrath. They had survived. Lin Mo's army of 10,000 skeletons, advancing in reverse through the dungeon, had purged every monster across the despair ruins, rescuing these 4 souls moments before they were hacked to pieces by the abyssal demon general. Eyes burning crimson, the knight charged forward like a maddened bull, parting the crowd. Lin Jinhai frowned, ready to assert his authority as a corporate tycoon and rebuke the intruder. What do you think you're? His words died mid-sentence. The knight vaulted past Lin Jinhai and swung his uninjured right arm in a full brutal arc, slapping Lin Yu's pitiful tear-streaked face with devastating force. Crack! The blow carried the knight's entire strength. The sharp, resonant report echoed across the square. Lin Yu didn't even cry out. He spun halfway around on the spot, dazed and airborne. Blood sprayed from his mouth, mixed with several teeth, as he crashed heavily onto the ground. Xiao Yu! Zhao Wanqiu screamed, lunging frantically at the knight. Are you insane? How dare a mere bodyguard strike his master? The knight shoved Zhao Wanqiu aside and pointed furiously at Lin Yu sprawled on the ground. Pa! He dares call himself a master. Don't be deceived by this hypocrite. Turning to face the assembled reporters and students, the knight stood defiant before every lens. His voice, raw with rage, cracked like dry timber. When the abyssal demon general appeared, he ordered us, 4 of us, to serve as bait. Then he mounted his Frost Bone Dragon and fled, without so much as a backward glance. The assassin stepped forward, 2 jaw clenched in bitter testimony. True. He said outright that it was our honor, our privilege, to die buying him time. Had a certain expert not intervened later to purge the monsters, we'd have been devoured alive. This so-called covering for teammates. He's nothing but a cold-blooded deserter. These words ignited pandemonium. Reporters who had just hailed Lin Yu as a hero now turned on him en masse. Flashbulbs exploded in rapid succession, camera lenses pressed, so close they nearly touched Lin Yu's nose. Lin Yu is what they claim true. Did you truly sacrifice your teammates and flee? Is the SS steer genius the Lin family has long boasted about in truth a coward who betrays his comrades? Each question cut deeper than the last, like knives stabbing straight into Lin Yu's heart. Clutching his grotesquely swollen cheek, his mind went utterly blank. His carefully cultivated image of noble virtue, shattered in one slap, pulverized beneath a barrage of accusations, lay in irreparable ruins. Lin Jinhai panicked. He knew all too well what such scandal would mean for the Lin family. Stop filming. Get back, now. He spread his arms to block the lenses, shouting threats in a commanding tone. This is slander. I'll sue you all. Delete that footage immediately, or I'll ensure none of your newspapers survive in Jiangnan City. Zhao Wanqiu too flew into a frenzy, snatching wildly at reporters' cameras. But they grossly underestimated the crowd's seething fury. Many parents had watched helplessly from the viewing platforms as their children perished in the SSS-class abyssal rift incursion, grief and rage boiling, seeking release. Now witnessing Lin Yu's despicable cowardice, abandoning allies to save himself, and seeing his parents' arrogant, domineering demeanor. The powder keg detonated. A middle-aged man, his son lost, charged forward, eyes bloodshot, and drove a vicious kick into Lin Jinhai's abdomen. Can't survive here. Let me end your survival right now. My son fought to his last breath inside, while your monster of a son used others' lives as stepping stones. Kill these shameless bloodsuckers. That single kick became the spark. Enraged parents, righteous, independent players, and students surged forward in a roaring tide. The Lin family's bodyguards, originally poised to defend their masters, saw the tide of public outrage and fled on the spot. Chaos erupted instantly. Fists and leather shoes rained down upon Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanqiu like hail. His expensive suit was torn to shreds, his luxury watch crushed beneath someone's heel. He curled up on the ground, arms shielding his head, writhing and howling in agony. Zhao Wanqiu's haute couture gown was ripped open, her hair hung wild and tangled, like a madwoman's. Unseen hands had slapped her face repeatedly, ooze spittle stained her clothes. Stop! We're the Lin group. Her desperate cries vanished beneath a storm of curses. Lin Yu cowered beneath his parents' bodies, trembling uncontrollably. He stared into the sea of hatred surrounding him, watched his parents beaten senseless on the ground. He knew, utterly irrevocably, that he was finished, and so was the Lin family. Just then, through a narrow gap in the crowd, Lin Yu caught sight of Lin Mo in the distance. Lin Mo stood in a relatively quiet corner, observing the chaos with a faint, inscrutable smile playing at the corners of his lips. No pity, no mockery, only the detached gaze one reserves for discarded, non-recyclable refuse. Lin Mo turned away slowly, then ambled off toward the square's exit, flip-flops slapping softly against the pavement. Behind him, Su Qinghan stood at the edge of the hovering viewing platform, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on that casually retreating silhouette. She drew a slow, deliberate breath and issued a crisp, icy command to her attendants. Prepare the highest tier special admission agreement from Longshan Academy, immediately. Name any condition. He may set the terms. The chaos in the central square of Jiangnan City continued unabated. Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanqiu were surrounded by angry parents, their expensive coats torn into strips. Lin Yu lay in the mud pretending to be dead afraid to lift his head. At that noisy moment, a piercing microphone screech suddenly echoed from the floating viewing platform. The sound seemed to have substance, instantly drowning out all the noise in the square. Everyone instinctively covered their ears and looked up. Su Qinghan, wearing a silver-white trench coat, walked expressionlessly to the front of the platform, holding a freshly printed report card in her hand. Her usually cold and proud eyes now held an unprecedented intensity. Her gaze swept over the thousands of disheveled examinees. It locked onto Lin Mo, who was at the edge of the square, lowering his head to fiddle with the pull tab of a can. Silence. Su Qinghan coldly uttered 2 words. The pressure of a level 40 powerhouse radiated through the loudspeaker. The square fell into total silence. Even the parents who were angry had stopped and stepped aside. The first round of the outdoor survival test has been prematurely terminated due to a sudden abyssal rift. Su Qinghan's voice was crisp and straightforward with no unnecessary words. Now I will announce the final scoring rankings for this round. She did not activate the holographic screen behind her, but directly read from the list in her hand. Second place, Lin Yu. Hearing his name, Lin Yu, who was lying on the ground, shuddered violently. He suddenly raised his head, and a suppressed joy flashed across his swollen face. Even if he had been publicly exposed for his attempt to escape, he was still in second place. In this world where power ruled, as long as the results were solid, redemption was only a matter of time. Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanqiu also stopped their wailing, as if grasping at a last hope. They hurriedly helped each other up. Score 3,500 points. Su Qinghan pronounced this number with a hint of undisguised mockery at the corners of her mouth. As the captain of a team with top-tier resources, after the abyssal monsters descended, not a single effective kill was made throughout the process. This pathetic score was entirely accumulated by grinding low-level monsters in the early stages. Su Qinghan looked down at Lin Yu from a superior position, her eyes as if she were gazing at a pile of foul dog feces. A coward who only knows to sacrifice teammates to save himself. This 3,500 points is a complete insult to the examination. The square erupted again with a cacophony of boos and curses. The joy on Lin Yu's face instantly froze. He bit his lip hard, a trace of blood seeping out. His nails dug deep into the tender flesh of his palm. Why? Why did this high and mighty special envoy from the imperial capital publicly humiliate him like this? Lin Yu lowered his head, his eyes reddening with jealousy and resentment. First place. Su Qinghan ignored Lin Yu's impotent rage. She raised her voice, even tinged with a slight tremor that she herself did not notice. Everyone in the square perked up their ears. Everyone wanted to know just how many points the monster who summoned an army of 10,000 skeletons in the desolate ruins had scored. Lin Mo. Su Qinghan's gaze once again locked onto the thin figure wearing flip-flops. Score 1,500,000 points. Boom. As soon as this number was announced, the entire square felt like a heavy bomb had been dropped. Everyone felt their brains buzz and completely crash. 1,500,000. The principals and guild leaders in the stands all gaped in shock, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. How much? 1,500,000 points. I must be hearing things. The second place only has 3,500, but he directly scored 1,500,000. This is no longer just a crushing defeat. This is literally kicking others into the 18th level of hell. Someone frantically calculated in their mind. 1,500,000 points compared to Lin Yu's 3,500. The difference was nearly 500 times. This was a dimensional blow of an entirely different level. Lin Jinhai collapsed to the ground, his body trembling with all its fat. He stared blankly at his biological son, who had not even glanced at him once. The number, 1,500,000, echoed continuously in his mind. Regret gnawed at his heart like a rusty saw pulling back and forth. If Lin Mo were still in the Lin family, this score powerful enough to shake the entire Longwo region would belong to their Lin family group. Now the Lin family would have soared to the sky. But now everything had turned to dust. At the edge of the square, Lin Mo yawned in boredom. Only 1,500,000. If I had known that those skeletons would dig for crystal cores, I should have let them plow the ground at the same time. Su Qinghan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the shock in her heart. Before all the dignitaries and examinees of Jiangnan City, she made an unconventional decision. Student Lin Mo. Su Qinghan's tone became very serious, even carrying a sense of respect and equal dialogue. Your strength no longer requires you to participate in any further assessments. She strode to the edge of the platform, pressing her hands against the railing. On behalf of the highest academic institution of Longwo, the Dragon God Academy Admissions Office, I hereby officially extend a special invitation to you. The crowd fell into silence. Everyone held their breath, unable to believe their ears. A special invitation from the Dragon God Academy. Since the establishment of Jiangnan City, no one had ever been granted the qualification to enter the Dragon God Academy without an examination. Even Lin Yu, who was touted as an SS-level genius, did not qualify for such treatment. As long as you nod. Su Qinghan continued to throw out heavy chips, her gaze burning with passion. You can skip all exams and directly enter the core class of the Dragon God Academy. The Academy will provide you with the highest level full scholarship. In the Treasure Pavilion skill books and high-level materials are yours to choose from. Moreover, I can personally be your mentor. Insanity. The guild leaders and school principals in the stands were all flabbergasted. The Dragon God Academy was about to treat this prodigy like a living ancestor. Lin Yu lay in the mud listening to the conditions Su Qinghan offered. His eyes were filled with jealousy, as if they were about to bleed. This should have been his glory. The highest treatment for him, an SS-level genius. Now all of it had been snatched away by that grade garbage. Countless eyes filled with envy and awe all turned to Lin Mo. Everyone thought this boy who had come from the slums would be so excited that he would agree on the spot. After all, this was a direct express train to the pinnacle of power in Longhua. Yet Lin Mo merely scratched his head. Skipping the exam, huh? Sounds quite convenient, no need to wake up early to grind monsters. Will meals and accommodation be covered? I'm quite picky about beds. If the dorm bed is too hard, I won't go. The crowd burst into laughter. The Dragon God Academy had offered such an outrageous condition, and this guy was most concerned about whether the bed was hard or not. This was infuriating. Su Qinghan was also momentarily taken aback. A rare expression of astonishment appeared on her icy face, which quickly returned to calm. The Dragon God Academy will arrange the most top-notch independent villa for you. Whatever type of bed you want, I will have someone buy it for you. Alright then, let's talk about it after tomorrow's examination. I still need to win the top scholar's prize. I can't come here for nothing. Su Qinghan glanced deeply at Lin Mo, not pressing him further. Okay, the doors of the Dragon God Academy will always be open for you. The meeting is dismissed. After saying that, Su Qinghan left the platform without looking back. The crowd in the square began to slowly disperse, each person discussing the miracle that had just occurred. Lin Mo's name was destined to resonate throughout Jiangnan City today. With his hands in his pockets, Lin Mo sauntered away in his flip-flops. He didn't even glance at the three members of the Lin family. Lin Jinhai collapsed on the ground, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant, turning his head to look at Lin Yu, who was covered in mud. In his eyes there was no longer the previous pride, only endless annoyance and anger. Look at the good things you've done. Lin Jinhai gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Didn't you say he was a waste? 1,500,000 points. This is what you call a waste. The Lin family's face has been thoroughly embarrassed by you today. Zhao Wanqiu sat beside them, not daring to speak. The slap she received earlier and the surrounding people's beatings had completely shattered her airs as a noblewoman. Lin family villa, the affluent district of Jiangnan City. In the dead of night, not a single overhead light illuminated the living room. Only a few dim wall sconces cast faint, feeble light upon the chaos strewn across the floor. The priceless antique porcelain pieces, displayed proudly by day, now lay shattered into jagged fragments across the marble. All domestic staff had been dismissed. The grand hall fell into an eerie, suffocating silence, a silence thick with the pallor of despair. Lin Jinhai sat slumped on the sofa, his fingers knotted tightly in his hair. His expensive shirt remained unworn, hanging in tattered shreds upon his frame. His eyes were bloodshot, his sockets sunken, like those of a cornered rabid wolf. Zhao Wanqiu sat beside him, silently weeping. Her once impeccably maintained face now swelled, grotesquely marked with vivid crimson palm prints. Lin Yu crouched trembling in a solitary armchair, clutching a crimson vial of rage serum to his chest, his knuckles white with strain. Stop crying. Have we not humiliated ourselves enough? Lin Jinhai snapped his head up and roared at Zhao Wanqiu. She flinched violently, clamping both hands over her mouth, too terrified even to draw breath. Lin Jinhai rose abruptly and strode toward the concealed chamber behind the living room. Moments later, he re-emerged, cradling an ancient blackwood box. He slammed it down hard upon the coffee table. Lin Yu jolted upright, staring wide-eyed at the box. Father, what is this? Lin Jinhai said nothing. His fingers flicked open the brass clasp with a soft metallic click. A quiet snap echoed as the lid sprang open. Inside rested a deep blue rhomboid gemstone, its interior swirling like captive ocean currents, radiating a chilling, uncanny aura. This is a forbidden heirloom passed down through generations of our Lin family. Lin Jinhai's voice rasped like stone grinding against stone. The tear of the sea god. Lin Yu froze. This artifact had never been mentioned within the household. Father, what does it do? Lin Jinhai stared fixedly at the gem, a feverish glint blazing in his pupils. Once embedded in your body, it will forcibly drain your opponent's vitality during combat. That stolen life force transforms instantly into an impenetrable shield around you. Strike harder against you, and your shield grows thicker while their life ebbs faster. Lin Mo sucked in a sharp, ragged breath. Forced vitality extraction. This was no mere technique. It was the stuff of forbidden legend, dark sorcery, whispered only in hushed dread. But father, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Such a taboo artifact must carry backlash. Of course it does. Lin Jinhai let out a cold, mirthless laugh, his gaze locking onto Lin Mo like iron fetters. After use, you'll lie bedridden for 15 days, every bone screaming as though gnawed by swarming ants. Yet compared to the fate of the Lin clan, it means less than dust. Lin Jinhai seized the tear of the sea god and strode forward, grabbing Lin Mo's shirt front and tearing it open with one brutal motion. Father, what are you doing? I refuse this. Lin Mo recoiled in terror, scrambling backward into the farthest corner of the sofa, his pampered body recoiling instinctively from the agony of such corruption. You have no choice. Lin Jinhai yanked Lin Mo upright by the collar, dragging him bodily from the seat. His face contorted into something monstrous, something beyond human. You disgraced the Lin name today in that plaza. That wretched boy scored 150,000 points, and Su Qinghan herself intends to recruit him. If you lose to him tomorrow on the arena platform, the Lin clan falls, utterly and irrevocably. Lin Jinhai bellowed, the tendons on his forearms bulging like coiled serpents. Do you still believe yourself the untouchable young master? Lose tomorrow, and you'll be worth less than a stray cur whimpering in the gutter. Lin Mo stood stunned, silenced by the sheer venom of the words. Fear in his eyes slowly curdled, deepening into something darker, seething jealousy, venomous resentment. Yes, if Lin Mo ascended atop his broken back, he would spend his life crawling in shadow. In that split second of paralysis, Lin Jinhai drove the deep blue gem squarely into Lin Mo's bare chest. Ah! Lin Mo screamed, a raw, animal shriek of agony, as the tear of the sea god writhed like living flesh, piercing his skin with unnatural ease. It burrowed deep into his flesh, leaving behind a glowing cobalt sigil pulsing ominously over his heart. Excruciating pain seized him. He convulsed violently, tumbling from the sofa onto the carpet below. He clawed desperately at his chest, gasping in ragged guttural bursts. Zhao Wanqiu wept helplessly, but dared not intervene. Lin Jinhai watched him passively as Lin Mo writhed upon the floor. Then he reached into his pocket and upended a black plastic bag onto the coffee table with a hollow, rattling sound. Inside, spilled vials of every hue and capsules gleaming like poison pearls. I liquidated the final shares of our company tonight, scoured the black market for these. All high-concentration, short-acting stimulants and neural surge elixirs. Lin Jinhai dropped to one knee, seized Lin Mo's hair, and wrenched his head upward. Swallow every last dose before stepping onto the arena tomorrow. Combined with the tear of the sea god, even if Lin Mo summons a legion of skeletal horrors, none shall breach your defense. Lin Jinhai lowered his voice, each syllable dripping with glacial malice. No matter the cost. Tomorrow on that platform, you will break that wretched boy beyond repair. Shatter every bone in his body. Do you hear me? Lin Mo heaved great shuddering breaths. Agony and chemical fire consumed his mind. Reason burned away like dry parchment in a gale. His bloodshot eyes blazed, not with fear, but with feral, unrelenting slaughterlust. Yes. Gnashing teeth slick with blood, he twisted his lips into a grotesque rictus grin. Tomorrow, I'll make him die before the eyes of everyone. At that very moment, Imperial Grand Suite Dihao Hotel, Jiangnan City. Here the atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the suffocating despair of the Lin Villa, brilliantly lit, fragrant, with the clean, subtle scent of bath gel. Lin Mo had just stepped from a steaming hot shower, wrapped loosely in a plush robe, toweling his damp hair as he entered the living room. Across the broad expanse of the carpet sprawled a dazzling hoard of Haikir's spirit crystals, vibrant, multicolored trophies from today's reverse massacre within the despair ruins. Most were peerless core fragments harvested from level 30 abyssal beasts. A dozen or so half-meter-tall skeletal minions squatted nearby, diligent as hoarding hamsters, sorting the crystals meticulously by affinity and rank. Lin Mo approached the pile of elite abyssal general cores. Without hesitation, he scooped up a handful and popped them into his mouth like candy. Crunch, crunch. Pure volatile abyssal energy detonated inside him, a force that would rupture the body of any ordinary mortal on contact. Yet within Lin Mo, it was ruthlessly suppressed and refined by an innate sovereign talent rooted deep in his soul, transmuted instantly into pure, unadulterated experience. His level had already surged to 25 during the dungeon run. Now with this feast of elite cores consumed, a thunderous boom reverberated within his skull. An invisible, indomitable barrier shattered utterly, beneath the weight of his ascension. Breakthrough. Level 30. Unlocked. Lin Mo closed his eyes, savoring the terrifying surge of power flooding his frame. Bone's denser muscles coiled with explosive might. Even his breath carried a palpable oppressive weight. Deep within his soul, his primordial interface underwent another profound evolution. No chime, no prompt. Only a visceral, blood-deep certainty. All summon entities received another staggering leap in base attributes. Under this 10,000-fold amplification, even an ordinary skeleton's stats would leave external examiners speechless, jaw-dropped, pulse racing. What thrilled Lin Mo most, however, was the new mutation granted by this major breakthrough. He opened his eyes and walked calmly to the center of the empty floor. He snapped his fingers, stepped forward, one brave enough to test the new form. A low hum resonated, followed by a burst of unusually dense dark gold light erupting from the floor. This summoning carried far greater resonance than before. As the light faded, a wholly new skeletal form stood before him. Lin Mo broke into laughter. This skeleton stood nearly a meter tall, towering over its predecessors. Most astonishingly, its skeletal frame was sheathed in illusory dark gold musculature, woven from condensed energy itself. A crimson athletic headband crowned its skull. It wore a tattered black sleeveless vest and bold red martial arts shorts. Its hands bore no weapon. Only coarse blood-stained bandages wound tightly around its knuckles. Within its hollow eye sockets burned fierce, incandescent flames, pure, undiluted battle lust. Its aesthetic was unmistakable, a demonic, muscle-bound brawler sprung straight from the blood-soaked underground ring. A name surfaced unbidden in Lin Mo's mind. Muscle Emperor Skeleton. Extremely enhanced close combat burst damage of fists imbued with crushing force and armor-piercing effects. Specialized to dismantle flashy shields and heavy armor alike. The Muscle Emperor stood motionless, then delivered two sharp, demonstrative jabs into the air. Tum, tum. Two muffled concussive blasts shook the room. Merely the shockwave from those casual swings sent a solid wood coffee table flipping indifferent. This was violence distilled to its purest, most terrifying essence, enough to raise gooseflesh and freeze blood in the veins. Not bad. Quite the distinctive silhouette, Lin Mo remarked, clapping once, satisfied. His gaze lingered on the brute embodiment of brutal elegance before him, his lips curling into a serene yet profoundly unsettling smile. Tomorrow's arena match would be unknown, in tight confined space, where raw physical dominance and explosive power decided all. Lin Yu, the inept heir, would surely stake everything on that duel. And tonight the Lin household would be burning midnight oil, frantically scheming how to counter him. Lin Mo strolled to the floor-to-ceiling window and gazed down upon Jiangnan City's glittering nocturnal tapestry. He stretched languidly, limbs unfolding like a predator awakening. Tomorrow's unknown arena. A soft chuckle escaped him, laced with effortless anticipatory amusement. Lin Yu, let us hope your lizard bones are strong enough. Otherwise you won't even qualify as sparring fodder for my newest recruits. Jiangnan City, the first sports arena. The top 100 arena competition has officially commenced. The place is already packed with enthusiastic spectators, with the aisles overflowing. Hundreds of aerial drones hover above the arena, initiating a real-time, high-definition live broadcast online. Dazzling spotlights intertwine above the arena, and the commentator's voice booms loudly. In the VIP box at the highest point of the stands, the mayor, the director of the Education Bureau, and the presidents of major guilds are all sitting upright. Seated in the main position is still the special envoy from the imperial capital, Su Qing'an. The sudden incident from yesterday has been sealed off by the higher-ups, who only claim it was a high-difficulty hidden test. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops and yawning, walks into the contestant passage. His attire stands out among a group of fully armed top students, resembling someone who just woke up to buy soy sauce. Surrounding candidates cast respectful glances at him. They instinctively clear a wide path for him, fearing they might accidentally bump into this living ancestor. The image of 10,000 skeletons forming a wall of size in the despairing ruins from yesterday has already terrified this group of top talents. Now no one wants to face Lin Mo in the first round. The giant omnidirectional projection in the center of the arena lights up. The chief referee, holding a microphone, announces loudly. In the first match of the top 100 competition, Lin Mo from the first high school faces Wang Meng from the third high school. The crowd erupts into cheers like a tidal wave. Lin Mo slowly ascends the steps to platform 1. His opponent Wang Meng has already been waiting there. This guy stands nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles protruding like rocks, veins bulging. He wields 2 massive axes, each weighing over 100 pounds. Wang Meng is the top genius of the third high school, a level 15 berserker. He was teleported to the edge of the ruins yesterday and did not witness Lin Mo's extraordinary feat of sweeping the ground with 10,000 skeletons. Just hearing rumors, he feels utterly unconvinced. Lin Mo, others may fear you, but I Wang Meng do not. Wang Meng crashes the two axes together, creating a thunderous sound, his eyes filled with fervent battle intent. In the wild you can win by summoning numbers. But in such a small arena your bone frames are simply unable to spread out. Today I will step on you, the top scorer, before the entire network, as my stepping stone. Lin Mo pockets his hands, not even raising his eyelids. You talk too much nonsense. He casually snapped his fingers. The stone slab of the arena beneath his feet glowed with a gray light. A half-meter-tall, ordinary skeleton, holding a rusty iron sword, staggeringly crawled out. There is no dark golden glow, nor any flashy muscular design. It is merely the most basic low-tier level-summoned creature. As it takes a few steps, its bones creak and crack, as if it would fall apart with a gust of wind. Wang Meng feels deeply humiliated. To deal with him, a level 15 genius, they actually sent out a basic skeleton. You dare to look down on me? Wang Meng roared, his skin turning crimson, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty light. Berserk stance. Activate. Bloodstorm slash. Wang Meng swings the two massive axes, transforming into a blood-red tornado. With a devastating momentum, it rushes toward Lin Mo. The gale carves deep cracks into the steel-plated floor of the arena. The spectacle is terrifying to the extreme. Lin Mo remains motionless, standing in place. Go slap him. The little skeleton receives the order, a flicker of ghostly fire flashing in its hollow eye sockets. It walks directly toward the terrifying blood-red tornado, showing no signs of dodging or releasing any skills. As the little skeleton approaches the tornado, it casually raises a gray, decayed claw. It backhands Wang Meng, who is spinning at high speed. Slap. A crisp, resounding sound of a slap echoes throughout the arena. Time seems to freeze at this moment. The imposing blood-red tornado appears to be forcibly paused, coming to an abrupt stop. The two massive axes instantly slip from Wang Meng's grasp, crashing far away at the edge of the arena. Immediately afterward, Wang Meng's 2-meter-tall frame is sent flying backward at a speed 10 times greater than when he approached. His face visibly swells into a purple dumpling, spitting out a few bloodied teeth. He does not even have time to scream, directly rolling his eyes as he flies off the platform. With a loud thud, he crashes heavily against the protective wall beneath the stands. Stuck, he cannot pull himself free. The entire arena falls into silence. The referee's whistle drops to the ground. The timer on the big screen freezes at an absurd number. 2 seconds. From the start of the match to Wang Meng flying off the stage, it only took 2 seconds. This includes the time Wang Meng spent boasting and the wind-up for his ultimate skill. After several seconds, the chat in the livestream explodes. Dense text completely covers the holographic screen. What the hell just happened? Wasn't that Berserker's ultimate skill wind-up still not finished? He was slapped away just like that. What kind of absurd damage is this? Was that really just an ordinary skeleton? This is what it means to use strength to crush skill. This is an absolute display of strength. So reckless. Not even using skills, just directly slapping people. The audience on site was left in shock. In the following matches, it completely turned into Lin Mo's solo massacre showcase. In the second match, the opponent is a genius mage. The mage had just raised his staff reciting the frost spell when he only got 3 words out. The little skeleton instantly appeared before him, delivering a flying kick to his stomach. The mage flew out of the arena like a broken sack, spewing bile everywhere. Time taken 1.5 seconds. In the fifth match, the opponent is a hidden assassin. The assassin activated high-level invisibility and circled behind Lin Mo, preparing for a backstab ambush. The little skeleton did not even turn its head, backhanding a slap into the void. Accompanied by a piercing grunt, the assassin was directly revealed rolling on the ground multiple times before falling off the platform, passing out on the spot. Time taken 1 second. In the eighth match, the opponent is a highly agile ranger archer. Just as he drew his longbow ready to kite using his movement, the little skeleton found running over too troublesome and casually picked up a piece of broken stone beneath its feet, throwing it with force. The stone, with a sharp sound of sonic boom, accurately struck the back of the archer's bow. The immense impact sent both the bow and the archer flying, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the air. Time taken less than a second. 10 consecutive victories. An undisputed 10 consecutive victories. In each match, regardless of the opponent's profession or flashy skills. None could withstand even a single move. That ordinary little skeleton, appearing as if it would fall apart at any moment, became the ultimate nightmare for all participating contestants. As long as it raised a hand, someone would inevitably be sent flying off the platform. Precise, efficient, and brutal. In the VIP box, the mayor and a group of guild bosses are utterly stunned. They knew Lin Mo was strong and had witnessed his terrifying summoning numbers yesterday. They never expected that the quality of the individual summoned by Lin Mo would also be so freakishly high. Even the most basic ordinary unit can kick various geniuses around like a ball. Su Qinghan sits in the main seat. The high-end bone china teacup in her hand has long been set down. Her cold eyes fixate on the ordinary little skeleton on the arena, which is boredly picking at dirt. The more she watches, the deeper her shock becomes. As a top-tier genius at level 40, her insight is incredibly sharp. Throughout the previous 10 matches, she has been trying to sense the upper limits of the skeleton's stats with her mental power. Regardless of how fierce the opponent's attack is or how heavy the strikes are, the skeleton's magical fluctuations remain as calm as a still pond during its counterattacks. There are no signs of energy depletion, no hidden trump cards. It's as effortless as brushing off a speck of dust from one's clothes. Su Qinghan's breathing begins to quicken. She realizes a chilling fact. She cannot see through it. As a level 40 SS level ice and snow sword master, she cannot discern the attributes of an level little skeleton. Within that decayed skeletal body, it seems to hide an unfathomable ocean. Every instant kill earlier was merely a drop of inconsequential water splashing up from this vast ocean. This is utterly illogical for a professional. What is the power limit of this summoned creature? Su Qinghan murmurs to herself, her voice so low that only she can hear. Her gaze shifts from the skeleton to Lin Mo, who has his hands in his pockets and looks utterly bored. Lin Mo is yawning, seemingly annoyed that the progress of the match is too slow, delaying his return for a nap. Su Qinghan's fingers clench tightly. An unprecedented sense of crisis sweeps over her body. She is well aware. If it were her standing on the platform, now facing the seemingly ordinary little skeleton, she would not have full confidence to perfectly receive that utterly mundane slap just now. The depth of this young man's potential is simply terrifying. The top competition in the first gymnasium was advancing swiftly. The No.1 arena had become a no-go zone for all participating contestants. Without exception, every opponent encountering Lin Mo was sent flying by that ordinary little skeleton with a single strike. The audience had transitioned from shock to numbness. Meanwhile, the second arena exuded a nauseating stench of blood. Lin Yu had also fought his way into the finals. His journey to advance had left everyone present astounded. In the semifinals, Lin Yu's opponent was the top shield fighter from the 4th middle school. That shield fighter was famously tough and resilient. When his hammer struck Lin Yu, it bore a force of 1,000 pounds. Lin Yu didn't even attempt to dodge. In the instant the heavy hammer struck, a deep blue eerie light erupted from Lin Yu's chest. It was the shield counterattack from the tear of the sea god. Not only did the shield fighter fail to inflict damage, but he also let out a chilling scream. He felt more than half of his internal energy and blood being drained away instantaneously. His entire body shriveled visibly, and his legs weakened, causing him to kneel on the ground. Lin Yu resembled a mad dog that had lost its sanity. His eyes bloodshot, he laughed maniacally while wielding an exquisite staff. He used frost magic to freeze the shield fighter's legs completely. Then he walked over and in front of a live broadcast smashed the opponent's kneecaps inch by inch. Had it not been for the referee forcibly intervening, that shield fighter would have been tortured to death on the spot. Lin Yu's brutal methods sent a chill through the entire audience. Everyone could see that something was off with him. The wild look in his eyes was anything but that of a normal genius. He was clearly a gambler forced into a corner. Now the final battle was upon them. The referee's voice resonated throughout the gymnasium. Jiangnan City Grand Exam Finals. Lin Mo from 1st middle school facing off against Lin Yu from 1st middle school. The spotlight of the entire venue instantly converged on the largest central arena. With everyone's attention focused on him, Lin Yu slowly ascended from the lift. He had long discarded his tattered silver light armor and donned a set of dark red battle gear. He radiated an intense aura of rage. A high concentration of short-acting stimulants was surging wildly through his veins. The backlash pain from the tear of the sea god was forcefully suppressed by the drug's effects. Transformed into an unending torrent of violent magical power, Lin Yu fixed his gaze on the rising passage opposite the arena, his murderous intent nearly overflowing. Lin Mo slowly made his way up. Still wearing that faded old t-shirt, he stepped into cheap flip-flops that cost 10 yuan a pair. He had one hand stuffed in his pants pocket while holding a half-finished bottle of cola in the other. He didn't even spare Lin Yu a glance. Lin Mo. Lin Yu squeezed out these 2 words through gritted teeth. He threw his head back and let out a hoarse, deranged laugh. You didn't expect I could still stand here. Lin Yu pointed his staff at Lin Mo's nose, his voice echoing throughout the vast gymnasium. In the wild, the terrain favored you with the quantity of summoned creatures. Now this is a unknown arena. Your skeletal minions cannot compete. Oh, let's see what you can use to fight me. A waste is always a waste. Today I'll show you what true SS level prowess looks like. I'll trample you into the mud inch by inch in front of the entire internet. In the front row of the stands, Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanqiu were gripping the isolation railing tightly. Their hair was disheveled, having lost all semblance of the dignified elite of Jiangnan City. They had wagered the last of the Lin family's assets on those forbidden drugs. They even borrowed high-interest loans from the underground black market. If they lost this match, they would have to jump off a building. Hearing Lin Ye's maniacal laughter, Lin Zhenhai roared like a madman. Kill him. Xiaoyu. Kill him. Lin Zhenhai's eyes were bloodshot, his voice piercing like a duck's quack. Use all your trump cards and incapacitate him in the arena. Let him know the consequences of betraying the Lin family. Zhao Wanqiu also screamed madly. She ignored the scornful gazes from the surrounding audience, her face filled with resentment. You dare kill him. Prove that you are the strongest. We only have you as our son, you must win. This couple's disgraceful behavior was broadcasted across the internet through the live stream. The comments section was filled with insults mocking the Lin family for their shamelessness. On the arena, Lin Mo listened to the howls from the audience, feeling a bit helpless as he dug at his ears. A family of manic depressives. He casually tossed the empty cola can off the arena, gazing at the crazed Lin Yu opposite him. Looking at Lin Ye's deranged state, Lin Mo found it somewhat amusing. A fake young master who had been elevated to the skies could only rely on such despicable banned drugs to maintain his image. Truly the height of irony. Lin Mo didn't even feel the desire to summon new troops. Dealing with this weakling who was forcefully propped up by external means would be a waste of effort for a muscle-bound boxing king. Lin Mo slowly drew out his hand. He snapped his fingers crisply in midair. Snap! A dull gray light illuminated the center of the arena. A half-meter-tall, ordinary little skeleton staggeringly crawled out from the light, still holding that rusty, chipped iron sword. As it walked, its bones cracked, resembling a defective product that might fall apart at any moment. The entire audience was momentarily stunned. Facing Lin Yu, who was at his peak state, Lin Mo had only summoned this most basic minion. Lin Mo returned his hands to his pockets. He looked at Lin Yu, his tone flat, without a hint of emotion. With your kind of trash, you dare to look down on my depth? Lin Mo smirked, revealing a hint of careless mockery. Come on, let me see how much you've taken in drugs and how many slaps you can endure. The atmosphere atop the arena was suffocatingly oppressive. Lin Yu's eyes burned crimson, wild, desperate, like those of a beast cornered with no escape. He glared unblinkingly at Lin Mo across from him, his chest heaving violently. A high-concentration stimulant raged through his veins. Stop playing the righteous fool. Lin Yu roared, his voice tearing raw and ragged through the vast, hollow expanse of the gymnasium. A broken skeleton frame. Do you truly believe it can shield you for life? Today I'll show you exactly what it means to stand beneath a heritage you could never hope to attain. The moment the words left his lips, Lin Yu ripped open his battle tunic across his chest. There, embedded deep in his flesh, gleamed a sapphire blue rhombic gem. The gem pulsed with an eerie, heart-stopping azure radiance. This was the Lin family's forbidden heirloom, the sea god's tear, purchased at the cost of their entire fortune. Amid Lin Yu's agonized, frenzied scream, the gem blazed with incandescent light. An impenetrably thick dome of cerulean energy erupted, instantly sealing him, and the Frost Bone Dragon behind him, within its unyielding embrace. Ancient arcane runes shimmering like liquid water rippled across the dome's surface, unbreakable, eternal. In the VIP box above, several dignitaries paled instantly. The mayor shot upright, pointing frantically at the arena. That's the Lin family's ancestral treasure, the sea god's tear. It forcibly drains an opponent's vitality to reinforce its barrier. Rumor claims it can withstand the full-force strike of a level 40 powerhouse. The director of education wiped cold sweat from his brow, face etched with alarm. Using a relic of this magnitude in a unknown arena match. This is utterly shameless. Su Qinghan sat motionless in the central seat, her gaze fixed impassively on the arena. It's not against the rules. Her voice cool and crystalline silenced all protest before it could begin. In life-or-death combat, heritage and resources are intrinsic to strength itself. That Lin Mo has forced the Lin family to unveil such a last-resort artifact. He's already won half the battle. Though she spoke with detached certainty, her eyes remained locked fiercely upon Lin Mo. A full-strength blow from a level 40 master. Even were she to descend into that ring, would need considerable effort to breach that adamantine shell. She intended to see, just once, whether Lin Mo, that unfathomable little skeleton, could cleave through absolute defense. In the front row of the spectator stands, Lin Zhenhai watched his son activate the sea god's tear and erupted into ecstatic, flailing gestures. Excellent. Exactly so. Xiaoyu, grant him no respite. Crush him, bone and soul alike. Zhao Wanqiu cheered beside him, her features twisted into a grotesque mask of triumph. On the arena floor, Lin Yu felt the unassailable cerulean barrier encasing him, and the last vestiges of fear dissolved beneath its might. The stimulant's brutal side effects flooded him with a feverish, pathological urge to destroy. Lin Mo, what do you have to fight me with? Stand there and strike. I dare you. That worthless pile of bones can't even scratch my defense. Lin Yu swung his peerless arcane staff with savage force, its tip aimed unerringly at Lin Mo's brow. Die! Behind him, the Frost Bone Dragon reared back and unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking roar. Its colossal skeletal wings snapped wide open. The arena's temperature plummeted below freezing in an instant. Countless razor-sharp shards of ice crystallized in the air. The Frostbone Dragon bared its fanged maw. From its throat surged a torrential blast of azure dragon fire, thick as a mountain river laced with jagged glacial spikes. Carrying the annihilating fury of a cataclysm, it hurtled toward Lin Mo. Where it passed, the arena's reinforced steel floor cracked, buckled, and curled upward like brittle parchment. The entire audience drew a collective sharp breath of terror. Timid girls instinctively covered their eyes, dreading the gory spectacle about to unfold. This was the full-power assault of an SS Steer hidden class, amplified further by the stimulant. Even a level 30 tank warrior would melt where it struck. Lin Mo stood rooted in place, not a single step backward. His hands remained lazily tucked into his pockets. Before that apocalyptic wave of glacial fury, his gaze did not flicker, not even once. He didn't bother summoning any other mutated troops. Instead, he tilted his head slightly, glancing sidelong at the ordinary little skeleton standing guard before him. Shatter it. Lin Mo uttered the command, soft yet absolute, brooking no dissent. At that instant, the frail skeleton stirred. Within its hollow eye sockets, twin flames of ghostly blue flared with sudden fierce intensity. Its ashen knee bones bent ever so slightly. Then, like a coiled spring released, the desiccated frame launched skyward with explosive force. No dazzling arcane luminescence, no earth-shattering skill effects, only pure unadulterated physical power, forged by millions of points of agility. It gripped its rust-pitted chipped iron sword in both hands, and plunged headlong into the path of that colossal freezing dragon fire. A single clean vertical slash. Schwa. No explosion, no magical clash, no stalemate, only raw, unrefined physical force, absolute and unrelenting. That terrifying dragon fire, capable of freezing and fracturing solid steel, struck the rusted blade, and collapsed like soft tofu meeting a white-hot blade. It split cleanly down the center. The bifurcated torrents roared past either side of the skeleton's body, grazing Lin Mo's form without touching a single hair, before slamming into the arena's rear barrier. The impact sent the protective dome into violent strobing spasms, alarms shrieking in piercing dissonance. Yet where Lin Mo stood, not a single strand of hair had frozen. Across every live-streaming platform, chat feeds froze mid-scroll. All viewers stood stunned, dumbfounded by the sheer barbaric impossibility of that bare-handed dragonfire cleave. The little skeleton did not halt after the slash. Riding the momentum of its descent, it plummeted downward, sword clenched tight, like a gray-white meteor aimed directly at Lin Yu. Its target, the cerulean barrier famed for repelling a level 40 master's full-strength strike. Lin Yu flinched at the sight of the descending skeleton, then burst into manic laughter. Fool, do you think this shield is made of paper? This is the sea god's tear. Touch it, and I'll drain your very life. His laughter echoed across the arena. He was certain this reckless skeleton would shatter into dust upon contact, recoiling off the barrier's backlash. Worse still, the sea god's tear would retaliate through its bond, striking Lin Mo himself. But the skeleton paid no heed to his taunts. With a howl of wind, its rusted iron sword crashed squarely onto the azure dome. Craw! A faint crystalline sound, like delicate glass cracking, rippled through the arena's audio system, echoing in every corner of the stadium. Lin Yu's laughter died mid-breath. His facial muscles twitched violently. He jerked his head down, staring transfixed at the dome above him. Thereupon the cerulean dome, rippling with aqueous arcane sigils, a hairline fracture bloomed precisely where the rusted blade had struck. Then, like lightning across dry parchment, the fissure branched outward in a spiderweb of cracks. In less than a heartbeat, the entire hemispherical shield was webbed with fractures. Impossible! Lin Jinhai screamed, a raw guttural cry from the spectator stands. His eyes bulged bloodshot, his fingers dug into the railing until his knuckles whitened. In the VIP box, Su Qinghan snapped upright, her spine rigid, her posture electrified. She gripped the railing before her with both hands, her breath suspended entirely. In her normally placid, bottomless eyes, now wide with disbelief, shone the dazed horror of one who has just witnessed the impossible. Crack! A sharp, resonant shatter reverberated across the arena. The so-called invincible sea god's barrier, renowned for deflecting a level 40 master's ultimate blow, shattered before that rusted edgeless iron sword, as effortlessly as thin paper, offering not even half a second of resistance. It exploded into a cascade of drifting azure motes, fragile fading sparks of spent magic, drifting softly onto the arena floor. Across the city, over 1 million livestream viewers gasped in unison, a single synchronized intake of breath. A sharp crystalline shatter echoed through the deathly, silent gymnasium, piercing, unbearable. Countless sapphire shards scattered across the air like a dazzling, yet lethal rain of light. They drifted down upon the arena platform. Lin Yu's face, arrogant, twisted, bloodthirsty, froze in that instant, then shattered utterly. His pupils contracted violently, the primal, unvarnished terror of a human confronting inescapable death. The Sea God's shield, the legendary barrier said to withstand the full-force strike of a level 40 cultivator, had been breached. It yielded without resistance, as effortlessly as thin paper pierced by a careless fingertip. At the moment of its collapse, a torrent of catastrophic backlash surged backward, like a dam bursting, flooding Lin Yu's body in an instant. Pooh! Lin Yu jerked his head skyward and vomited a gout of black blood thick with pulped organ fragments. The deep blue rhomboid mark over his chest exploded into a mangled, unrecognizable mass of gore. Yet this was not the end. That rusted, chipped iron sword, having cleaved through absolute defense, did not pause for even a breath. Its momentum undiminished, it descended with suffocating force, aimed squarely at the Frost Bone Dragon looming haughtily behind Lin Yu. Even within the dragon's eye sockets, burning with crimson flame, a flicker of unmistakably human fear flashed. It was a noble SS steer bonded summon. Yet before that unremarkable rust-eaten blade, it felt an absolute primordial suppression emanating from the very core of its bloodline, a dimensional annihilation wrought by millions of points of overwhelming superiority. The dragon's colossal frame recoiled, but it had no time to react. The little skeleton suspended midair gripped the sword with both hands and snapped its waist forward with explosive power. The rusted blade did not slash. It struck not with its edge, but with its broad, flat surface, slamming down like a fly swatter onto the dragon's massive skull. Boom! A muffled, heart-stopping detonation. No dazzling effects, no illusory lights. Only raw, unadulterated physical force distilled to its purest essence. Before such monstrous strength, the Frostbone Dragon's vaunted diamond-hard cranium proved as fragile as an overripe watermelon. Eowuff! It let out a shriek of utter, soul-rending agony. The cry died midair. Crack! 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 A rapid cascade of bone fractures erupted from its skull, racing instantly through its entire body. Its towering 10-meter-long form locked rigid mid-flight, then collapsed like a tower of disassembled building blocks. Its frost-armored plates and gleaming white bones shattered simultaneously into oblivion. Showering the arena in blinding white light, it vanished like a guttering candle, leaving not a single splinter of bone behind. Silence swallowed the arena whole. Every breath ceased. An SS steer summon, reduced to dust by a single sword stroke. Was this sheer fantasy? With its summon obliterated, the soul contract violently torn asunder, Lin Yu screamed, a sound more harrowing than any specter's wail. His body convulsed violently upon the arena floor. His bones cracked in rapid succession, like firecrackers exploding within his flesh, the sound of meridians snapping one by one. Then, just as the little skeleton landed, a violent shockwave erupted outward, striking Lin Yu full force. He lifted clean off the ground like a ragged sack. He soared over the arena's edge, over the referee's head, tracing a pitiful parabolic arc through the air. Thud! A dull, heavy impact. Lin Yu crashed onto the floor of the front row spectator seats, precisely at the feet of Lin Zhenhai and Zhao Wanqiu. Blood bloomed instantly across the floor. Lin Yu lay sprawled like a gutted dog, his limbs grotesquely contorted, every bone slack and broken. He retched thick, frothy blood. The body, once thrumming with violent power, now deflated like a punctured bladder, hollow, lifeless, spent. His magical vortex had imploded. His meridians were severed beyond repair. His occupational crystal core lay in ruins. This SS steer prodigy, once elevated to godhood across Jiangnan City, was now reduced to a helpless invalid incapable even of self-care. Xiaoyu! Zhao Wanqiu shrieked, a shrill, ear-splitting wail, as her legs buckled and she collapsed beside him. Her trembling hands reached to cradle her son, only to recoil, finding not a single intact bone beneath his ruined flesh. There was nowhere to hold. "My child, what have they done to you?" She wailed uncontrollably, tears smearing her makeup into streaks of mud. She raised her tear-streaked face toward Lin Mo atop the arena and howled like a raving banshee. "You wretched, accursed monster! You dared strike so viciously. He is your own brother." Lin Zhenhai stood motionless, a hollow log rooted in place, staring down at the bloody pulp at his feet. A taut string inside his mind snapped with a deafening crack. It was over. All of it over. The Lin family had liquidated every asset, sold their eastern city land holdings. They'd borrowed exorbitant loans from the underground black market, purchased volatile alchemical enhancers. Every last gamble, every hidden trump card, shattered in less than a second beneath that rusted iron blade. The Lin family was bankrupt, drowning in insurmountable debt, and their sole heir now a ruined shell. On the arena platform, Lin Mo strolled slowly to the edge and looked down upon the devastated couple with detached regal disdain. He paid no heed to Zhao Wanqiu's curses. The tiny skeleton that had hurled Lin Yu away now stood obediently at his feet, idly poking the arena's floor tiles with its rusted sword. Lin Mo kept his hands in his pockets, gazing upon the three of them, broken, humiliated, prostrate, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. No anger, no triumph, only the cold, empty indifference reserved for refuse. So this is the prodigy your family sacrificed everything to cultivate. Lin Mo's voice, quiet, yet amplified across the stadium, reached every ear with chilling clarity. A prodigy. These two weightless words struck Lin Jinhai's heart like a venom-drenched dagger. Lin Jinhai opened his mouth to protest, to rage, but his throat choked on blood-licked sand. Not a single syllable emerged. Darkness swallowed his vision. He toppled backward, collapsing unconscious into his seat. Lin Yu lay face down in his own blood, consciousness slipping away. He heard Lin Mo's contemptuous barb. Humiliation, despair, regret. He strained desperately to lift his head, to glare at Lin Mo with one final defiant look. But he could not move even a single finger. His gaze remained locked on the floor, feeling life ebb from him drop by drop. He had possessed everything. Yet he himself had driven that unstoppable demon, that force capable of crushing all straight into his own path. For 2 seconds, the entire gymnasium fell into absolute silence. Those 2 seconds stretched like an eternity. Every spectator struggled to absorb what they had just witnessed: the sea god's tear shattered, the Frost Bone Dragon erased in a single slap, an SSS-tier prodigy left with severed meridians reduced to ruin. Then, 2 seconds later, someone shouted, and the spell broke. Lin Shun. That cry ignited the stadium like a drop of water hitting scalding oil. Jiangnan City's first gymnasium erupted, an explosion unprecedented in its history. Lin Shun is invincible, unbelievable. One stroke, shattering an SS-tier summon. That's true dimensional annihilation. To hell with the Frost Bone Dragon. It's less than nothing before that rusted sword. Just one move, only one. That's true absolute invincibility. A tidal wave of cheers, whistles, and screams threatened to tear the roof from its foundations. 10,000 spectators surged to their feet, waving arms wildly. They had just witnessed the birth of a new sovereign. Guild masters and university presidents in the stands flushed crimson, trembling with exhilaration. Such terrifying power, such ruthless, decisive resolve, could never be contained within Jiangnan City's shallow waters. In the VIP box, Su Qinghan shot upright from her seat. Her eyes, always glacial, always composed, now blazed with unprecedented fervor. Zhao Wanqiu's wailing echoed in the gymnasium. She clung desperately to the lifeless Lin Yu, her hands stained with black blood. Lin Jinhai had just awakened from his coma, convulsing. The first sight that met his eyes was the cold, mocking, and even gleeful gazes around him. The Lin family was finished. This thought stirred in his mind like a rusted, dull knife. The wind direction in the stands shifted. In a world where strength reigned supreme without the protection of an SS-level genius, and having offended a future special student of the Dragon God Academy, everyone wanted a bite of the Lin family's juicy morsel. Lin Jinhai, today is your day. A burly, one-eyed man suddenly stood up in the audience, pointing at Lin Jinhai and cursing loudly. Last month your Lin family broke my brother's leg by hiring thugs to seize the mining vein in the Eastern District. Today I will take your life. This sentence ignited the powder keg. Those small guilds and casual players who had been oppressed by the Lin family in the past stood up one after another. Refund. Your Lin merchants sold fake medicine, causing my teammate's death. You must give us an explanation today. The Lin family has been bullying us to the brink. Hand over the land deeds. The crowd was furious. If there hadn't been security personnel present, they would have rushed down and torn the Lin family apart. Lin Jinhai trembled in fear, scrambling to hide behind the security personnel. The authority he once took pride in as the family head was now worth nothing. At that moment, a dignified cough emanated from the VIP box. The mayor of Jiangnan City stepped forward with a microphone, his face filled with righteousness. He first cast a flattering glance at Su Qinghan, then coldly scanned Lin Jinhai. Silence. The mayor's voice reverberated throughout the venue. The Lin family has acted tyrannically in Jiangnan City in recent years, even using banned substances and evil tools during the sacred examination period. This is a blatant disregard for the law. The mayor with a righteous gesture declared, I announce that from this moment on the city guard will take over all assets of the Lin family. We will thoroughly investigate all illegal activities, tax evasion, and coercive practices under the Lin family's name. We will not spare a single parasite. Lin Zhenhai's knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. The mayor's words were equivalent to a death sentence for the Lin family. He knew better than anyone how dirty the Lin family's past was. Once fully investigated, it would be enough to imprison them for a lifetime. Mayor, you can't do this. Lin Jinhai cried out, extending his hand. Our Lin family pays so much tax to the municipal government every year, you cannot kick us while we're down. Shut up. The mayor's face turned ashen, scolding harshly. Who has any dealings with a social parasite like you? Take him away. Several fully armed members of the city guard rushed forward and firmly pinned Lin Jinhai's shoulders. Before Lin Jinhai could struggle, a rotund man slowly descended from the stands. It was Qian Fuqiu, the president of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. Qian Fuqiu smiled at Lin Jinhai, as if looking at a pig ready for slaughter. Boss Lin, we need to settle our accounts. He pulled out a thick stack of IOUs from his pocket and waved them in front of everyone. Last night you used 3 parcels of land in the eastern city as collateral to borrow 500 million in high-interest loans from our Black Gold Chamber's underground bank. To buy those rampant potions. The smile on Qian Fuqiu's face instantly vanished, his eyes turning cold as ice. I just had someone check. Those 3 parcels of land belonging to your Lin family had already been mortgaged to the bank twice. They are considered non-performing assets. You are suspected of massive commercial fraud. Lin Jinhai gasped in shock, all color draining from his face. President Qian, Brother Qian, please give me a few more days. I can sell the villa. I will give you all the shares of the Lin family. I will definitely repay you. Shares? Qian Fuqiu scoffed disdainfully. Your Lin family stock has already crashed. Now it is just a pile of scrap paper. As for your villa, it has already been sealed by the bank. Qian Fuqiu turned around and announced loudly, the Black Gold Chamber will immediately freeze all financial flows of the Lin family. Lin Jinhai, you now owe our chamber a total of 800 million, including principal and interest. For the rest of your life, you will slowly repay this debt in the Black Prison. In less than half an hour, the once supreme family in Jiangnan City. Their assets were completely frozen, burdened with a debt of 800 million and soon facing imprisonment. They had completely fallen to become the target of everyone's disdain. Zhao Wanxiu finally awakened from the grief of losing her child. She looked at her husband pinned to the ground and the creditors around them like wolves and tigers. She was terrified. It was a fear that seeped from her marrow. She did not want to go to prison, she did not want to end up in a place worse than death. Zhao Wanxiu suddenly turned her head, as if grasping the last straw of hope. She looked towards the figure on the stage who was about to leave. Xiao Mo. Zhao Wanxiu let out a piercing cry. She rolled and crawled to the edge of the stage, disregarding her image as a noblewoman, and knelt heavily on the hard concrete floor. Bang! Zhao Wanqiu's forehead struck the ground hard, leaving a trail of blood. Xiao Mo, please save your mother. Save the Lin family. You are now the top scholar. Commissioner Su values you so much. As long as you say a word, the mayor and President Qian will definitely let us go. Hearing this, Lin Jinhai, like a madman, broke free from the guard's hold and knelt beside Zhao Wanxiu, desperately bowing to Lin Mo on the stage. Moer, my good son, in the past it was my father's blindness and my heart was clouded. Lin Jinhai cried, while slapping his own face fiercely. Smack! Smack! After all, the blood running in your veins is from the Lin family. Blood is thicker than water, son. You cannot just watch your own parents perish. Lin Jinhai wept bitterly, his forehead already bloodied and bruised. As long as you save us, the position of the Lin family head will be yours. All the assets will be yours. The venue fell into silence. Everyone's gaze focused on Lin Mo, wanting to see if this newly crowned invincible scholar would soften under the pressure of familial ties. After all, they were his biological parents. On the stage, Lin Mo halted his steps. He turned slightly, looking down at the 2 people kneeling and bowing frantically at his feet. Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanqiu's eyes exploded with wild joy when they saw Lin Mo stop thinking. He finally remembered their old feelings. Moer, you promised, right? Quickly say something to them. Lin Mo's face showed no ripple. There was no relief from avenging a great enmity, nor any mocking smile. His gaze was like that of watching 2 unrelated ants at the roadside. Lin Mo said nothing. He didn't even bother to spare a single syllable. He slowly and calmly withdrew his gaze, turned around, hands in his pockets, stepping in his $10 flip-flops. He walked step by step down the side steps of the stage into the shadow of the contestant passage, completely disappearing from everyone's sight. No insults, no arguments. Only absolute indifference. This was more heart-wrenching than murder. The wild joy on Zhao Wanqiu's face instantly stiffened. The hand she had raised in the air fell weakly. Her desperate wails were completely drowned out by the surging guards and the furious creditors. Jiangnan City, the Imperial Grand Hotel. In the corridor outside the penthouse suite, chaos reigned, no different from a bustling vegetable market. Normally aloof and revered as living ancestors across cities, the directors of admissions from China's top 10 universities now jostled fiercely. Each strained his neck, face flushed crimson, nearly tearing each other's hair out in their scramble for the frontmost position. Step aside. Make way. The Modu War Academy arrived first. Get lost. Your academy is stingy. How dare you compete for Jiangnan City's top scholar? Our Jingdu Institute of Psychic Arts offers 50 million yuan as relocation allowance. 50 million. Huh. The Royal Knight Academy provides a full set of legendary tier armor. The hotel manager cowered in a corner of the corridor, trembling uncontrollably, too terrified to intervene. These were all level 40 to 50 masters. A single uncontrolled skill could reduce this 5-star hotel to rubble in an instant. Inside the suite, Lin Mo lay sprawled like a starfish upon a plush Simmons mattress. Cotton balls stuffed deep into his ears. Yet even so, the deafening clamor from beyond the door seeped through relentlessly. Annoying. Lin Mo rolled over and smothered his head beneath the pillow. He'd never imagined becoming top scholar would be such a headache. Yesterday, amid the despair ruins, he should have let his little skeleton slay just a few thousand fewer monsters. Settling for a top 10 ranking would have sufficed. Bang! The double-swing solid wood door of the penthouse was kicked open from outside. A bald, burly man with a square jaw barged in like a rampaging ox. He slammed the door shut behind him with a thunderous crash, then bolted it thrice, locking out every desperate rival crowding the hallway. The bald man hastily adjusted his torn suit and loosened tie, then hurried to the bed with palms clasped and a broad, ingratiating smile. Lin Mo student. Hello. I'm Director Zhao of the Modu War Academy. Just call me Old Zhao. His words tumbled out at breakneck speed, as if fearing the door might splinter under the next assault. Our sincerity is unmatched nationwide. With that, Old Zhao whipped out a gold-embossed contract from his briefcase and offered it with both hands. Sign this special admission agreement, and on your first day of enrollment you'll receive a standalone villa, 300 square meters right in the city center. Annually you'll be granted 10 million yuan worth of high-tier cultivation resources. No limits, and we'll add more if needed. 3 retired generals, each above level 50, will serve as your personal mentors, offering unknown guidance. Old Zhao gazed at Lin Mo, eyes blazing with feverish anticipation. What do you say, Lin Mo? This offer is truly unparalleled across the nation. Lin Mo sat up slowly and raked his fingers through his tousled hair. He yanked the cotton from his ears and glanced indifferently at the gleaming golden contract. A villa, eh? Lin Mo yawned. Do I have to clean it myself? Old Zhao blinked, stunned. How did this top scholar's logic diverge so wildly from everyone else's? He shook his head frantically. No. A dedicated 5-star domestic team handles everything, even feeding you by hand. Lin Mo nodded, then asked another question. And those 3 level 50 personal mentors, they'll watch me train every day. Do I have to attend morning roll call drills on the training ground? Old Zhao nodded matter-of-factly, pounding his chest in solemn assurance. Naturally, our academy enforces strict, closed military-style discipline. Only rigorous instruction breeds true excellence. With your earth-shattering talent, just endure the sweat and blood spilled upon that field. And upon graduation, you'll be commissioned directly as a high-ranking commander in the military high command. Old Zhao grew increasingly animated, already envisioning Lin Mo commanding legions upon battlefields. Not interested. Lin Mo rolled his eyes and flopped back onto the bed. He pulled the pillow back over his face. Too many rules. Too much hassle. His muffled voice drifted from beneath the fabric. I have but one passion, sleeping until I wake naturally, forcing me to rise before dawn and stand guard on the drill ground. Just slit my throat instead. Old Zhao stood frozen, speechless. In decades of recruitment, he'd met students demanding legendary gear or rare class transcendence scrolls, but never one who rejected the Modu War Academy solely to avoid early morning classes. This was, after all, one of the nation's top 3 elite institutions. Wait. Lin Mo, your talent wasted on sleep is sheer sacrilege. This is your chance to transcend social strata and bring glory to your ancestors. Old Zhao slapped his thigh in desperation, ready to plead further. Boom. The solid wood door exploded inward with a deafening blast. Not pushed, but kicked down with brute force. The heavy door shattered upon impact, with the carpet splintering into jagged planks. Instantly, the hallway's cacophony vanished, swallowed whole by silence. Every university's admissions director now stood rigidly in a line against the wall, breath held tight. Su Qinghan strode in, her signature silver-white trench coat billowing, high-collared military boots crunching over broken timber. Her face, ethereally beautiful yet glacially serene, radiated the unmistakable authority of absolute command. Her icy gaze swept over the bald man like a blade. Military-style discipline. She sneered, a laugh sharp with contempt. Your academy's antiquated assembly line methods presume to instruct him. offering 10 million yuan in resources to lure away a once-in-a-century cataclysm-tier prodigy. Cease this embarrassment. Leave now. Old Zhao, publicly humiliated by a sophomore, turned pale then livid, fists clenched until knuckles cracked. Yet he dared not retaliate, for before him stood a woman holding the Imperial Dragon Academy's special envoy scepter. The Imperial Dragon Academy, the nation's sole divine sanctuary. Even its gatekeepers walked unchallenged through any other institution. Old Zhao gritted his teeth, shot Su Qinghan a venomous glare, and retreated head bowed, clutching his briefcase like a defeated rooster. Other university directors, seeing Su Qinghan herself appear, sighed in despair. Once the Imperial Dragon Academy entered the fray, no one else stood a chance. Shaking their heads in sorrowful resignation, they dispersed, leaving the penthouse corridor finally utterly still. Su Qinghan approached the bed, pulled over a leather armchair, and sat, her long legs elegantly crossed. Casually, she tossed a document bearing a dark gold flying dragon seal onto Lin Mo's nightstand. How does it feel, having your threshold trampled by eager suitors? Her lips curved in the faintest, most imperceptible smile as she watched Lin Mo, still burying his face beneath the pillow. Lin Mo lifted the pillow and exhaled deeply. Terrible. It's severely disrupted my plans to lie flat and absorb energy today. Leaning back into the sofa, Su Qinghan cut straight to the point. The Imperial Dragon Academy's highest-tier special admission agreement. The first and only such document issued in Jiangnan City's 100-year history. Sign it. Lin Mo glanced at the dark gold contract without lifting his eyelids. You heard the bald man's offer just now. He offered a villa and threw in 10 million yuan on top. So tell me, what does the Imperial Dragon Academy intend to offer? Lin Mo sat upright, locking eyes with her unwavering. Su Qinghan let out a soft, derisive chuckle, her gaze laced with the supreme arrogance of the nation's foremost academy. Tasteless. The Imperial Dragon Academy never negotiates with geniuses over money, because all of Longwa's finest resources gather dust within our vaults. She held Lin Mo's gaze, delivering her first offer with deliberate emphasis. First, unrestricted access to the Academy's central treasure vault. Break through its defensive formation, if you can, and claim every high-tier crystal core and peerless artifact inside. No one will stop you. Lin Mo raised a brow. That sounded intriguing indeed. Future provisions for his skeletal legion's evolution secured no need to personally hunt in the abyss for supplies. Yet he made no move to reach for the pen. Sounds exhausting. What else? Su Qinghan leaned forward slightly, her eyes piercing deep into his. I know how you endured the despair ruins, and I know your aversion to standing when lying down is possible. She unveiled the offer crafted exclusively for him, the ultimate trump card. At the Imperial Dragon Academy, no morning drills, no attendance checks, no mandatory mentor evaluations or credit requirements. So long as you dominate every peer during final examinations, no one will ever demand your presence in class. Her voice dripped with seductive certainty. You may sleep in your private villa for 4 full years, and not a soul will dare knock on your door. Lin Mo's perpetually languid eyes blazed, suddenly incandescent with light. No one will enforce class attendance. Absolute freedom to lie flat. This was paradise tailor-made for him. Far surpassing promises of wealth or elite mentorship, those words struck like a scalpel, precisely severing his greatest vulnerability. Deal. Lin Mo shot upright, like a spring released. Without hesitation, he snatched the golden fountain pen from the nightstand and signed his name across the contract in bold flowing strokes. Su Qinghan watched his swift, decisive action, and the entire arsenal of threats and inducements she'd prepared lodged unspoken in her throat. She rubbed her temples weary. This monster, who had slaughtered decisively in the arena, overturning an entire generation of Longwa's elite prodigies, had been conquered by a single phrase: no classes required. If word reached the capital, it would surely send the nation's top scholars, those grinding tirelessly for credits, into fits of apoplectic rage. Su Qinghan rose, retrieved the signed contract, and slipped it smoothly into the inner pocket of her trench coat. Then she looked down at Lin Mo, calm, composed, and utterly commanding. 3 days from now, a dedicated aircraft will arrive in Jiangnan City to escort you to the capital for enrollment. Enjoy these last peaceful days in this provincial town. Lin Mo sprawled back onto the bed, eyes closing in blissful repose. Peaceful sleep awaits me in the capital too. Anyone who dares disturb it, I'll dismantle their bones and burn them for kindling. At the shattered doorway, Su Qinghan paused. Without turning, she spoke, her tone grave-edged with quiet warning. The capital's waters run deep. Families like the Lin clan, insignificant as they are, don't even qualify as minnows in its ponds. By crippling Lin Yu on the arena stage today, you've disturbed a trivial pawn belonging to someone far above. Su Qinghan tilted her head slightly, her peripheral gaze lingering on Lin Mo in bed. He was nothing more than disposable trash, yet those who sit atop the mountain despise nothing more than having their amusement spoiled. Her voice chilled. Once at the Imperial Dragon Academy, temper your temperament. The madmen, and the second-generation heirs backed by celestial authority, far outnumber what you imagine. Lin Mo rolled onto his side, turning his back to the door. A mutated assassin skeleton materialized soundlessly from the shadows, picked up the silken quilt at the foot of the bed, and gently covered him. Eyes still closed, Lin Mo's voice drifted lazily, but beneath it surged the terrifying, blood-soaked arrogance of a battlefield sovereign. Big names, small names, none matter. So long as no one interrupts my naps, or my skewered barbecue, I won't hesitate to enrich the capital's graveyards with several fresh, high-grade corpses. In the early morning of Jiangnan City, the sunlight is rarely bright. A pure black, extended armored Lincoln smoothly travels along the VIP lane towards the aerospace airport. The interior of the car is spacious like a small living room. Lin Mo is wearing a newly bought pure cotton white t-shirt and is still in those 10-yuan flip-flops. He is slouched unceremoniously in the soft leather sofa, holding a cup of freshly squeezed cold watermelon juice. Sitting opposite him is Qian Fugui, the president of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce. This god of wealth, who usually shakes Jiangnan City with every stomp, is currently half-betocked against the sofa. His chubby face is filled with a sycophantic smile, resembling a plump steward catering to a young master. Young Master Lin, is this car comfortable to sit in? Qian Fugui rubs his hands while reporting. The bonus for the top scorer in the college entrance examination issued by the city, along with the dividends from your previous account in the chamber, totals 300 million. I have already booked the highest specification luxury private aerospace aircraft currently in service in your name. No one will disturb your rest. Lin Mo bites the straw, casually looking out of the window. You're quite efficient and thoughtful. Upon receiving this compliment, Qian Fugui's face instantly brightens with joy. He repeatedly waves his hands, saying it was his duty. Being able to serve this living ancestor who could annihilate tens of thousands of abyssal creatures with a mere gesture is a fortune he has accumulated over several lifetimes. Outside the car window, the bustling streets of Jiangnan City rapidly retreat. All the large screens and hovering billboards along the way continuously scroll the same News 247. Without exception, it is all about Lin Mo. Those usually high and mighty experts and professors are passionately analyzing Lin Mo's combat power on television. They seem to wish they could elevate even the flip-flops he wore to the status of a divine artifact. Lin Mo has no interest in these after-the-fact praises. He was just about to pull down the sunshade to take a nap. His gaze suddenly pauses at a dark street corner passing by. There is a foul-smelling garbage collection station there. A pair of men and women in tattered clothes are fighting with several homeless people over an empty plastic bottle. The man has graying hair and bruises all over his face. The woman, dirt-smudged, fiercely guards a half-moldy bun like a mad woman. They are none other than Lin Jinhai and Zhao Wanqiu, the once glorious richest couple of Jiangnan City. Not far behind them, there is an old wheelchair parked. The once celebrated SS-level genius Lin Yu is now slumped in the wheelchair. His limbs are twisted and foul saliva dribbles from the corners of his mouth. His eyes, murky and hollow, stare at the rotten vegetable leaves on the ground like a dying wild dog. In just a few days, this family of three has completely become the most humble backdrop in this bustling metropolis. Qian Fugui follows Lin Mo's gaze. His facial fat trembles as he hurriedly leans closer, lowering his voice. Young master, these three garbage are obstructing your view. Should I make a call to have them thrown into the wilderness outside the city overnight to feed the dogs? In Qian Fugui's view, eliminating the root cause is the most secure measure. Lin Mo withdraws his gaze, biting a piece of ice. No need. His tone is devoid of any fluctuation, as if discussing a few weeds by the roadside. It would be too easy for them to die. Let them live their lives in the muck, watching my name on the big screen while they sift through garbage. This is just fine. Qian Fugui shivers. His respect for Lin Mo deepens another level. This absolute indifference and aloofness is 1,000 times more cruel than directly killing them. The extended Lincoln drives directly onto the tarmac of the aerospace airport. A sleek silver private aerospace aircraft has long been waiting. The cabin door opens. 2 rows of tall and beautiful flight attendants bow at 90 degrees in their uniforms. Welcome aboard, Mr. Lin. Their voices are sweet enough to drench in honey. Lin Mo in his flip-flops yawns as he walks up the gangway. Qian Fugui sends him to the door, bowing deeply. Young Master Lin, I wish you great fortune in the imperial capital. Lin Mo doesn't look back, casually waving his hand as he enters the extremely luxurious first-class cabin. Lin Mo throws himself onto the million-dollar leather sofa, releasing a comfortable sigh. One of the most beautiful flight attendants kneels beside him, offering a glass of top-quality champagne that exudes cold vapor. She lowers her head, breathing carefully, not daring to meet Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Mo takes the champagne and takes a sip. No one is allowed to enter this compartment without my call. Understood, mister. Lin, please rest well. The flight attendant, relieved as if pardoned, quickly retreats and gently closes the door. Only Lin Mo is left in the lavish compartment. He puts down the wine glass and slowly closes his eyes. His mind instantly sinks into the depths of his soul. The innate summoning talent panel that belongs to him clearly manifests in his perception. There is no sound, only the purest feedback of power. Due to the massacre at the Despair Ruins, the experience bar at the top of the panel has turned an eye-catching crimson. It is just a hair's breadth away from filling the entire progress bar. Lin Mo opens his eyes, a glimmer of dark golden light flashing deep within his pupils. The breakthrough from level 30 to the next major realm is just a few days away. By then, not only will his skeletal army experience a terrifying surge in numbers again, but what outrageous new forms will those little skeletons endowed with millions of attribute points unlock? The Imperial capital, huh? Lin Mo turns his head, looking at the gradually rising clouds outside the window. A careless yet extremely dangerous smile curls at the corners of his mouth. I've heard that there are geniuses aplenty there, and the wealthy families run rampant. I hope those so-called true dragon prodigies have bones that are a bit tougher. Bang! The engine of the aerospace aircraft spews out a blue tail flame. The massive fuselage instantly breaks the sound barrier, tearing through the clouds. Transforming into a silver flash of lightning, it speeds towards the heart of the Dragon Nation, the Imperial capital. At the same time, on the rooftop of the highest municipal building in Jiangnan City, the mayor stands with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the howling wind. He looks up at the gradually disappearing silver streak in the sky. His eyes are filled with endless emotions. The director of the Education Bureau stands respectfully behind him, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Mayor, we have finally sent off this great Buddha. He stayed here for a few days and my heart disease almost acted up. The mayor turns around and glances coldly at him. What do you know? This is the only hidden dragon capable of swallowing the heavens and the earth that Jiangnan City has produced in its 100 years of establishment. The mayor looks again towards the direction of the imperial capital, letting out a sigh mixed with sympathy. This hidden dragon has ultimately flown out. I hope those high and mighty geniuses in the imperial capital can take a hit a bit better. Inside a smoothly gliding aerospace jet, a luxurious private suite bathed in ample light. Qian Fugui rubbed his plump hands together, standing beside the sofa with an ingratiating smile. Behind him stood 2 uniformed security personnel, each cradling a heavy black cipher case. Master Mo, this is the champion's gift package entrusted to me by the Jiangnan Municipal Bureau of Education. With a wave of his hand, Qian Fugui signaled the guards forward. They placed the case gently upon the coffee table. Lin Mo reclined on the supple leather sofa, holding a half-filled flute of champagne. What is it? Qian Fugui hurried forward and personally entered the passcode. With a soft click, the lid sprang open, revealing a nameless gold card and a rhombic stone shimmering with prismatic radiance. This card holds 100 million yuan in cash, the city's special bonus for you. Qian Fugui pointed at the stone, his voice trembling slightly. This is a true treasure beyond price, a mythic tier soul stone. To save his official post, the director of education has staked everything this time. He said that so long as you accept it, Jiangnan City will stand behind you, forever. Lin Mo did not even lift his eyelids. He felt no interest whatsoever in the 100 million yuan sum. Such paper wealth was abundant in his black gold credit card. His gaze fixed instantly upon the prismatic soul stone. Deep within his soul, a dormant power surged violently, awakening. An overwhelming urge to consume flooded his consciousness. Leave it here and withdraw. Lin Mo waved dismissively, issuing his command. Qian Fugui stared at Lin Mo's unruffled composure and silently marveled inwardly. 100 million yuan laid bare before him, and not a single flicker of surprise. Such unshakable equanimity was utterly extraordinary. Prudently, he nodded repeatedly and withdrew, with the guards closing the doors softly behind them. Alone now in the suite, Lin Mo set down his glass and picked up the mythic deer soul stone. The moment his fingertips brushed its surface, no mechanical voice sounded. Only a deep, resonant boom echoed from the core of his soul. His innate talent flared fully awake, and the supposedly indestructible mythic tier soul stone dissolved instantly into a torrent of prismatic light. It surged up his arm, flooding his body with terrifying speed. Wild energy rampaged through his limbs and meridians, yet brought no pain. Only an absolute transcendent euphoria, as if shattering the very chains of mortal existence. In his mind's eye, the innate interface of cataclysm arrival unfolded automatically. His experience bar, previously stalled at its apex, swelled and burst under the torrential influx of prismatic energy. His innate ability ascended. A fresh line of information etched itself with crystalline clarity into Lin Mo's awareness core passive unlocked, attribute feedback. Lin Mo arched a faint eyebrow at the newly revealed passive. The host gains 1% of all summoned entities' attribute values. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. 1%, on the surface pathetically meager. Yet instantly his mind calculated the implications. His summoned beings inherited his full base attributes, then underwent mandatory amplification by 10,000-fold. Even just 1% of those amplified values equated to 100 times his original base stats. More terrifying still, the feedback was cumulative. How many skeletons could he summon now? 100 million. If 1% of each of those 100 million skeletons' attributes converged upon him alone, what astronomical magnitude would that yield? Lin Mo drew a sharp breath. This was no longer mere numerical absurdity. It was physical transcendence itself. Rising to his feet, he casually clenched his fist. His bones cracked like thunderclaps, blood roared through his veins like a surging river roaring with deafening force. He summoned no skeleton, not a single one. Merely standing still, he delivered a languid, effortless punch toward the empty air before him. Boom. No magical resonance stirred, only pure absolute physical might. Space ahead warped violently. A visible white shockwave dense as artillery fire slammed into the suite's bulletproof glass. This specialized glass, capable of withstanding high-tier arcane bombardment, groaned under unbearable stress. A web of fractures spidered across its entire surface in an instant. Lin Mo retracted his fist and gazed at his slender fingers. A faint nonchalant smile curved his lips. This level of corporeal fortitude. Even without any summons, I could now flatten Lin Yu, the worthless wretch, with a single backhanded slap. Once he'd considered his own body somewhat fragile, vulnerable to elite assassins who slipped past his guard requiring his skeletal minions to intervene. Now that concern had vanished. Anyone foolish enough to believe assassination would resolve anything would be reduced to unidentifiable ash before their own strike landed. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside the luxurious suite, 4 elite security captains, each ranked level 40, stood rigidly at attention. They were the aerospace jet's most formidable protectors, seasoned veterans who lived perpetually on the edge of death. And at the exact instant Lin Mo threw his punch, a sliver of oppressive aura, cold, bottomless abyssal, leaked unbidden through the thick door. Just a sliver, but in that instant the 4 level 40 warriors froze, plunged into glacial dread. The lead captain's legs buckled, he dropped instantly onto one knee atop the plush carpet. Cold sweat drenched his uniform. Gasping raggedly, his eyes widened with primal terror, the sheer unadulterated fear of imminent annihilation. A nearby subordinate trembled so violently, he nearly dropped his weapon. "Captain, what is inside that room?" His voice quavered uncontrollably. "This aura. I've only felt it once before, emanating from a level 70 demon lord." The captain swallowed hard. His gaze remained locked on the sealed door as he lowered his voice to a whisper. "Silence. Ask nothing you ought not know. Seated within is no mere mortal, but a true god capable of devouring heavens and swallowing earth. Even if all the imperial capital's prodigies were bound together, they wouldn't fill a single tooth of his maw." Wiping cold sweat from his brow, the captain glanced warily out the window, at the endless clouds drifting beneath the aircraft. The aerospace jet sailed steadily at 10,000 meters. Its destination the heart of Longhua, the imperial capital. The heavens above the capital were about to be torn asunder by a monster who had just awakened. Midway, the private jet landed at the East China Hub Airport for a brief energy refueling. Su Qinghan took the opportunity to pick up several prodigies from provincial capitals traveling the same route. These individuals were also special enrollees of the Dragon God Academy this year, each hailing from an increasingly prestigious background. As the cabin door opened, a wave of clamor shattered the serene stillness of the first-class suite. Several young men clad in bespoke luxury combat uniforms strode confidently into the compartment. At their head stood a youth with slicked-back hair and an air of arrogant defiance. His name was Chu Ran, the sole heir of Zhongzhou Province's foremost financial conglomerate, bearing an S-rank hidden profession Stormcaller mage. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, he had spent his entire life revered as a crown prince wherever he went. The moment Chu Ran stepped inside, he wrinkled his nose in disdain. "This private jet is merely average. No ceremonial honor guard, even to greet us." His entourage instantly broke into obsequious smiles. "Master Chu is absolutely right. Compared to your family's private airship, this is rather modest." Chu Ran let out a faint derisive snort and swept his gaze across the spacious suite, only to fix it immediately upon Lin Mo reclining lazily on the central million-yuan leather sofa. Lin Mo lay motionless, eyes closed in slumber. He wore an unremarkable white t-shirt, and most conspicuously a pair of iconic flip-flops. Beside him stood a small skeleton holding a fruit platter with solemn diligence, serving as a living side table. Chu Ran's expression darkened instantly. He turned towards Su Qinghan seated serenely on the opposite side, with eyes still closed. Senior Sister Su, just who is this fellow? His tone dripped with contempt. Dressed like a ragpicker. How dare he occupy the main suite? Su Qinghan did not so much as lift her eyelids. Lin Mo, the top scorer of Jiangnan City's college entrance examination. Her voice was crystalline cold and laced with an impenetrable aura of aloof detachment. At the words Jiangnan City, Chu Ran couldn't suppress a scornful laugh. I thought he might be some hidden genius from a great ancestral clan. Turns out he's just a rustic bumpkin from that backwater town. His entourage burst into mocking laughter. Master Chu, I heard Jiangnan City made quite the spectacle this year. One lackey whispered, leaning close with a sneer. They say a worthless necromancer, awakened with a garbage-dear profession, somehow scraped to first place using nothing but a few crumbling skeletons. That must be him. Contempt sharpened in Chu Ran's gaze. He strode to the sofa directly opposite Lin Mo and sat down with brazen imperious ease, crossing his legs high atop the crystal coffee table before him. His leather combat boots scraped harshly against the precious surface. A trash-deer bone wielder, nothing but dead weight once you reach the imperial capital. His eyes flickered with undisguised malice as they settled upon the small skeleton holding the fruit platter, good only for hauling luggage or fetching tea like a servant. Lin Mo remained motionless, breathing evenly, utterly oblivious as if the taunts had never reached his ears. Chu Ran, met with such utter indifference, felt his pride pricked raw and his temper flared. As a stormcaller, mage, his temperament was volatile by nature. In his own domain, who dared treat him thus? He extended a finger pointing squarely at the skeleton bearing the tray. Hey, you pile of broken bones. Fetch me the finest vintage Chateau Lafite from the wine cabinet, and pour it full. His tone brooked no refusal, treating Lin Mo's summoned being as mere staff. The skeleton's hollow eye sockets emitted no light. It stood frozen, a statue carved from silence, holding its platter unmoved by any voice beyond its master's command. To it all external sound was void. Chu Ran's face fell into grim, thunderous shadow. Deaf are you? With a sharp twist of his wrist, crackling violet lightning erupted at his fingertips. A trash summon from some backwater hick dares ignore me. Chu Ran barked a cold laugh. Since you don't know your place, I'll correct you myself. Instantly the lightning at his fingertips swelled, violently coalescing into a searing whip-like bolt. Without mercy, it lashed toward the skull of the small skeleton. A direct hit would cleave even a silver-tier artifact cleanly in two. Just as the lightning whip neared the skull's brow, Lin Mo's eyes still closed finally opened them. No arcane flare erupted. No earth-shaking roar followed. Yet in that single breath the air within the opulent suite vanished, sucked away as if by a cosmic vacuum. Temperature plummeted, freezing the very atmosphere in an instant. Chu Ran's vision blurred. The violent lightning whip he'd unleashed dissolved midair, as though gripped and crushed by an invisible titan's fist. Violet sparks fizzled into nothingness, snuffed out like candle flames in a gale. In the next heartbeat, every hair on Chu Ran's body stood rigid. A suffocating dread, cold and absolute like the grip of death itself, rose from behind him without warning. His arrogance froze on his face. Behind him, pressed so close it seemed to breathe with his spine, stood a shadow-wrapped assassin skeleton, materialized like a specter from oblivion. It exhaled no breath, radiated no magical resonance, yet it carried more lethality than the world's deadliest assassin. Its blade, ink-black forged from dark gold bone, rested perfectly flush against Chu Ran's carotid artery. The frigid edge had already pierced his vaunted high-gear magical barrier, slicing through it as effortlessly as a knife through softened butter. The blade pressed just deep enough to draw a slender crimson line. A single drop of blood welled, then slid slowly down Chu Ran's pallid throat, staining the costly fabric of his custom combat suit. The sight was chilling. 1 millimeter more, and the arrogant heir of Zhongzhou's supreme financial dynasty, the S-rank stormcaller, mage himself, would collapse as a headless corpse gushing crimson. Silence descended, absolute, suffocating. The laughing heirs who moments ago echoed Chu Ran's mockery now stood paralyzed, mouths agape, throats constricted as if strangled. Their mirth died mid-gasp, not a syllable escaped. Terror painted their faces as they stared at the phantom assassin skeleton, its sudden appearance defying all logic. Their knees trembled uncontrollably. Too fast. So fast none had seen where it came from, let alone how. Chu Ran sat rigid on the sofa, fingers digging deep into his thighs. He dared not swallow, fearing even the slightest bob of his Adam's apple would force his throat onto the waiting edge. Cold sweat drenched his back. For the first time death loomed, not as abstraction but as palpable imminent shadow. Meanwhile, Lin Mo leaned back comfortably on the sofa. He lifted the juice glass offered by the small skeleton and sipped slowly, cool liquid soothing his throat, dispelling the last trace of drowsiness. His gaze met Chu Ran's, devoid of fury, utterly devoid of heat. Only the glacial, dispassionate stillness of one regarding a cadaver. I dislike being disturbed while sleeping, and I loathe hearing others bark at what belongs to me. Lin Mo set the glass down and tapped once, lightly, on the glass tabletop. Tap. To Chu Ran, that soft sound resonated like a funeral bell tolling his final hour. Apologize. 2 words spoken flat. No plea, no negotiation. Chu Ran's face flushed crimson, then drained to ashen gray. He was the crown prince of Zhongzhou's financial empire. Never in his life had he bowed to anyone. To beg pardon from a provincial nobody. That humiliation cut deeper than any blade. Yet the icy bite at his throat, and the warm trickle of blood, screamed his peril. This man would kill him, without hesitation. Jaw-clenched, tears of shame brimmed in his eyes. His voice emerged hoarse, cracked, barely human. I'm sorry. Didn't eat breakfast? Lin Mo didn't glance up, merely twirled the empty glass between his fingers. Louder. The assassin's blade shifted, infinitesimally. Another droplet of blood fell, tracing a scarlet path along the edge. Chu Ran shattered. Every vestige of pride, every shred of dignity crumbled into dust beneath that lethal blade. Eyes squeezed shut, he shouted, raw, desperate, broken. I'm sorry. I was blind and foolish. I should never have disturbed your rest. Lin Mo idly scratched his ear. Enough, stop yowling. You're giving me a headache. With a casual wave, he dismissed the command. Instantly, the assassin's skeleton dissolved into a wisp of dim shadow. It melted into the carpet, gone as if it had never existed. The mortal threat at Chu Ran's throat vanished. Chu Ran collapsed, inward limbs gone slack, collapsing into the sofa like a puppet with cut strings. He gasped, deep, ragged breaths, drinking air as if surfacing from drowning. His fingers flew to his neck, slick with cold sweat and blood. His entourage scrambled forward, trembling, eager to support him. He shoved them away with violent force, head bowed low, refusing, even daring, to meet Lin Mo's gaze again. Su Qinghan, seated nearby with a porcelain cup of black coffee in hand, observed it all with quiet precision. She took a slow, elegant sip, bitter, unadorned. A faint, unmistakable smirk curved her lips as she watched Chu Ran crumple like a disgraced stray dog. Her voice held cool, condescending amusement. Already terrified, setting down the cup, its delicate chime rang clear and sharp. I warned you all. Keep your provocations to yourselves. She tilted her head, her gaze drifting to Lin Mo, now reclined once more, eyes closed, preparing to resume his nap. A profound, unsettling mix of wariness and fervent fascination flickered in her luminous eyes. Turning back to the petrified airs, she spoke with deliberate gravity. The waters of the imperial capital run deep indeed. Toss in a pebble, and you may strike a titan. She paused, then lowered her voice, each word weighted like stone. But Lin Mo, he is a depth charge buried in the abyss. The aerospace specialized aircraft landed smoothly at the capital's military airport. Su Qinghan hailed a dedicated vehicle and rushed Lin Mo straight to the Longshan Academy. The car door opened. Lin Mo stepped out wearing flip-flops, lazily lifting his gaze. Before him stood not an ordinary school gate, but a majestic ancient temple. Dozens of white marble pillars, each requiring 10 people to encircle, soared into the heavens. At the center rose a black monolith over 100 meters tall, engraved with 3 towering characters in bold flowing script pressure tablet. Su Qinghan pointed toward the black stone. The first rule of Longshan Academy, and also our welcoming tradition. This tablet continuously emits soul pressure. Every freshman must enter the grounds while enduring its weight. The farther one advances, the greater their soul's latent potential, and thus the higher the dormitory tier assigned. Beneath the tablet, hundreds of newly enrolled students had already gathered. Each was drenched in sweat, trembling violently as they inched forward. Many collapsed halfway, after only 20 or 30 meters, retching acidic bile onto the ground. Nearby stood several upperclassmen clad in sophomore uniforms. Arms crossed, they watched the struggling freshmen with mocking amusement. Hurry up. With physiques like yours, soft as wet noodles, you still dream of Tianzidir dorms. Anyone who fails to reach 50 meters gets banished to the outermost 8-person barracks. In name, these sophomores were here to welcome newcomers. In truth, they served as gatekeepers, deliberately imposing intimidation to establish authority from day one. Chu Ran stood among the crowd. He had just barely forced himself to the 60-meter mark, bent low and gasping for air. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head. The moment his eyes met Lin Mo's face, his entire body jolted violently. The bone blade pressed against his carotid artery aboard the aircraft had seared an indelible psychological scar. Chu Ran dared not utter a single sound. retreating swiftly as if fleeing a plague-ridden specter. The sophomores, however, had never seen Lin Mo before. All they saw was a languid teenager in a plain white t-shirt and flip-flops strolling leisurely forward, followed by two grayish-white skeletal figures, each no taller than half a meter. One carried his backpack, the other held a chilled fruit juice. The lead sophomore, a buzz-cut youth, burst into laughter on the spot. Well, did admissions go blind this year? What stray cats and dogs are they letting into Longshan Academy now? He pointed at the two clattering skeletons, laughing so hard, he nearly doubled over. You dare show up here dragging brittle bones that'll shatter at a touch. This is a hall where true dragons gather, not your backyard graveyard. The surrounding upperclassmen joined in with unrestrained mockery. Lin Mo accepted the juice from the skeleton, inserted the straw, and took a slow sip, not even glancing at the buzz-cut boy. Which stray dog is yapping so loudly? Lin Mo flicked earwax from his ear, wearing an expression of profound disdain. The capital's greening is commendable, but why does no one leash the rabid ones? The buzz-cut boy's laughter died mid-breath. A senior elite, publicly called a mad dog by a freshman. Unthinkable. You're courting death. His face flushed slate gray as a level 40 magical aura erupted violently. He raised his hand to strike down this arrogant newcomer. Su Qinghan cast a cold, dismissive glance his way. The boy instantly recognized her, the Academy's legendary female reaper, and choked his magic back down in terror. Lin Mo ignored him entirely, stepping forward. His foot crossed into the pressure tablet's domain. A resonant hum filled the air. An invisible wave of soul pressure descended from above. Ordinary freshmen would stagger under such force, head swimming, knees buckling. Yet Lin Mo's breathing didn't falter, not by a single beat. Attribute feedback activated passively, granting him 1% of the combined attributes of his tens of millions of summoned entities. His soul strength had long since transcended all measurable thresholds. That pressure weighed upon his shoulders less than a breeze, perhaps even akin to a gentle scalp massage. Lin Mo decided the two skeletons were overburdened. He snapped his fingers. A soft pop echoed, and gray light shimmered across the ground. Over 100 ordinary skeletons emerged in perfect unison. They fell into two orderly ranks behind him, some fanning him, others holding his coat, still others clearing the path ahead. The procession exuded the swagger of a crime lord striding through his territory. The buzz-cut boy froze in place, eyes wide as if witnessing a ghost. 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. Lin Mo walked through the pressure zone as if treading on level earth, light-foot, unhurried, as though strolling through his own garden. The 100 skeletons behind him remained utterly unaffected. Not a single joint trembled. They marched with arrogant nonchalance. This is impossible. The buzz-cut boy sucked in a sharp breath, eyes bulging from their sockets. That's the 80-meter pressure zone. Even third years must channel their cultivation to resist it. How can a freshman, dragging worthless bones, walk through it so effortlessly? The freshman, still crawling on the ground, stared dumbfounded. Comparisons were cruel while he paraded with 100 underlings. They lay panting like wounded dogs. Inside the pavilion at the tablets, for an elderly professor, white-haired and serene, had been sipping tea calmly. Then he saw Lin Mo flanked by over 100 skeletons crossing the 80-meter threshold with ease. The old professor spat scalding tea straight into the air, shuddering violently yet too stunned to wipe his face. 90 meters, 95 meters, 100 meters. Lin Mo stepped fully into the divine tier zone, a sacred absolute forbidden zone no freshman in Longshan Academy's history had ever breached. Even the most prodigious heirs of imperial clans, renowned across the capital, could advance no further than 90 meters. And the instant Lin Mo's feet settled firmly within the divine tier zone. Crack! A faint brittle sound echoed. Then, the black pressure tablet, standing solemnly for over a century as the ultimate symbol of Longshan Academy's authority, sprouted a long, jagged fissure across its surface. Granules of stone cascaded downward. The tablet itself could not withstand Lin Mo's unfathomable soul strength. It had shattered outright. The professor's purple clay teapot slipped from his grasp and smashed upon the floor. He shot upright from his wicker chair, trembling uncontrollably. Pushing his slipping spectacles back up his nose, hands shaking violently, he whispered in horror. The tablet cracked. What is this youth's soul strength exactly? Has it surpassed 10,000? In the dormitory area of the Dragon God Academy, a strict hierarchy prevails. Ordinary freshmen can only reside in the outermost shared 8-person rooms. However, the key in Lin Mo's hand is engraved with a vividly lifelike golden dragon. Dragonhead Villa. This is the only top-tier mansion on campus equipped with an independent spiritual gathering array, all because of his astonishing score of 150,000 in the exam. This highest treatment had landed squarely on his head. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops, strolled leisurely down the tree-lined avenue. Trailing behind him are a dozen ordinary gray-white little skeletons, each carrying large and small pieces of luggage along with several boxes of chilled cola that Lin Mo had purchased on the way. The scene is as leisurely as an old man taking his birds for a walk in the park. Soon a sprawling, luxurious 3-story villa comes into view. A rich aura of spiritual energy wafts from the courtyard. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. This place is quiet enough, a perfect spot for a lazy sleep. Just as he was about to step forward to open the door, a crowd of over a dozen people blocked the massive iron gate. The leader is a muscular man over 2 meters tall. His muscles are bulging, and he wears a tight black vest. Several ghastly knife scars mar his arms. His name is Lei Zhan, a senior in his 2nd year. He awakened an SS-level hidden profession, the Berserk Fighter. A ruthless character ranked 100 on the Dragon list, nicknamed Iron Fist. At this moment, Lei Zhan's face is as dark as thunder, fixated on the approaching Lin Mo, his fists cracking ominously. He had saved up contribution points for an entire year to move in. He submitted his application just yesterday, only to be told by the logistics department today that the villa had been forcibly assigned to a freshman. How could he swallow this humiliation? You must be the freshman named Lin Mo. Lei Zhan stepped forward, causing the ground to thud ominously. He towered over Lin Mo, looking down with disdain and fury, bringing a few broken bones, acting tough in the backcountry. Do you really think you can strut around in the imperial capital? Lin Mo halted his steps, glancing at Lei Zhan, then at the key in his hand. He then switched the cola to his left hand. Did someone dump garbage in front of this door? Lin Mo's tone was flat, with not a hint of fluctuation. All blocked at the entrance, it affects my moving. Lei Zhan's followers instantly flared up. Kid, how dare you talk to Iron Fist like that? A rookie you just enrolled, do you even understand the rules? This Dragonhead villa is reserved by our Iron Fist. Hand over the key if you know what's good for you. Several seniors pointed at Lin Mo, shouting loudly, their attitude utterly arrogant. Lin Mo couldn't be bothered to engage with this group of clowns. He turned around and waved to the little skeletons carrying luggage behind him. Move faster. Bring the stuff inside. And clean up the garbage at the door while you're at it. The dozen little skeletons received the command and immediately marched forward with their rattling bones. They completely ignored the blocking Lei Zhan and his crew. Seeking death, Lei Zhan was thoroughly enraged. How could a freshman treat him like garbage? He slammed his palm against the adjacent massive iron gate. Bang! The heavy steel door bore a deep imprint of his hand. The entire iron gate shook violently. I'm laying it down here today. Lei Zhan's eyes glinted with malice, glaring fiercely at Lin Mo. This villa is not a place for newcomers like you. Hurry up and take your junk back to the slums. Stop occupying the latrine without doing your business. Facing Lei Zhan's aggressive roar and threats, Lin Mo finally halted his movements. He sighed. I just got off the plane and my mood was quite good. Lin Mo crumpled the cola can in his hand and casually tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Why is it so hard to have a peaceful sleep? He stepped forward, facing Lei Zhan, who was a head taller than him. No magical pressure erupted, nor did he summon any earth-shattering armies of monsters. Lin Mo merely looked up, his normally lazy eyes now deep and cold as an abyss devoid of any warmth. This villa has my name on it. Lin Mo's voice was soft, yet it clearly overshadowed all the surrounding noise. Lei Zhan was taken aback for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. So what if it has your name on it? In Dragon God Academy, the size of your fist is the only truth. If I don't let you live here, you must leave. Lin Mo ignored his laughter and raised 3 fingers in front of Lei Zhan. 3 seconds. Lin Mo slowly withdrew his fingers, his tone as calm as if stating an established fact. Disappeared from my sight. Or I can help you disappear. As these words left his mouth, the air around seemed to freeze instantly. Lei Zhan's smile abruptly stiffened. His eyes turned bloodshot in a fit of rage. The violent magic energy surging within him spiraled out of control, his muscles bulging, producing explosive sounds. A terrifying pressure bore down heavily upon Lin Mo. This confrontation had long attracted a crowd of students, tightly packed in layers. There were both seniors and newly enrolled freshmen. Everyone gazed at Lin Mo as though he were a corpse. Some in the crowd even opened betting pools. Betting. Wagering on how many moves this clueless freshman can last. I bet 1 move. When Iron Fist loses control, it could cost a life. This kid is too arrogant. If he doesn't get a few bones broken today, how will Iron Fist save face? Daring to take it on at Dragonhead Villa, he really is asking for trouble. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone believed Lin Mo was finished. And on the very outskirts of the crowd, beneath a massive ornamental tree, Su Qinghan, dressed in a silver-white trench coat, stood with her arms crossed, silently watching the tense scene at the villa entrance, surrounded by the laughter of both new and old students. Yet on Su Qinghan's cold and beautiful face, there was not a hint of worry. She observed the enraged Lei Zhan and slightly shook her head. Her eyes were filled with unhidden sympathy, a deep sympathy for the second-year senior. In front of the dragon head villa, the air seemed to freeze in that moment. Leijon's bloodshot eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. A new student who had just stepped into the school dared to point at him and demand that he disappear within 3 seconds. After 2 full years at the Dragon God Academy, Leijon had never endured such humiliation. He was a top-tier expert ranked 100 on the dragon list. Usually when walking down the street, which new student wouldn't lower their head and avoid him? Good? Very good. Leijon laughed in anger, the flesh on his face twitching violently. It seems that your experiences in the small pond of Jiangnan City have inflated your courage like a frog in a well. He tore off the black tight vest he was wearing, revealing a muscular torso covered in scars. A suffocating aura of terrifying magic surged from within him like a volcano erupting. Today, if I don't crush every bone in your body to dust, I will write my iron fist's name backward. Leijon let out a roar that seemed inhuman. With an SS-level talent, the Titan's soul was fully activated, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds of bones stretching. Leijon's already towering figure of over 2 meters suddenly swelled to more than 3 meters in the blink of an eye. His skin transformed into an indestructible dark bronze. Muscles bulged like rocks with ancient Titan runes even appearing on them. Standing there, he resembled an insurmountable mountain of steel and flesh. Even the airflow from his breaths caused pain to the faces of those nearby. The onlooking upperclassmen were frightened and retreated repeatedly, fearing to be caught up in it. Step back, quickly retreat. The Iron Fist is really going to get serious. He even unleashed the Titan's soul. Last time during the Academy mission, the Iron Fist used this move to smash an entire mountain. The new recruits were pale with fear, their legs shaking uncontrollably. To them, the current Leijon was no longer human, but rather a prehistoric beast draped in human skin. The thin young man, named Lin Mo, would definitely be turned into a puddle of flesh by that punch. Leijon looked down, towering over Lin Mo, who was significantly shorter than him. His eyes were filled with cruelty and brutality. Kid, remember to keep your eyes wide open in your next life. Boom. Leijon's right foot stomped fiercely on the ground. The hard granite floor instantly shattered with debris flying in all directions. His massive body surged forward like a runaway heavy armored vehicle charging toward Lin Mo. That dark bronze fist, larger than a cooking pot, tore through the air. It emitted a piercing sonic boom as it descended toward Lin Mo's head. Faced with such a devastating blow, Lin Mo didn't even blink. He did not retreat, nor did he summon the skeletal mages that had once dominated the examination grounds. He simply felt that if the other side wanted to test pure physical strength, he would oblige. Lin Mo snapped his fingers casually. The crisp sound seemed insignificant amidst the tremendous sonic boom. Yet the ground before him cracked open unexpectedly. A dark golden light burst forth from the earth. The newly unlocked variant unit, the heavy armored dragon rider skeleton. As the light faded away, a massive skeleton standing 2.5 meters tall stood firmly in front of Lin Mo. This skeleton was not mounted on any steed, but its exaggeratedly robust bones exhibited a profound dark golden hue. Most astonishingly, every rib and arm bone was naturally covered in dense dragon scale patterns. A heavy pressure reminiscent of ancient dragons emanated from the skeleton. It held no weapons. Simply standing there, it resembled an immovable wall of size. The momentum of Leijon's charge had already reached its front. He gazed at the suddenly appeared dragon scale skeleton, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You think a broken skeleton with a new color can stop me, eh? Shatter. Leijon had no intention of holding back. That heavy fist, infused with Titan power, fiercely hammered down on the chest of the dragon rider skeleton with a sense of arrogance that shattered everything. In the hollow eye sockets of the heavy armored dragon rider skeleton, the eerie blue soul fire flickered. It faced this earth-shattering punch. It merely raised its right arm, casually opening its claw covered in dragon scale patterns with no flashy movements. It directly met Leijon's fist, blocking it. Hidden. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated so heavy it made one's heart skip a beat. In front of the Dragon Head Villa, it exploded with a roar. The terrifying shockwave transformed into a tangible air wave, instantly snapping the surrounding trees and flowers in half. The onlooking students were sent sprawling by this airwave, landing on the ground. Dust clouds rose. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the center of the collision. To them, that skeleton must have been reduced to dust. A gust of wind blew, gradually dispersing the dust. When the scene inside became clear, the entire area in front of the villa fell into a deathly silence. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Leijon's proud Titan fist halted in midair. What had blocked this punch was merely a single hand of the heavy armored dragon rider skeleton. Centered around the point of impact, the granite ground, within a 5-meter radius, had crumbled, turning into fine powder. It formed a pit half a meter deep. However, the heavy armored dragon rider skeleton, standing at the bottom of the pit, remained upright. Not only had it not been shattered, but it hadn't even taken a single step back. Its bony claws firmly gripped Lei Zhan's massive fist like a tiger's claw forged from divine metal, utterly immovable. The sneer on Lei Zhan's face completely froze. His pupils constricted wildly, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. He felt as if his full-powered punch didn't strike a summoned creature, but rather it hit an unshakable mountain of divine stature. The immense backlash made his entire right arm go numb. This is impossible. Lei Zhan's voice trembled as he squeezed out a few words between clenched teeth. He desperately tried to pull back his fist, but the force emanating from the skeleton's claws made him feel hopeless. No matter how hard he tried, how he mobilized the titan power within him, that fist remained motionless, completely welded in the skeleton's grip. Lin Mo stood behind the skeleton, leisurely patting the dust off his clothes. He looked at Lei Zhan, who was sweating profusely and had turned beet red. "What did you just say?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery. "What were you going to shatter with one punch?" Lei Zhan gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead like a waterfall. A surge of uncontrollable fear welled up within him. What kind of monster was this? A summoned creature that hadn't even unleashed its skills caught his full-powered blow with one hand. This was absolutely not the strength a new student should possess. "You know nothing about power," Lin Mo said, losing interest in further conversation. He gave the final command to the dragon rider skeleton. "Destroy him." The heavy armored dragon rider skeleton, upon receiving the order, suddenly erupted with even more terrifying strength. The claw that gripped Lei Zhan's fist suddenly twisted outward. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking resonated throughout the area. Lei Zhan let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. His dark bronze arm, thicker than an average person's thigh, was forcibly snapped in two by this incredible strength. The white bone fragments directly pierced through his resilient skin, exposed to the air. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and the titan's sole form instantly collapsed. Lei Zhan's massive body shrank back to its original size, like a deflated balloon. He cradled his severed right arm, kneeling before Lin Mo, rolling on the ground in pain. Soaked in cold sweat, he screamed heart-wrenchingly. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. No grappling, no exchanging of ultimate moves. Only absolute numerical suppression and a pure violent dimensional strike. The hundreds of students watching had turned into statues. They gaped, feeling their worldview shattered by the scene that had just unfolded. That was a top expert from the top 100 on the dragon list. A bully known as the Iron Fist in the second year. To think he was casually defeated by a new student using a skeletal creature whose name they couldn't even remember. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the fallen Lei Zhan. He turned his head to look at the several second-year followers who had been shouting earlier. Those followers were so scared that their knees buckled, collapsing onto the ground. They didn't even have the courage to look Lin Mo in the eye. "Take this pile of garbage and roll out of here." Lin Mo's tone was calm, yet it frightened the followers into scrambling over to help the unconscious Lei Zhan, escaping the scene like lost dogs. The crowd automatically parted, creating a wide path. Every gaze directed at Lin Mo resembled that of ancient demons draped in human skin. On the outskirts of the crowd, Su Qinghan maintained her arms crossed. She looked at the carried away Lei Zhan, her eyes filled with unchanging pity. She had known this would be the outcome long ago. How could a monster capable of easily cleaving through the full force attack of a level 40 expert be provoked by a mere second-year brute? However, she also felt a storm surging within her. The newly appeared dragon-scale skeleton had once again reset her understanding of Lin Mo's strength. In less than 10 minutes, the scene before the Dragon Head Villa spread throughout the academy like wings. The official forum of the Dragon God Academy exploded with activity. Countless bold, eye-catching posts instantly dominated the rankings. Shocking news. The Iron Fist from the top 100 on the dragon list was killed in one move by a new student. Truly terrifying. What level was that skeleton that caught the Titan Fist with one hand? The overachiever from Jiangnan City crushed the face of a second-year student on the first day of school. Countless top geniuses hiding behind screens gasped upon seeing the blurry video captured in the posts. Lin Mo pushed open the steel door of the Dragon Head Villa. A rich flow of spiritual energy rushed towards him, making his breathing significantly smoother. He nodded in satisfaction and casually tossed his backpack to the little skeleton beside him. "Go prepare the bed. Use the softest side of the mattress." Lin Mo did not hurry to rest. He was still savoring the performance of the dragon-riding skeleton he had encountered today. The melee power was indeed formidable. He could withstand the Titan's punch without even cracking a bone. However, close combat alone was not enough. If he were to form an army, a long-range firepower network had to be arranged. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Since I am at the highest institution, I should take advantage of it. He turned and walked out of the villa, heading straight for the library of all things at the Dragon God Academy. He had heard that it housed the most comprehensive career advancement literature in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Library of All Things was a magnificent building shaped like an inverted pyramid. Wearing flip-flops, Lin Mo strolled inside. At the front desk sat a thin old man with large bifocals. The old man was engrossed in a thick tome of magic, not even lifting his eyelids. Lin Mo tapped his fingers on the table twice. I want to borrow a book. The old man impatiently flipped a page. Freshmen can only read basic theory on the first floor. You're not allowed upstairs. Lin Mo did not waste words. He slapped the dark golden special recruitment crystal card from his pocket onto the table. The old man glanced at it over the edge of his glasses. His murky eyes suddenly brightened. He looked up and down at Lin Mo. You are the Lin Mo who took down that kid Lejean at the school gate today. The old man's voice was a bit hoarse, tinged with scrutiny. Lin Mo yawned. His bones were too brittle. It's not my fault. The old man sneered and pushed the crystal card back. It's good for young people to have ambition, but don't be too arrogant. Now what kind of books do you want? Lin Mo was straightforward. All ancient texts on undead summoning, mutations, soul devouring, and career evolution. The old man frowned, his expression becoming somewhat peculiar. Undead evolution. Why would you look into that outdated and obscure field? A summoner should focus on increasing summoning numbers and basic attributes. Tinkering with those flashy mutations will only lead to a jack of all trades, master of none. Lin Mo dug in his ear. Old man, are you a librarian or my academic advisor? Just give me the books, no need for chit-chat. The old man was momentarily stumped and his face darkened. You ungrateful brat. He snorted coldly and tapped a few spots on the array in front of him. A dozen dusty, heavy ancient books appeared out of thin air, thudding onto the table. They're all here, take a look. Lin Mo picked up the stack of books and sat down on a sofa in the corner. He casually opened the top book, Origins of the Undead. The content was complex, but he only focused on what he needed. Soon an ancient record caught his attention. Low-tier skeletons can devour the remnants of archers' souls, allowing their bones to be reshaped and evolve into bone archers. Devouring the remnants of heavy-armored warriors' souls can evolve them into bone-armored behemoths. Lin Mo stared at these two lines, his eyes narrowing slightly. A wild thought rapidly took shape in his mind. If they could evolve into archers? What if he instilled the concept of modern firearms into them? What if 1,000 skeletons all transitioned into assassins wielding heavy sniper rifles? The scene would be spectacular. Cold weapons have too short a range and limited lethality, Lin Mo murmured to himself. If I could form a skeleton sniper battalion with 10,000 snipers firing simultaneously, even a god would be turned into a sieve. Just as Lin Mo entertained this thought, a faint tremor suddenly resonated from the innate panel deep within his soul. A dark golden prompt appeared in his mind. Detected host strong desire initiating simulation of new branches of undead mutations. Simulation successful. New long-range mutation branch unlocked, Death Sniper. Unlock condition, consume 1 billion experience points. Lin Mo looked at the exaggerated experience requirement and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. 1 billion experience points. That was enough to elevate a level 50 professional straight to level 60. However, for Lin Mo, who possessed the talent for infinite troop generation, this deal was a guaranteed profit. Without hesitation, he took out a delicate white jade porcelain bottle from his pocket. This was the reward he received from the Academy when he first enrolled, a reward for passing the Tower of Heaven's challenges. Inside was a highly pure special grade experience pill. The contained experience points were just enough to fill this outrageous gap. Lin Mo removed the cork and a rich medicinal fragrance instantly filled the air. Without even drinking water, he directly poured the golden experience pill into his mouth. With a crunch, he crushed it and swallowed. Boom. The immense pure energy exploded within him, instantly being absorbed frantically by the innate panel. 1 billion experience points have been deducted. Long-range mutation branch, Death Sniper, has been permanently unlocked. Unit characteristics, ultra-long range, targeting, absolute armor-piercing, 100% critical hit rate. Lin Mo felt the feedback from the panel and smiled with satisfaction. 100% critical hit rate. Wasn't this a custom package designed for those mages who love to hide in the back and shoot cold arrows? Lin Mo closed the ancient book. He brushed off the dust from his hands and stood up, preparing to leave. The old man at the front desk had been staring in Lin Mo's direction, watching him flip through books, take medicine, and suddenly laugh inexplicably. The old man couldn't help but shake his head, a look of pity in his eyes. It's over, another one has gone mad. I've seen many newcomers like this, eager for quick success and always trying to take shortcuts. He should stick to the orthodox summoning path instead of delving into undead mutations. In the end, he will surely become a jack of all trades, master of none, and be completely wasted. The old man collected the ancient books from the table and quietly crossed Lin Mo's name off the Academy's key observation list. In his view, this once famous college entrance exam champion's future achievements would end here. The sky was the limit. Longzhou Villa, the underground training ground. This is the only fully equipped mansion in the entire school, and even the basement is absurdly large. The surrounding walls are constructed from high-strength alloys that absorb kinetic energy. Lin Mo walked slowly into the spacious center of the area wearing flip-flops and holding a cup of cola that he had just taken from the refrigerator. This place is quite spacious, just perfect for trying out new troops. He took a sip of his cold cola and casually snapped his fingers. Snap! The crisp sound of the snap reverberated in the basement. A dark golden ripple appeared in front of him, and 10 tall figures silently emerged from the ripple. These 10 newly born skeletons were completely different from the basic troops before. They stood over 2 meters tall, each draped in a large black cloak, most of their skeletal frames hidden in the shadows. They exuded a chilling aura of murderous intent. The most eye-catching aspect was the weapons they held. Each carried a heavy sniper rifle that was 1.5 meters long. The body of the rifle was entirely made of pale bone with the surface covered in dark red, intricate magical patterns. The dark barrel emanated a pure aura of death. Lin Mo looked them up and down, nodding in satisfaction. With this appearance, they wouldn't even need makeup to play assassins. He concentrated his thoughts. The innate panel deep within his soul automatically unfolded, relaying the new troop data into his mind. Troop type, Death God, heavy sniper skeleton, effective range 10 kilometers, special passive 1, A absolute armor piercing. Ignores 30% of the target's physical and magical defenses. Special passive 2, soul explosion. Upon hitting a target, it triggers a secondary annihilation explosion at the soul level. Looking at the information in his mind, Lin Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A 10-kilometer range. What does that mean? It means he can lounge on the leather sofa in the villa sipping cold drinks. While his skeleton army could poke the gun barrel out the window and target anyone in half of the imperial capital, the other party wouldn't even know where he was and would get shot on the spot. Not to mention the absolute armor piercing that ignores defenses coupled with soul attacks. Such attacks not only disregard physical armor, but make even the proudest magical shields of mages feel as fragile as paper before this gun. Combined with a terrifying attribute amplification of 10,000 times. It was simply an unreasonable dimensional strike. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Looking at the data alone is meaningless. I need to take them out to test their accuracy. Though the basement was spacious, it was clearly insufficient for testing a sniper rifle with a 10-kilometer range. Lin Mo turned around and walked towards the dedicated lift in the corner. Let's go to the rooftop for some fresh air. The 10 heavy sniper skeletons remained silent. Like emotionless phantoms, they followed Lin Mo in perfect unison, holding their white-boned sniper rifles. Longzhou Villa is located at the highest point of the academy, and the third-floor open balcony offers a very broad view. Tonight the night was dim, and outside the imperial capital there was a deathly silence. Lin Mo walked to the railing and pointed to an abandoned mountain 5 kilometers away. That was the training ground used by the Longshan Academy for testing large formations. Usually no one ever goes there. Do you see that hill? Lin Mo leaned against the railing, biting the straw of his cola. Fire a shot for me to see. Upon receiving the command, one of the heavy sniper skeletons took a step forward. It skillfully set up the exaggerated white-bone sniper rifle. The stock pressed against its shoulder bone, and the hollow eye sockets were close to the white-bone scope. A ghostly blue flame instantly coalesced into a point. The crosshair firmly locked onto the peak of the mountain 5 kilometers away. There was no action of pulling the bolt, no buildup of magical energy. It simply squeezed the white bone trigger gently. Buzz. There was no deafening gunshot, not even a flicker of flame. Only the air was instantaneously compressed to the extreme, producing a low trembling hum. A dark golden bullet formed from pure death energy burst forth silently. It tore through the night sky without a sound. The naked eye could not capture its trajectory. 5 kilometers away at that towering, abandoned mountain target. The peak twisted unexpectedly. Then a cataclysmic force erupted from the mountain's interior. Boom. The delayed massive explosion sounded like rolling thunder finally reaching Lin Mo's ears. A dark golden halo lit up the distant horizon. There were no flying stones, nor was there any billowing dust, because the entire mountain peak had been utterly annihilated the moment it made contact with the bullet by a terrifying soul storm. It was as if a giant eraser had wiped it from this frame. The peak was gone, leaving only a smooth, mirror-like cross-section. Lin Mo stood on the balcony, the night breeze causing his white t-shirt to flutter. He stared at the mountain peak that had vanished into thin air, falling silent for a few seconds. Then he looked down at the cup of cola in his hand. Is this called long-range strike? The The corners of Lin Mo's mouth curled up madly with a hint of a smile in his eyes. This is clearly targeted elimination. He turned around and patted the shoulder of the heavy sniper skeleton. Well done. Your shooting is very steady. Lin Mo stretched lazily in satisfaction. In the future for such dirty work, I won't even need to show my face. If anyone makes me unhappy, you can just target them from 10 kilometers away. The heavy sniper skeleton silently put away its gun, retreating back into the ranks without a word, once again hidden beneath the large black cloak. As Lin Mo enjoyed the night breeze. In the Imperial capital's defense department, the highest surveillance center, the previously quiet command hall suddenly lit up with red lights. The piercing highest-level alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the deep night. Warning, warning, unknown high-energy reaction detected. Energy level assessment destruction level. All alarm lights in the hall were spinning wildly. The glaring red light illuminated the terrified faces of every operator. On the monitoring screen, a glaring red that was flashing wildly. A massive crimson halo almost covered the entire suburban area. The duty officer suddenly jumped up from his chair. His face turned pale as he stared intently at the coordinates on the big screen. Where are the coordinates? Report, officer. At the No. 6 abandoned mountain target outside Longshan Academy. The operator's voice trembled with excessive fear. The energy peak instantly broke through our detection limit, and then it disappeared in an instant. The duty officer gasped. This is the Imperial capital, the heart of the Dragon Kingdom's most heavily fortified defenses. In the middle of the night, an energy of this level exploded outside Longshan Academy. Could it be that an abyssal fissure opened without warning? Or that a top assassin from abroad infiltrated the Imperial capital? Regardless of the situation, this was a matter serious enough to cost heads in the Defense Department. Immediately contact the principal of Longshan Academy. The duty officer wiped the cold sweat from his face. Ask them if some old monster is conducting some forbidden experiment. Hurry. Deploy the first reconnaissance team immediately. No matter what it is, we must clarify the situation within 5 minutes. With the duty officer's furious shout, several sleek military reconnaissance aircraft shot into the sky, trailing blue flames. The roar of their engines ripped through the night. They flew at top speed towards the location of the high-energy reaction. 5 minutes later, the reconnaissance aircraft hovered over the abandoned mountain. Powerful searchlights instantly turned on, illuminating the abandoned target range below as bright as day. The leading reconnaissance captain poked his head out to look down. After just one glance, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. The anxious voice of the duty officer came through the communicator. Frontline, report the situation. Have any traces of abyssal monsters been found? The reconnaissance captain swallowed hard. His hand holding the intercom trembled like a leaf. Report to the command center. No abyssal monsters detected at the target location. No traces of terrorists found. The duty officer on the other end of the communicator was furious, banging on the table. Then what exactly happened? Don't beat around the bush. The reconnaissance captain gazed at the level mountain cross-section below, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered. Officer, the entire mountain at the No. 6 target range is gone. Silence reigned on the other end of the communicator. No traces of any large explosives were found on site. The reconnaissance captain wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. Only, leaving behind a ground of unknown white bone powder. The central plaza of the Dragon God Academy. A towering obsidian spire pierced the heavens, radiating an aura of ancient solemnity. This was Tongtian Tower, the most renowned trial ground in Long Kingdom. Today marked the 7th day of the new semester. By the Academy's unyielding decree, every freshman must enter Tongtian Tower to undergo a potential assessment. The higher the floor cleared, the greater the resources and privileges allocated over the next 4 years. The plaza already buzzed with frenetic energy. Thousands of freshmen drenched in sweat shouted hoarsely to recruit teammates. Monsters within Tongtian Tower surged in relentless waves. Solo ascension was sheer suicide. Level 25 heavy shield warrior leading. Need an elite healer. Aggressive fire mage seeking party. Guaranteed top 10 clearance. No dead weight. Any senior brothers willing to mentor. We're short on frontline tanking. Anxious cries echoed across the plaza, except in one distant corner where the atmosphere stood utterly apart. Lin Mo wore a faded, well-worn t-shirt and the same cheap flip-flops he'd worn for years. He held a glass of iced lemonade, yawning lazily. He stood utterly alone, not because no one wished to latch onto his strength, but because no one dared. The fearsome prodigy who on the first day of orientation had publicly crippled a top 100 sophomore from the Dragon rankings. Such a volatile force. Who would dare provoke him? On a high platform overlooking the plaza, several academy overseers conferred in hushed tones. Su Qinghan, invited as a special proctor, stood at the forefront in a silver-white trench coat, expressionless, statuesque. A portly academic director furrowed his brow, pointing toward Lin Mo. That freshman, is that Lin Mo? Why is he still sipping lemonade instead of forming a team? Monster attributes scale exponentially floor by floor. An undead summoner attempting solo ascent. Utterly reckless. That boy is far too arrogant, believing that defeating Lei Zhan makes him invincible. Even if he commands a formidable dragon-scale skeleton, the tower swarms with hordes of enemies. Let him drown in the monster tide within the first 3 floors, and he'll finally grasp the meaning of teamwork. Su Qinghan listened to their murmurs, then curled her lips into a cold, knowing smile. Teamwork. These antiquated mentors, blinded by convention, had no inkling how absurdly overwhelming his stats truly were. Letting him join a team wouldn't elevate others. It would be a catastrophic downgrade for them. Focus on your own students, she said, arms crossed, gaze locked unwaveringly on Lin Mo. He needs no teammates. A thunderous gong shook the sky. The trial officially began. Thousands of freshmen formed defensive formations and surged like a tide into the colossal teleportation array at Tontian Tower's base. Lin Mo crushed the ice in his mouth and strolled inside. A blinding flash of white light enveloped him. Tontian Tower, first floor. The air reeked of nauseating decay. Dozens of venomous, rotting corpses clawed their way up from the earth, black miasma coiling around their limbs. They shrieked, gnashing jagged teeth as they lunged toward Lin Mo. He didn't even lift his eyelids, let alone summon his grotesquely mutated legion. With a casual snap of his fingers, 10 basic skeletal minions erupted from the ground. Unarmed, they charged headlong into the horde. Swinging gray-white bone fists, they smashed straight into the rotting skulls. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Under absolute domination of millions of attribute points. These highly resilient toxin-laced corpses crumbled like tofu, shattered instantly into foul crimson pulp. It took less than 3 seconds. A radiant column of light shot upward, the portal to the 2nd floor. Lin Mo slid his hands into his pockets and stepped right in. Without pausing a beat, he entered the 2nd floor, where over 100 shadow wolves bared fangs wide enough to swallow a manhole. A single kick from a skeletal minion vaporized one into crimson mist. 3rd floor, a flock of berserk gargoyle statues hadn't even taken flight before their wings were torn clean off. Meanwhile, outside the tower, a colossal crystal screen, tens of meters tall, scrolled in real time, displaying every freshman's name and current floor. Most names remained stubbornly stuck on floor 1. Occasionally, a tightly coordinated team barely advanced to floor 2, prompting cheers from upperclassmen gathered at the perimeter. The portly director stroked his stubble, nodding approvingly. This year's freshmen show exceptional promise. Several teams are advancing swiftly, a promising sign. Wait, look at the very top of the main screen. A stunned gasp erupted from the crowd, like someone had seen a ghost. What in the world is that? Thousands of eyes snapped upward. They're at the apex of the crystal display. A single name rocketed upward with impossible velocity. Lin Mo, floor 1. Lin Mo, floor 2. Lin Mo, floor 3. Each name flickered faster than the eye could track. A digit leapt with every blink, like a runaway elevator plunging through reality itself. The balding mentor rubbed his eyes violently, jaw slackening in disbelief. This is impossible. Each floor spawns dozens, even hundreds, of monsters. Does he not need any time to evade or reposition? The name showed no sign of slowing. Floor 4, Floor 5, Floor 8. Every student in the plaza and every mentor on the high platform froze statue still. Silence. Absolute suffocating silence. Mouths hung agape, eyes glazed over, transfixed on that pulsing, ascending name. 1 second per floor. This wasn't a desperate struggle for survival. It was an express elevator ride to transcendence. The portly director trembled uncontrollably, his jowls quivering. Something's wrong, catastrophically wrong. The testing formation must have malfunctioned. Even the fastest dragon god champion in history needed 3 minutes just to barely clear a single floor. Floor 10. In exactly 10 seconds. Lin Mo's name shattered through the 10th floor threshold, leaving behind by 1,000 leagues the freshmen still floundering helplessly on floor 1. The moment Lin Mo stepped onto the 11th floor, the massive crystal screen outside Tontian Tower erupted without warning in searing blood-red light. A deafening alarm shrieked across the entire academy. From the tower's highest spire boomed a cold mechanical proclamation. Warning: abnormal ascent speed detected. Immediate identity verification required. Outside the Tower of Heaven, the piercing alarm echoed wildly. The red light illuminated the entire square, resembling a sea of blood. The name on the big screen was firmly locked at the 30th floor. Lin Mo. The mentors on the high platform were thrown into chaos. The portly director clutched at his sparse hair, his face pale. The 30th floor? He actually charged to the 30th floor in one breath. This is the limit that previous freshmen could barely touch with a full team of 10 at their peak. He did it alone in less than a minute. The Mediterranean mentor's legs trembled uncontrollably, his words stammering. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. There must be a problem with the formation of the Tower of Heaven. The monsters on the 30th floor are elite creatures in their third transformation capable of shredding even the senior students of the 4th year in an instant. Quick, cut off the formation's energy. Force this kid out for an investigation. Su Qinghan stood at the forefront. A rare, unmasked emotion flickered across her icy face. She stared intently at the big screen, her hands tightly gripping the pockets of her trench coat. Her knuckles turned a shade of blue. Shut your mouths. Su Qinghan shot a cold glance at the few panicked mentors. Her voice was low yet carried an undeniable aura of decisiveness. The Tower of Heaven's formation was personally laid by the first principal. When has it ever gone wrong in hundreds of years? Is it so hard to acknowledge someone as a genius? A few mentors were rendered speechless by her words. They wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, fixated on the holographic projection in the center of the square. That was the real-time monitor of the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven. In the footage within a vast and enclosed space, there was a dense swarm of terrifying monsters. Bloodthirsty lions, abyssal giant pythons, shadow knights. Thousands of elite monsters radiating a terrifying pressure crowded the entire space. Their eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty red light, fixated on the frail figure standing in the center. Lin Mo had his hands stuffed in his pockets. Facing the thousands of monsters that could tear him to shreds, he not only did not retreat, but didn't even make a move to summon his defensive bone wall. Is this kid crazy? The portly director was hopping mad. The monsters have surrounded him. Why isn't he calling out his mutated skeleton? He's asking for death. In the square, thousands of freshmen dared not even breathe. They watched the boy in flip-flops on the holographic projection, feeling as if their hearts were about to leap out of their throats. In the footage, Lin Mo slightly raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the frenzied beast horde, accurately capturing the surveillance crystal hidden in midair. He suddenly smiled, a casual curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Can the examiners outside see this clearly? Lin Mo's voice echoed through the monitoring formation, resonating across the entire square. There was no fear, only a calmness that suggested dominion over all. The Mediterranean mentor swallowed hard. Is he talking to us? What on earth is he trying to do? Lin Mo withdrew his hands from his pockets, slowly spreading his arms as he faced the tide of monsters rushing towards him. As if welcoming a grand celebration. Since you all insist on watching, Lin Mo's eyes flashed with a chilling light. Then let me show you something spectacular. A crisp snap of fingers echoed in the vast space of the 30th floor. Snap. This simple sound seemed to strike at everyone's hearts. In the next second, the space of the 30th floor of the Tower of Heaven completely collapsed. It wasn't a physical collapse, but the void was torn apart by an unfathomable, terrifying power. Buzz. Dark golden spatial cracks spread like a spider web, wildly extending behind Lin Mo. Blinding bone-white light surged forth from the fissures. Then a chilling sound of bone grinding enough to make one's scalp tingle swept across the entire scene like a tsunami. Crack, 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 crack. 1, 10, 10,000, 100,000. A full million mutated skeleton soldiers marched out in perfect formation from the cracks in the void. Towering armored dragon rider skeletons held shields at the forefront. Cloaked death snipers wielding bone rifles occupied all the high ground. Muscular punch king skeletons clenching fists wrapped in bandages emitted bloodthirsty growls. A million monsters, each inheriting Lin Mo's attributes and amplified 1,000-fold, instantly filled the entire space of the 30th floor. The originally arrogant thousands of elite monsters. In the face of this sea of white bones, they were like a tiny speck of sand dropped into an ocean without even a bubble rising, thoroughly submerged. Boom. The entire Tower of Heaven trembled violently. This god-level formation, standing for hundreds of years, seemed unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of a million monsters. The tower itself emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable burden. Layers of defensive light barriers activated automatically, yet still could not stop the overwhelming death energy. In the square outside the tower, silence reigned. A silence more terrifying than a graveyard. Thousands of freshmen all collapsed to their knees. It was an absolute suppression that came from the depths of their souls. Those who usually looked down upon others now dared not even lift their heads. The mentors on the high platform were even paler, slumped in their chairs. The portly director's breath had come to a halt. He stared blankly at the endless sea of skeletons on the big screen. His mind was completely blank. This was not a summoner. This was clearly a whole hell descending upon the world. In the monitoring footage, the slaughter lasted less than 2 seconds. Thousands of elite monsters left, not even a scrap behind. Hundreds of thousands of mutated skeletons moved forward on their own. On the countless corpses of monsters, they constructed a towering throne of pure white bones. Lin Mo stepped on the blood and flesh strewn about. Step by step, he ascended to the throne built of bones. He turned around and majestically took a seat. The million skeleton army knelt in unison on one knee. The sound of bones clashing was deafening, offering their utmost loyalty to their only king. Lin Mo supported his chin with one hand. His gaze pierced through the monitoring crystal, seemingly looking directly into the depths of everyone's soul outside the tower. In those once lazy eyes, two terrifying flames of nether fire were now burning. On the high platform, Su Qinghan felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Her blood was boiling in her veins. She watched the boy seated on the bone throne in the screen, taking a deep breath. Forcing down the shock in her heart, she pulled out an encrypted black communicator from her trenchcoat pocket. Her fingers trembled as she dialed the number representing the highest combat power of the Dragon Kingdom. The call connected. An old yet profoundly authoritative voice came through. Qinghan, what happened? Su Qinghan's gaze remained fixed on the screen, on those eyes burning with nether fire. Her voice was dry, but carried a trembling awe of witnessing the birth of a myth. Principal, the natural disaster you predicted. He has come. The monitoring footage froze at this moment, fixed upon the endless army of bones, fixed on Lin Mo's eyes burning with nether fire. The 30th floor of Tongtian Tower. A million mutated skeletons surged like a white tsunami, filling the chamber to its limits. Thousands of third-stage elite monsters were silenced before a single cry could escape. They were ground into powder by that terrifying sea of bones. The air reeked of blood. Lin Mo lounged on the bone throne with an easy, imperious calm, tilting the glass of iced lemon water in his hand. He had not even moved a finger. At that moment, the tower's formation core began to run its settlement. The once crisp and fluent system prompts suddenly sounded grotesquely wrong. Ding! Kill recorded a third-stage abyssal demon lion reward. The golden settlement characters that hovered in the air began to flicker frantically. The emotionless mechanical voice, like an old cassette radio, sputtered into a harsh static. The instant kill data for a million skeletons swelled to an unfathomable magnitude. It instantly shattered the layer's computational ceiling. Golden characters on the screen began to warp and overlap. Experienced 99,999. Thousands upon thousands of settlement lines jammed together into a blinding mosaic. The formation core's voice collapsed into indecipherable garble, a sound like a pained wail. Outside, the central plaza had already become chaos. The ranking stele, an emblem of unquestioned authority for centuries, emitted a teeth-aching electrical crackle. Thousands of freshmen knelt, eyes fixed on the very summit of the stele. The points tally beside Lin Mo's name blurred into a streak as the numbers flickered at impossible speed. Too fast to discern how many zeros there were. The rotund director's legs weakened. He gripped the railing to keep himself upright. He stared at the frenzied, rolling numbers, his eyes nearly bulging. It won't stop. The data is overflowing. The steel's formation cannot bear it. No sooner had the words fallen than a dull boom rang from within the stele. Thick black smoke spurted from its summit. The acrid stench of burning immediately suffused the plaza. The Mediterranean instructor was so shocked he sank to the ground with a thud. Is it smoking? The ancient ranking stele left by the greats of old was being scorched by his score. At the very instant smoke rose from the stele, every name on the screen faded into dullness. Only the two characters of Lin Mo flared into a dazzling blood-red blaze. They hung high at the summit of the rankings, exuding an absolute dominion that crushed and looked down upon all. Even the smoke belching from the stele could not obscure that sanguine light. Within Tongtian Tower, the anomaly escalated. The spatial barrier of the 30th floor began to peel away on a vast scale. Black rifts in the void crept like spiderwebs above Lin Mo's head. A million mutated skeletons with attributes amplified 10,000-fold. Such mass was staggeringly fearsome. Their mere presence radiated an oppressive might that far exceeded the lower space's carrying capacity. The space was collapsing. A terrified will suddenly detonated in Lin Mo's mind. It was the tower spirit. It was the highest AI will nurtured by the array. Warning, base layer spatial load exceeded by 100,000%. The 30th floor space is about to utterly collapse. The tower spirit's voice had lost all dignity and trembled with a sob. Please, I beg you, recall your undead. Lin Mo crushed the ice in his mouth and spat it into the paper cup. He glanced up at the fissuring void with a bored air. Why panic? You paid the entrance fee. I haven't even taken a look at the 31st floor yet. The tower spirit nearly broke down on the spot. Go to the 31st floor. If you stay one more second, you'll trample the formation's foundation stones to powder. The tower spirit dared not haggle further. To preserve the Academy's treasured relic, it bypassed all conventional procedures. Forcefully sever the instance connection. Initiate the highest level emergency eviction protocol. Immediately expel this pestilence god. A bucket-thick shaft of white teleportation light slammed down from midair. Allowing him no time to react, it wrapped Lin Mo and the bone thrown within it. Lin Mo felt the world blur for a moment. The next second, he found himself planted firmly on the granite of the central plaza. Not a single drop had spilled from his lemon water. The central plaza was deathly silent. Thousands of freshmen and every senior official on the high platform stared at the suddenly teleported Lin Mo as if at a monster. No one spoke. Even breath was held tight in their throats. They looked at the boy in a worn t-shirt and flip-flops. Their minds replayed the apocalyptic image of a million skeletons overwhelming all. Lin Mo tossed the empty paper cup into a nearby bin without ceremony. He lifted his head and scanned the kneeling crowd. Why are you all kneeling? Is the school's welcome ceremony always this solemn? That single question sent a chill through everyone. The rotund director's fat trembled uncontrollably. He could not form a word. The Mediterranean instructor clapped a hand over his mouth, terrified of uttering a sound that might anger this demon king. Su Qinghan stood on the high platform. She looked at the unscathed Lin Mo and then at the still-smoking ranking steel. A helpless, bitter smile finally surfaced on her cold, elegant face. She had gravely underestimated him. This was no deep-sea bomb. This was a nuclear device capable of demolishing the entire Longshan Academy. At the same time, in the secret surveillance room at the Academy's apex, an entire wall of monitors had turned to snow. Tongtian Tower's internal surveillance was utterly fried. The white-haired principal stared at the blackened screens, his chest heaving. He sprang to his feet and slammed his palm down on his thigh. His face flushed crimson as his voice boomed through the monitoring room. Is this a freshman? Are they here to demolish the building? In the central square, a deathly silence spread. Thousands of eyes were fixed on Lin Mo. The ranking stone tablet of the sky tower, still emitting black smoke, suddenly let out a dull hum. Immediately, a dazzling golden beam of light shot up into the sky. It enveloped Lin Mo entirely. The mechanical voice of the sky tower's formation echoed across the square. The voice was no longer stuttering. Instead, it carried an unmistakable tremor. The formation calculation is complete. New student Lin Mo has passed from the 1st to the 30th level. Time taken 58 seconds. Breaking all passing records in the Academy's 300-year history. Comprehensive rating super god level. As these words were spoken, the new students in the square were left breathless. 58 seconds to pass 30 levels. Such data was simply beyond what a human could achieve. The mechanical voice paused, seemingly conducting a massive data calculation. Then the voice resumed. Due to breaking all historical records, rewards will be doubled. Congratulations, new student Lin Mo, you have earned Academy points 10 million. You have also received a special reward, 3 opportunities to select treasures from the core treasury of the Academy. As the words fell, Lin Mo's Academy identity card glowed with golden light. The mentors on the high platforms in the square all gasped in unison. 10 million points. To put it in perspective, an ordinary new student would earn a mere 50 points after a month of dirty and exhausting daily tasks. 10 million points were enough to buy half of the Academy's assets. And there were those 3 opportunities from the core treasury. What was contained within was the foundation accumulated over hundreds of years by the Dragon Kingdom, and just one item could stir up chaos in the outside world. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps came from the back of the crowd. Make way. Everyone clear the way for me. An old man with graying hair, dressed in a Zhongshan suit with reddened eyes, desperately pushed his way through the crowd. He was the vice principal of the Dragon God Academy. He rushed to Lin Mo's side, panting heavily. The vice principal looked at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with complex emotions. There was shock, fear, but more than anything there was a sense of pain. Lin Mo, my student. The vice principal wiped the sweat from his forehead, his old face flushed. Your results this time are indeed unprecedented. But this reward of 10 million points is truly an astronomical figure. The vice principal rubbed his hands together, his tone carrying a hint of negotiation and pleading. Our Academy's circulating resource pool is a bit tight right now. If you redeem all these points at once, it would completely drain the Academy's treasury. He swallowed hard, tentatively asking, how about this? This 10 million points, we can do it in installments. Every month, we'll settle for 100,000 points first, and you can pay off the rest slowly, all right? Here was the vice principal of the esteemed Dragon God Academy, yet he was humbly negotiating an installment plan with a new student. This scene left all the surrounding students dumbfounded. Lin Mo bit the straw of the paper cup and slurped the remaining lemonade. He looked at the smiling vice principal, a casual smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Old man, do I look like a bank to you? Lin Mo casually tossed the empty paper cup into a nearby trash bin. With his hands in his pockets, his tone was calm, but carried an unassailable firmness. I'm averse to trouble and have never kept accounts, so I do not extend credit. The vice principal's smile instantly froze on his face. He opened his mouth wanting to persuade him again. But Lin Mo had already turned around striding toward the fully automated resource exchange pillar on the side of the square. The exchange pillar was a massive crystal column that required 3 people to hug it. It was connected to the Academy's vast underground resource pool. Lin Mo took out the gilded identity card and directly inserted it into the card slot. The crystal column instantly lit up with dazzling brilliance, projecting a massive virtual screen. "Minter, please step aside, you're blocking my consumption." Lin Mo gestured toward the dazed Mediterranean Minter beside him. The Mediterranean Minter jumped in shock and quickly scrambled aside. Lin Mo swiftly swiped through the screen. High-level Fire Skill Book Explosive Meteor 100,000 points per book. High-level Shadow Skill Book Phantom Assassination 120,000 points per book. High-level Defense Skill Book Absolute Barrier 150,000 points per book. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the detailed descriptions of those skill books. His finger wildly clicked the exchange button. "I want 20 of this one, and 50 of that one. Select all, clear the inventory." As Lin Mo operated, the vice principal behind him watched in horror. He clutched his heart, feeling as if he was about to have a heart attack. What a waste. Such a waste. The chubby director next to him was also jumping up and down in panic. What does he need so many different profession skill books for? He can't even learn them as a necromancer. Buzz. The exchange pillar emitted a loud operational sound. Then the transmission exit at the bottom of the pillar lit up with white light. One after another high-level skill books radiating various magical auras tumbled out like cabbages. In the blink of an eye, they formed a small mountain on the ground. There were over 100 high-level skill books. Each one could fetch a fierce competition among mid-tier guilds at an auction in the outside world. Lin Mo looked at the pile of books and nodded in satisfaction. He snapped his fingers casually. Snap! The ground cracked open. Several mage skeletons, assassin skeletons, and giant shield skeletons wobbled out. Lin Mo stepped forward and picked up an explosive meteor glowing with flames. Like tossing a jelly bean, he casually threw it to a mage skeleton. "Open your mouth." The mage skeleton's hollow jawbone clicked open. It securely caught the precious skill book. A wisp of ghostly fire flickered, and the thick skill book instantly transformed into light spots, which the skeleton swallowed whole. The red light in the mage skeleton's eye sockets surged violently, and a fiery pattern appeared on its bones. It smacked its lips as if savoring the taste. Lin Mo didn't stop. He continued tossing skill books from the ground to the other skeletons. "Eat, feel free to eat today, you can have your fill." In the square, those older students who had come to watch the commotion now looked as if they had been struck by lightning, clutching their chests tightly. A fourth-year fire mage directly sank to his knees. He was pulling his hair with both hands, his eyes reddening to the point of bleeding. "That's explosive meteor. I've been grinding monsters in the back mountain for 3 years to accumulate enough credits to buy one. And he's actually feeding it to skeletons." A third-year assassin next to him also looked ashen, his heart aching to the point of almost suffocating. "Such a waste. That is the long-lost phantom assassination. That broken bone didn't even look at it before chewing it up. Oh my heavens, please strike this prodigal down with a lightning bolt." The seniors' hearts were bleeding. The new students were so shocked they felt their scalps tingle, while others treated high-level skill books like ancestors, studying hard day and night. Lin Mo casually used the skill books as fodder for his skeletons. The vice principal watched as the pile of skill books grew smaller and smaller. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Lin Mo brushed off the dust from his hands, looking at his satisfied skeleton minions who were full and had their attributes boosted again. He turned to look at the seniors who were full of grief and indignation. His gaze held a hint of nonchalance. What's the big deal, eh? If they're not full, how can they work? Deep beneath the Dragon God Academy, 3 individuals stood before a heavy gate made entirely of anti-magic metal, with the elderly principal leading the way. He took out an ancient-looking key and inserted it into the slot of the gate. With a dull mechanical grinding sound, the 3-meter-thick metal door slowly opened to the sides. Inside was an independent space as large as a football field. The old principal turned his head to look at Lin Mo, who was casually sipping a cola while wearing flip-flops. "Lin Mo, this is the true essence of the Dragon God Academy, the core treasury." The principal's voice revealed an undeniable pride. Under normal circumstances, only those who have made significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom at the district level are qualified to step through this door. You have shattered all historical records of the Tower of Heaven. This is the privilege you deserve. Lin Mo casually glanced inside while chewing on the straw. "Old man, stop bragging. I'm in a hurry to take a nap. Ooh, can we speed this up?" The principal choked, slightly caught off guard. If it were any other student, even someone like Chu ran the air of a wealthy family, they would be trembling with excitement standing before this door. But this kid seemed to be casually strolling through a market. Beside the gate sat an old man in a gray robe, the guardian of the core treasury. Hearing Lin Mo's words, the Guardian's eyelids drooped slightly, his lips curling into an almost imperceptible cold smile. Just a nouveau riche from a small city. Did he really think that breaking the Tower of Heaven with sheer force meant he could look down on everything? He had seen too many arrogant and ignorant rookies at the gates of this treasury. Lin Mo completely ignored the old man's sardonic gaze. With his hands in his pockets, he stepped directly into the treasury door. As soon as he entered, a myriad of colorful treasures instantly filled his vision. Floating in midair were hundreds and thousands of transparent energy bubbles. Each bubble contained an extraordinary treasure radiating an astonishing wave of magical power. There were legendary giant swords engulfed in flames and dark golden shields inscribed with ancient defensive runes. There were even a few beating dragon hearts. The principal followed closely behind, eagerly acting as a tour guide. Do you see that sword? It was left by a sword saint 300 years ago with an absolute armor-piercing effect. And that jade bottle contains the blood essence of a 9th-tier giant dragon, which can double your physical strength. The principal pointed excitedly at the radiant treasures. He hoped Lin Mo would choose a few top-notch pieces of equipment for self-defense. After all, this kid was now the precious gem of the entire Dragon Kingdom. If anything happened outside the academy, would suffer a great loss. Lin Mo didn't even turn his head. These weapons, which could provoke blood and slaughter in the eyes of outsiders, were nothing but a pile of scrap metal in his view. He didn't even have the interest to take a glance. No matter how sharp the sword was, could it compare to the hardness of 1,000 dragon-scaled skeletons' fists? No matter how potent the dragon's blood was, could it rival the feedback from his billion summoned creatures? Lin Mo yawned and walked straight through the radiant core area. The principal was stunned and hurried to catch up. Lin Mo, what kind of weapon do you want? Even if it's a staff, we have the very best here. I don't need a fire stick, Lin Mo casually replied, his pace unbroken. The reason he was uninterested in these legendary pieces of equipment was that ever since he stepped through this door, the innate panel deep within his soul had been wildly vibrating. An intense craving for devouring desire was guiding him toward a certain corner of the treasury's depths. Soon Lin Mo stopped in front of a dusty old display stand. This was the least conspicuous place in the entire core treasury. There weren't even any energy bubbles, it's just a few dusty items piled haphazardly on the stone platform. Compared to the radiant treasures outside, this looked like a junkyard. Lin Mo's gaze was firmly locked on 3 items on the stone platform. A dry, dead piece of blackwood, a cracked gray stone, and a tattered ancient book with more than half of its cover torn off. Lin Mo reached out. The moment his fingertip touched the dead blackwood, boom. The innate panel deep within his soul seemed to be completely ignited. His unique talent of billion-fold amplification unexpectedly activated without warning. In the eyes of the principal and the guardian, this piece of wood was still that lifeless scrap. But in Lin Mo's view, the moment the blackwood touched his fingertip, it erupted with a dazzling divine light 1,000,000 times brighter than the sun. The dead outer skin peeled away inch by inch, revealing an ancient essence of life flowing out in abundance. A fervent glimmer flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. Without hesitation, he grasped the blackwood in his hand. Then he picked up the cracked stone and the tattered ancient book. Without exception, the moment the talent secretly activated, these 2 pieces of junk also stirred up a storm in Lin Mo's mind. The blinding divine light nearly blinded his eyes. Lin Mo calmly held these 3 items close to his chest, turned around, and looked at the principal, who was utterly bewildered. I'm done choosing. Lin Mo shook the 3 items in his hand. These 3 will do. The principal's eyes nearly popped out. He hurriedly stepped forward, examining the items in Lin Mo's arms, and then Lin Mo himself, his face filled with disappointment. Lin Mo, have you lost your mind? Those are 3 utterly useless scraps. He pointed at the blackwood. That's the remains of the abyssal tree. It's long dead with not a trace of wood-type magical power left in it. It's not even fit to be used as firewood because it would emit black smoke. He pointed at the cracked stone and the ancient book. That's a damaged fragment of a divine rank. Countless geniuses have tried for centuries to bond with it, but failed, and it would even backlash against their spiritual power. As for that necromantic forbidden spell book, it's incomplete, only having the first 2 pages left. Are you going to use it as toilet paper? The principal earnestly tried to persuade him. You have the chance to choose 3 legendary treasures. Listen to me, quickly put down this pile of garbage and go pick a few life-saving divine items. Lin Mo turned a deaf ear. He casually shoved the 3 items under his armpit and took a sip of cola. I just like collecting junk. These 3 really catch my eye, I will take them. The principal wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the guardian, who had walked to the door. Principal, since this top scholar has a discerning eye and insists on choosing these items, the guardian said coldly, hands tucked into his sleeves. The academy's rules state that once something is chosen, it cannot be returned or exchanged. Please do not disrupt the rules. The guardian looked at Lin Mo, his mockery nearly overflowing. He silently sneered in his heart. After all, he was just a bumpkin who had never seen the world. Ignoring all the treasures in the room, he chose a few scraps that no one could use for hundreds of years. Though possessing great strength and talent, he was just a fool with no vision. Such a person, no matter how spectacular they might seem in the early stages, is destined to go nowhere. The principal sighed, knowing he couldn't pull Lin Mo back and could only shake his head helplessly. Fine, since you insist on choosing these, I hope you won't regret it in the future. The principal led Lin Mo out of the core treasury. The heavy metal gate closed behind them, and they returned to the tree-lined avenue outside. Lin Mo declined the principal's offer to walk him back to his dormitory. He strode along the path leading to the Longsho villa wearing flip-flops. As the night wind blew, Lin Mo stopped, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He pulled out the 3 scraps that he had tucked under his arm. He casually tossed the empty cola cup into his spatial ring, looking at the 3 items in his hand, a wild and arrogant smile curling at the corner of his mouth. No vision. Just a bunch of fools guarding a gold mountain begging for scraps. Lin Mo focused his mind. The true data of the innate panel unfolded without reservation in his mind. Abyssal tree remains activated with billion-fold amplification. True state seed of the world, tree's revival. Effect once planted, it can instantly grow into a divine ancient tree that supports a small world, providing an endless life-reviving aura for all undead summoned creatures. As long as the ancient tree stands, the skeleton army will never shatter. Lin Mo's breathing became slightly heavier. He then looked at the cracked gray stone. Damaged, divine fragment restored with billion-fold amplification. True state, flawless death, god fragment. Effect upon devouring the host's body, becomes immune to all instant death type magic and can deprive all beings below level 50 of their soul control rights. As for the last tattered ancient book with only 2 pages left under the extreme deduction and amplification of his talent, broken necromantic forbidden spell, true state, ancient origin magic. Undead Calamity complete version. Effect, no incantation required. Upon release, it forcibly transforms all fallen beings within a 100-mile radius into high-level death knights that obey the host's absolute commands. Lin Mo gazed at the explosive attribute introductions in his mind, unable to suppress a low laugh. The laughter echoed with a chilling madness along the silent path of the academy. Garbage. Scraps. If these 3 items were let loose, not just the Dragon God Academy, even the gods of the entire divine realm would go mad trying to snatch them up. Lin Mo casually stuffed these 3 invaluable divine items into his pocket, lifting his head to gaze at the pale crescent moon in the night sky. With the world tree as my backing and the death god's fragment to protect me, combined with this undead calamity spell, Lin Mo smirked, his eyes revealing unparalleled ambition and dominance. Now I want to see if I can drain this stagnant pool in the imperial capital all by myself. Longshan Academy Building 1. The largest tiered lecture hall capable of seating over 1,000 students was completely filled. An oppressive silence hung thick in the air. Not a single freshman dared whisper or shift posture. Every spine remained rigid, every breath held tight. The source of that suffocating pressure stood at the podium instructor Yin Kuei, a retired high-ranking officer of the Longhua military and an awakened SSS-tier, hidden archetype berserker mage. Clad in a form-fitting black combat uniform, his exposed arms bore a crisscrossing tapestry of brutal ancient scars. Within the academy, Yin Kuei was infamous as the living Yama. Fiery-tempered and ruthlessly uncompromising, he took particular delight in breaking the pride of arrogant self-proclaimed prodigies. Nearly every national top scorer had been humbled into abject submission beneath his gaze. Listen carefully, every last one of you. Yin Kuei braced both hands on the lectern, his hawk-like gaze sweeping the hall like a blade across steel. This is Longshan Academy, not some childhood playground back home. I don't care if you were hailed as an Ancient Millennium genius in your province, or born to a lineage of imperial prestige. Once you step into my classroom, dragons must coil low, tigers must lie still. Dare to flaunt your arrogance before me, and I'll shatter every bone in your body, and hurl you out this door myself. His voice rolled like thunder underground, making the eardrums of front row students ache with its sheer resonance. Just as he prepared to continue his rebuke, an utterly incongruous sound echoed down the corridor, slow, rhythmic, unmistakable. The crisp slap of flip-flops against tile, synchronized perfectly with the final fading chime of the class bell. 1,000 pairs of eyes snapped in unison toward the rear entrance. Lin Mo strolled in precisely on time, wearing a faded, well-worn t-shirt, jaw slack in a long, unhurried yawn. Sleep still clung to the corners of his eyes. Most astonishingly, trailing behind him was a half-meter-tall, grayish-white skeleton, clutching a massive, weathered palm leaf fan scavenged from Waknaware. It followed Lin Mo step for step, puffing laboriously at his back. A tomb-like hush fell over the hall. Yin Kuei's voice cut off mid-sentence. A vein pulsed violently at his temple as he locked his glare onto that sauntering, insolent figure. Lin Mo didn't so much as glance toward the podium. He strode straight to the farthest corner of the back row, pulled out a chair, and dropped into it with regal nonchalance. Fan harder, it's sweltering today. Muttering under his breath, he propped his feet upon the desk, leaned back, and shut his eyes. In the skeleton's hollow eye sockets, twin embers flickered, obediently quickening its rhythm. A collective gasp rippled through the freshmen. Was he mad? This was Yin Kuei's class. That newcomer from Jiangnan City had just marched a summoned skeletal attendant into the living Yama's lecture hall to fan himself. And now, he was openly falling asleep. Chu Ran, seated dead center in the hall, kept his head bowed low, but his eyes blazed with unrestrained elation and venom. On the flight here, Lin Mo had pressed a bone blade to his throat, forcing instant surrender and stripping him of every shred of dignity. For days he hadn't dared step outside his dormitory. Go ahead, keep raging. Chu Ran seethed inwardly. That man is an SS Steer legend, retired military with more kills than monsters you've ever laid eyes on. You truly believe ruling over freshmen grants immunity from academy law? Jaw clenched, teeth grinding, he stifled a manic grin, waiting eagerly for Lin Mo to be dragged out, limbs shattered by Yin Kuei's boot. At the podium, Yin Kuei's face had darkened to volcanic black. He descended the steps, each heavy stride of his military boots echoing like a war drum on hardwood. With every pace, his aura surged higher, tangible, crushing. Students parted instinctively, forming a silent corridor. He stopped directly before Lin Mo's desk at the very back. You're Lin Mo. Yin Kuei loomed over him, voice glacial enough to frost iron. The new national valedictorian. The one who shattered the Skirich Spire records, compelling even the headmaster to grant you special dispensation. Lin Mo kept his eyes closed, unmoving. If you already know, why ask? Teach your lesson. Don't disturb my sleep. The words struck like a vacuum seal. Air pressure plummeted to freezing. Several nearby freshmen scrambled sideways, terrified of being splattered by blood. Good. Excellent. Yin Kuei laughed, a dry, dangerous sound. He'd seen arrogance before, but never such suicidal, unflinching audacity. Think clearing 30 floors of the Skirich Spire makes you invincible. He slammed his palm onto Lin Mo's desk. Solid oak splintered instantly with a sharp, sickening crack. This is my classroom. There is only one rule here: absolute obedience. Now, retract that pile of bones and stand in the hallway for the rest of class. Lin Mo finally opened his eyes. He lowered his legs, sat upright, and glanced briefly at the fissures marring the desktop, then lifted his gaze to meet Yin Kuei's murderously intense stare. I read the Academy's code of conduct. Lin Mo spoke without inflection, calm, conversational, utterly detached. First, no clause forbids bringing summoned entities to class. Second, attendance is irrelevant, so long as one ranks first in final examinations. A faint mocking curl touched his lips. I'm sitting here today purely out of courtesy to the Academy. And you? What are you exactly to presume authority over me? The entire tiered hall erupted into stunned chaos. Even Chu Ran froze, his assumption of mere intellectual arrogance shattered. This boy hadn't just challenged a legend. He'd pointed straight at a military titan and spat defiance. You seek death. Yin Kuei exploded, unleashing the full, devastating aura of an SS Steer, sovereign, raw, and unfiltered. Then today I shall perform a duty owed to your parents, and teach you once and for all the meaning of reverence for teachers and the way. Yin Kuei stood before the podium, gazing at Lin Mo, who remained in his undisturbed sleeping posture. The fury in his eyes seemed ready to burst forth. You don't want to drink a toast, then you will drink the penalty wine. Today I will teach you a lesson. Yin Kuei snorted coldly, pressing down forcefully with his palm. The earthy yellow gravity field instantly expanded, locking tightly around Lin Mo's seat. The air emitted a tearing sound under the unbearable pressure. It was the mournful cry under extreme pressure. The solid wooden floor in the back row of the classroom began to crack inch by inch. The hard wooden desks creaked loudly, their legs bending noticeably. The new students sitting a few rows in front of Lin Mo were so frightened that they scrambled towards the podium, even just brushing against the edge of the field. They all felt as if a heavy hammer had struck their chests. Breathing became incredibly difficult. Chu Ran was mixed in with the fleeing crowd. He found a safe corner to hide. Excitement made him tremble all over. He stared fixedly in Lin Mo's direction, grinning from ear to ear. Crush him. Shatter this ignorant country bumpkin into pieces. Offending a powerful mentor at the Dragon God Academy, even if you are a top scholar, you will pay dearly. However, the scene at the center of the gravity field made everyone gasp in shock. Lin Mo didn't even lift his eyelids. He still maintained the posture of his legs resting on the desk, breathing evenly in a deep sleep. The terrifying gravity that could crush even steel felt like a mere breeze on him. The one truly feeling discomfort was the gray-white little skeleton beside him holding a fan. The little skeleton had been fanning in a rhythmic manner, with a left and right motion unhurried and very professional. Once the gravity field descended, the surrounding air density instantly became incredibly thick. The fan in the little skeleton's hand suddenly became as heavy as 1,000 pounds. The wind it produced completely changed direction, failing to accurately reach Lin Mo's face. This made the diligent little skeleton very unhappy. It had received strict orders to serve its master well. Now that someone was causing trouble that was unacceptable, the little skeleton stopped fanning. It slowly raised its bloodless skull. In its hollow eye sockets, 2 clusters of eerie blue ghost flames suddenly flickered, erupting with a piercing chill. It fixated its gaze on Yen Kuei, who was releasing the field. Yen Kuei met those 2 clusters of ghost flames, and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. An indescribable sense of dread enveloped his entire body. Before he could react, the little skeleton raised a faded bony claw. Casually, it swatted at the invisible earthy yellow gravity field before it. With a swift motion, it slapped. There were no earth-shattering magical clashes, nor dazzling and eye-catching skill lights. Just pure brute physical force. Under the terrifying enhancement of 10,000 times attribute amplification, this seemingly casual slap contained enough strength to shatter the entire teaching building. Crack! A clear sound echoed loudly in the silent lecture hall, piercing through the stillness. That was comparable to the tenfold gravity field released by a level 40 powerhouse. In the face of this slap, there was no standoff lasting even half a second. The entire earthy yellow field light shield shattered instantly like inferior glass struck by a hammer. The surface was immediately covered with numerous fine cracks. Then it exploded with a thunderous roar. Countless earthy yellow light spots scattered everywhere, completely dissipating into the air. The field was forcibly shattered. The terrifying backlash surged back into Yen Kuei's body like a runaway wild horse. Yen Kuei's expression changed drastically. He let out a muffled grunt, his tall body uncontrollably staggering backward. Bang, bang, bang. He retreated 3 large steps in succession. With each step back, the solid wooden floor beneath him was deeply dented. Only when his back slammed against the blackboard did he manage to stabilize himself. A metallic taste surged up his throat. Yen Kuei gritted his teeth, forcing down the blood that was about to spew out. A bright red trace of blood slowly oozed from the corner of his mouth. Yen Kuei's head buzzed. He found himself in a state of extreme self-doubt. He looked incredulously at his own hands, then glanced at the little skeleton in the last row that was still fanning. He had actually been hurt. He, a dignified SS-level berserker mage who had emerged from a sea of corpses and rivers of blood, had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of a mere summoning creature used as a fan. He felt the collision just now more clearly than anyone else. The power that came from that bony claw was as deep as an abyss. It felt like it had no bottom. If that slap had landed directly on his head instead of the field, Yen Kuei shivered all over. In that moment, he truly sensed the breath of death. What kind of monster is this? No wonder the records of the Sky Tower were forcibly broken by him in such an unimaginable manner. He had just brushed past the gates of hell. The entire lecture hall fell into a prolonged silence lasting half a minute. Over 1,000 freshmen gaped with their mouths open, their eyes wide as saucers. Everyone looked at Lin Mo, who was dozing off in the last row, as if they were staring at a deity. Chu Ran's ecstasy had completely frozen. His jaw dropped wide open, and he was just about to burst into laughter when the sudden turn of events startled him, causing him to shudder. His upper and lower teeth clashed together violently. He nearly bit his own tongue off. A strong metallic taste spread in his mouth. Yet Chu Ran lacked even the courage to cry out in pain. He covered his mouth, shrinking under the desk, trembling like a sieve. Even a retired military general was sent reeling and spitting blood by a skeleton fanning. How could he continue? In the future, if he encountered Lin Mo at school, wouldn't even looking at him feel like tempting fate? At the podium, Yen Kuei quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the raging blood in his body. The temper of the living king of hell was indeed explosive. But he had survived on the battlefield not just through brute strength, but also through a keen survival instinct. In the face of such unfathomable absolute power, to insist on pride would be pure folly. Yen Kuei straightened his posture. He looked at Lin Mo, who was still sleeping, and the fury and cold murderous intent on his face vanished without a trace. In its place was a face full of admiration, even carrying a hint of kindness and warmth. The speed of this attitude shift was exaggerated 100-fold compared to a Sichuan opera face change. Good. Very good. Yen Kuei suddenly clapped his hands forcefully, loudly praising. The students in the classroom were startled by this sudden applause. One by one, they looked at this living king of hell with confused expressions. Yen Kuei cleared his throat and announced loudly, Lin's practical experience is indeed extraordinary. Not only has his summoning creature been cultivated to perfection, but this unflinching composure in the face of danger is also a model for all of you to learn from. He has consumed considerable energy in breaking the formation just now and can continue to rest at his seat. No one is allowed to disturb him. Yin Kuei turned his head, his sharp gaze sweeping across the entire class. Everyone else immediately turn to the first page of your textbooks, and we will officially begin class. All the freshmen were left bewildered by this grandiloquent speech. Who didn't know that he had just used deadly force to establish his authority? Now that he couldn't win, he called it practical training, and still allowing the other to rest. What about the living king of Hell's bottom line? What about the military bigwig's integrity? In the corner, Lin Mo still had his eyes closed. Lazily, he turned over, finding a more comfortable sleeping position. Fan faster, I just got a bit of a headache from those dog barks. The little skeleton nodded earnestly. It fanned even more energetically, creating a gust of wind. Yin Kuei on the podium heard this. The corners of his eyes and mouth twitched uncontrollably. He forcefully pretended not to hear, lowering his head and focusing on turning the pages of his lesson plan. The class bell finally rang. Yin Kuei on the podium closed his lesson plan without uttering a single unnecessary word. He cast a deep glance at the figure sleeping in the last row. He turned and strode out of the lecture hall. The living Yama had just stepped over the threshold. 1,000 new students in the classroom simultaneously exhaled a long breath. The suffocating feeling as if someone had grasped their throats finally dissipated. Many people directly slumped over their desks, their clothes soaked with cold sweat. Lin Mo stretched widely. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and patted the little skeleton beside him on the forehead. All right, stop fanning, class is over. The little skeleton obediently put away the large fan and quietly stood to the side. Lin Mo was just about to get up and return to the villa for more sleep. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom was kicked open. With a loud bang, the door slammed against the wall. The noise startled the new students who had just relaxed. Outside the corridor, 6 or 7 people swaggered in. They were dressed in the academy's uniform, custom-made school uniforms. All of them wore a pure gold dragon badge on their chests. They all held their heads high, looking down their noses at others, exuding arrogance. The leader was a young man with slicked-back hair. His skin was pale, and his gaze was sinister. On his wrist, he wore a magical energy storage device worth a fortune. His name was Zhao Tianzi, a third-year student, a level 45 wind mage. Upon seeing the dragon badge on their chests, a suppressed gasp arose in the classroom. They are from the Longyuan Pavilion. The leader is Zhao Tianzi, the deputy leader of Longyuan Pavilion. Why are they in the freshman classroom? Are they here to recruit people? Longyuan Pavilion. Undoubtedly the top student faction in the Longshan Academy. It was filled with the most elite offspring of nobles and heirs of financial magnates from the imperial capital. Ordinary students, no matter how talented, without a sky-defying background, did not even qualify to sweep the floors for Longyuan Pavilion. They could be said to be powerful and tyrannical in the academy. Zhao Tianzi ignored the awestruck gazes around him. He led his group straight through the aisle of the classroom, heading directly for the corner of the last row. Everyone's eyes followed Zhao Tianzi's movements. When they realized his target, they all involuntarily swallowed hard. He approached Lin Mo. Zhao Tianzi stopped in front of Lin Mo's desk. He slightly frowned, looking at the pair of flip-flops on Lin Mo's feet with disdain. He then glanced at the little gray skeleton beside him. He pulled out a white handkerchief and covered his nose as if he were smelling some foul garbage. Are you the new student named Lin Mo? Zhao Tianzi looked down at Lin Mo with a tone laced with an innate sense of superiority. I heard you broke the record of the Tongtian Tower today. Lin Mo had just stood up. Upon hearing this, he plopped back down into his chair. He lazily raised his head, glancing at Zhao Tianzi. You're in my way. Lin Mo spoke blandly, completely disregarding this deputy leader. The few followers behind Zhao Tianzi were immediately incensed. Impudent. How dare you speak to Brother Zhao like that? Country bumpkin, you must be tired of living. Zhao Tianzi raised his hand, stopping his followers. A cold smile formed at the corner of his mouth, resembling one of patronizing indulgence. Youthful arrogance is understandable. After all, in a poor backwater like Jiangnan City, if you can achieve the top score, it's already like being the tallest among the short. Zhao Tianzi put the handkerchief back in his pocket, clasping his hands behind his back, feigning a very magnanimous demeanor. I'm not here to cause you trouble today. On the contrary, I'm here to offer you a tremendous opportunity. Zhao Tianzi fixed his gaze on Lin Mo's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Your potential is barely acceptable. Our pavilion master has spoken and can make an exception to offer you a chance. To invite you to join Longyuan Pavilion. As soon as these words came out, a chorus of gasps resounded throughout the entire lecture hall. The surrounding freshmen's eyes turned red, filled with envy and jealousy. After all, it was Longyuan Pavilion. How many people desperately wanted to join, even willing to be a dog just to get in? As long as one joined Longyuan Pavilion, it was equivalent to having a golden ticket to survival in the imperial capital. Not only could they access the top-tier circles of power, but their future would also be limitless. Chu Ran, hiding under a distant desk, felt his teeth grinding in jealousy upon hearing this. He, the prince of a financial conglomerate from Zhongzhou, had submitted his membership application yesterday, only to be ruthlessly rejected by Longyuan Pavilion. Why was this bumpkin from Jiangnan City able to receive an invitation? Zhao Tianze was very satisfied with the reactions of those around him. He slightly raised his chin, waiting to see Lin Mo's comical expression of gratitude and tears. Of course, rules are rules. Zhao Tianze shifted the conversation, revealing his true intentions. After all, your background is too lowly, it's impossible for you to become a formal member directly. You will start off as an outer worker, usually helping the formal members of the pavilion with errands and handling some chores. As he said this, Zhao Tianze's eyes turned greedily eager. He leaned in a little closer and lowered his voice. As for the membership fee and protection fee, didn't you just earn 10 million points in the Tongtian Tower today? You need to hand over a transfer authorization for 5 million points. Additionally, the 3 items you took from the core treasury must also be returned to the pavilion master as a greeting gift. The plot for this enormous wealth was their true intention for coming here today. 5 million points, plus the 3 unparalleled treasures from the core treasury. This was equivalent to directly draining Lin Mo's blood. The entire class felt their scalps tingle. This was outright robbery. Under the guise of recruitment, they intended to skin this newly crowned top scholar alive. Zhao Tianze straightened up his face, full of a certainty that he had Lin Mo in his grasp. Hand over these things, and in the Longshan Academy, I, Zhao Tianze, will protect you. So how about it? Can you handle this tremendous honor? The classroom fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was waiting for Lin Mo's response. Faced with the coercion and temptation of the Academy's first power, who would dare to say a single word against it? Lin Mo sat in his chair, quietly listening to Zhao Tianze's lengthy speech. His expression showed no change. No anger nor fear. He didn't even furrow his brow. Lin Mo leisurely extended his pinky finger. He poked at his right ear, then brought it to his mouth and gently blew. Are you done? Lin Mo lifted his eyelids, looking at Zhao Tianze as if he were an idiot. Zhao Tianze was taken aback for a moment. What do you mean? What I mean is... Lin Mo leaned back, placing his legs directly on the desk. The fart you just let out was a bit long, and it wafted over to me. Boom. The surrounding freshmen were so scared that their souls nearly left their bodies, all retreating backward. He's gone mad. This kid has definitely gone mad. He even dared to insult the deputy leader of Longyuan Pavilion. Zhao Tianze's face turned dark, the veins on his forehead popping out one by one. You dare insult me? You ungrateful bumpkin. Longyuan Pavilion. Lin Mo scoffed, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. Never heard of it. A bunch of useless people relying on their family backgrounds to huddle together in school dare to come and collect my protection fee. Lin Mo extended a finger, pointing at the classroom door. You want me to join your so-called club? Fine. Lin Mo's lips curled into an extremely arrogant sneer. Go back and tell your so-called pavilion master to come here now. He should kneel down and clean my shoes, and also serve as a little servant for tea and water. Lin Mo paused, his gaze becoming as sharp as a blade. If he pleases me, I might consider throwing you a scrap of food. Dead silence. In the lecture hall, even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Everyone felt their brains were not functioning properly. Asking the pavilion master of Longyuan Pavilion to serve him tea and water, and to kneel and clean shoes. This was no longer arrogance. This was tearing the heavens apart. Good. Zhao Tianze trembled with rage. As the deputy leader, when had he ever suffered such disgrace? A violent wind of wind magic frenziedly gathered around him, causing the desks and chairs in the classroom to topple. Do you really think that winning against a useless Lei Zhan means no one in the academy can deal with you? Zhao Tianze pointed at Lin Mo, his voice hysterical. You have offended us, Longyuan Pavilion, today. I guarantee that in the entire imperial capital you will find it impossible to move an inch. Starting tomorrow, any resources in the academy, any dungeons, you shouldn't even think about laying eyes on. I will make you beg like a stray dog at the door of Longyuan Pavilion. Longyuan Go acted far swifter than anyone had anticipated. No sooner had Zhao Tianze departed than an internal notice of the academy was posted. Have you heard? All the leveling secret realms for freshmen below level 20 have been sealed by Longyuan Go. They claim it's for internal safety maintenance. It's obviously aimed at Lin Mo. Several freshmen huddled in a corner, lowering their voices to whisper. This is too heavy-handed. They won't even show the instructors any courtesy. They're Longyuan Go, full of the imperial city's tycoon's sons. Who would dare cross them? Chu Ran stood amid the crowd, the shadow on his face vanishing. He sneered at the notice. Lin Mo, that provincial bumpkin, thinks a bit of strength lets him swagger through the capital. Before the rules, he's nothing. I want to see. Without the leveling secret realms, how does he intend to raise his level? Lin Mo ambled down the tree-lined path toward the Academy's freshman secret realm district. He had just woken and planned to casually grind some monsters to fetch a post-meal treat for his little skeletons. At the entrance to the secret realm hall, he found 2 rows of seniors wearing panlong emblems firmly blocking the gate. They sneered with haughty nostrils, weapons in hand like a pack of watchdogs. Seeing Lin Mo approach, the lead senior scoffed and laid his spear across the doorway. Stop. Long Yuan Gu has reserved this place. Strangers clear off. Passing freshmen all halted in their tracks. They regarded Lin Mo with sympathetic, helpless looks. What use is talent? A mighty outsider cannot topple the local boss. This is the price of offending Long Yuan Gu. They won't even let you into the Zinchikun gate. Lin Mo paused and glanced up at the level notice above the entrance, permitted levels 1 to 20. Hands in his pockets, he suddenly laughed. The laugh carried no anger, only unrestrained derision. So this is what your deputy pavilion master promised, to make my every step difficult. Lin Mo shook his head, utterly unimpressed. I suppose they put on quite a display. After all that fuss, they sent a few dogs to block a Zinchikun gate. The leader's face twisted, veins bulged on his forehead. Kid, watch your mouth. Even if you shouted the heavens apart today, you wouldn't get past this gate. If you've got the nerve, try forcing your way in. See if the Academy's enforcement squad arrests you. Lin Mo had no interest in affording them another glance. He turned away without wasting words. A pack of cowards who have to reserve even the Zinchikun. Keep your toys and play among yourselves. Watching Lin Mo's retreating figure, the gate-blocking seniors exchanged looks and erupted into unbridled laughter. That was it. He backed down. Thought he had backbone. Turns out he's all talk. Brother Zhao was right. This sort of country bumpkin shows his true colors when resources are pinched. Chu Ran stood under a distant tree, savoring the sight. He produced his communicator and eagerly reported to Zhao Tianzi. Brother Zhao, that kid slunk off. He's finished for the next 4 years. Lin Mo continued down the Academy's main avenue, not returning to Longsho Villa. He turned a corner and walked straight toward the deepest reaches of the Academy. The little skeleton beside him conscientiously fanned him with a palm leaf. The deeper they went, the more dilapidated the buildings became. The air cooled sharply, even sunlight seemed unable to pierce the oppressive gloom. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo stopped before a blood-red stone gate towering 100 meters high. Heavy barricade tape had been strung around it, and glaring red skull warning signs plastered everywhere. The air here was thick with the scent of blood. Even standing outside the gate, one could hear grotesque, spine-chilling roars from within. Beside the gate sat a battered reclining chair. A middle-aged instructor in shabby, oversized shorts lay sprawled upon it, snoring thunderously. The snores shook the air. Lin Mo stepped forward and tapped the rusted iron placard nearby. The large characters read Shuyue Abyss Teleportation Array. Below was another conspicuous line: Academy Top Grade Forbidden Zone. Recommended level 45 and above. Extremely high mortality of strictly forbidden to non-4th-year elite squads. The knock roused the instructor. He scratched his disheveled hair irritably and opened one bloodshot eye. Which brat dares disturb my sleep? Can't you read the sign? This is a forbidden zone. Get back to class. His words abruptly died in his throat. He gaped as if he had seen a ghost, a slight youth in a tattered t-shirt and flip-flops trailed by a gray little skeleton wielding a palm fan. The pair looked every inch a raw freshman. Open the gate. Lin Mo produced his gilded ID card and casually tossed it onto the instructor's table. I'm going in for a stroll. The instructor inhaled sharply and sprang up from his chair, staring between Lin Mo and the card that marked him a freshman. You're mad. His voice split with alarm. This is Shuyue Abyss. The monsters inside are berserk types starting at level 40. What is a freshman doing here, going to his death? Lin Mo scratched his ear. The Zinchikun is overcrowded. This place is quiet, it's perfect for a stroll. A stroll. A stroll in Shuyue Abyss. The instructor felt his head ready to explode. He had guarded forbidden zones for decades and had never seen such a reckless fool. No, absolutely not. The instructor did not hesitate to slap the ID card back to Lin Mo. The Academy's rule is clear: if you do not meet the level requirement, not even the principal may admit you. Return at once and don't treat your life as a joke. Lin Mo regarded the instructor's alarmed posture. He did not retrieve the card, but only sighed. Rules are dead, people are alive. Since the gate won't open, Lin Mo said, turning to the sealed blood-red door, then I'll smash it myself. The little skeleton beside him, which had been fanning, suddenly froze. 2 ghostly azure flames flared up within its hollow eye sockets. The instructor had not yet realized what was about to happen. The half-meter-tall skeleton suddenly raised a withered bony claw and struck toward the forbidden stone gate that was rumored even 50-level elites could not break. It tapped lightly. Crack! A deafening sound of fracture exploded in the silent forbidden zone. The 100-meter blood-red gate shattered like a poor-quality biscuit. Terrifying fissures crawled across its surface under that single blow, and then it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Amid the falling stone and dust, a pitch-black passage leading into an unknown abyss lay fully exposed. A suffocating volcanic surge of deathly aura poured from the passage. The middle-aged instructor stood stunned, rooted to the spot. His mouth hung open, he forgot even to breathe. The gate broken, shattered by a tiny skeleton, not even half a meter tall, with a single slap. Lin Mo dusted his shoulder hands in his pockets. In his flip-flops, he strolled leisurely into the black passage, as if taking a casual walk. The little skeleton picked up its fan and trailed after him, scampering like someone taking a post-meal stroll. A full 30 seconds passed. Only then did the instructor snap back to his senses. He scrambled to the alarm console and slammed the highest-level red alert button with all his force. A piercing alarm rent the sky above Longshan Shuefu. He's gone mad. Completely mad. The instructor screamed hysterically into his communicator. Notify the principal at once. A freshman smashed the forbidden gate. He went into Shuyue Abyss alone. He's gone to die. Lin Mo stepped over the shattered barrier line. The air around him changed in an instant. Above hung a blood-red full moon. Its dark crimson light washed the ground with an indescribable eeriness. A dense green miasma pervaded the area. If an ordinary person inhaled even a single breath, their organs would immediately dissolve into a pool of blood. The little skeleton, clutching a giant palm fan, trailed behind Lin Mo. It seemed displeased by the green smoke that blocked its sight. With a snort, it whipped the fan twice. A fierce wind roared. It forcibly carved out a clean patch of air amid the miasma. Lin Mo, wearing flip-flops, looked around leisurely. The ground was littered with enormous beast bones. From the darkness came intermittent low roars that made the scalp prickle. There was no doubt this place was filled with lore-tier monsters starting at level 40. To other students, this was a forbidden hell one entered but never left. Lin Mo, however, nodded with satisfaction. This place is nice. Quiet, spacious, and no one to bother me. He found a relatively flat boulder and sat down with an air of casual swagger. Others call this a forbidden zone, he mused. I call it my private preserve. Lin Mo did not hurry to move deeper. He slipped his hand into his pocket. He produced 2 items, a length of withered black wood and a gray stone fissured with cracks, the Xinyuan Jinmu and Shinj fragments he had taken from the academy's core treasury. The old headmaster and the gatekeeper called them junk. Nobody had been able to use them for centuries. Lin Mo regarded the 2 objects in his hands with a mocking cold smile. A bunch of unappreciative fools, he sneered. Lin Mo clenched his hands with force. His 10 fingers tightened in an instant. Without hesitation, he crushed those 2 priceless treasures between his palms. Crack! 2 crisp snaps sounded simultaneously. There were no extraneous noises, no gaudy panel illusions. Only from the depths of Lin Mo's soul came a cataclysmic, world-rending roar. His unique Calamity Descent talent rampaged utterly in that moment. The crushed Xinyuan Jinmu and Shinj fragments transmuted into 2 blindingly brilliant spheres of light. They rushed along Lin Mo's fingers and surged into his body. A vast pure death energy smashed through his limbs and bones. In Lin Mo's mind, the innate status panel unfolded of its own accord. On the low-tier soldier tree that had once been only gray and white, a brand new dark golden branch was forcibly ignited. The second-tier core unit was fully unlocked. Lin Mo opened his eyes. In his languid gaze, 2 enthralling nether flames now burned. He casually snapped his fingers. The crisp sound echoed through the emptiness of the abyss. Come out and get some air, he said. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the black soil before him began to churn violently. Like boiling water, it roiled. Moments later, 100 massive black teleportation arrays rose from the ground without warning. This time, no gray-white skeletons emerged. Instead, 100 colossal bone nightmares strode forth from the arrays. Those nightmare mounts were assembled entirely from thick ebony bones. Their forehooves burned with jet-black infernal flame. With every step, they melted the rock beneath into molten lava. Seated upon those steeds were 100 knights clad in heavy black bone armor. Each gripped a 3-meter-long reaper lance. In the hollow of their helmets, crimson bloodthirsty glints flickered. Dark Knight skeletons had arrived. 100 Dark Knights stood in solemn ranks before Lin Mo. They made no sound. The deathly pressure radiating from them froze the surrounding air. Lin Mo leaned against the stone and appraised his new subordinates. He could perceive clearly how terrifying this cavalry was, and it was not merely because they inherited his attributes multiplied manifold. Even more alarming were the 2 outrageous innate traits they carried: terrain immunity and abyssal regeneration. Lin Mo watched as the lethal green miasma nearby drifted toward the Dark Knights. Like weary birds returning to a nest, it was ravenously drawn into their hell-black flames. Far from harming them, the miasma fed those flames, causing the fire to flare yet brighter and their bones to grow glossier and harder. Not only do they not bleed, they take poison like a tonic, Lin Mo murmured, stroking his chin with a satisfied smile. This design is quite considerate. From now on, when you meet poison-loving monsters, just step forward and take it on the face, he joked, while he tested his new units. Above the abyss on a black cliff hundreds of meters high, a pair of enormous crimson vertical pupils fixed themselves on the lone figure below. It was a blood-winged demon dragon over 20 meters long, a level 45 lord monster and the undisputed tyrant of this outer region. It lurked within the thick miasma, contracting its aura. Greedy drool dripped from its razor fangs and struck the rock below, corroding pits into the stone. It was hungry. It had not tasted fresh flesh for days. The human in white below looked tender and delicate. The magic fluctuations from the human were pitifully faint. To the dragon, this was an effortless delicacy delivered on a platter. The blood-winged demon dragon silently unfurled its massive blood-studded wings. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, its enormous body became a streak of blood-red lightning, preparing to plummet from the heavens and swallow that unwitting human whole. Halfway through its dive, with less than 100 meters to the ground, 100 black teleportation arrays flared to life. The dragon's dive froze. Its once greedy pupils contracted to slits as thin as wheat awns. Its eyeballs nearly bulged from their sockets. What did it see? 100 dark knights astride bone nightmares, standing in perfect formation before that frail human. That was not even the worst of it. What truly sent terror through the dragon was the aura emanating from those 100 knights. Lin Mo could feel his own head would nearly burst from it. Though the dragon was only a level 45 monster, it had once felt the oppressive pressure of the top demon lords deep within the abyss. In this moment, any single one of those 100 knights casually radiated an authority 10,000 times more terrifying than the abyssal demon lords it had known. That 10,000-fold numerical domination, a purity of deathly aura that seemed able to stab a hole through the sky, crushed it utterly. Fear broke the dragon. Its mind went blank. The notions of a tasty morsel and tender flesh were hurled into oblivion. It sensed clearly that these were no ordinary summons. They were moving, living volcanoes, 100 reapers ready at any moment to rip it to pieces. It imagined that if it still dared to strike before its jaws touched that frail human, its proud scales would be pierced simultaneously by 100 reaper lances. Then the jet-black infernal flames would consume it, burning both body and soul to ash. Flee! It must flee. It did not dare to look back. In midair, it stomped the brakes with everything it had. The enormous inertia made its bones protest with sickening cracks. Several ribs snapped under the strain. It did not dare utter a cry, clenching through the agony as its flesh wings thrashed wildly. A panicked gale rose. The blood-winged demon dragon suddenly turned its head and, using every ounce of remaining strength, hurtled frantically toward the abyss' deepest chasm as if possessed. Had it been a second later, it had no doubt it would have been cleaved into mince by those 100 monstrous night riders. Lin Mo sat upon the frigid, jagged rock. His gaze drifted into the abyssal depths where a dim, ashen sky hung motionless. Lazily he yawned. Go forth. Lin Mo flicked his hand with casual authority, issuing orders to the 100 dark knights standing rigid before him. Hunt freely, dig 3 fathoms deep. Till this wretched land, until not a stone remains unturned. And that fleeing crimson-winged dragon, capture it alive. I shall ride it. As one, the 100 dark knights reined in their mounts. The bone nightmares let out silent spectral shrieks. Hooves thundered, shattering boulders beneath them, as they surged forward as a black iron tide vanishing into the thick, venomous miasma. With so few, progress remained agonizingly slow. Lin Mo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, crisp, sharp, resonant. Instantly the earth trembled and churned. Thousands upon thousands of skeletal mages erupted from the soil, gaunt-robed in tattered arcane vestments, eyes burning with cold blue flame. Suppressive fire, spare no mana, Lin Mo commanded, voice calm and detached. 10,000 skeletal mages raised their ivory staves in perfect unison. The air darkened. The dim crimson moonlight overhead swallowed whole. Countless incendiary fireballs, each the size of millstones, plummeted like a meteoric storm into the abyss's heart. Above them, the spectral visage of a frost giant dragon roared, exhaling glacial spears that froze souls mid-thought. Raging violet lightning coiled through the sky like whips of divine wrath, striking land, rock, and shadow without mercy. This was not battle. It was ecological annihilation, absolute and inevitable. The abyssal denizens were utterly undone. Dozens of 40+ level sovereign beasts, once arrogant overlords of their domains, never even glimpsed their foe. Before they could react, they were obliterated, reduced to crimson mist by torrents of raw arcane fury. A ravenous venom spider lurking deep within the mire had barely lifted its chitinous head to unleash its toxin. A A spear wreathed in hellfire pierced its skull in an instant. A dark knight hoisted the corpse aloft. The black flames slithered down the shaft, consuming flesh and chitin alike. In moments, the colossal arachnid crumbled into ash. The knights advanced through the toxic fog as if walking on sacred ground. Wherever they passed, life withered and died. No lair was too deep, no burrow too hidden. The skeletal mage's barrage blasted every monster forth from its refuge, only for the knights' iron hooves to crush them into oblivion. Peaks were flattened by firestorms. Gorges sealed under glaciers. The treacherous Blood Moon Abyss, once a realm of lethal enchantment and ancient dread, was forcibly reshaped into a vast barren plaza, smooth and desolate as a forgotten battlefield. Nests of elite monsters were razed to dust. Not a single stone remained intact. Meanwhile, at the Dragon God Academy's Level 20 Novice Trial Realm, Zhao Tianzi strode ahead, flanked by several junior officers of the Longyuan Pavilion. The low-tier monsters surrounding them had long since been cleared by subordinates. Vice Pavilion Master, your strategy is sheer genius, striking at the very root. One sycophantic aide rushed forward, offering a water flask, sealing the entire trial realm. That rustic Lin Mo must be pacing outside in utter despair right now. He's probably weeping in some forgotten corner as we speak. Zhao Tianzi accepted the flask and scoffed, a cold, contemptuous sound. Dare he challenge me? Does he truly believe swaggering through an exam hall grants him dominion over the imperial capital? A resourceless wretch like him will be expelled from the academy within a month. When he breaks, and he will, he'll crawl to the Longyuan Pavilion gates like a dog begging for mercy. As he basked in self-satisfaction, his custom comlink erupted in shrill, urgent alarm. The academy's highest priority emergency channel. Zhao Tianzi frowned and activated the device. A searing red alert flashed into midair, hovering before him. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. Energy index in the Blood Moon Abyss core zone has plummeted catastrophically. The flask slipped from his grip and shattered on the floor. Water splashed up his pant leg. What in the world is happening? The Blood Moon Abyss, its energy collapsing. His aide stood frozen, dumbfounded. That was a tears-restricted zone. Even elite senior year squads dared not venture deep. Its monsters were legion, its spiritual energy inexhaustible. How could such a collapse occur? Could it be a military commander conducting live drills inside? One aide swallowed hard, voice trembling. Zhao Tianzi's face paled. His eyes locked onto the alert, but behind them flashed Lin Mo's unwavering, fearless gaze. A chill of unease slithered down his spine. Impossible. Utterly impossible. That wretch has nothing to do with this. As the Longyuan Pavilion members stood paralyzed in doubt high above them in the Dragon God Academy's presidential office, the venerable headmaster held a steaming cup of tea beside the floor-to-ceiling window. Behind him rested a precision instrument monitoring energy fluctuations across all Academy trial realms. At that moment, the black console representing the Blood Moon Abyss pulsed violently, flashing crimson relentless. The alarm screamed through the chamber. The headmaster turned slowly, staring at the monitor, where the energy curve plunged vertically, a sheer 90-degree drop. His teacup trembled violently in his hand. 80%, 50%, 20%. The line fell like a waterfall. No hesitation, no plateau, plummeting straight toward zero. It signified mass slaughter beyond comprehension. The abyssal creatures were dying faster than their essence could regenerate. The entire ecosystem was collapsing. Darkness swam before the headmaster's eyes. With a furious slam, he hurled the teacup onto the desk. Tea scattered like shattered hope. His knees buckled, he collapsed into his chair, hands gripping his face. Those eyes, seasoned by decades of crisis, now brimmed with despair and visceral pain. What a calamity! His cry cracked with anguish. I merely told him to pick 2 trinkets, not raise the place to the ground. That realm was our crown jewel, reserved for elite seniors and postgraduates. He stared at the screen, watching the energy value inch toward null. It felt as though his own flesh were being carved away slice by agonizing slice. He struck the desk again, heartbroken, furious. This isn't just destruction, it's severing the Academy's very roots. That living ancestral curse. I should never have let him cross the threshold. His lament echoed hollowly in the silent office. Meanwhile, in the Blood Moon Abyss, Lin Mo sat idly, counting stones scattered across the scorched earth. Suddenly, a deafening, mournful roar split the toxic haze. There, borne aloft on 4 death spears, hung the once undefeated crimson-winged dragon. Its massive wings pinned, it was dragged from the sky like a squabbling chick and dropped hard before Lin Mo, raising a plume of dust. Outside the elite forbidden zone of the Academy, the entrance to the Blood Moon Abyss, which was originally quiet, was now surrounded with no way in or out. A circle of yellow warning tape had been drawn in front of the shattered crimson stone door. Over 1,000 new and old students drawn by the alarm crowded at the periphery peering in. Zhao Tianze, accompanied by a dozen core members of the Longyuan Pavilion, swaggered to occupy the best spot at the front. They were here specifically to watch the spectacle. Brother Zhao, that kid has been inside for almost 3 hours, and he hasn't even sent out a distress signal yet. One staff member leaned into Zhao Tianze's ear, a look of schadenfreude on his face. I guess by now even his bones have been chewed to bits by the monsters in the abyss. Zhao Tianze let out a cold laugh, adjusting the collar of his school uniform. A rookie just out of the novice village really thinks a level 40 boss monster is a pushover. The poison mist in the Blood Moon Abyss could melt him on the spot with just one breath. Even if he has a few mutated summons to back him up, he definitely won't last half an hour. Zhao Tianze crossed his arms, his gaze filled with the pleasure of revenge. This is what happens when one foolishly offends our Longyuan Pavilion. We don't even need to lift a finger, he has already brought about his own destruction. The surrounding senior students burst into a round of laughter. Just when everyone was convinced that Lin Mo was doomed, a faint sound suddenly came from the depths of the pitch-black corridor. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. It was the sound of shoes scraping against the rubble. The sound was slow and leisurely, exuding an indescribable sense of ease. The entire crowd of thousands fell silent in an instant. All eyes were fixed on the entrance of the corridor. The middle-aged instructor, drenched in sweat, jumped up from his chair, holding his breath. Seconds later, a thin figure dressed in a faded old t-shirt and flip-flops leisurely walked out of the darkness. It was Lin Mo. He was unscathed, not missing any limbs, and even held a branch he had picked up from somewhere, casually picking at his teeth. The crowd was dead silent. 1,000 pairs of eyes stared wide open in disbelief at the unharmed Lin Mo. Then suddenly, there came a heavy dragging sound from the corridor. A line of a dozen grayish-white ordinary skeletons walked out, each one carrying a burlap sack larger than an adult. The sacks were stained with dark red smudges, bulging and dragging deep marks on the ground. Lin Mo stepped into the sunlight and stretched lazily. This wretched place doesn't even have a spot to lie down, he complained casually. Raising his eyes, he happened to see Zhao Tianze and the others blocking the way. The sneer on Zhao Tianze's face had long since frozen. His eyes were fixed on Lin Mo, as if he were staring at a ghost rising from the dead. Not dead. This kid actually walked out completely intact. Zhao Tianze took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his shock. He glanced at the tattered burlap sacks behind Lin Mo and felt a surge of confidence. Oh, isn't this our new champion? Zhao Tianze took a step forward, raising his voice high, afraid that those around might not hear him. How did you come out so quickly? You were inside for 3 hours, did you not dare to inhale the poison mist outside, hiding in the cracks of the rocks and trembling? Zhao Tianze pointed at the tattered sacks and burst into loud laughter. What are you carrying these ragged sacks for? The contents aren't just stones picked up at the entrance, are they? You think you can fool everyone with this junk, pretending you had a real experience in there? Lin Mo, your clownish tricks can only deceive the bumpkins who have never seen the world. The staff members of Longyuan Pavilion erupted into piercing laughter. To them, a new student spending 3 hours in a level 40 forbidden zone could only mean one thing: hiding in a safe area picking up stones. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks. He looked at Zhao Tianze, who was laughing so hard he was bent over as if watching a jumping clown. He couldn't even be bothered to say a word in retort. Lin Mo turned his head and waved to the dozen or so skeletons behind him. It's too heavy, just throw it away. The skeletons nodded with a clatter. With a loosening of their bony claws, the dozen burlap sacks taller than a person were heavily slammed onto the hard granite ground. These sacks were hastily rolled up by Lin Mo from some scraps he found in the abyss, their quality surprisingly poor. With that slam, the bottoms of the sacks ripped open and a crisp sound echoed throughout the entire square. Hundreds of fist-sized crystals radiating dazzling light poured out like potatoes dumped from a garbage pile. They rolled everywhere, ending up at Zhao Tianze's feet and under the middle-aged instructor's chair. The colorful glow instantly illuminated the dark entrance of the forbidden zone as bright as day. The violent and rich energy fluctuations swept through the crowd like a tsunami, nearly choking everyone present. Zhao Tianze's laughter abruptly stopped, as if someone had tightly gripped his throat. In that instant, the expression on his face shifted from pride to shock, then to sheer terror. He fixed his eyes on the massive crystal core at his feet, still radiating a dark red glow. His blood ran cold in that moment. This? Zhao Tianze's throat bobbed up and down with difficulty, his voice trembling uncontrollably. This is the core of a level 45 Bloodwing demon dragon. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into chaos. All the senior students surged forward as if they had lost their minds when they saw the crystals rolling across the ground. The gasps of astonishment came one after another, almost draining the surrounding air of oxygen. Damn, that's the poison sac crystal of a level 40 shadow poison spider. And over there, The one emitting black gas is the soul crystal of a level 50 Death Knight. These are all level 40 and above Lord grade crystals. How is this possible? Did he slaughter all the Lord monsters in the Blood Moon Abyss? Everyone went mad. At that moment, they felt their worldview crumbling. Lord grade crystals. Just taking one out to an auction in the outside world could fetch hundreds of thousands or millions. A top-tier elite team could only manage to get one or two after risking their lives for half a month. And now, this kid actually stuffed them into tattered burlap sacks. He just casually dumped them all over the ground like trash. How many Lord monsters did he have to kill to gather this many crystals? This was akin to digging up the ancestral graves of the entire Blood Moon Abyss. Zhao Tian's legs began to shake uncontrollably. He looked at the dazzling crystals littering the ground, then at Lin Mo's nonchalant face. A wave of unprecedented fear instantly shattered his psychological defenses. Thud! Zhao Tian's knees buckled, and he knelt directly in front of the pile of crystals. He didn't want to kneel. His pride and dignity did not allow him to kneel before a new student. His body simply would not obey. It was the most primal submission and trembling when facing an incomprehensible, terrifying power. The dozen staff members of Lanyuan Pavilion were also pale with fear, collapsing to the ground alongside Zhao Tianzi, lacking even the courage to look up. The mocking words from earlier felt like invisible slaps, leaving their faces bloodied and bruised. Lin Mo stepped forward. He kicked aside the Bloodwing Demon Dragon crystal that had rolled to his feet, his movements casual, as if kicking a stone in his way. He looked down from above at Zhao Tianzi, who was trembling on the ground. What did you just say? Lin Mo's voice was calm, devoid of any emotion. What exactly is in this burlap sack of mine? Zhao Tianzi turned pale as a ghost. Cold sweat streamed down his face, dripping onto the glowing crystals. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single syllable. The surrounding 1,000 students had slowed their breathing to a crawl. All their minds were left with a single thought. This was not an experience in the Forbidden Zone. This was clearly a trip to the abyss for supplies. Lin Mo casually found a shady corner. With a snap of his fingers, he instructed the skeletal servant to drag over 2 broken wooden tables and push them together. Countless Lord-tier spirit crystals tumbled onto the tabletop in a thunderous cascade, as though pouring potatoes onto a counter. A kaleidoscope of high-tier energy halos bathed the entire plaza in radiant festival-like brilliance. Lin Mo retrieved a tattered cardboard sheet from his spatial ring. With a charcoal pen, he scrawled bold, sweeping characters across it: half price for all, no credit clearance sale. Having finished, he stood upright before the table. Then he leaned back into a nearby reclining chair and closed his eyes to catch some rest. For a moment, the plaza fell into deathly silence, before erupting into a deafening, ceiling-shaking roar of frenzy. The crowd exploded into utter pandemonium. Half price. It's truly half price. A level 40 Shadow Venom Spider crystal sells for 1.5 million on the open market, but here it's only 75000. Don't shove me. That Bloodwing Dragon crystal was mine first. I'll pay 2 million. Over 1,000 senior students surged forward like rabid beasts. Such high-tier materials were ordinarily impossible to acquire. They were tightly monopolized by elite factions within the academy. Even students with ample funds had no choice but to queue humbly and beg for access. Now, however, these treasures lay exposed on a simple street stall, like cabbages at a farmer's market. Half price for everything. Anyone who hesitated was nothing short of a fool. Form a line, cash or credit card, then collect your goods. Cut the line, and your hand is forfeit. Lin Mo murmured this without opening his eyes. Instantly, a skeletal assassin stepped forward. His bone blade flashed with an icy, lethal gleam. An unmasked, bone-chilling aura of slaughter swept through the crowd, halting their madness in its tracks. Everyone obediently formed a long, orderly queue, clutching their academic credit cards and black gold cards, eyes wide with anticipation. Zhao Tianzi, kneeling nearby, watched the scene unfold and drained of all color. His entire body trembled violently like a sieve shaken by terror. It was over. Utterly over. The Lanyuan Pavilion's dominance across the academy had never rested upon brute force. It rested upon absolute monopoly over the high-tier material market, buying up scattered resources at rock-bottom prices, hoarding them relentlessly, then reselling them at exorbitant rates to students desperate to break through cultivation bottlenecks. They held the academy's very lifeline of resources in their grip. Now Lin Mo's clearance sale had stripped them bare, down to their undergarments. Hundreds, thousands of high-tier spirit crystals flooded the market. The pavilion's vaults, crammed with billions worth of hoarded stock, instantly collapsed in value, reduced to worthless, depreciating rubble. This was no mere slap to the face. It was desecration of the Lanyuan Pavilion's ancestral tomb. It threatened to shatter their financial backbone, pushing them straight toward bankruptcy and liquidation. Hurry, alert the pavilion master. Zhao Tianzi seized a dazed junior official beside him and roared hysterically. Summon the master from seclusion, immediately. If he doesn't come now, the Longyuan Pavilion's entire empire will be shattered beyond repair. Within 10 minutes, 1/3 of the spirit crystals before Lin Mo had already been sold. His academic credit account and private treasury swelled at a terrifying, visibly palpable pace. The skeletal servants bustled about their transactions so rapid that their bony joints seemed poised to spark. Suddenly, a violent gale tore across the plaza sky. The clear blue heavens darkened in an instant. An overwhelming, suffocating pressure descended, like Mount Tai crashing down, engulfing the plaza without warning. Senior students lining up for materials paled drastically, even breathing became agonizing. Several lower-level freshmen collapsed to their knees under the weight of that oppressive aura, chests tight and breathless. Who dares smash the Longyuan Pavilion's dominion within the Longshan Academy? A voice frigid and thunderous detonated midair. It dripped with supreme arrogance and naked murderous intent. The crowd recoiled in panic, parting like a terrified tide. A broad path cleared before them. Down it strode a young man clad in a dark gold dragon-embroidered trench coat, flanked by a retinue of attendants. His face was stern, his gaze razor-sharp. With each step, deep fissures split the granite beneath his feet. A level 60 senior, a top-tier powerhouse among fourth years. A peerless genius ranked among the top 5 of the dragon list. The current pavilion master of Longyuan, Gu Tianxing. It's senior brother Gu. He's actually appeared in person. Lin Mo has severed Longyuan's revenue stream entirely. No wonder he's furious. Top 5 on the dragon list. He's a monster capable of battling 5th transformation experts outside the academy. Lin Mo has truly kicked a mountain of iron this time. Gu Tianxing is no half-baked fighter like Lei Zhan. Students scrambled backward, trembling, refusing to approach within 10 meters of Gu Tianxing. The sheer unassailable pressure radiating from this apex cultivator was too terrifying to bear. Gu Tianxing halted before the stall. His eyes swept across the glittering trove of high-tier spirit crystals, and a flash of fierce greed and visceral pain flickered in their depths. These priceless treasures should have belonged solely to the Longyuan Pavilion. Then his gaze dropped to Zhao Tianzi kneeling in the mud like a broken wretch. A cold, contemptuous snort escaped his nostrils. Worthless trash, bringing shame upon us all. Gu Tianxing's glare locked onto Lin Mo, still reclining in his chair. His oppressive aura surged forth unrestrained, coalescing into an invisible crushing wave aimed directly at Lin Mo. So, you're the arrogant freshman who knows neither heaven nor earth. Gu Tianxing loomed over Lin Mo, his tone glacial and sharp as shattered ice. Cease this farce, immediately. Hand over every remaining spirit crystal along with all academic credits you fraudulently acquired to the Longyuan Pavilion. I may spare your life, if you surrender both hands for severance. His words carried the ironclad authority of absolute command. No one present doubted for a second he was bluffing. He possessed not only the power, but the unflinching will to fulfill every word. On the Longshan Academy campus, a top 5 dragon list ranking was synonymous with immutable truth. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. He did not flinch, not even a fraction, from that devastating aura capable of pulverizing mortal organs. A skeletal servant waved a palm leaf fan, effortlessly dispersing the lethal pressure wave into oblivion. Lin Mo sat upright, stretched languidly, and appraised Gu Tianxing, who bristled with murderous intent from head to toe. So, you're the pavilion master who came to serve me tea? Silence crashed over the plaza like a physical blow. Every onlooker stared at Lin Mo as if he were utterly deranged, daring such insolence before a dragon list top 5 sovereign with death already at his throat. Gu Tianxing's eyes froze into twin shards of absolute zero. A tangible wave of killing intent plunged the surrounding air to sub-zero temperatures. It seems you prefer punishment over grace. He slowly raised his right hand. In his palm, a vortex of annihilating black storm raged, swirling, coalescing, and roaring with apocalyptic fury. A swirling black storm raged violently in Gu Tianxing's palm, powerful enough to shred Lin Mo and his reclining chair into dust. Beside Lin Mo, the small skeleton tightened its grip on its bone blade, ready to decapitate the arrogant show-off with a single stroke. At that critical moment, a golden light blazed forth from the central plaza of the Longshan Academy, brighter than the sun itself. It pierced through the clouds, flooding the entire plaza in radiant brilliance. Everyone instinctively shut their eyes. The black storm in Gu Tianxing's hand was abruptly severed by the sudden, overwhelming radiance. He whirled around sharply, locking his gaze onto the plaza's center. The dragon list. The battle rank steel has awakened. Panic erupted across the crowd in shrill, terrified cries. The dragon list of Longshan Academy is a colossal stone steely passed down for over a century. Only the top 1,000 students in combat prowess may inscribe their names upon it. Ordinarily, the steel lies dormant and lifeless, its luminous awakening reserved solely for moments of seismic shifts in the rankings. No one had time left to mock Lin Mo. All eyes turned toward the towering dragon list steely piercing the heavens. As the golden light gradually faded, dense rows of names shimmered into view upon its surface. Look at the very bottom. An observant senior shouted. There at the 1,000th position, the lowest rank inscribed, the steel suddenly flared with 2 crimson characters. Lin Mo. He's made the list. A freshman, freshly enrolled not yet having completed a single formal class, has broken into the dragon list. A collective gasp froze the air, but this was only the beginning. Those 2 characters, Lin Mo, shot upward like a rocket igniting. Bathed in searing blood-red light, they surged relentlessly up the steely rank 800, rank 500, rank 300. Upperclassmen, juniors and seniors who once stood unassailable atop the hierarchy, watched in stunned silence as their own names were trampled beneath Lin Mo's ascent. It's still rising. How is this possible? He's breached the top 100. Zhao Tianzi, deputy master of the Longyuan Pavilion, collapsed onto the ground. His mind reeled, buzzing with dissonance as those 2 leaping crimson characters burned before his eyes. The top 100 was an absolute sanctum. Even Zhao Tianzi, a third-year wind element mage, had never pierced its threshold. Yet Lin Mo's name showed no sign of halting. Rank 50, rank 30, rank 11. Silence swallowed the plaza whole. Every mouth hung agape. Even heartbeats seemed to stutter and stall. Suddenly Lin Mo's name leapt, violently displacing the elite senior who had held the 9th position, casting him down without mercy. It settled firmly on the 9th line. Golden light erupted anew, brilliant, final, irrevocable. 9th rank on the Longshan Academy battle list. Lin Mo. High above, a solemn array voice resonated across the entire academy. New student Lin Mo. Solely cleared the high-risk Forbidden Zone Blood Moon Abyss. Number of lore-tier monstrous entities slain exceeds the array's upper calculation limit. Comprehensive combat assessment revised. Immediate ascension to 9th rank on the dragon list. Hearing the proclamation, the crowd stood numb. Their gaze fell upon Lin Mo's makeshift stall, where hundreds upon hundreds of lore-tier core crystals gleamed dully under the sun. At last they understood their origin. This wasn't mere monster slaying. It was wholesale slaughter. Gu Tianxing stood frozen before the stall, his face as blackened and charred as scorched timber. His fists clenched so tightly his fingernails bit deep into his palms. The black storm he'd gathered in his palm had long since dissipated into nothingness. He dared not strike. Longshan Academy upheld an ironclad decree unchanged for 100 years to safeguard its elite warriors. All members ranked within the dragon list's top 10 are strictly forbidden from engaging in private combat against one another. Should an irreconcilable blood feud arise, only one recourse remains: petition the Academy to sanction a life-and-death arena match. Sign the death pact, mount the platform, and entrust fate to heaven. If Gu Tianxing struck Lin Mo now, he would openly defy the Academy's foundational law. Even as a top 5 dragon list member, he would face immediate expulsion and likely have his entire cultivation foundation shattered. Master, Zhao Tianzi scrambled on hands and knees to Gu Tianxing's feet, voice trembling. He's ranked 9th now. What do we do? He's now one of the dragon list's top 10. Silence. With a vicious kick Gu Tianxing sent Zhao Tianzi flying backward over 10 meters. Rage boiled his lungs. Today he'd arrived with overwhelming force, determined to publicly cripple this audacious freshman and restore the Longyuan Pavilion's prestige. Instead, he found himself shackled by his own institution's immutable law, reduced to a laughingstock before the entire academy. Lin Mo reclined lazily on his chair, turning over slowly with deliberate nonchalance. His gaze met Gu Tianxing's livid expression. Why stop? Where's that murky little whirlwind you were brandishing? Blow me some cool air, why don't you? Gu Tianxing stood motionless before the stall, the black storm fully dispersed. His eyes remained locked on the shabby reclining chair, on Lin Mo's lethargic half-dead posture, and his fury threatened to rupture his chest. The top 10 restriction loomed over him like an immovable mountain. One move, and the Academy's enforcement squad would pin him to the ground before the first second elapsed. Very well. If you insist on hiding behind rules like a cowardly turtle, Gu Tianxing drew a slow, deep breath, and his rage twisted into a cruel, chilling smile. Then let us abide by the rules. With a flick of his wrist, he withdrew a dark red parchment scroll from his spatial ring and slammed it down with a sharp crack. It struck Lin Mo's patched-together wooden table so hard that several core crystals tumbled to the ground. Dragon List Challenge Scroll. Gu Tianxing looked down upon Lin Mo, his eyes brimming with predatory bloodlust. Noon tomorrow at the Central Life and Death Arena. Sign it. We shall settle both supremacy and mortality. At the words life and death arena, every senior present drew a sharp, involuntary breath. That arena was Longshan Academy's most brutal ground, where all external laws dissolved. Once stepped upon, the battle ended only when one fighter breathed his last. The arena's formation would not open until then. Senior Brother Gu is serious now. Of course, he's been humiliated beyond redemption. How could he swallow this? The life and death arena? Even the headmaster holds no authority to intervene in such a duel. Zhao Tianzi staggered upright, retreating behind Gu Tianqing. With his protector restored, his confidence swelled. Why stay silent? He pointed accusingly at Lin Mo. Weren't you bold enough just moments ago? Then sign the scroll, right now. Refuse, and kneel instantly before Senior Brother Gu to beg forgiveness. Lin Mo did not even glance at the parchment scroll. He was busy sweeping the remaining spirit crystals on the table into a large sack, then tossed the black gold credit card, earned moments earlier from selling materials, twice in his palm. The card held several 100 million credits, a windfall from this massive liquidation sale. At Zhao Tianzi's taunting challenge, Lin Mo barely stirred. He slipped the black gold card into his trouser pocket and rose slowly, stretching languidly as his bones cracked with sharp rhythmic pops. Noon tomorrow. Lin Mo yawned, his expression dripping with disdain. That's my usual nap time. This would severely disrupt my sleep quality. Gu Tianqing snorted derisively. A rather inventive excuse. Just say you're afraid to die. If you sever both arms now and leave Longshan Academy, I'll pretend today never happened. Lin Mo ignored the mockery. He lowered his gaze to the dark red challenge scroll, its surface densely inscribed with clauses. The wager section remained blank. A fight is acceptable, Lin Mo said, tapping that blank space with one finger. But in a life and death arena, betting only your life lacks flair. Add your entire fortunes, every credit, every artifact. Whoever loses surrenders all assets and departs the academy forever. Lin Mo lifted his eyes to meet Gu Tianqing's. Dare you play? Gu Tianqing froze. He had never imagined, facing imminent doom, this youth would dare escalate the stakes. Do you truly believe climbing to 9th on the dragon list through point grinding makes you my equal? Gu Tianqing laughed, a bitter, furious sound. Fine. Let me see how many lives you possess for me to end. Hold on. I'm not finished. Lin Mo waved a hand, cutting Gu Tianqing off. His gaze swept coolly over the Longyuan pavilion enforcers standing behind him. His eyes held weary resignation, as if burdened by an unwelcome chore. I detest overtime work. He sighed. Defeat you today, and tomorrow some deputy pavilion master or hall chief will surely come pestering me. Fighting them one by one wastes too much time. I'd have no hours left even to sleep. Lin Mo strode to the wooden table. He picked up a carbon fiber pen and sketched 2 casual strokes across the parchment scroll, then slid it back toward Gu Tianqing. Here's my proposal, Lin Mo said, his tone as placid as haggling over cabbages at a market. All 100 of your Longyuan pavilion members ranked on the dragon list. Face me together tomorrow at noon. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Silence descended upon the plaza, absolute, suffocating, deathly still. Everyone doubted their own hearing. Did he just say, all 100 dragon list cultivators of Longyuan Pavilion, together? Mad. He's utterly mad. A third-year senior clutched his head, eyes bulging with disbelief. Those are 100 dragon list masters. Any single one could dominate an entire region outside the academy. He intends to take on the academy's most elite 100, alone. A heartbeat later, the plaza erupted, roaring deafening, as if the ceiling itself might shatter. Such audacity. Such brazen arrogance. This was no longer mere arrogance. It was utter dehumanization. Hearing this, Zhao Tianzi first froze, then exploded into hysterical laughter. Ha! Lin Mo, did the toxic miasma in the blood moon abyss rot your brain? 1 against 100. Do you think this is child's play? Gu Tianqing's facial muscles convulsed violently. He stared at Lin Mo, eyes blazing with incandescent fury. This was naked humiliation. As a peerless genius ranked among the top 5 on the dragon list, he had never endured such contempt. Yet beneath his rage a flash of wild elation surged. This youth was too arrogant. His hubris had eclipsed reason. 100 dragon list masters united. Even mentors above level 60 would retreat before such force. What could a freshman possibly wield against them? Those ragged skeletal constructs behind him. Are you certain? Gu Tianqing demanded, urgently, terrified Lin Mo might retract his words. Once inked on the challenge scroll, the formation law binds irrevocably. Retract now, and not even your bone fragments will remain. Lin Mo tossed the carbon fiber pen onto the table. Enough talk. Sign, or take your people and leave. I sign. Fearing the prize might slip away, Gu Tianqing bit deep into his index finger. Crimson blood welled forth and pressed firmly onto the covenant formation engraved on the parchment. Without hesitation, he swiftly revised the terms. Combatants increased to 100, wager clause updated. Party A. Longyuan Pavilion's Dragon List 100. Party B. Lin Mo. Wager total assets. An expulsion from the academy for the loser. Having completed the amendments, Gu Tianxing slid the scroll toward Lin Mo, his gaze cold, unblinking, as if already gazing upon a corpse. Your turn. Lin Mo didn't bother reading the clauses. He accepted the sealing clay offered by a small skeleton and pressed his thumb indifferently onto the bottommost line of the scroll. Boom. The instant the covenant sealed, the dark red parchment ignited spontaneously, no wind, no spark, flaring into a scarlet pillar that pierced the heavens. High above the academy's colossal formation system, word to life. In the sky, a colossal character, death, flashed once, blinding and absolute. This signified the highest tier life and death arena, now locked irrevocably by celestial law. No interference permitted. No obstruction allowed. Only when one side perished entirely or surrendered all assets would the contest conclude. Gu Tianxing watched the crimson light fade in the sky and burst into triumphant, cruel laughter. Lin Mo, your final hour has arrived. He extended a finger, pointing it vaguely at Lin Mo's chest. Savor your last night upon this earth. Tomorrow's arena will teach you the price of arrogance. With that, he raised his hand. We depart. And with his Longyuan Pavilion enforcers in tow, he marched from the plaza, determined to summon every dragon list member within the pavilion immediately. To prepare for tomorrow's massacre. Students watching Lin Mo shook their heads in sorrow. None believed he could win. Unknown against 100 apex prodigies. Utter fantasy. Meanwhile, high atop the academy, in the headmaster's office, the venerable headmaster studied the Blood Moon Abyss energy report with pained concern, when suddenly a streak of scarlet light flashed across the sky outside his window. He jerked upright, spotting the colossal death character. A life and death arena. The headmaster blinked, stunned. Hurrying to his desk, he activated the formation surveillance interface and froze upon seeing the names of the covenant parties. His eyelids fluttered wildly. He nearly fainted. What has this young master done now? Frantic, he leapt about, fingers tangling desperately in his sparse white hair. 1 against 100. He means to face Longyuan Pavilion's 100 alone. Beside him, the academic director wiped sweat from his brow. Headmaster, what do we do? Once initiated, even you cannot forcibly terminate a life and death arena. If Lin Mo dies on that platform, how shall we answer to the higher authorities? The headmaster slumped into his chair, staring blankly at the screen. Die. He let out a bitter, tearless chuckle, more harrowing than tears. Do you truly believe he'll die? He flattened the Blood Moon Abyss today, not a single hair disturbed. The headmaster buried his face in his hands, voice thick with anguish. I fear what happens if he grows angry tomorrow and reduces our academy's finest 100 talents to ash, right there on the arena floor. Back at the plaza, the crowd dispersed, rushing to secure prime vantage points for tomorrow's spectacle. This unprecedented gamble would etch itself indelibly into Longshan Academy's annals. Lin Mo tossed the sack brimming with spirit crystals to a skeletal attendant behind him. Stretching again, he ambled toward his villa, flip-flops slapping softly, when he paused after 2 steps. There beneath the dappled shade of a distant tree stood Su Qinghan, windbreaker flaring gently, her breathtaking face utterly serene, untroubled. Yet deep within her eyes flickered something fierce, feverish, an unnameable burning intensity. Tomorrow is the 100. Her voice was crystalline, cool, and clear. Any confidence? Lin Mo didn't turn. He simply waved a hand, leaving behind an effortlessly nonchalant silhouette. 100 pigs versus 1 pig. Makes little difference in slaughter. Merely requires 1 extra stroke. The night before the final confrontation, across the Longshan Academy, and indeed throughout the entire imperial capital's academic circle, chaos erupted like a storm. The academy's official forum crashed 3 times under the tsunami of traffic. The entire web was ablaze with feverish speculation over this unprecedented, earth-shaking duel. A freshman who had enrolled less than 10 days ago was to face alone on the life and death arena the 100-strong elite core of the academy's most powerful faction, the Longyuan Pavilion. Underground betting syndicates sprang into action overnight. Odds were posted with ever more outrageous spreads, reaching staggering disparities that left spectators speechless. The odds for Lin Mo's victory stood at 1/1000. For the Longyuan Pavilion's victory, 110.01. Virtually no one placed faith in Lin Mo. On the lawn outside Building 1, several senior students gathered, placing frantic bets. How much did you wager? What kind of question is that? I've staked my entire academic credit balance on the Longyuan Pavilion. This is pure profit, free money. A tall, lean student waved his academic credit card, his face flushed with excitement. Beside him, a bespectacled student swallowed hard, hesitating. But Lin Mo soloed the Blood Moon Abyss today, knocking down the 9th-ranked master on the dragon list. What if he possesses some world-defying trump card? You've got water in your brain. With a sharp slap to his companion's nape, the tall student scoffed. Clearing a dungeon solo is one thing. Being surrounded and slaughtered on the life-and-death arena is another entirely. That's 100 masters from the dragon list. Assassins, mages, shield warriors, and support specialists, flawlessly balanced across all classes. His voice rose with fervor, spittle flying. Even if Lin Mo were a Tyrannosaurus Rex tomorrow, he'll be reduced to nothing but bleached bones by 100 starving wolves. Stop hesitating. Follow senior brother Gu and feast on the spoils. Gritting his teeth, the bespectacled student transferred every last credit in his account to the Longyuan Pavilion. The Academy's public sentiment had tilted overwhelmingly in one direction. All believed Lin Mo was walking straight into certain death. Yet at the eye of this maelstrom, the Longsho Villa, profound silence reigned, so absolute that not even the chirp of an insect could be heard. Inside the villa's spacious underground training hall, Lin Mo lounged comfortably on a leather sofa, clad only in loose athletic shorts and a white t-shirt. At his feet lay numerous custom-forged alloy crates. These crates contained high-tier soul stones, purchased urgently through the Academy's black market, funded by the colossal sum he'd earned selling crystal cores. He spent several 100 million credits, without blinking an eye. Wealth is meaningless. It comes with us not at birth, nor departs with us at death. Lin Mo picked up a frost-chilled cola can and popped the tap. Only when transformed into combat power does money truly serve its purpose. With a casual snap of his fingers, the alloy crates sprang open. Tens of thousands of high-purity, high-tier soul stones glowed with an alluring, deep blue radiance. Lin Mo focused his will, and the innate seal buried deep within his soul ignited instantly. An incomprehensibly vast force of absorption erupted from his limbs and viscera. Within moments, the soul stones dimmed visibly inside their crates. They dissolved into ribbons of refined death energy, surging violently into Lin Mo's body. He didn't move a single finger, yet the torrent of energy seamlessly transmuted into the primordial source required for summoning. Expand the formation. Setting aside the cola can, Lin Mo uttered 2 words, calm and uninflected. A resonant hum shook the air, and space itself began to warp violently within the training hall. Dark gold ripples spread across the empty floor, wave upon wave. No thunderous roar accompanied them. Only a bone-deep, hair-raising aura of deathly solemnity. 1, 10, 100, 1,000 towering skeletal snipers, each over 2 meters tall, stepped forth silently from the ripples. Each wore wide, flowing black cloaks. Most of their skeletal frames vanished into profound shadow. In every bony hand rested a massive white-bone sniper rifle, 1.5 meters long. 1,000 skeletal snipers assembled before Lin Mo in 10 immaculately aligned 100-man squares. Not a whisper, not a clink, not a single extraneous sound. Like a phantom legion risen from the deepest hells, Lin Mo rose barefoot in flip-flops and ambled slowly to the front of the formation. He stood as a peerless sovereign, reviewing his legions, his gaze sweeping across these emotionless engines of slaughter. Frost-laced chill hung thick in the air. The skeletal sentinels instinctively bowed their heads, polishing their bone rifles, etched with crimson demonic runes, with reverent care. Within their hollow eye sockets, sapphire blue nether flames flickered serene and eternal. Tomorrow at noon, our opponents, number 100. Hands tucked lazily into his pockets, Lin Mo spoke with the casual tone one might use to plan breakfast. Since they delight in overwhelming others with sheer numbers, we shall deliver them a lesson they'll never forget. Lin Mo approached the first sniper in the front rank. He tapped the icy, rigid barrel with his knuckle. A crisp, hollow clack echoed like striking bone. Listen carefully, he said, turning to face the 1,000 silent reapers, and began issuing tomorrow's tactical orders. You will not descend onto the arena floor for close quarters combat. Raising a single finger, he pointed toward the ceiling above the basement. Ascend, all of you, to the heavens. Conceal yourselves within the cloud layer, suppress your presence to absolute zero. As one, the 1,000 skeletal snipers lifted their heads. 1,000 bone rifle muzzles gleamed with terrifying dark gold luster beneath the lights. Absolute range 10 kilometers. Guaranteed headshots, armor irrelevant. Fix your sights, unwaveringly, on the heads of those 100 fools. A wild, unbridled smirk curled Lin Mo's lips. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers sharply. Snap. Follow my signal. His eyes turned colder than 10th sandier glacier ice. No need to aim for hearts. No need to cripple limbs. The moment I give the order. He paused, letting silence deepen the weight of his words. His voice dripped with merciless authority. Execute precision long-range strikes, beyond visual range. 1,000 rifles. Blow those 100 heads off collectively like overripe watermelons. Clack. 1,000 rifles cycled bolts in perfect unison, the sharp, chilling symphony of death incarnate. Their action was answer enough. Meanwhile, outside the Longsho villa, the tranquil, ornamental grove seethed with unseen currents. Dozens of figures clad in black night suits clung like geckos to massive tree trunks. Imperial capital's elite covert scouts dispatched by rival factions. Among them were several high-tier assassins, hired at exorbitant cost by the Longyuan Pavilion. Any movement inside the villa, whispered a black-clad figure perched atop the canopy, speaking softly into a micro-earpiece. He peered intently through a high-magnification night vision scope fixed on the villa's tightly shut main gate. Not a soul, not even a shadow, came the disdainful chuckle from another tree. It's past midnight. He's probably hiding under his blankets drafting his last will. 1 versus 100 tomorrow. Even with 3 heads and 6 arms, he'll be minced into meat paste. Senior Gu ordered watch him tonight. Absolutely no chance he slips away under cover of darkness. Keep your eyes sharp. His voice choked off mid-sentence. An indescribable, terrifying aura of slaughter erupted without warning from the villa's subterranean depths. It swept across the entire ornamental grove in an instant, utterly devoid of magical resonance, yet pure, frigid, and absolute in its lethality. The temperature plummeted below freezing in that single breath. 13 elite hidden assassins froze simultaneously, as if struck by lightning. Each felt himself locked in the gaze of countless ancient feral beasts lurking in the darkness. Gooseflesh rose. Cold sweat drenched their inner layers of night suits. A suffocating sense of crisis seized their hearts like iron claws. What in the 9 hells is this? The lead assassin stiffened his dagger hand, trembling uncontrollably. Where is such overwhelming killing intent coming from? He spun his eyes wildly, scouring the surrounding blackness for its origin. Nothing. No ambush. No formation. Only the villa, eerily still, unervingly silent. Retreat, now. I feel 100 blades pressed against my throat. One scout whose nerves cracked under the invisible pressure sobbed into his whisper. There is something profoundly unholy here. Just as the scouts' hearts pounding with primal terror prepared to flee in disarray. That monstrous aura of slaughter receded like a tide, vanishing utterly as if it had never been. Silence rushed back, dead, absolute, suffocating. The 13 elite scouts stared at each other, gasping for breath. Their eyes fixed on the placid Longsho villa brimmed with raw, nameless dread. The lead assassin swallowed, blood-tinted saliva trickling from his lip. He knew this had been no illusion. Tomorrow's life-and-death arena, where the Longyuan Pavilion's 100 prodigies would stand, would meet not a man but an unyielding slab of meteoric iron forged beyond the heavens. The scorching noon sun blazed down upon the earth. At the heart of the Dragon God Academy stood its central arena, a colossal life-and-death coliseum capable of seating 100,000 spectators, now filled to capacity. The atmosphere in the grandstands hung heavy with suffocating tension. Even the aisles overflowed with senior students and instructors who had skipped class to witness the spectacle. Every gaze was locked, unblinking, upon the arena's center. On one side of the arena stood 100 figures in perfect formation. Clad uniformly in custom-forged dark gold combat suits, each bore a coiling dragon insignia upon their chest. These were not merely elite warriors of the Longyuan Pavilion. They were the top 100 monsters ranked on the dragon list: mages, shield warriors, assassins, and clerics. A flawlessly balanced multi-class battle formation, impenetrable, seamless, ironclad. Each wielded a high-tier weapon radiating palpable, terrifying pressure. Gu Tianxing stood at the vanguard of the formation. In his grip rested a 2-handed greatsword wreathed in black tempests. His gaze was glacial, piercing, merciless. Zhao Tianzi stood beside him, his face twisted into an unrestrained, vicious grin. "Master, time is nearly upon us," he said, glancing at the arcane chronometer on his wrist, and let out a derisive snort. "Has that cowardly turtle finally wet himself in terror and fled the city by overnight express?" Gu Tianxing cast him a cold, dismissive glance. The life-and-death covenant has been sealed. The formation has already locked onto his aura. Even if he fled to the ends of heaven and earth, he shall die upon this arena today. The moment Gu Tianxing finished speaking, the massive reinforced steel gates of the arena groaned open from outside. Blinding sunlight poured through the widening crack. 10,000 breaths froze in unison. Countless eyes snapped toward the silhouette walking calmly through the light. Backlit, indistinct, yet utterly commanding. Lin Mo strode in, wearing his ever-unchanging flip-flops. Hands buried deep in the pockets of his plain white t-shirt, he sauntered into the gaze of 100,000 souls. He yawned, clearly sleep-deprived, and stepped onto the arena stairs with unhurried grace, one step, then another. Alone, Lin Mo walked straight to the very center of the arena. No legion of skeletal warriors, no diminutive attendant perpetually fanning him with a palm leaf fan. Not even the battered beach chair he used for reclining. Absent today. Just him. Barehanded. Empty-handed. standing before 100 fully armed dragon list masters. Students in the stands stared dumbfounded. Why did he come alone? Where are his summons? Could it be he's already accepted his doom and surrendered without resistance? He didn't even bring a weapon. Does this boy think he's here to offer his head on a platter? Gu Tianxing's brow knotted tightly as he glared at Lin Mo's solitary figure. Where there is anomaly, there must be artifice. A madman who soloed the Blood Moon Abyss would never walk willingly to his death. Zhao Tianze burst into laughter. He pointed at Lin Mo, convulsing with mirth, tears brimming in his eyes. Lin Mo, where's your pile of rotten bones? Weren't you quite the show-off yesterday in the plaza? His voice amplified across the arena by arcane resonance arrays dripped with scorn. So when it comes to real bloodshed, do even your skeletons find you too shameful to face the crowd? Lin Mo remained motionless, not even lifting his eyelids. His gaze swept over the 100 so-called prodigies arrayed before him, cold, detached, profoundly bored. To deal with trash like you. He dug idly at his ear, his voice quiet, yet crystalline, carrying effortlessly to every corner of the arena. Do I need to bring anything at all? That single sentence ignited the 100-strong formation like dry tinder, pure, incandescent insult. 100 dragon list masters, mocked to their faces by a freshman with hands still buried in his pockets. Master, don't waste words on him. A hot-tempered shield warrior roared, slamming his massive tower shield into the ground with a thunderous boom. Let me tear his mouth off first. Gu Tianxing raised a hand, silencing the rising fury behind him. His eyes locked onto Lin Mo, murder blazing unchecked in their depths. He would not permit this clown to draw another breath. Even 1 second more would desecrate the Longyuan Pavilion's honor. Sharp-tongued fool. Gu Tianxing tightened his grip on the greatsword, its blade thrust forward, unwavering, lethal. I hope your bones prove as hard as your mouth does. High above the arbiter of this life and death duel hovered Midair, a venerable elder of the academy, silver-haired and solemn. His expression held deep, conflicted sorrow as he gazed down at Lin Mo. He longed to intervene, but the life and death covenant was irrevocable. His hands were tied. Both sides are prepared, he intoned, his voice echoing across the dome, laced with quiet regret. Life and death arena, fate shall decide. With a resonant hum, a semi-transparent crimson barrier rose from the arena's perimeter, sealing the entire Colosseum in an inescapable dome. Once the barrier ascended, there would be no retreat, only death or victory. Combat begins. At the arbiter's thunderous command, the air itself turned thick, stagnant, and silent. Gu Tianxing wasted no breath, not even a pretense of chivalry. Against a variable as unpredictable as Lin Mo, even a lion must strike the hare with full force. Form the formation, full firepower saturation. With a furious downward slash of his greatsword, Gu Tianxing's roar shattered the arena's tense stillness. Reduce him to dust. Boom. 100 dragon list masters moved as one, flawless instinctual synchrony. Dozens of mages simultaneously raised their staves. Dazzling arcane light erupted and coalesced overhead. Fire-based forbidden spells took shape as roaring dragons of flame. Ice magic crystallized into a blizzard of razor-edged frost blades. Lightning writhed. Gales shrieked. A kaleidoscope of high-tier spells, each bearing cataclysmic might, locked onto the lone slender figure at the arena's center. Simultaneously, dozens of melee combatants drew their weapons. Countless surging swordoras and cleaving blade moons swept low across the ground, interweaving into a seamless, suffocating net of death. Targeting Lin Mo's legs, designed to sever, cripple, immobilize. Above, a dozen elite assassins had already dissolved into shadow. Their poison-dipped daggers gleamed with lethal coldness, poised to slit his throat the instant he faltered. One coordinated assault from 100 apex talents, its destructive potential sufficient to level an entire small city in a single heartbeat. The arena's reinforced floor began cracking under the sheer weight of converging pressure. The torrent of spells and swordoras descending upon Lin Mo resembled an inescapable storm of annihilation. Every possible vector of evasion, up, down, left, right, was sealed with absolute finality. All 100,000 spectators held their breath, paralyzed. Such overwhelming, omnidirectional devastation. Not even a fresh novice could survive it. Even a level 60 instructor would be obliterated, instantly reduced to ash without trace. All eyes widened, straining to catch the fear on Lin Mo's face, to watch him flee like a terrified stray dog. They were utterly disappointed. Lin Mo remained rooted in place. His hands never left his pockets. He did not flinch, not even a flicker of his brow, as the apocalyptic storm descended upon him. He lifted his chin just slightly, his gaze passing serenely through the searing arcs of magic, fixing instead upon the thick, brooding cloud cover high above the arena. A predatory smile curled his lips. In a distant corner of the stands, Chu Ran's eyes burned, crimson fists clenched until his knuckles whitened. Die? Die! He screamed, inwardly raw with ecstasy. Ah! In the front rows, several timid girls shrieked in terror. Hands clamped tightly over their eyes, refusing to witness what unfolded below. Already their minds conjured gruesome visions. Lin Mo, pierced by 1,000 blades, blasted into crimson mist by arcane fury. He was doomed. In every spectator's eyes, this outrageously arrogant freshman was already a corpse. The maelstrom of magic detonated, unleashing its annihilating force dead center upon the arena. Blazing fire and crackling thunder illuminated the 100,000-seat arena as if it were broad daylight. The coordinated assault of 100 elite cultivators exerted a pressure so overwhelming it defied comprehension. Ferocious magical energy tore through the air with a grating, ear-piercing shriek. The arena's defensive formation trembled violently under that force, on the verge of total collapse. Freshmen in the stands had long since paled to the color of ash. Many squeezed their eyes shut tight, too terrified to witness the bloodshed about to unfold. Such overwhelming firepower would not only obliterate a first-year novice, it would reduce an entire mountain peak to dust in an instant. Gu Tianxing gripped his greatsword with both hands and laughed wildly, unbridled and unrestrained. Die. This is the price of provoking the Longyuan Pavilion. Before absolute power, your cheap parlor tricks are worth less than a puff of wind. Zhao Tianzi crouched behind the battle formation, trembling uncontrollably with exhilaration. He had waited for this moment far too long. If this barrage struck true, Lin Mo would be reduced to a shapeless pulp. Even 10 lives would not save him. Chu Ran sat hunched in a corner of the spectator seats, eyes bulging wide. He stared fixedly at the center of the arena, muttering feverishly under his breath. Crush him. Crush this arrogant bumpkin who doesn't know heaven from earth. The storm of annihilation hovered barely 10 meters above Lin Mo's head. The violent shockwave already lifted the stray strands of hair across his forehead. Lin Mo did not blink, not even once. He found it rather dull. 100 people had spent minutes gathering their strength, only to produce such paltry spectacle. It wasn't even enough to tickle him. Slowly Lin Mo raised his right hand. His thumb and middle finger rubbed together lightly. Before the gaze of 10,000 witnesses, he snapped his fingers, a crisp, clean sound. Snap. Soft yet distinct. Amidst the deafening roar of magical detonations, that snap was utterly insignificant. No dazzling light, no surging aura, no cataclysmic release of power. Lin Mo stood there motionless, serene, and unmoved. Frozen stiff with fear, Zhao Tianzi roared with laughter. Pretending to be divine right up until death, and now snapping your fingers like a fool. Do you think you're some immortal deity, eh? No one noticed. High above 1,000 meters into the sky, within the thick, undulating sea of clouds, lurked a terror beyond imagining. 1,000 death revenant snipers, skeletal figures clad in blackened bone armor, had already locked onto their target below. Cold and motionless, they lay in silent ambush amid the heavens. 1,000 bone-reinforced sniper rifles, their muzzles glowing with eerie cobalt blue deathlight, trained downward. And in that exact instant, Lin Mo snapped his fingers. 1,000 hollow eye sockets blazed with sudden, searing netherfire. Without hesitation, without pause, 1,000 ashen fingers simultaneously squeezed their triggers. There was no thunderous report, no flash of muzzle flare. Pure death energy compressed to its absolute limit, coalesced into 1,000 beams of spectral laser, utterly invisible to the naked eye, descending from the heavens. Silent, weightless, unaccompanied by even the faintest ripple of displaced air. They fell like the voiceless judgment of the Reaper himself, ignoring distance, transcending space, arriving in an instant. On the arena floor, Gu Tianxing's manic grin had not yet faded from his face. The Longyuan Pavilion's 100 cultivator formation activated its legendary joint shield, the so-called absolute defense, reputed capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a level 50 Lord-class entity. Pop. A soft, delicate sound, like a child bursting a soap bubble. That impregnable joint shield, upon contact with the nether lasers, shattered instantly, offering not even a single second of resistance, dissolving entirely into shimmering motes of scattered energy. Gu Tianxing's vision blurred for just a heartbeat. Then came a piercing, bone-deep agony in both knees. Crack. The sound of shattering bone rang out in perfect, horrifying unison. It was not only him. All 99 elite warriors behind him suffered the same devastating blow. Each nether laser pierced through their kneecaps with surgical precision, vaporizing the dense bone into nothingness. Their legs collapsed beneath them, suddenly utterly useless. Thud, thud, thud. 100 bodies. 100 masters once ranked among the dragon list, haughty, untouchable, invincible, fell like wheat stalks before the scythe, kneeling in unison upon the hard arena floor. So perfectly synchronized it resembled a grand solemn act of worship. 100 souls bowing low, faces pressed to stone toward Lin Mo, standing at the center of the arena. Mages lost control of their magic amid the sudden agony. Assassins crashed to the ground, daggers flying from their grasp. Shield warriors slammed into the tiles, shields and bodies alike embedded deep. And the torrent of fire and lightning poised to obliterate Lin Mo overhead, bereft of its wielder's sustaining spiritual energy. Disintegrated midair dissolving into a gentle warm breeze that brushed softly across Lin Mo's cheek, vanishing without trace, leaving only silence and clear sky. The apocalyptic maelstrom of one moment had become the tranquil serenity of the next. Lin Mo still stood with his hands tucked lazily into his pockets. Not a single thread of his clothing was singed. Gazing down upon Gu Tianxing kneeling before him, his expression held only disdain. Across the entire 100,000-seat arena, absolute silence. A stillness deeper than any tomb. So profound that even the fall of a needle would echo with crystalline clarity. 100,000 eyes locked onto the scene unfolding on the arena floor. Every mind had ceased all thought. No one understood what had just transpired. No one saw the lethal beams descending from the heavens. To their eyes, Lin Mo had simply raised his hand and snapped his fingers. And then, 100 elite warriors of the Longyuan Pavilion knelt as one. A cataclysmic barrage dissolved into absurdity, scattering like smoke in the wind. The image was surreal. Surreal, chilling to the marrow. Hawk. Half a minute passed before Zhao Tian's pig slaughter shriek shattered the arena's suffocating silence. He clutched his mangled, knees rolling violently across the floor, tears and snot streaming down his face. That scream ignited the fuse. All 100 elites erupted in agonized wails. Gu Tianxing's eyes burned crimson, teeth clenched so tightly his jaw trembled. Hands braced against the ground, he strained desperately to rise. But his lower legs hung limp and lifeless like noodles. 2 ghastly bleeding holes gaped where his kneecaps had been, blood pouring freely. What did you do? Gu Tianxing's voice cracked, shrill with terror and torment, as he stared at Lin Mo, seeing not a man but a monster. His whole body shook uncontrollably. Moi. Lin Mo took a single step forward, his flip-flop-clad foot landing steadily before Gu Tianxing's face. Weren't you just moments ago planning to blast me into dust? So why are you all kneeling here bowing your heads? Lin Mo lowered his gaze, studying Gu Tianxing's contorted, pain-racked features. His tone was utterly casual, like commenting on the weather. 100 of you attacking a single person, and your legs are this weak. Seems you've been neglecting your calcium intake. The venerable principal shot upright in his seat, fingers gripping the railing so tightly his knuckles turned white. In his clouded, aged eyes burned raw, incredulous horror. Dimensional suppression. He whispered hoarsely. Pure dimensional suppression. An overwhelming dominance of power operating on a completely different plane, leaving no room whatsoever for resistance. The elderly referee hovering midair stood frozen, rigid as a statue. Just moments earlier he had already channeled his full magical reserves, prepared to intervene and save Lin Mo. Yet reality had shattered every axiom he'd ever known. 100 of the realm's most gifted prodigies, neutralized by a single snap of the fingers. Chu Ran, huddled in his corner seat, had gone corpse-pale. A sour stench of fear hung thick in the air. His limbs locked rigid. He lacked even the strength to flee. 100 Dragon List masters, unable to so much as graze Lin Mo's sleeve, now knelt before him, broken and crippled. Su Qinghan stood at the very front of the crowd. She gazed at the languid youth at the arena's heart, drew a slow, deep breath, and felt her pulse hammer wildly in her chest. What unfathomable abyss was this boy truly? The acrid smoke above the arena dispersed with the wind. Inside the 100,000-seat stadium, silence reigned, broken only by the collective sharp intake of breath. Lin Mo bent slightly at the waist, gazing down at Gu Tianxing, who lay crumpled and motionless in a pool of blood. He didn't even bother to raise a hand. Instead, he lifted his right foot, its flip-flop worn thin with age, and used the tip of the sandal to arrogantly lift Gu Tianxing's chin. Forced upward, Gu Tianxing met Lin Mo's gaze. Calm, unfathomable, utterly devoid of storm or sentiment. Once among the top 5 on the dragon list, he now trembled violently like a tattered sack leaking wind. Agony and abject terror had shattered every vestige of his pride. Yesterday you claimed that at Longshan Academy you were the law. Lin Mo's voice was soft, but struck Gu Tianxing's heart like a sledgehammer. Now, with subtle pressure from his toe, Lin Mo's eyes turned glacial, cold, absolute, merciless. Tell me, who is the law? Gu Tianxing's lips turned violet, his teeth chattered uncontrollably. His vaunted strength, status, and dignity meant less than nothing before this freshman clad in threadbare flip-flops. He broke completely. You are the law. His voice cracked with sobs, tears mingled with cold sweat as they dripped into his mouth. I yield. Please, don't kill me. I yield. No sooner had the words left his lips than the blood-sealed life and death pact suspended midair erupted in blinding crimson light. The Academy's formation delivered its unyielding verdict. Victor Lin Mo defeated the 100-member Legion of Longyuan Pavilion, stripped of all assets effective immediately. They were to be expelled from Longshan Academy without delay. Lin Mo's black gold card emitted a rapid series of beeps. 100 Dragon List Experts life savings, plus full control over Longyuan Pavilion's entire materials vault, transferred instantly into his account. The Academy's most powerful faction, the Longyuan Pavilion, was erased from existence in a single move without a single strike thrown. The blood-red barrier encircling the arena dissolved into shimmering motes of light. Lin Mo lowered his foot, turned, and walked toward the steps. Clean the floor. It's an eyesore. He didn't glance back, not once, at the broken figures behind him as though he'd merely crushed a cluster of ants. The stadium remained suffocatingly silent. 100,000 eyes fixed unblinking upon Lin Mo's nonchalant retreating silhouette. Then, suddenly, a thunderous earth-shaking hum pierced the air beyond the arena walls. In its wake, a golden beam 10 times broader and brighter than the day before tore through the clouds, outshining even the midday sun itself. It bathed the entire academy in radiant golden light. It's the Dragon List steel. At last someone cried out from the stands, shattering the oppressive stillness. Quick, check the live feed on the main screen. The colossal projection overhead instantly switched to the central plaza. There the Dragon List steel, the ultimate symbol of the Academy's martial supremacy, trembled violently. At rank 9 the characters, Lin Mo, burned with searing blood-red flame. Then, with a speed that set one's scalp crawling, it surged upward unstoppably. 8th place, 5th place, 3rd place. The elite seniors, deified across campus, crumbled like paper before Lin Mo's name, obliterated without hesitation or pause. That crimson name surged onward, radiating an aura of invincibility. Slay gods, crush Buddhas, and slammed headlong into the name occupying the summit. A title held unchallenged for 2 full years. And there it settled, firm, final, indelible, engraved at the very apex of the Dragon List. Longshan Academy. Dragon List No. 1. Lin Mo. A solemn, resonant proclamation echoed across the entire academy. Freshman Lin Mo, in the life and death arena, defeated 100 ranked peers and scathed alone. Combat assessment unfathomable. Ascended to Dragon List No. 1. Became the youngest chief in the academy's century-long history. 100,000 spectators stood frozen, every scalp prickling with shock. What did this mean? A freshman, enrolled less than 10 days, had just trampled the entire academy beneath his feet. The venerable headmaster slumped into his seat in the stands, gasping for breath. His eyes locked onto that towering name on the giant screen. His facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. A demon prodigy, utterly irrevocably demonic. Su Qinghan stood amid the crowd, her icy, elegant eyes gleaming with rare luminous intensity. She watched the boy on the arena, flip-flops, scuffed posture effortless. A breathtaking smile curved her lips. From this day forth the heavens over Longshan Academy had irrevocably changed. Meanwhile, in the deep mountains hundreds of kilometers from the imperial capital, within the Dragon Nation's National Air Defense Command, its highest-level classified monitoring chamber, a shrill crimson tier emergency alarm ripped through the subterranean base's hushed stillness. Red warning lights strobed violently across the chamber, staining every face blood red. What's happening? Is it an enemy incursion? A brigadier general sprang from his chair and stormed toward the central console. Report, General. An operator's fingers blurred across the keyboard, his voice cracked with sheer terror. Unidentified high-energy signature detected over the imperial capital. Coordinates locked precisely 1 kilometer above the central arena of Longshan Academy. The general shoved the operator aside and stared transfixed at the massive radar screen dominating the wall. At its center, a pulsating scarlet point of light flared with alarming intensity. Its energy level far exceeded the upper limits of conventional instrumentation. What's the energy reading? The general roared. The operator swallowed hard, trembling visibly. Peak energy output, equivalent to a full-yield tactical nuclear detonation. He pointed shakily at a data stream on-screen drenched in cold sweat. Moreover, this energy is profoundly contained. No widespread blast wave or residual radiation. All of it focused with surgical precision onto a single coordinate on the arena floor. The general sucked in a sharp, ragged breath. His mind exploded with dissonance. Tactical nuclear-grade energy, delivered with zero collateral dispersion. This was no power within human mastery. What is the target doing now? The general demanded, his voice edged with unmistakable panic. It's gone. The operator stared at the radar screen, now eerily blank, his expression that of a man who'd seen a ghost. The energy vanished after less than 1 second, utterly without trace. Not even the faintest spatial ripple remains. Deep within the command center's innermost independent operations room, the door burst open, violently. The brigadier general barged in, not even pausing to knock sweat pouring down his temples. Behind a broad, austere desk sat a middle-aged man whose mere presence commanded awe. Impeccably dressed in formal military uniform, his epaulets bore the star insignia denoting supreme authority in the Dragon Nation. Chu Xiaodian, the Dragon Nation's supreme commander, the nation's pillar of war. What's the urgency? He asked, lifting a delicate blue and white porcelain teacup, his tone as unshaken as bedrock. General Chu, a crisis has erupted. The brigadier rushed forward, speaking with urgent, clipped precision, recounting every radar anomaly, every impossible datum. A mysterious energy signature, matching tactical nuclear yield, appeared over Longshan Academy. It flashed and vanished. We cannot trace its origin, not even a whisper. Crack. The priceless porcelain cup in Chu Xiaoyan's hand shattered instantly. Scalding tea and ceramic shards streamed down his calloused fingers. Yet he registered no pain. From eyes forged in countless battles, 2 bolts of terrifying razor-sharp light blazed forth. A single target strike at tactical nuclear magnitude. Chu Xiaodian rose abruptly. His towering frame exuded an ironclad, suffocating aura of battlefield command. He understood, intimately, what such power implied. If wielded by an adversary, the Dragon Nation's heartland would never know peace again. Decapitation strikes could come at any hour. Issue my absolute order, immediately. Chu Xiaodian slammed his palm onto the desk. The solid oak surface collapsed inward with a thunderous crash. Mobilize the highest-tier military intelligence network, without delay. Whether this force is human spirit or something else entirely. Dig 3 meters deep if you must, but find its source. Find it. His voice was glacial, absolute, implacable. He strode to the vast strategic map hanging on the wall and fixed his gaze unblinking upon Longshan Academy. This power must never fall beyond our control. The acrid smoke of the life and death arena had dissipated fully 3 days ago. On the surface, Longshan Academy appeared to have regained its usual serenity. Beneath that calm, however, turbulent undercurrents roiled unseen. All held their breath, waiting for one decisive outcome. Lin Mo had caused such a cataclysmic disturbance atop the arena platform that even national-level air raid sirens had blared across the city. The military high command could not possibly remain idle. At dawn on the 4th day, as the sun rose over Longsho Villa, a deafening roar tore mercilessly through the morning stillness. The sky darkened. Dozens of deep green military attack helicopters descended like a steel thundercloud, obscuring the heavens entirely. Their violent rotor downwash sent autumn leaves spiraling wildly into the air. Every window pane in the villa district vibrated with a low, resonant hum. The cargo doors swung open. Tactical ropes dropped from the sky like silver serpents. Elite military guards, fully armed and battle-hardened, descended as if summoned from heaven itself. They instantly sealed every entrance and exit of Longsho Villa. With flawless, silent precision, no wasted motion, no extraneous sound. Each soldier radiated an ironclad aura of slaughter forged in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Such overwhelming force would be more than sufficient to besiege even a high-tier abyssal lord. The venerable headmaster stood outside the courtyard gate. He repeatedly drew a white handkerchief from his pocket, mopping the torrents of cold sweat cascading down his brow. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Even the back of his tailored suit was soaked through with perspiration. He dared not draw a single audible breath. His gaze flinched away the moment it grazed the towering man beside him, lingering not a fraction of a second longer. The man wore a crisp, immaculate general's uniform. His shoulder insignia gleamed fiercely in the morning light, nearly blinding to behold. He was the unshakable pillar of Longwa's armed forces. Supreme Commander Chu Xiaodian, the nation's guardian deity, the divine general of the realm. Chu Xiaodian stared impassively at the iron gate before him. His chiseled granite-like visage exuded an awe-inspiring, terrifying authority, silent, yet devastating. He paid no heed whatsoever to the headmaster who stood trembling nearby, attempting awkward pleasantries. Chu Xiaodian was a soldier through and through, unburdened by trivial formalities. He did not even raise a hand toward the doorbell. Instead, he lifted his right boot, polished, heavy, unyielding, and kicked open the villa's priceless reinforced steel gate with brutal, contemptuous ease. A heavy, muffled thud echoed violently. The massive gate slammed against the wall with crushing force, and plaster rained down in dusty flakes. The elite guard captain, hand resting firmly on his sidearm, followed closely behind Chu Xiaodian. His gaze sharp as a hawk's swept the grounds. They strode purposefully into the front courtyard, prepared at any instant to counter height-ear necrotic formations. What greeted them in the courtyard froze every armed soldier where they stood. No grim fortifications, no legions of terrifying undead, nor the anticipated atmosphere of razor-edged tension. Morning sunlight bathed the emerald lawn in serene golden tranquility. Lin Mo lounged lazily on a garishly patterned beach chair, wearing a faded white t-shirt and a pair of worn-out flip-flops. Beside him sat a small side table, in his hand a glass of cola brimming with ice cubes. He sipped slowly, exhaling soft, contented sighs between gulps. At Lin Mo's feet, several ordinary gray-white skeletons squatted on the grass, each gripped an absurdly oversized pair of gardening shears, far too large for their fragile frames. They snipped diligently at the lawn. "The left patch is too tall. Press it down a bit," Lin Mo murmured, sucking on his straw, voice muffled and indistinct. "Snip it crooked again, and you'll become bone soup." The little skeletons clicked their jaws twice in plaintive dismay, then bent lower, swinging their shears faster than ever. The scene was absurd, almost comical. A petty tyrant exploiting unpaid skeletal laborers. Chu Xiaotian halted mid-stride. His fathomless abyssal eyes locked onto Lin Mo reclining on the beach chair. This was the youth whose energy fluctuation had registered at tactical nuclear levels. This was the unrivaled number one on the dragon list, the one who had single-handedly humiliated Lonyuan Pavilion. He looked quite simply like a streetwise layabout. Chu Xiaotian's gaze turned instantly ruthless and frigid. He had witnessed countless prodigies. Whether dragon or worm, only a trial would tell. He would test this rumored anomaly himself, see whether the boy's spine matched the audacity of his tongue. Boom. Without warning, no incantation, no gesture, a terrifying aura erupted from Chu Xiaotian's being. The overwhelming pressure of a demigod-tier sovereign. Formless, yet absolute, bearing the ruthless dominion to shatter all existence. It surged forth like the unleashed currents of the ninth nether river, crashing toward Lin Mo with unstoppable fury. The courtyard air thickened instantly, dense, viscous, almost solid. Even the sunlight seemed severed midair by that crushing presence. Temperature plummeted to freezing. The headmaster felt as though a 10th Santon hammer had struck his chest. Darkness swallowed his vision. He didn't even manage a whimper before nearly collapsing to his knees. He clutched the wall, desperately gasping for air in ragged, heaving breaths, feeling his internal organs shift violently within his ribcage. Even the elite guards, battle-scarred veterans who marched behind Chu Xiaotian, were driven pale by the mere peripheral ripple of that pressure. Jaws clenched, knees trembling faintly. Yet this was only the outermost fringe of the storm. At the epicenter, Lin Mo remained utterly unchanged, still reclined on the beach chair, languid and unbothered. Not a single finger holding his cola glass so much as trembled. The instant the demigod's pressure neared his skin, the little skeletons, bent low over the lawn, sprang into motion. They discarded their giant shears without hesitation. Clack, clack, clack. A grating rapid-fire chorus of bony-on-bone friction echoed sharply. In a blur of gray-white afterimages, they vanished from sight. Too swift for even the guard captain to track. They reappeared in perfect unison, directly before Lin Mo. Their bleached arms crossed tightly, interlocking with absolute precision. In the blink of an eye, an impenetrable shield of pure bone formed, an unbroken, seamless barrier. Boom! A shockwave of profound, suffocating impact detonated across the courtyard. The demigod's pressure crashed against the bone shield with cataclysmic force. An invisible, violent backlash rippled outward in all directions. Granite slabs beneath the skeleton's feet fractured instantly, spiderwebbing deep, jagged fissures. Shards of stone exploded outward, punching clean through the courtyard walls. These frail, low-tier skeletons, seemingly dispersible by a mere breath, stood rigid as ancient pines. Within their hollow eye sockets, quiet blue nether flames burned steadily, utterly unwavering. Not a single step backward. Not a hairline crack marred their brittle ash-gray bones. With effortless nonchalance, they had absorbed and deflected the divine general's sovereign pressure, whole and unbroken. Behind Chu Xiaotian, the elite guard captain stared fixedly at that unyielding bone shield, his pupils contracting into two needle-thin points. He inhaled sharply, a freezing electric breath, his scalp prickling with dread. Cold sweat drenched the back of his combat fatigues. He understood better than anyone present just how terrifying that pressure truly was. The distilled killing intent forged on the borderlands, where countless foreign divine avatars had fallen beneath Chu Xiaotian's blade. Even those haughty, untouchable level 50 cultivators beyond the realm's borders would collapse to their knees, spitting blood the moment that unrestrained pressure brushed against them. The sight before him shattered every foundational assumption the captain held. A handful of nameless, rankless, armorless skeleton foot soldiers. not only failed to crumble into dust, but stood immovable, unharmed, unbroken. How could this be possible? Who, or what, were these lawless, unfathomable monsters accompanying the youth named Lin Mo? The terrifying pressure in the courtyard instantly receded like a tide. Chu Xiaodian withdrew his imposing aura, gazing at the few unmoving gray-white skeletons, a trace of barely noticeable admiration flashing in his eyes. As the divine military guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, he had encountered countless rare beasts. Any summoning creature capable of resisting his pressure was certainly not an ordinary item. This kid indeed had the audacity to be arrogant. Chu Xiaodian strode over to Lin Mo's recliner, looking down at the indifferent youth. Kid, you're quite impressive. Chu Xiaoshan's voice was deep and powerful, marked by a soldier's characteristic decisiveness. Lin Mo took a sip of ice-cold cola and casually tossed the empty cup to the side at the skeleton. Thanks for the compliment. But old man, you didn't bring so many people to smash my door just to praise me, did you, eh? When the old principal standing nearby heard this, he was so frightened that his soul nearly left his body. That was the divine military guardian. This little brat actually called him old man. Chu Xiaodian was not angered. Instead, he let out a cold chuckle. Straightforward, then he'll speak plainly. He clasped his hands behind his back, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The commotion you caused on the arena yesterday at noon has already triggered the highest alert from the National Air Defense Command. Such level of destructive power must not be held by an unregulated student. Chu Xiaodian fixed his gaze on Lin Mo's eyes. I come today as a representative of the highest military authority in the Dragon Kingdom to show you a clear path. The venue fell silent. The captain of the guards and the old principal both held their breath. The country can grant you the rank of Major General. Chu Xiaodian threw out an olive branch that could drive the entire elite circle of the imperial capital mad. Benefits, resources, privileges, all at the highest level. Your family will also leap into the most prestigious noble clan of the Dragon Kingdom because of you. The old principal's eyes nearly popped out. Major General, a freshman who had just reported for a few days, was directly awarded a military rank. This was almost unprecedented in the history of the Dragon Kingdom since its founding. The captain of the guards also wore a look of shock. He had fought alongside the military god for over a decade, achieving countless military exploits, yet he was still merely a colonel. This kid had achieved such heights without any merit. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Chu Xiaodian threw out his real condition. In exchange, you must immediately join the military. All the undead summonings under your command must fully accept the country's unified formation and highest command. The plot thickened. This was not an invitation to join, it was clearly an attempt to seize power completely, turning Lin Mo into a high-ranking worker for the military. The old principal desperately signaled Lin Mo with his eyes. His eyelids were nearly twitching. Although this condition was harsh, it was still a price offered by the military god. Even if it was just a nominal position, it would still mean being part of the military's core. This was an absolute talisman for survival. Lin Mo looked at Chu Xiaoshan's serious face, then suddenly burst out laughing. He looked at the lofty military god as if he were an idiot. Old man, are you used to giving orders in the military district? Lin Mo reclined back into his chair, crossing his legs. You want to recruit my skeletons right off the bat and command me? Do you think this is a market for buying cabbages? The captain of the guards immediately placed his hand on the handle of his gun, his eyes radiating a chilling, killing intent. Outrageous. How dare you speak to General Chu like that? Lin Mo didn't even glance at the captain. I'm a laid-back person. Ooh, I detest it when others point fingers at me. He waved his hand at Chu Xiaoyan, rejecting him decisively. If there's really trouble I can't avoid, we can discuss cooperation with clear pricing. As for recruitment, Lin Mo curled his lips, revealing a wild smile. No deal. The door is that way, and I'm not seeing you out. The old principal's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the lawn. It was over. This stubborn mule even dared to offend the military god. Now the entire Dragon God Academy couldn't protect him. Chu Xiaoshan's brows knitted tightly together, and the air around them became oppressive once more. Having fought in wars all his life, he had never encountered anyone who dared to refuse his commands to his face. In the face of national interests, there is no room for bargaining. Chu Xiaoshan's face darkened like water. For the sake of the overall situation, I am asking you to relinquish command. Overall situation, Lin Mo retorted without holding back. If I hadn't had that strength yesterday in the arena, I would have been a pile of minced meat by now. Where was the overall situation then? Now that you see him strong, you're coming to talk to me about the overall situation. Chu Xiaodian glared fiercely at Lin Mo. Kid, don't think you can ignore everything just because you have some talent. Arrogance requires capital. Your move yesterday was indeed powerful. Do you really think that with this ragtag group of bones under you, you can be invincible before the modern steel tide? Chu Xiaodian stepped forward, his iron-blooded aura rising once more. In the face of a true national war machine, personal strength is merely like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Mo met Chu Xiaoshan's gaze without backing down. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, they sparkled with excitement, as if eager to try. What a coincidence. I enjoy doing things like trying to stop a chariot. Lin Mo shrugged. Why don't you bring out your steel tide, and let's have a go? The captain of the guards trembled with rage. General Chu, there's no need to waste words with him. Just take him down. I want to see how tough his bones really are. Chu Xiaotian raised his hand, stopping the captain of the guards from going berserk. He looked at Lin Mo's confident demeanor, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. In its place was a sharpness that came from meeting an equal. This kid dared to say such things, indicating he must have some hidden trump cards. Good. Chu Xiaoshan's gaze was piercing. Since you are not convinced, let's make a bet. The old principal was sweating profusely beside them. He scrambled over, lowering his voice to plead with Lin Mo. Ancestor, don't be impulsive. This is General Chu, the highest combat power representative of the Dragon Kingdom. What are you betting against him? If you really anger someone, no one can protect you. Lin Mo pushed the old principal aside. Old man, you're blocking my view. He stood up, facing the tall Chu Xiaotian, directly, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In negotiations, there must be a prerequisite. Lin Mo patted the non-existent dust on his clothes. If you want me to listen to you, you must first prove that you are worthy of my obedience. Go ahead. Lin Mo shoved his hands into his pockets, his tone dripping with arrogance. How do we bet? Chu Xiaotian looked at Lin Mo's fearless demeanor. The anger in his eyes had completely dissipated, replaced by a long-lost fervor. He, the esteemed military god of the Dragon Kingdom, hadn't met such a daring young man in many years. Good kid, quite audacious. Chu Xiaotian clapped his hands and strode back to the center of the courtyard. Since you've said it to this extent, I will give you this opportunity today to see what a true national heavy weapon is. The old principal trembled in fear beside them. He had just wanted to mediate, but was met with a cold glare from Chu Xiaotian. The exercise site will be set at the 1st Military District Training Ground in the northern suburbs of the imperial capital. Chu Xiaotian turned around, looking down at Lin Mo. I will mobilize the Dragon Kingdom's most elite heavy armored mech division along with a full set of the most advanced modern firepower coverage positions. Aren't you able to summon bones? Chu Xiaotian sneered, his tone filled with absolute confidence. They'll let you use your skeleton army to directly confront my heavy armored mechs. As long as you can last for an hour in this simulated confrontation, I, Chu Xiaotian, will turn around and leave today, never bringing up the recruitment matter again. The captain of the guards standing beside couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Heavy armored mechs. That was the ultimate trump card the military of the Dragon Kingdom had spent trillions to create. Each mech was equipped with the latest energy main cannon. One shot could reduce even a level 50 boss monster to ashes. Using such a devastating weapon against a freshman, this was not a drill, it was clearly a one-sided massacre. Lin Mo sucked the last drop of cola through the straw, draining the cup in one long pull. Survive for an hour. He tossed the empty cup carelessly over his shoulder. A small skeleton beside him caught it effortlessly and dropped it into the trash. Elder sir, you may have gravely misjudged my capabilities. Lin Mo rose to his feet and stretched languidly, arms arcing high above his head. To dismantle a pile of scrap metal, an hour is absurdly generous. If I haven't torn it all apart within 10 minutes, consider me defeated. Arrogance. Unfettered, boundless arrogance. Chu Xiaotian laughed, a sharp hollow sound born of fury, and uttered 3 terse, biting excellence. Bold courage indeed. Since you're so eager to be humiliated, I'll grant your wish, right now. Let's go, straight to the helicopter. We depart for the military base immediately. With a single commanding gesture, Chu Xiaotian dispersed his elite guard unit, who instantly fanned out, to escort Lin Mo aboard. Lin Mo, still clad in flip-flops, took a step forward. When chaos erupted. Whoa! A piercing guttural alarm shrieked across the capital sky, without warning detonating like thunder overhead. The sound echoed the death knell of hell itself, ripping through villa walls, stabbing straight into every eardrum. And yet that was only the beginning. A second alarm followed, then a third. The broadcast formation array of Longshan Academy, and indeed the entire capital's air defense system, was forcibly activated in unison. Crimson air raid sirens blazed even beneath the noonday sun, jarringly vivid. The city plunged into a suffocating tomb-like panic. This is... Blood drained from the old principal's face in an instant, leaving him ashen and hollow-eyed. His knees buckled, he collapsed onto the lawn. The apocalypse air raid alert. In over 3 centuries since the capital's founding, this siren has never once sounded. Chu Xiaotian's composure shattered, vanished utterly. He jerked his head upward, locking his gaze on the northern sky. In those eyes, forged in countless life and death trials, dread flickered for the first time in memory. Lin Mo halted mid-step following Chu Xiaoyan's stare. Above them, the sky split open. What had been a flawless expanse of cloudless blue now gaped wide, cleaved by an invisible celestial axe into a 100-kilometer-long chasm, stretching across the northern horizon of the capital. Within its yawning maw churned thick, viscous crimson light, as though a demon's abyssal eye were slowly, coldly opening, gazing down upon all of humanity. The air temperature plummeted. A nauseating stench of blood carried on howling winds swept across the capital in seconds. Even at dozens of kilometers distance, the crushing weight of annihilation pressed down. Inescapable, absolute. Damn it! Chu Xiaotian clenched his fists, knuckles cracking like dry timber. A hell rift. How could it appear here, without warning, so close to the capital? What are our radar systems for? His words had barely faded when a military reconnaissance drone trailing thick black smoke staggered into view, lurching wildly toward them. It crash-landed hard on the open ground outside Longsho Villa. The hatch burst open, kicked violently inward. An intelligence officer drenched in blood tumbled headlong into the courtyard. He didn't even pause to salute, lunging straight to Chu Xiaoyan's feet collapsing before him. Divine General, it's catastrophic. His voice cracked, twisted raw with terror. Tears streamed through streaks of blood on his face. The northern defense line has fallen. Chu Xiaotian seized the officer's collar, yanking him upright, feet dangling off the ground. Explain now? What happened? S-class. It's an S-class hell rift. The officer trembled violently, teeth chattering uncontrollably, body convulsing like a sieve. Our sensors have overloaded, completely off the scale. Everything pouring out of that rift is rampage strain. He swallowed, spitting blood, then screamed, voice shredded with despair. A beast tide, massive beyond measure. Over 1 million strong. They've already breached the first northern defense line. At most, 1 hour remains before their vanguard storms the north gate of the capital. Boom. That revelation detonated inside every mind like a thermonuclear blast. 1 million strong beast tide. An S-class hell rift. What did that mean? It meant an extinction-level cataclysm, capable of obliterating a sovereign nation in hours. For 300 years the capital had known peace. Now that serenity lay in ruins shattered beyond repair. The old principal couldn't utter a word. Collapsed on the ground, he gasped ragged, icy breaths, heart hammering as if ready to rupture. The captain of the elite guard turned ashen. With a sharp draw he unsheathed his sidearm and roared over his shoulder at his troops. All units, to full combat readiness. Now. Chu Xiaotian shoved the intelligence officer aside, face dark as storm-racked midnight. There would be no recruitment, no demonstration, no pretense of protocol. If the capital fell, the heart of Long Kingdom would cease beating forever. Immediately contact the Joint Military Command Center. As he strode toward the helicopter, Chu Xiaotian barked orders with lethal finality. Mobilize every operational combat unit, regardless of condition. Hold the north gate, at all costs. If we must bury them under mountains of corpses, so be it. But not one of those beasts sets foot inside the city. He glanced back at Lin Mo, still standing motionless where he'd been. Boy, you've got luck on your side today. Our wager is suspended, for now. Once I've slaughtered every last one of those monsters, I'll return for you. Without another glance, Chu Xiaotian turned to board the aircraft. His elite guard pivoted in unison, marching toward a battlefield where survival was measured in seconds. Every face bore the grim resolve of men walking knowingly into the jaws of death. At that razor's edge, a voice languid and utterly unconcerned cut through the yard like a blade drawn slowly from its sheath. It froze Chu Xiaotian mid-stride. Wait. He whirled, eyes slicing like twin scimitars locking onto Lin Mo. Have you more nonsense to spout? I have no time for your drivel. Lin Mo ignored the explosion of fury, slowly withdrawing his hand from his pocket. His gaze drifted north, to that 100-kilometer scar of seething crimson light. And in those eyes, usually half-lidded, lethargic, devoid of focus, 2 flames now burned, fierce, unmasked, ravenous. The feverish gleam of a hunter spotting prey. Didn't you just promise to show me what true national armaments look like? Lin Mo rolled his neck, cracks echoing like snapping twigs. A reckless, incandescent grin curled his lips. Training grounds are dull. Dismantling scrap yields no reward, not even a single coin. He strode forward, directly toward Chu Xiaotian's military helicopter. Flip-flops slapping against pavement, each step radiating arrogant, unassailable confidence. Passing Chu Xiaoyan, he paused. Cancel the drill. He tilted his head, meeting the gaze of the nation's revered divine general, whose expression had frozen in pure, disbelieving shock. His eyes held a terrifying fusion of madness and absolute authority, chilling enough to raise goose flesh. Since work has arrived, Lin Mo clapped Chu Xiaoyan's shoulder, laughing softly like a reaper stepping forth from the deepest circles of hell. General Chu, let's change venues. Let's play something real. At the military district of the imperial capital, the highest level helipad, a menacing supersonic fighter jet had already revved up its engines. Chu Xiaotian strode into the cockpit, his face dark enough to drip water. Lin Mo leisurely followed behind, holding a cup of iced cola. The cockpit door slammed shut. The engines of the supersonic fighter roared deafeningly, like a giant beast of iron rushing into the clouds. The atmosphere inside the cockpit had dropped to freezing point. Even the air seemed to have completely solidified. Several high-ranking military officials, their shoulders bearing stars, looked pale as death. They stared intently at the tactical tablet in their hands. The communication channel was flashing red frantically. What echoed back was nothing but the cries of the front line collapsing. Report to the headquarters. The northern defense line Sector 3 has been breached by the mammoth beast. All troops in the 3rd Corps have fired their last bullet and are engaged in hand-to-hand combat. Report. The anti-aircraft artillery positions in Sector 4 have been completely destroyed by flying monsters. We can't hold on any longer. The battle reports became increasingly despairing. Chu Xiaotian clenched his teeth tightly. His chiseled face was twitching with muscle spasms. Without saying a word, opposite Chu Xiaotian in a leather chair, Lin Mo was tilting his head back, yawning widely. He shifted into a comfortable position, resting his head against the bulletproof glass. He looked completely unawake and indifferent to everything around him. Several military officials glared at the young man, all frowning and burning with anger. This was a meat grinder battlefield heading to the front lines. If it weren't for Chu Xiaotian personally bringing him up, they would have long drawn their guns and kicked this pesky bystander out. What time is it? Still drinking cola in the cockpit? The fighter jet broke through the sound barrier. In just a few minutes, it was already flying over the northern defense line of the imperial capital. We've arrived. Chu Xiaoshan's voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes, casually placing the cola cup aside and leaning toward the window to look down. Even he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow upon seeing the scene outside. It truly resembled a living hell. The originally blue sky was now like a bloody wound torn open by an ancient beast's claws. A scarlet fissure stretching over 100 kilometers spanned across the heavens. The thick blood-red light stained the entire world into a color of despair. Beneath the fissure lay an endless pitch-black tide of beasts which could hardly be called a horde. It was a black tsunami composed of countless ferocious monsters stretching over 100 kilometers. They trampled over the corpses of their comrades, letting out earth-shattering roars as they surged madly toward human territory. Ahead lay a towering steel wall, a final physical barrier of the imperial capital's defense line. Countless modern heavy artillery positions erupted with fire upon the wall. The deafening sound of cannon fire melded into a single roar, shaking the earth violently. Tons of armor-piercing rounds crashed into the beast tide, exploding into massive bursts of blood and flesh. This terrifying firepower could usually decimate mountains. Yet before this boundless ocean of monsters, it appeared pitifully weak. A gap had just been blasted open, but it was instantly filled by the surging monsters behind. It was utterly futile. Lin Mo watched the densely packed monsters madly crashing against the city wall below. A smile grew more pronounced at the corner of his mouth. Not only was he not afraid, but his eyes also sparkled with a hint of excitement. There are indeed quite a few of them. Lin Mo murmured to himself. This was no disaster. This was clearly a billion experience gift package delivered right to his doorstep. The fighter jet suddenly swooped down. Amidst a violent jolt, it landed steadily at the highest command center behind the defense line. As soon as the hatch opened, a strong smell of gunpowder and a pungent scent of blood rushed in. The command center was in chaos. Medical personnel were rushing around carrying heavily injured soldiers. The sounds of wailing, roaring, and various machine alarms mixed together. Commander Chu, you finally made it. A blood-soaked man stumbled forward. He was the overall commander of the northern defense line. A bona fide level 50 general. At this moment, this formidable general, known for his might, had an empty sleeve on his left side. Blood continued to drip, staining half of his body. That arm had evidently just been torn apart by a monster at the front line. He didn't even have time to bandage the wound. Despair written all over his face, he suddenly dropped to one knee in front of Chu Xiaotian. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Commander Chu, the first line of defense has been completely breached. The monsters are too many, completely surpassing the defense line's carrying capacity. Our brothers are almost all dead. Chu Xiaotian yanked him up, his tiger-like eyes wide open. Bloodshot and full of rage, he demanded, how much longer can the steel wall hold? The overall commander let out a grim laugh. Tears mixed with blood flowed down, sliding across his smoke-stained face. We can't hold on much longer. At most 10 minutes. That group of beasts will flatten the 100-meter wall and directly storm into the city of the imperial capital. The command center fell into a deathly silence. All the officers bowed their heads, gripping their weapons tightly. Their knuckles cracked from the excessive force. 10 minutes. The tens of millions of citizens in the imperial capital wouldn't even have enough time to retreat. Once the wall collapses, the entire imperial capital will turn into a hell on earth. The overall commander bit his lip until it bled. Suddenly looking up, his eyes filled with reckless determination. Commander Chu, give the order. We've prepared to activate the nuclear self-destruct program for the northern defense line. Even if we turn this area of 100 miles into ruins, we old bones will perish with them. We absolutely cannot allow a single monster to step into the imperial capital. These words were spoken with immense tragic grandeur. The eyes of all the soldiers present ignited with a determination to face death without fear. In this atmosphere heavy with tragedy and oppression, a most inappropriate yawn suddenly erupted behind Chu Xiaotian. Lin Mo stretched lazily and took a couple of steps forward. Always talking about nuclear explosions. Lin Mo dug at his ear, a look of unwillingness on his face. After the nuclear explosion, we still have to deal with post-disaster reconstruction. How troublesome. Besides, those monsters are all prime materials. If they're all blown to bits, who's going to pay me? The overall commander was stunned. It was only then that he noticed a young man following Chu Xiaotian, who was completely out of military uniform. A white t-shirt and baggy shorts. This casual attire was completely out of place in the blood-soaked command center. The overall commander stared intently at Lin Mo's face, which bore no signs of tension. His gaze swept over this young man before abruptly turning to Chu Xiaotian. An uncontrollable raging fury surged into his mind. His brothers on the front lines were risking their lives to fill that bottomless pit. He had even lost his own arm. They were about to trigger the nuclear bomb to die. This level 50 general completely lost control. He pointed at Lin Mo's nose and angrily roared at the highest military leader of Longhua, Chu Xiaotian. Commander Chu, what the hell is going on? The front lines are about to be wiped out. Why are you bringing a delicate student to the front lines to die? In the command center, the atmosphere was stifling, as if it could drip with water. General Li, with one arm severed, had bloodshot eyes. He stared fixedly at Lin Mo, who stood behind Chu Xiaotian. The anger and frustration in his eyes seemed ready to burst forth like a tangible force. The brothers at the front line were risking their lives with someone falling in a pool of blood every second. This esteemed military god actually brought a student akin to a boiled chicken to the front lines. Was he here for sightseeing, or to gild himself with military achievements? Commander Chu, if you want to cultivate a successor, you need to choose the right occasion. General Li spat as he slammed his remaining right hand onto the holographic tactical table. There are over 1 million rampaging monsters outside. This isn't a game he plays on the school playground. Send him back to the capital city. Don't get in the way here. Chu Xiaotian's expression darkened, his brows furrowed tightly. He was about to step forward and unveil Lin Mo's true identity. He wanted to tell this bloodthirsty subordinate that the lazy young man before him was worth an entire fully equipped heavy-armored mech division. However, Chu Xiaotian's words had yet to escape his lips when a deafening roar shattered the air. A thunderous explosion erupted outside the command center. The entire fortified underground bunker shook violently. The explosion-proof lights on the ceiling shattered with a crackle, sending sparks flying. Chunks of concrete fell down. Several intelligence officers responsible for communications lost their footing and fell bleeding from their heads. What's going on? Chu Xiaotian grabbed the shaking table, roaring angrily, Report. Report. A communications soldier scrambled to the control panel, his voice cracking with fear. The defense line has been breached. 3 abyssal behemoths withstood our concentrated fire and forcibly smashed through the steel wall on the east side. The holographic tactical screen flickered and switched to real-time footage of the eastern wall. All senior commanders in the command center gasped as they saw the footage. Their faces turned ashen. In the image, 3 terrifying monsters over 100 meters tall roared with earth-shattering ferocity. Their bodies were covered in black spines, their muscles bulging, resembling moving hills clawed from the depths of hell. The proud, armor-piercing artillery of the Dragon Kingdom struck them. It could only shatter a few scales and failed to inflict any fatal damage. One of the abyssal behemoths swung its massive claw and struck down on the thick steel wall over 10 meters thick. Crack. The defense line was torn open like paper, creating a massive gap hundreds of meters wide. Once the gap opened, disaster struck. Countless bloodthirsty demon wolves, their eyes crimson and dripping with foul saliva, surged into the human defense line like a black flood through the gap. The soldiers on the wall turned completely red with rage. The barrels of their guns heated up. The bullets in their guns ran out. They charged with bayonets, ready to fill the gaps with their lives. Kill. Fight these beasts to the death. A company commander covered in grime roared as he activated his glory bomb and threw himself into the wolf pack, killing a group of monsters. But such suicidal attacks appeared utterly powerless in the face of the endless tide of beasts. More and more soldiers were knocked down by the monsters. The cries of agony, the sounds of tearing flesh, and the cracking of bones were transmitted back to the command center through the communicator. Blood stained the entire defense line. General Li watched the gruesome scene on the screen, his eyes going bloodshot. Tears of blood rolled down his cheeks. It's hopeless. The defense line has completely collapsed. General Li seemed to age 10 years in an instant, collapsing despondently into his chair. He suddenly turned his head and fixed his gaze on Chu Xiaodian. Commander Chu, activate the nuclear explosion. If we delay any longer, they will rush into the metropolitan area. Ali will hold the line for the citizens of the capital today. The officers in the command center drew their sidearms and pulled the triggers. Each face was filled with the determination of mutual destruction. Not a single person took a step back. At this moment, filled with tragic and suffocating grandeur, a footstep broke the silence in the command center. Lin Mo, with his hands in his pockets, passed by General Li, whose face was filled with determination, and the military high-ranking officials who had drawn their sidearms. He even passed by the frowning national military god, Chu Xiaotian. With a leisurely pace, he didn't even lift his eyelids and walked straight towards the door leading to the external defense line. Stop! General Li, burning with rage, stood up and roared at Lin Mo. Outside is a death trap. Are you trying to find death? Quickly get to the underground shelter. Lin Mo completely ignored General Li's roar. He pushed open the heavy explosion-proof door and faced the billowing smoke and the acrid smell of blood. He strode onto the shaking steel wall. The wall had already turned into a meat grinder. Severed limbs and broken arms were everywhere. Several bloodthirsty demon wolves charging up were tearing at the bodies of the fallen soldiers. Dense artillery fire exploded not far away, the shockwaves nearly lifting a person off the ground. Lin Mo reached the very edge of the wall. He lowered his head, gazing down at the endless tide of beasts below like a black tsunami. The three abyssal behemoths continued their rampage, trampling upon humanity's dignity. Lin Mo shook his head. It's too noisy. He calmly took out an item from his spatial ring amidst the chaos of artillery fire and splattering blood. It was his signature folding beach chair. Click. Lin Mo skillfully unfolded the chair at the edge of the wall and comfortably sat down. The sunlight was obscured by smoke, making it somewhat blinding. Lin Mo took out a pair of black sunglasses from his pocket and leisurely put them on. He leaned comfortably against the back of the chair with his legs casually crossed. This extremely relaxed posture starkly contrasted with the soldiers around him who were fighting desperately, drenched in blood. It created a strikingly absurd contrast. Several demon wolves that just climbed onto the wall noticed Lin Mo. They growled lowly, opening their bloody maws and lunging at Lin Mo's throat. Lin Mo didn't even glance at them. He simply snapped his fingers casually. Snap! Several gray-white assassin skeletons appeared out of thin air. The bone blades glinted with a chilling sheen. The demon wolves didn't even have time to scream before being shredded into pieces in midair. Their remains fell heavily to the ground below the wall. Lin Mo casually grabbed a military communications microphone from the command podium nearby. It was a device used to issue the highest orders across the entire war zone. He cleared his throat and coldly uttered a sentence into the microphone. All Dragon Kingdom soldiers immediately cease fire. All personnel retreat 10 kilometers. Lin Mo's voice was not loud, yet it was clearly transmitted to every soldier battling bravely through the sound amplification array and tactical helmets spread across the war zone. This seemingly understated sentence stirred a great uproar on the brutal battlefield. Retreat 10 kilometers. This war zone am taking over. After finishing his last words, Lin Mo directly threw the microphone back onto the table. The entire battlefield experienced a brief and eerie stagnation. The soldiers who were grappling with monsters were all stunned. Holding their bayonets, they looked up in confusion at the loudspeakers above. Retreat 10 kilometers. Retreating now would mean completely opening the northern gate of the capital city to the abyss. Taking over. Who is this madman spouting nonsense on the communication channel? At the breach of the defense line, a battered heavy mech was desperately holding back a claw from an abyssal behemoth. The mech's energy shield flickered with a dangerous red light ready to shatter at any moment. Inside the mech cockpit, the pilot Zhao Chong was covered in sweat, his hands frantically pulling on the control stick. His comrades had just perished beneath the feet of this giant beast. He had already prepared to self-destruct the mech and die together. Suddenly, he heard this statement from the communication channel. Zhao Chong looked up through the broken display screen toward the top of the wall. At the edge of the smoke-filled wall, he saw a boy wearing sunglasses comfortably lounging in a beach chair. That indifferent and carefree demeanor painfully pierced Zhao Chong's eyes. Fuck you. Zhao Chong directly connected to the public channel and cursed at Lin Mo on the wall. His voice was filled with despair and anger. Which unweaned madman is that? This is a meat grinder. It's not your damn vacation beach. Are you out of your mind? Retreat. Don't obstruct my self-destruction here. The enormous paw of the abyssal behemoth larger than a building descended with a sense of apocalyptic oppression crashing down onto the crumbling steel city walls. The fierce wind swept the sand and stone on the city walls into a swirling tempest. Mecha pilot Zhao Chang's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically yelled at Lin Mo. Run? Do you really want to die here? Facing the massive mountain of flesh about to crash down from above, Lin Mo remained comfortably lounging on his beach chair. He even leisurely adjusted his sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. No lengthy incantations were uttered. No flashy hand signs were made. He simply raised his right hand and casually snapped his fingers with a crisp sound. This snap was so distinct that it even drowned out the howling wind on the city walls. But in that very second, the ground of the northern part of the imperial capital seemed to be violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand. Boom! In front of the extended defense line, a terrifying rumble erupted like a series of earthquakes. Towering white bone gates hundreds of meters high sprang up from the ground like bamboo shoots after rain. These bone gates were inscribed with ancient chilling runes from the underworld. The gates swung open with a thunderous crash. A thick, palpable aura of death surged forth like a volcanic eruption. Immediately, a million gray-white figures surged forth like a torrent from countless bone gates. Giant shield skeletons. Frenzied battle skeletons. A million monsters with tenfold attribute boosts. They wielded bone shields as heavy as city walls and carried serrated bone blades over 2 meters long. Not a single sound of chaos could be heard. Only the synchronized, earth-shaking sound of their charge echoed. The white tidal wave of the undead collided head-on with the dark abyssal beast tide. Boom! The two streams capable of annihilating the heavens and earth collided violently along the 100-kilometer-long defense line. The scene at that moment was tragically intense. It was also absurd to the utmost. In the eyes of all the retreating Dragon Kingdom soldiers, these skeletons that didn't even wear armor seemed like mere toys made of paper. A single touch would reduce them to a shower of bone fragments. But reality slapped everyone with a loud, harsh reminder. At the breach in the city wall, the abyssal behemoth towering over 100 meters stomped down hard on a blocking giant shield skeleton. It had thought it could crush this pile of bones like squashing an ant. However, at the moment of impact, the giant shield skeleton raised its gray-white bone shield. The hollow eye sockets emitted a ghostly blue flame that did not flicker. Crack! The deafening sound of shattering bones reverberated across the battlefield. It was not the skeleton that broke. The abyssal behemoth let out a piercing, distorted scream. Its tenthescent foot, upon making contact with the bone shield, was violently shattered by the terrifying recoil. The bone shards pierced through its tough scales. Foul-smelling black blood gushed forth like a waterfall. The massive body of the abyssal behemoth lost its balance and collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a huge crater in the ground. The nearby frenzied battle skeletons, dumbfounded, didn't give it a chance to catch its breath. Dozens of frenzied battle skeletons surged forward, wielding their serrated bone blades, hacking wildly at the behemoth's head. The blade flashed. Within 10 seconds, this 100-meter behemoth that had just been invincible and withstood countless human artillery fire was chopped into a pile of mush. In the mecha cockpit, Zhao Chang, who had been cursing just moments ago, now stood with his mouth agape, his jaw nearly dropping to his lap. He gripped the control stick tightly, his mind blank. That was an abyssal behemoth that even the main cannon couldn't penetrate. Yet it was being hacked to pieces by a group of skeletons wielding bone blades. Is this really a low-level summon? The same type of shocking slaughter was happening in every corner of the 100-kilometer defense line. Those ferocious, bloodthirsty wolves bit into the leg bones of the skeletons. Not only did they fail to break the bones, but they also shattered their own fangs. The giant shield skeletons held the front line, forming an unshakable wall of white steel. Frenzied battle skeletons hid behind the shields, swinging their blades down frantically, reaping the lives of the monsters. The charge of the abyssal beast tide was brutally suppressed against this bone wall. Not an inch forward. 10 kilometers behind. On the temporary open command platform, General Chu Xiaotian and the one-armed General Li were peering through high-powered military binoculars, intently watching the battle ahead. When they finally saw the scene on the battlefield, both of them froze in shock. Thud! Thud! Both specialized military binoculars slipped from their hands simultaneously. They fell heavily onto the concrete ground, shattering into pieces. Chu Xiaoshan's pupils trembled violently. His usually stoic and unflinching face was now filled with disbelief. The steel torrent he took pride in seemed like a joke in front of this pure force of the Bone Army. General Li's legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the command platform with a thud. He couldn't even feel the pain from his severed arm. His body was uncontrollably shaking. 1 million. General Li's voice was hoarse, as if he were trapped in an absurd dream he could never wake from. A full million summoned beings that can withstand abyssal behemoths. He suddenly turned his head, gripping Chu Xiaoshan's pant leg tightly. Tears and snot smeared his face. His weathered face was filled with fear and tremors that utterly defied common sense. Commander Chu, those are not ordinary summons. They are all Lord-level monsters starting from level 40. General Li looked up at the slender figure standing at the edge of the city wall. His voice trembled uncontrollably. What kind of army did he summon by himself? Is this the descent of a deity? The thunderous roar before the defensive line finally ceased for a moment. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. The 100-meter-high abyssal behemoth had been completely shredded into minced meat by the frenzied battle skeleton. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom atop the city wall stared intently down below. They had forgotten to breathe. The line formed by a million skeletal warriors resembled an insurmountable chasm. No matter how frantically those bloodthirsty demon wolves charged, the giant shield skeleton did not retreat even a single step. Inside the mecha cockpit, Zhao Chong gaped oblivious to the drool that flowed down to his chin. Did we hold them off? He slapped himself hard, the crisp sound echoing in the cockpit. His cheek burned with pain. This was not a dream. However, this brief moment of shock did not last long. The crimson fissure in the sky, stretching for hundreds of kilometers, suddenly began to writhe violently. It was like a blood-soaked maw brewing an even more terrifying disaster. A chilling and eerie shriek echoed from the depths of the fissure. Immediately afterward, countless shadowy figures clad in black robes floated out from the blood-colored rift like locusts. They had no legs, merely suspended in midair. In their hands were twisted, withered black staffs. Looking around, one could easily count at least tens of thousands of these dark-robed creatures. As soon as they appeared, the surrounding air dropped to freezing point. Even the originally bright sunlight was completely devoured by the dark energy emanating from them. 10 kilometers away on the open command platform, General Li had just managed to catch his breath after being shocked by the million skeletons. At this moment, he saw the group of dark-robed monsters in the sky. His remaining right hand clenched the binoculars, tightly, blue veins bulging on the back of his hand. This is bad. General Li's face turned pale, his voice trembling. It's the Dark Sorcery Legion. How could so many high-level magical creatures emerge all at once from the abyssal rift? Chu Xiaoshan's face also darkened completely. He was fully aware of the terrifying nature of this unit. On the abyssal battlefield, these were the killing machines specifically designed to obliterate human heavy defenses. Immediately connect to the frontline communications. Chu Xiaodian snatched the communication microphone and shouted angrily at Lin Mo on the city wall. Kid, stop lounging in that chair. Hurry and order your skeletons to fall back. At the edge of the city wall, Lin Mo remained comfortably reclined in his beach chair. He leisurely adjusted to a more comfortable position, completely ignoring the furious shouting from Chu Xiaodian through the communicator. Those skeletons are all purely physical defense. The Dark Sorcery Legion uses large-scale dark forbidden spells. Chu Xiaodian was so anxious that his eyes were blazing, spitting saliva onto the microphone. Your shields cannot stop this kind of magical penetration. They will melt your skeleton army and the city walls into blood water. Indeed, as Chu Xiaodian said, the Dark Sorcery Legion in the air had already begun to act. Tens of thousands of abyssal mages simultaneously raised their withered wooden staffs. Strange, incomprehensible syllables echoed from their hollow mouths. They were chanting collectively. Dark clouds gathered frantically above their heads. Thunder rolled. The destructive aura brewing within the black clouds made the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom on the city wall feel an overwhelming sense of despair. Once this level of mixed forbidden spell strikes down, no one would survive. Run! We can't hold them off. Zhao Chong shouted frantically in the mecha, gripping the control stick tightly, hoping to cover his comrades' retreat. The city wall was thrown into chaos. Only Lin Mo's side remained peaceful. Lin Mo pulled out a can of ice-cold cola from his pocket, still emitting cold vapor. With a gentle flick of his finger, the sound of the pull tab popping open was crisp. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The icy carbonated drink flowed down his throat, dispelling some of the heat of the battlefield. Lin Mo contentedly burped. Through his sunglasses, he glanced up at the group of black-robed monsters fervently chanting in the sky. A hint of undisguised mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. Trying to play firepower coverage with me? Lin Mo chuckled softly, his tone dripping with a lazy dominance. He did not even bother to grab the communication microphone that was screaming madly. Instead, he casually placed the can of cola on the small coffee table beside him. Then he slowly raised his right hand. With a gentle twist of his thumb and middle finger, he snapped his fingers. A light snap echoed through the air. This snap was the only military order. At the very moment the snap fell, the ground beneath the million shield formation shuddered violently once more. The dirt flew up. A full 100,000 skeletal mages clad in tattered robes burst out from the ground. These were the lawless artillery units of Lin Mo. These 100,000 skeletal mages did not stand on the ground. It was as if they were stepping on invisible stairs rising uniformly into the air. They floated directly above the giant shield skeleton line, facing the dark sorcery legion in the high sky. They gripped pale bony staffs in their hands. Within their hollow eye sockets, ghostly blue infernos danced wildly, radiating an intense desire to annihilate everything. There were no seals, no preliminary gestures, no lengthy incantations. Lin Mo leaned back against the chair and casually uttered a few words. "No need for defense. Wash the ground for me." Just as his voice fell, 100,000 skeletal mages simultaneously raised their skeletal staffs. The tips of the staffs pointed toward the sky, attributes amplified by 10,000 times. High-level magic, exploding meteor. Boom. The visual impact of this moment was beyond description in words. A full 100,000 explosive meteors, each the size of a water tank, erupted from the tips of the skeletal mages' staffs. The sky, which had been shrouded in dark clouds and gloom, was illuminated as bright as day. In that instant, the 100,000 meteors soaring into the sky lit up the darkened sky, blinding everyone and causing them to instinctively close their eyes. There was no such thing as an evenly matched magical exchange. This was purely an unreasonable display of overwhelming firepower. The tens of thousands of monsters from the Dark Sorcery Legion in midair had not even finished chanting their spells. Before the 100,000 explosive meteors even hit them, the sound of dense explosions shattered the black clouds overhead. The raging elemental flames transformed in the sky into a true sea of fire. The monsters of the Dark Sorcery Legion did not even have time to let out a single scream. Under this devastating firepower coverage, they were instantly reduced to flying ash. The black robes burned to cinders. The staffs exploded into dust. Even the abyssal magic cores they prided themselves on could not withstand the terrifying high temperatures amplified by 10,000 times and were vaporized directly. A rain of gray ashes fell from the sky. In less than 3 seconds, the high-level Dark Sorcery Legion that had just been so ferocious and prepared to melt the entire defense line was completely eradicated from the map. Not even a complete bone fragment remained. The soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom on the city wall were left dumbfounded. They looked up, mouths agape. Allowing those warm ashes to fall upon their faces, their brains lost all ability to think. Were these skeletons? This magic firepower was 1,000 times more ferocious than all the mages' guilds in the imperial capital combined. 5 kilometers back at the first artillery position of the Dragon Kingdom, hundreds of exaggeratedly shaped, cold, metallic, gleaming magical artillery pieces were neatly lined up in the position. This was humanity's ultimate trump card against high-level magical creatures. Each shell required more than a dozen high-level mages to charge for 10 minutes. Artillery Commander Wang Hai was currently standing at the front of the position with binoculars in hand. He had already prepared to sacrifice the entire artillery unit to confront the Dark Sorcery Legion. But now Wang Hai's binoculars fell to the ground with a clatter. The lenses shattered. He stared blankly at the 100,000 skeletal mages still holding their staffs in the sky. Turning his head again, he glanced at his proud, snail-paced magical artillery behind him. A deep sense of defeat and absurdity surged up in his heart. Wang Hai's legs went weak, and he sat down on a nearby ammunition box. He covered his face with his hands, nearly shedding tears. "What am I even worth?" Wang Hai laughed while shaking his head, his expression more painful than crying. "I led a whole regiment of brothers training day and night, thinking this magical artillery was the world's #1 heavy firepower." He pointed at the group of skeletons in the sky and shouted hoarsely at his aide. "Look at them. 100,000 high-level spells. Instant cast. Not even taking a breath. That is what you call washing the ground. What do we even count as? Fireworks." The aide stood beside him, looking equally dazed. He swallowed hard, patting Wang Hai on the shoulder. "Commander, don't be too upset. Comparing ourselves to those kinds of monsters is just asking for trouble." On the command platform, Chu Xiaoshan's hand, still holding the microphone, remained frozen in midair. He gazed at the holographic screen showing the sky that had been instantly cleared. His mouth opened slightly, unable to utter a word. General Li gripped the railing tightly. The wound from his severed arm burst open, blood flowed out, but he remained completely oblivious. "Commander Chu." General Li's voice wavered, as if he were in a trance. "Did you just say we would use our heavy armored mecha division to conduct a counter-practice against them?" Chu Xiaoshan's face turned red. He slammed the microphone down on the table, his mouth twitching. "Practice my ass." Chu Xiaodian glared at the boy, leisurely sipping cola on the screen. His heart raced. With this kind of firepower configuration, let alone one mecha division. Even if I brought the entire armored force into action, it wouldn't be enough for this group of skeletons to fire a volley. At the edge of the city wall, Lin Mo set down his can of cola. He watched the rain of ashes in the sky, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad for accuracy. Lin Mo adjusted his sunglasses and spoke into the empty communication microphone. General Chu, did you see that clearly? Defensive work like this isn't for me. I only handle the killing, not the burying. A gray rain of ash still drifted across the sky. Lin Mo lounged in a beach chair, eyes closed, listening intently to the maddening throbbing that rose from the depths of his soul. The energy feedback on the innate panel was skyrocketing at a terrifying rate. Ahead stood an impregnable line of giant shield skeletons. Above, sorcerer skeletons rained boundless fire in a relentless bombardment. This ought to have been a flawless display of slaughter, yet Lin Mo frowned in displeasure. Too inefficient, Lin Mo said irritably, opening his eyes and crushing an empty cola can. They've all piled up outside the shields and can't get in. Many of the mage's spells are hitting nothing. At this rate, how long will it take to slaughter these millions of beasts? He turned his head and glanced at the impermeable white bone bastion beneath the city wall. Then he issued a new command: shield formation, tear open a gap in the middle for me. Let those animals in. The order barely left his mouth when the once bronze-like shield skeleton line emitted a dull grinding of bone. The middle stretch of the defense, thousands of meters long, saw hundreds of thousands of giant shield skeletons fall back in unison to both sides. A vast gash yawned open without warning, exposing the abyssal horde to the breach. The soldiers of Longhua on the wall were stunned. The mech pilot Zhao Chong's eyes nearly popped from his skull. Gripping his communicator, he held up toward the ramparts. Are you crazy? The line is intact. Why did you open the gate? If a million beasts surge and well, all die here. On the command platform behind General Li went pale, nearly fainting. Commander Chu, stop him at once. General Li stamped his feet in anxiety. He's playing with fire. Once the horde surges inland, it cannot be contained. Chu Xiaodian said nothing. He stared at the languid youth on the holographic screen. The nation's war god's intuition told him that this prodigious misfit who played by no rules was not about to commit the utterly stupid act of lifting a rock only to crush his own foot. Sure enough, the abyssal horde had no capacity for reason. Seeing the line split, they assumed humanity had broken. Countless crimson-eyed berserker demon wolves and hellbears poured frenziedly through the great gap like a black mudslide. Kill. Devour them. The vanguard of the horde had already breached the line. They were less than 500 meters from Longwo's steel wall. The acrid stench of blood and the deafening roar bore down upon them, just as every soldier braced for brutal close-quarters fighting. Lin Mo extended his right hand and with unhurried ease snapped his fingers. Snap! The open ground beneath the wall instantly turned into a fathomless black. 100,000 enormous black teleportation sigils surfaced from the earth without warning. Come out to receive guests, Lin Mo murmured, a bloodthirsty smile curling his lips. Boom. 100,000 colossal bone nightmares, hooves ablaze with hell-black flame, leaped from the sigils. Upon their backs sat 100,000 dark knights clad in heavy black bone armor. They gripped 3-meter reaper lances. Beneath their helms, coils of crimson netherfire fixed their gaze upon the charging horde. A terrible killing aura forged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood halted the leading monsters in their tracks in an instant. All forces attack. Lin Mo waved lazily. A heavy skeletal horn sounded across the Dark Knight's ranks. 100,000 nightmares surged in unison. Black flame along their hooves flared wildly. They became a torrent of black steel, charging back into the oncoming abyssal horde in a brazen counter-assault. This was not war. It was sheer unilateral mowing of the field. The Dark Knights moved with blinding speed. 100,000 3-meter reaper lances were like 100,000 exquisitely sharp blades. They plunged mercilessly into the black tide. Slicing, stabbing. The wet, ripping sounds of blades through flesh coalesced into a dense fusillade. The hellbears leading the charge, proud of their heavy hides, were as fragile as paper before the knight's lances. A lance pierced clean through. Black flame crawled up the shaft and engulfed the bear. Before a scream could form, a tin-softened monster was reduced to a puddle of black ash. The 100,000 dark knights maintained an impeccably ordered charge, like a colossal meat grinder cleaving through the million-strong horde. Bone steeds shattered the earth beneath their hoofs. Black flame devoured all. Whatever the rank of the monsters that stood before them, each fell to a single lance strike. The once formidable million-strong horde was literally cleft into countless disunited fragments by those 100,000 blades. The horde's formation disintegrated. Foremost monsters were slaughtered to the last limb. Those behind trampled each other in panic. Fields and slopes were littered with severed limbs and black ash. My God! Zhao Chong sat in his mech watching the crushing massacre. His strength ebbed away and he slumped in his cockpit. This was not warfare, it was like leveling a field with a bulldozer. In the deep rear of the abyssal horde, an enormous multi-headed demon commander stood stomping on the skull of a bone dragon to urge the troops on. Terror marred each of its ugly heads. It possessed intellect rivaling a human's. It had believed this raid on the capital would be a sure victory. But what on earth was that sudden black cavalry? Each knight radiated an aura far more terrifying than even this high-ranking commander. How was this battle to be won? Retreat. Withdraw. The demon commander roared hoarsely. Snatching a colossal bone horn from a subordinate, it blew the retreat with all its might. The low horn reverberated across the battlefield. Hearing it, the monsters, already cowed by slaughter, felt as if granted a reprieve. They turned en masse, heedless even of trampling comrades' corpses, and fled madly toward the 100-kilometer-long Crimson Rift in the rear. Defeat came like a collapsing mountain. The million-strong horde was routed by 100,000 skeletal knights. Lin Mo sat in his beach chair. He listened to the retreat horns in the distance, and rather than ordering a halt to the pursuit, laughed scornfully. They come when they please and leave when they please, eh? Lin Mo removed his sunglasses and tossed them onto a small table. His gaze grew sharper than the lances wielded by his 100,000 riders. They've made a mess of my place, he said to the air voice cool. Since they're here, none shall leave. On the battlefield, the 100,000 dark knights that had been mercilessly reaping simultaneously turned their mounts. They did not continue to thread through the horde. Instead, they split into two vast black torrents. The nightmarish steeds reached top speed, sweeping around the routed masses and launching an astonishing long-range pincer from both flanks. What are they doing? General Li on the command platform grabbed his spare binoculars, staring intently. He watched the Dark Knight's uncanny march and was utterly perplexed. Chu Xiaoshan's eyes snapped open. He drew a sharp breath, his voice betraying stunned awe. Encirclement. They are executing a reverse encirclement. Indeed, the Dark Knight's speed far outpaced the fleeing monsters. The two black torrents carved enormous arcs across the wasteland, closing in behind the horde before it could reach the abyssal rift. A wall of black heavy cavalry formed in straight ranks, sealing the million-strong horde's way home. Ahead loomed the insurmountable giant shield skeleton line. Above, sorcerer skeletons could rain meteors at any moment. The rear was completely sealed by 100,000 bloodthirsty dark knights. 1,000,000 savage abyssal monsters had been boxed in. The demon commander stood atop the bone dragon's skull, staring at the ranks of black lances barring the abyssal rift. The bone horn it had used to sound the retreat clattered from its grasp. Several of its heads were nothing but pure despair in that moment. A few Warzone news helicopters sent by the Daidu military district hovered high above. Their cameras beamed the stunning scene in real time to the top command rooms. A battle-hardened military reporter aboard gripped his microphone tightly, gazing at the vast encirclement below. He watched the abyssal monsters trembling, bereft even of the nerve to resist. The hard-bitten reporter, winner of countless field reportage awards. Now addressed to the lens, his lips trembled violently. He could not assemble a coherent commentary. Dear viewers. He swallowed hard, his voice faltered and quivered with a note of raw fear. I don't know how to describe what I'm seeing. He slammed the camera toward the white-clad youth sprawled in the beach chair atop the wall. He panned to the 100,000 dark knights mercilessly reaping below. His voice transmitted over the broadcast echoed throughout Longhua. We are not defending the city, he stammered. We are conducting a one-sided slaughter. On the open plain before the defensive line, screams braided together into a single dreadful chorus. The encirclement of 100,000 dark knights had utterly cut off the abyssal beast tide's retreat. What should have been an undisputed harvest suddenly warped into something else. From the depths of the abyssal rift came 5 roars, each so terrible they seemed to rend the heavens. Even the earth convulsed in frenzy. What monstrous thing is that? The soldiers on the wall cried in terror. 5 colossal black silhouettes, each rivaling a mountain, forced their way out of the crimson fissure. These were 5 abyssal war titans, each over 200 meters tall. Their bodies were sheathed in dark golden rock armor. With every step they took, the ground collapsed into a yawning pit. On the command platform, General Li gripped the edge of the holoscreen so hard his nails splintered. Level 60. All of them are level 60 quasi-god-class bosses. His voice was hoarse beyond recognition, his eyes a well of utter despair. Has the Abyss lost its mind? To breach the Imperial capital, they're unleashing strategic-grade monsters like this. Chu Xiaoshan's eyes bulged, the veins on his forehead pulsing. Level 60 war titans. Their physical defense is essentially maxed out. Even if our arcane main batteries pounded them day and night, they wouldn't pierce that hide. It's over. This defensive line cannot hold. On the battlefield, the 5 war titans paid no heed to the dark knights being slaughtered beneath their feet. They possessed a chilling, calculating intelligence. Those 5 pairs of crimson eyes, larger than trucks, fixed unerringly on Lin Mo atop the wall. To capture a foe, one first seizes its king. They meant to crush the human in the chair along with the wall into pulp. Roar! The 5 war titans surged forward in unison. Even their own minions became meat beneath their merciless tread. They were like 5 mobile mountains of iron and flesh bearing an irresistible oppressiveness as they bore down upon the defenses. "Get out of the way!" Mecha pilot Zhao Chong screamed into the comms with hysterical force. "They're charging for the wall. The wall cannot withstand that level of impact. Run!" At the edge of the wall, the gale whipped Lin Mo's white t-shirt into a flapping banner. He leaned back in his beach chair without so much as lifting his head. Bored, he casually crossed his legs. "They're big," Lin Mo remarked through his sunglasses as he glanced at the approaching mountains. His tone was as bland as someone commenting on produce at the market. A pity their brains aren't as big as their stature. He felt no need to assume a defensive posture. Back when the dark nights charged, the skies 10,000 meters above had already been woven into a net. 10,000 heavy sniper skeletons. They had already shouldered their 1.5-meter bone great rifles. 10,000 cold muzzles probed through gaps in the clouds. In those hollow eye sockets, an eerie azure netherfire fixed its gaze upon the 5 war titans. Without any superfluous motion, Lin Mo merely snapped his fingers. That was the order to fire. There were no deafening booms, no ostentatious magic lights. Above the clouds there reigned an absolute, soul-chilling silence. The next instant, 10,000 azure soul beams fell like divine judgment. Their speed was so extreme that sight could not track them. The world was bathed in a blinding spectral blue. The 5 war titans still ran prideful in their reputedly indestructible dark golden rock armor. The moment those azure beams touched, it was like a red-hot blade slicing through butter. No resistance, no impediment. A dense chorus of penetrating strikes rang above the battlefield. The 5 level 60 quasi-god-class bosses did not even have time for a cry. Their vast bodies were instantly riddled like hornets' nests. Each beam left at its wound a conflagration of inextinguishable black flame. The black fire ravenously devoured their life force. With a heavy thud, the foremost titan's knees buckled, and it sank to the ground. Then the enormous bodies collapsed with thunderous impact. Boom after boom, 5 mountain-like masses striking the earth. The ground convulsed, and dust rose like an eclipse. Countless abyssal beasts that had no time to dodge were crushed into paste beneath those colossal carcasses. Instant annihilation, an utterly overwhelming, outclassing slaughter. Across the defensive line, 100,000 Longwa soldiers were struck dumb. Not even the swallowing of saliva could be heard. All eyes stared at the leisurely youth upon the wall, as if he were a monster. Inside the mecha cockpit, Zhao Chong had shouted so hard moments before he nearly bit through his tongue. He stared at the hologram of the 5 fallen flesh mountains. His hand slid entirely off the control sticks. He slumped uselessly in his seat. "I've lived 30 years, Zhao Chong muttered, his expression fouler than grief. "And for the first time I feel like a beggar and a worthless man. This is what real firepower looks like." On the command platform, General Li's mouth gaped, as if an ostrich egg could be stuffed inside. He rubbed his eyes as if to dispel a hallucination. Level 60 titans. Just gone like that. 10,000 beams. General Li's voice trembled as he turned to Chu Xiaodian. Commander Chu stood motionless, his austere face stripped of all composure. Beads of cold sweat the size of peas streamed down his forehead, instantly soaking his collar. The nation's war god gave no answer to General Li. In his mind, a hair-raising tactical simulation unfolded. What if those 10,000 silent soul beams had not been aimed at the war titans, but at Daida's ultimate defense shield instead? Chu Xiaodian swallowed hard, his heart felt as if an invisible hand clamped it tight. He arrived at a conclusion that drained him of hope. The Daidu defense shield, lauded as capable of withstanding a nuclear strike, would likely not hold for even a single second against such incomprehensible azure beams. A super city of tens of millions before this youth might be no more than an unfortified cardboard box. The fate of Daidu, its very survival, rested in the span of a single thought from that young man. Chu Xiaodian lifted his head and fixed his gaze on the sunglasses-clad figure on the wall. A coldness unlike any before shot from the soles of his feet up to the crown of his head. 5 war behemoths as massive as mountains thundered to the ground. The dust they raised had not yet settled, and the million-strong beast tied before the defensive line collapsed utterly. Although devoid of reason, they possessed the most primitive instinct to survive. Even 60-level quasi-deity overlords were annihilated in an instant. What fight is there left? No one knew which monster first turned its head. The once fearless host of fiends began howling in mad, terrified whimpers. They ditched helmets and armor, scrambling and rolling toward the abyssal rift as if wishing for extra legs. On the city wall, Lin Mo reclined in a deck chair. He removed his sunglasses and casually wiped them with his sleeve. "Want to run?" A miserly amused smirk curled his mouth. "You made a mess of my turf, and expect to leave without paying a toll." Lin Mo slid his shades back on and snapped his fingers crisply. "Minions, get to work. Gather every scrap, leave nothing. At their master's command, the skeleton legions shifted their mood. 100,000 dark knights surged first into the routed beast swarms. Spears rose and fell 1 kill per strike. That was conventional slaughter. Then a hair-raising sight unfolded. The million giant shield skeletons and berserker skeletons somehow produced hundreds upon thousands of tattered burlap sacks. They marched with gleeful steps into the piles of corpses. A berserker skeleton felled a demon wolf with a single blow, and before the wolf was even cold, the bony hand had already plunged into its skull. With a crack, it pulled out a blood-stained crystal core, rubbed it casually against its white ribs, and tossed it into the burlap sack at its waist. That was not all. Another skeleton approached, bone blades flashing up and down, and in the blink of an eye stripped the wolf's most valuable demonic pelt. Not even the wolf's 4 thick femurs were spared. They were snapped off and shoved whole into sacks. The entire battlefield descended into chaotic plunder. The earlier tragic iron-blooded mood of defense vanished in an instant, replaced by the grotesque impression of a market scramble over discounted produce. Gray-white skeletons sprinted everywhere with burlap sacks like ravenous locusts on the wing. Where they passed, never mind the living monsters. They scraped the earth bare to 3 feet. Some abyssal creatures in tattered armor had just collapsed, and before their last breath the skeletons swarmed to strip off the iron plates. In no time they had stripped them clean. The naked fallen lay on the ground, as if doubting their own existence. Not far from the breach, an abyssal minor boss the size of a small mountain lay face down, feigning death, clutching its skull. It stealthily opened one eye to see if the harbingers of doom had passed. The moment it did, it met 5 pairs of hollow, ghostly blue eye sockets. 5 giant shield skeletons crouched beside it, fixating on its gaping maw. The minor boss trembled in terror and tried to scramble up to beg for mercy. The 5 skeletons lunged. 2 pinned its arms, 2 held down its legs, and the remaining 1 deftly pried open its blood-smeared mouth. With a bone dagger aimed at the gleaming golden tooth in the minor boss mouth, it pried hard. Ayo! The creature let out a wretched, piercing cry. The gold tooth was hammered free. The skeleton waited in its hands, satisfied, tucked it into the sack, and then slit the minor boss' throat with a single stroke. The sequence flowed like water. So practiced it was almost painful to watch. On the city wall, and in the command center of the underground fortress, all along with soldiers, stood frozen, as if rooted to the spot. They stared blankly at the absurd scene on the holoscreen. Mech pilot Zhao Chong sat in his cockpit. His control stick had long since slipped from his grasp. He swallowed hard, his eyes nearly bulging. What the? Zhao Chong swore over the public channel. Is this a war or a scavenging operation? Artillery Commander Wang Hai, on the adjacent emplacement, felt his eye twitch as he watched the holographic projection. A little skeleton even stooped to pocket a broken, rusted blade. Wang Hai suddenly felt that all the tactical doctrine had ever learned had been thrown to the dogs. On the command platform, General Li stood with his mouth agape, silent for a long, while his remaining right hand gripping the table as he turned to look at Chu Xiaodian. Commander Chu. General Li's voice wavered like a sleepwalker. Are the men under this fellow usually so frugal? Chu Xiaodian felt the veins on his forehead throb. A lifetime of war had shown him every kind of carnage, yet he had never witnessed a battlefield turned into a looting spree like this. Those abyssal monsters had once been humanity's nightmare. Wherever they went, life was laid waste and rivers ran red. Now before Lin Mo's skeletal legions, they looked like fat sheep awaiting slaughter. Sheep whose wool would be plucked clean to the last strand. Chu Xiaodian watched the skeleton army frantically scavenging across hill and dale and drew a deep breath. In that instant, the moral compass of the revered national war god was being ground down again and again by what he saw. Beneath the city wall, the absurd sweep was drawing to a close. The ground was littered with stripped, glistening corpses of the fiends. The little skeletons dragged bulging, tattered sack after sack back their carts, groaning with loot. Lin Mo lounged in a beach chair, surveying his spoils with obvious satisfaction. He was about to let out a yawn when the sky above him suddenly changed. The 100-kilometer deep abyssal rift, once a searing crimson wound in the heavens, seemed suddenly doused with a basin of black ink. In an instant it became a pitch so absolute it made the scalp prickle. It was a darkness that devoured even light. The battlefield that had roared a moment before fell into dead silence. Those creatures who had not yet fled into the rift crumpled to the ground, trembling. They did not even dare to whimper. What is this? Mech pilot Zhao Chong wiped the cold sweat from his face. He stared at the blackness above, as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart. Breathing became a labor. The defenders of Longhua along the wall felt their legs go weak. This was not mere fear. This was the pure oppression of bloodlines, a higher life form crushing a lower one with sheer inheritance. On the command platform, Chu Xiaodian snapped his head up and fixed his gaze on that sable rift. For the first time, the calm mask on his face was pierced by genuine dread. This pressure. Chu Xiaoshan's voice rasped like sandpaper. Beyond a lord, beyond calamity. General Li trembled all over at the words. His remaining right hand dug into the table edge until his nails curled and bled. God-tier pressure. General Li howled in a voice torn raw by despair. The abyss is enraged. Great terror approaches. No sooner were the words spoken than a dull ripping sound issued from the inky fissure. As if fabric were being torn apart in an enormous demonic hand. So vast words failed it. Slowly emerged from the depths of the rift. Black scales the size of tabletops clung to that hand, each scale wreathed in an eerie azure abyssal fire. The demon hand seized the edge of the rift and ripped outward with a savage tug. The void trembled. The earth across the northern suburbs of the imperial capital shuddered violently. Countless bottomless chasms spiderwebbed across the wasteland. Then a roar detonated from the rift's depths, a thunderstorm of a sound that exploded in every mind present. It made souls shiver. Pitiful necromancer. You dare slay my vanguard. You dare anger the abyssal duke. With that earth-shaking cry came a palpable terror, a weight like 100,000 mountains that smashed down upon the entire defensive line. PFT. On the wall, countless Longwa soldiers were struck as if by lightning. They could not withstand such a pressure, and all expelled great mouthfuls of blood. Their knees buckled, and they were forced face down onto the cold steel ramparts. Even the strength to twitch a finger had been stripped from them. Bones creaked under unbearable strain. The entire defensive line collapsed into paralysis. Zhao Chong coughed blood in great desperate spurts inside his mech cockpit. The mech's alarm systems had gone mad. The screens flashed a blinding red. Target level computed level 80. Threat level demigod. The moment that readout appeared, everyone in the command center went ashen. Level 80, demigod. This lay utterly beyond what humanity could hope to oppose. Not merely this battered garrison. Were Longwa to summon every elite warrior it possessed, they would be no more than toys before the projection of this abyssal duke. This was a power not of the same order. Across the battlefield, only Lin Mo and his skeleton legion remained untouched by the oppressive tide. Lin Mo reclined in his chair, rubbing his ear in irritation. The little skeletons halted their sack loading and lifted their heads in unison, their pale azure netherfire fixed unblinking on the giant hand in the sky. Ever ready for their master's command, they waited. Chu Xiaodian stood atop the command platform, feeling as though his entrails were churning. The overwhelming demigod pressure threatened to snap his spine, to force him to his knees. Longwa soldiers die standing. Chu Xiaoyan's eyes had turned bloodshot as he let out a bestial low roar. He bit through his own tongue. The searing pain set his nerves ablaze, and the metallic tang of blood flooded his mouth. By that fury, he forced himself to resist the crushing weight, staggering upright. With every inch, he forced his spine straight, his bones cracked with appalling snaps. Commander Chu. General Li, flattened on the ground, watched him, with tears streaming down his face. Don't force it, your body will collapse. Chu Xiaodian paid no heed to General Li's cries. He stared fixatedly at the monstrous hand that continued to push outward from the rift. His eyes shone with a resolute appetite for death. If they could not hold, then they would descend into hell together. Trembling, Chu Xiaodian reached to his chest and drew out a black key he kept close to his heart. It was Longwo's final trump, a self-destruct device meant to consign all to oblivion. His life force was already draining at a furious pace, the brutal price of resisting god-tier pressure. Without hesitation, he pressed the key's activation. Lock onto the imperial capital, northern suburb battle zone. Chu Xiaodian ground his teeth as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. I, Chu Xiaoyan, with this life of mine will drag you, abyssal demon king, down into the road with me. The darkness was suffocating. A terrifying demonic hand, covered in black scales, clawed at the edge of the crack. The projection of the abyssal duke paid no heed to the millions of skeletons on the ground. The ancient monster, having lived for thousands of years, possessed a terrifying battle intelligence. He instantly saw through the weakness of this army of bones. What did it matter if there were countless summons? As long as he killed the undead mage standing on the city wall, all the skeletons would instantly turn into a pile of worthless debris. Die. A harsh sound like metal grinding echoed above the imperial capital. The palm of the demonic hand slowly spread open. A black light spot no larger than a fist appeared in the palm out of thin air. As soon as it materialized, the surrounding void cracked like shattered glass, making a crackling sound. The black light spot swelled in the wind. 10 meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, a colossal annihilation black hole hung above the million-strong army. The incomprehensible, terrifying suction instantly engulfed the entire northern suburban battlefield. Fragments of stones, corpses of magical creatures, even broken weapons. All flew uncontrollably into the sky, mercilessly ground to dust by the black hole. The nearest iron city wall began to twist violently. Several hundred-ton magical cannons along with their sturdy bases were uprooted. They were sucked into the black hole without even creating a splash. On the command platform, Chu Xiaoshan's hand was frozen in midair. The black key in his hand meant to activate the self-destruct program remained unpressed. The national military god was filled with deep despair at this moment. He understood the power of this black hole. It was useless in the face of a black hole capable of completely annihilating space. Even if he detonated a nuclear-level self-destruction formation, that explosive energy would be instantly devoured clean by the black hole. Not even a ripple would be raised. It's over. General Li sat on the ground, tears mixed with blood streaming down his face. When this black hole descends, let alone the defense line, the entire imperial capital, tens of millions of people, will have to be buried with it. In the mecha cockpit, Zhao Chong closed his eyes. The communication channel was dead silent. All the soldiers of the Dragon Nation gave up resisting. In the face of divine power, the struggles of mortals seemed too laughable. A fierce wind ravaged the city wall, stinging the skin of the people. The beach chair under Lin Mo finally could not withstand the terrifying suction. With a crack, it broke into two pieces. Spinning, it flew into the sky, swallowed by the black hole. Lin Mo stood still. He was not sucked away, because his feet seemed to have rooted into the steel city wall. He irritably took off his sunglasses. Slowly folding the sunglasses, he stuffed them into the pocket of his white t-shirt. Then he looked up at the death black hole that was drawing closer. I spent $200 on that chair. Lin Mo sighed, full of dissatisfaction. I was planning to lie down comfortably and make some money. But you had to topple my setup. Lin Mo twisted his neck and the bones in his body crackled. He stretched his arms wide. But speaking of which, Lin Mo stared at the demonic hand deep in the crack, licking his lips. A greedy flame ignited in his eyes. A demigod-level Duke's crystal core should fetch a good price, enough to buy thousands of chairs. At the moment, Lin Mo straightened his body. The hidden passive of calamity triggered quietly in the depths of his soul. There was no prompt sound, no flashy light or shadow effects, just a natural transformation of the physical body. Attribute feedback. The host permanently gains a 1% attribute boost from all summons. At this moment, how many summons stood on the battlefield? A full 1 million. Each skeleton inherited Lin Mo's base attributes, multiplying by 10,000. All were unequivocal value monsters. 1% of these million skeletons with 10,000 times the increase, in this instant, was poured into Lin Mo's seemingly fragile flesh and blood without reservation. Boom. Lin Mo did not even do anything. He just stood quietly. The air around him let out a mournful cry, bursting apart. There were no magical fluctuations, no dazzling auras. This was pure to the extreme physical density. The space around him began to warp wildly, even revealing fine black cracks. The laws of this world were almost unable to bear the weight of his body. On the command platform, Chu Xiaotian shivered violently. He turned his head in disbelief, staring intently at the white-clothed youth on the city wall. He felt no magical power from Lin Mo, but he instinctively sensed a great terror, a pressure even more chilling than that of the abyssal duke above. "Kid, what do you want to do?" Chu Xiaotian shouted hoarsely. "Quickly have your mage skeletons focus fire. Block that black hole." Lin Mo did not turn back. He did not even give those skeleton troops any commands. He merely bent his knees, performing the simplest jumping motion. Crack. The section of steel city wall under Lin Mo, over 10 meters thick, was directly crushed into fine metal powder as he bent his knees. Even the entire 100-kilometer-long defense line suddenly sank. "I'm going to collect debts." Lin Mo casually uttered 4 words. Bang. A thunderous sound that ripped through the entire battlefield exploded. Only a massive white sonic cloud was left in place. Lin Mo's figure vanished. He single-handedly transformed into a stream of light that the naked eye could not capture, forcefully tearing through the terrifying pull of the black hole. Soaring into the sky, all 100,000 soldiers of the Dragon Nation were stunned, as if struck by lightning. They stared blankly upwards, watching that slender figure defying the heavens. Zhao Chong desperately rubbed his eyes in the mecha, nearly dropping his jaw. Has he gone mad? Bare body against the black hole. In the sky, the projection of the abyssal duke looked at the human coming to him, letting out a disdainful cold snort, seeking death. The suction of the annihilation black hole surged violently. It aimed to completely shred Lin Mo in the darkness. Lin Mo faced that world-destroying black hole, not even slowing his speed by a fraction. His right hand clenched into a fist. He pulled back, without using any skills, just a simple, ordinary straight punch. 1% of the power of a million-strong army gathered in this punch. Lin Mo struck at the center of the annihilation black hole. Above the heavens, gales howled fiercely. Lin Mo's fist raised no dazzling light, no shimmering aura. Not even a tremor of magical energy disturbed the air. Not even a proper sonic crack pierced the silence. It was simply an ordinary, unadorned straight punch, launched headlong into that terrifying suction force capable of tearing apart an entire metropolis. It struck the very heart of the annihilation black hole. Time itself seemed to freeze utterly in that instant. 100,000 Longwa soldiers standing atop the city walls held their breath as one. Their bloodshot eyes widened, locked unblinkingly on the sky above. Chu Xiaodian gripped the self-destruct key tightly in his palm, his heart hammering against his throat. The next second, a sharp crystalline shattering echoed abruptly in every ear. Crack, like a heavy mallet striking a fragile glass sphere. At the precise point where Lin Mo's fist made contact, the surrounding space fractured visibly, black fissures spiderwebbing outward with chilling clarity. They spread like lightning across the void. This black hole said to devour even light itself, famed as the ultimate instrument of universal erasure. Before such raw, incomprehensible physical might, it lasted less than half a second. A dull, thunderous thump, as if a black balloon had been punctured by a needle. Instantly, it collapsed, shattered into countless drifting specks of black luminescence. A gust swept them away, scattering them into nothingness. The deathly crisis looming over the imperial capital was erased, not dispelled, not sealed, but obliterated by a single blow. The Archduke of the Abyss's projection froze completely. Its massive scale-covered demonic hand hung, suspended midair, forgetting even how to retract. Its god-tier consciousness, lofty and ancient, could not comprehend what had just transpired. A human, devoid of even the faintest trace of magical resonance, had shattered an annihilation black hole with bare flesh. Before it could process the impossibility, Lin Mo appeared without warning directly before its face. Man and demon facing each other across the void at 10,000 meters altitude. Compared to the Archduke's titanic sky-obscuring form, Lin Mo was no larger than a mote of dust. Yet this speck now radiated an aura so perilous that the millennia-old Archduke felt an icy dread rise from the deepest core of its soul. Lin Mo casually shook out his right wrist, easing its dull ache. His gaze swept over the grotesque, monstrous visage before him, and a lazy, effortless smile curled at the corner of his lips. "You're certainly large, but rather flimsy, aren't you?" He lifted his right hand, slowly clenching it into a fist. Veins rose faintly along the back of his knuckles. This punch, his voice quiet, yet piercing, reached the Archduke's ears with absolute clarity, carrying a calm so profound it evoked utter despair. 10,000 years of cultivation. Can you withstand it? No sooner had the words left his lips than Lin Mo coiled his waist and launched a brutal, unadorned right hook. Boom. That punch moved faster than time itself. The full hundredfold amplified attributes of 1,000,000 skeletal warriors surged forth in a single cataclysmic instant. The air detonated violently, unleashing a deafening shockwave that shattered the clouds. The Archduke's projection did not even conceive of raising a defense. Its demigod body, said to endure forbidden spells unscathed, proved no sturdier than tofu beneath Lin Mo's fist. Where his knuckles passed, devastation reigned unchecked. Lin Mo's right arm drove clean through the Archduke's chest. An overwhelming torrent of pure physical force erupted inward, obliterating every vestige of vitality within its form. GHK. Its eyes bulged wide in disbelief. A shrill, agonized cry tore from its throat. Boom. The colossal demonic silhouette exploded midair. No blood rained down, only a gentle cascade of luminous soul fragments. An Archduke of the Abyss, a being of supreme dominion, had been annihilated by a single ordinary right hook. Drifting slowly from the wreckage, a vile-thud crystal core gleamed with dense, radiant energy. Lin Mo snatched it deftly from the air. He wiped off the dust with a corner of his shirt, then slipped it smoothly into his pocket. In that very instant, the moment the projection was erased, the vast ancient will lurking deep within the abyss finally knew true terror. It feared. After eons of existence, for the first time it recoiled from a human, not with disdain, but with irrepressible primal dread. That power was no mortal's to wield. That was no man. He was a monster wearing human skin. High above the northern suburbs of the imperial capital, the 100-kilometer-long Crimson Rift, previously stretched taut and menacing, began twisting violently. Like a soft-bodied creature sensing its apex predator, it contracted inward with dizzying speed. It abandoned even the scattered fleeing demons still scrambling across the battlefield. Without hesitation, without regret. As the wound stitched itself shut, the once oppressive rift emitted a sound that set teeth on edge. A low keening wail, whimpering broken, like a feral dog leg shattered tail tucked, fleeing in abject terror. In barely a dozen seconds, the 100-kilometers-class abyssal rift forcibly sealed itself, vanished entirely from the heavens. The sky returned to its serene, boundless blue. Sunlight bathed the scarred, ravaged land once more. Had it not been for the heaps of demonic corpses strewn across the earth, had it not been for the shattered, splintered ramparts, everyone would have believed the apocalyptic calamity had been nothing more than a shared nightmare. Lin Mo drifted gently downward from the sky. His flip-flops remained firmly strapped to his feet. Hands tucked nonchalantly into his pockets, he alighted lightly upon the fractured steel battlements. Upon the wall, beneath the command platform, across the entire northern suburb battlefield, an absolute, suffocating silence reigned. Hundreds of thousands of Longwa soldiers stood frozen, weapons still slick with gore in their hands, staring dumbfounded at the white-robed youth who had just touched down. No cheers rose. No shouts broke the hush, for none had yet recovered from the sheer world-shattering awe of what they had witnessed. Zhao Chong sat inside his mech, mouth agape, tears streaming uncontrollably down his cheeks. He did not know why he wept. Perhaps from relief at surviving the unthinkable. Perhaps from reverence before absolute, unassailable power. On the command platform, General Li pressed his remaining right hand hard over his mouth, afraid even the slightest sound might disturb the youth who had just slain a god. Chu Xiaotian turned stiffly toward the wall, his gaze fixed upon Lin Mo standing atop the battlements. His palm drenched in sweat still clutched the self-destruct key. The nation's legendary military deity drew a slow, deep breath. Then deliberately he slid the key back into the inner pocket of his uniform and stepped forward, one heavy footfall after another, down the command platform until he stood at the very edge of the wall. He looked upon Lin Mo. His spine remained unbent, rigid as an unbreakable spear. Thud! A heavy, resonant impact shattered the battlefield silence. Chu Xiaotian, the supreme commander of Longwa's Northern Defense Forces, the nation's most revered military deity, knelt on one knee before the entire army. Raising his right fist, he brought it down hard upon his left breast, the highest salute a soldier could render to a savior and to a sovereign power beyond reckoning. Chu Xiaotian, supreme commander of Longwa's Northern Defense Forces, his voice hoarse, yet carrying the force to cleave the heavens. I thank you, sir, for saving our capital. That roar acted like a switch. General Li dropped instantly to one knee. His right fist slammed against his chest with thunderous finality. I thank you, sir, for saving our capital. Immediately after, Zhao Chong burst from his cockpit, leapt onto the top of his mech, and knelt. Wang Hai, commander of the artillery division, knelt. Every soldier on the wall, every armored infantryman across the open field, regardless of wounds or rank. Clash, clash, clash. A tidal wave of synchronized metallic impacts crashed across the northern battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of armored fists striking steel in perfect unison. Before that youth clad in loose cotton trousers and flip-flops, hundreds of thousands of Longwa soldiers knelt as one, right fists pounding left breastplates in flawless reverent cadence. A deafening unified roar erupted, shaking the heavens, lingering long after the last echo faded. We thank you, sir, for saving our capital. The highest military salute rendered by hundreds of thousands. A spectacle of staggering grandeur, of soul-deep awe. They did not kneel before a freshman student, but before an anonymous harbinger of death who had truly saved millions of lives in the imperial capital. Lin Mo stood motionless, surveying the sea of kneeling soldiers stretching endlessly before him. He rubbed his temples with mild exasperation. He hated complications. Normally he'd lie down rather than stand. Yet today he'd not only risen but fought. Now this grand spectacle. Peaceful days were surely gone forever. All right, rise up. He waved dismissively, weariness plain on his face. No need for such ceremony. I'm not dead, and I don't require kneeling. He walked over to Chu Xiaotian. Looking down at the venerable general, head bowed solemnly. General Chu. Lin Mo yawned, his tone laced with the unmistakable impatience of someone eager to clock out. I've taken the crystal core from that beast. As for the materials from these million wild boar-like demons littering the ground, I'll waive the fee. Consider it voluntary service. The battle has completely ended. The crimson fissure stretching across the imperial capital and seemingly ready to swallow everything has vanished without a trace. The sky has regained its azure hue. If it weren't for the devastated land and the mountains of monster corpses, no one would dare believe that this place has just experienced a god-level war capable of annihilating the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Mo stood atop the shattered steel city wall. He rubbed his sore wrist and leisurely stretched his body in a grand yawn. That punch earlier, although satisfying indeed, took some effort. He reached into his spatial ring and pulled out a brand new folding beach chair. Fortunately, he had the foresight to prepare a few more before heading out. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have a place to sit. Lin Mo unfolded the beach chair at the edge of the city wall. With a soft creaking sound, he settled back into the beach chair and casually yawned. He once again returned to that lazy state, as if he hadn't fully awakened. It was as if the invincible killing god who had just soared into the clouds and smashed the divine projection with a punch was not him at all. Lin Mo leaned back against the chair and waved his hand nonchalantly. Time to get to work. Hand over everything you have. At his command, the vast battlefield below the city wall instantly erupted into activity. Tens of thousands of skeletons lined up in neat rows resembling well-trained assembly line workers dragging bulging blood-stained burlap sacks. They began to converge towards the city wall. The scene was utterly absurd. Those high-ranking monsters that once looked down upon everything in the abyss were now dismembered into pieces carried on the shoulders of these skeletons like cabbages. There was no scrambling, no chaos. The leading berserk skeleton reached the base of the city wall and forcefully flung its hands. The burlap sacks filled with spoils were directly tossed over 10 meters high onto the city wall, landing steadily in front of Lin Mo. The sack's opening loosened and a crisp sound resonated. Countless high-level crystal cores radiating various hues, intact abyssal demon skins, and unbreakable monster bones spilled forth like a waterfall. After emptying its load, the skeleton turned expressionless and left with the next skeleton immediately following. 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. As the line of skeletons handing over the goods grew longer, the spoils in front of Lin Mo began to rise at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. In less than half an hour, tens of thousands of skeletons had stacked up a mountain of materials over 100 meters high on the steel city wall. This mountain was simply colossal. The colorful high-level energy auras intertwined, shooting straight into the clouds. The blinding light emanating from it even overshadowed the midday sun. Dense magical elements formed a small energy storm around the mountain of materials. Surrounding them, hundreds of thousands of Dragon Kingdom soldiers stood in a daze. They had just experienced life and death. Now they were rendered speechless by this mountain of materials. Mecha pilot Zhao Chong sat in the cockpit, swallowing hard. He stared intensely at a scale on the mountainside. Is that the heart scale of a level 60 war giant, just thrown in the pile like trash? How much is that worth? Not only the ordinary soldiers, but even Chu Xiaodian and General Li on the command platform began to breathe heavily. This was no longer a matter of money. This was an absolute strategic resource. Just then, a middle-aged man, slightly plump and dressed in high-ranking military attire, pushed through the crowd in a frenzy. He was the logistics minister of the Dragon Kingdom's military, overseeing the allocation of resources and equipment updates for the entire Dragon army. His military cap was askew and his collar was open. His eyes were fixated on the 100-meter-tall mountain of materials filled with frenzied red blood vessels. He stumbled to the foot of the mountain, trembling hands reaching for a dark golden wolf leg bone. A top-tier, perfect top-tier. He muttered like a madman. The corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Looking at this mountain, he was drooling. He couldn't care less about wiping his drool. His brain was frantically calculating. Every crystal core, every piece of demon skin here. These were scarce goods that the military had to spend enormous sums and sacrifice countless soldiers to obtain. Yet now they were piled up into a 100-meter-high mountain like potatoes. If they could seize this batch of high-level materials and integrate them into the military's research and forging system, the overall equipment level of the Dragon Kingdom's military, the power of the magical cannons, and the defense of the mechas, would be enough to generate a qualitative leap in an instant. The logistics minister's heart raced, nearly bursting from his chest. He arrived at a conclusion that made him feel breathless. These high-level materials could allow the Dragon Kingdom's military to upgrade its equipment for 200 years. 200 years. This was a tremendous fortune that could completely rewrite the war pattern between humanity and the abyss. The logistics minister wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stepped forward, inching closer to Lin Mo's beach chair. Mr. Lin. The logistics minister deeply bowed, bending at a 90-degree angle. His tone was extremely humble, fearing to anger this killing god. He tentatively asked Lin Mo if he could sell it to the state. After saying this, the logistics minister held his breath tightly. The air around them instantly froze. Chu Xiaodian and hundreds of thousands of soldiers focused their gazes on Lin Mo. If Lin Mo refused and took these things abroad, the Dragon Kingdom would miss a historical opportunity for ascension. The atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Tense sweat dripped down the logistics minister's nose. Lin Mo leaned back in the chair. He looked at the military high-ranking officer before him, who seemed on the verge of fainting from nervousness. Suddenly, Lin Mo waved his hand. Sure. The logistics minister abruptly looked up, his eyes bursting with ecstatic light. Really, I am a person who values reason in business. Lin Mo cleared his throat, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since it's for the military. 9 out of 13 returns. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. The ecstasy on the logistics minister's face froze. 9 out of 13 returns. Was he planning to treat the military like a loan shark's sheep to be slaughtered? This interest rate might empty the entire national treasury. Chu Xiaoshan's face twitched violently. This brat has turned robbing into a national-level heist. Lin Mo seemed to sense something amiss. He rubbed his nose and casually corrected himself. Oh no, I misspoke. Lin Mo shifted into a more comfortable sitting position, his gaze becoming sharp and unrefutable. This batch of goods, they'll sell it to you at a maximum of 20 premium over the market price. The logistics minister gasped. The market price was already astronomical. Now he was asking for a maximum premium of 20%. This was definitely a lion's demand. But the logistics minister quickly calculated in his mind for a second. Worth it. Even if it was at a premium, as long as they could secure this batch of strategic materials. It would still be a huge profit. No problem. The logistics minister shouted, afraid Lin Mo would backtrack. We'll take it all. Not so fast, I haven't finished speaking. Lin Mo raised a finger and gently shook his head. The transaction rules are very simple. Cash up front, no credit. Lin Mo's tone left no room for negotiation, exposing the pure capitalist face. The logistics minister was utterly stunned. Cash up front. To calculate the cash for this 100-meter-high mountain of materials at the maximum premium, it would be a terrifying astronomical figure that would cause any actuary to have a heart attack. The military's liquid funds wouldn't even cover a fraction. But looking at those high-level crystal cores radiating alluring auras, the logistics minister's eyes turned crimson again. Such a once-in-a-century opportunity had to be seized, even if he had to sell everything he owned. Two streams of hot tears flowed down the logistics minister's face. As he was filled with gratitude, he wiped his cold sweat. With trembling hands, he pulled out the military's highest-grade, encrypted satellite phone. He frantically dialed the Treasury Department's number. The moment the call connected, the logistics minister, like a madman, began to howl into the receiver. Hurry! Approve all the national strategic reserves. The finance minister on the other end was clearly shocked by this manic tone and shouted to inquire about the amount. The logistics minister was so anxious he was hopping on his feet, his eyes bloodshot. I don't know how much. Just all the movable cash. If the Treasury doesn't have enough money, then just turn on the printing press until it smokes. The logistics director clutched an encrypted satellite phone, shrieking hysterically. Thick veins bulged along his neck and spittle flew with every word. I don't care how you do it. Sell the pots, pawn the Treasury bonds, whatever it takes. I demand this astronomical sum be allocated within 30 minutes. If your delay jeopardizes my acquisition of these strategic supplies, I'll flay you alive. On the other end, the finance minister was likely already stunned into silence. The logistics director granted no chance for rebuttal. He severed the connection instantly. Then he turned, his face breaking into an obsequious smile as he gazed up at Lin Mo seated atop the pile of materials. His expression shifted faster than a page turning. Mr. Lin, rest assured, he said, rubbing his palms together and bowing deeply. The funds are already being mobilized. No single coin will be withheld from you. Lin Mo reclined comfortably in a brand-new beach chair, stretching luxuriously and stifling a yawn. No rush. Take your time raising them. I'm easygoing by nature, so long as the price is right, I won't mind waiting a while. Chu Xiaodian strode across the rubble-strewn ground. This national pillar of military might appeared unusually disheveled, his uniform torn and tattered. He tilted his head upward, eyes fixed on Lin Mo perched high above. A complex, indescribable emotion flickered in his gaze. You brat, Chu Xiaodian sighed, his voice laced with resignation. Extorting the state itself, you truly refuse to suffer even the smallest loss. Lin Mo leaned back over the chair's frame and cast a cool, condescending glance down at Chu Xiaodian. General Chu, such accounting is dangerously flawed. With a single fist, I shattered that black hole and saved millions of lives in the imperial capital. That act of heroic intervention, entirely pro bono. Now I'm merely selling spoils and collecting modest compensation. Surely that's not excessive. Chu Xiaodian stood speechless, mouth opening and closing before settling for a wry, helpless shake of his head. Lin Mo was absolutely right. Had this seemingly carefree youth not intervened, the entire northern defense line of Longhua would have collapsed utterly today. Forget premium procurement of these materials. Even if Lin Mo now demanded half, the national treasury approval would be granted without hesitation. Enough. Carry on with your affairs. Lin Mo waved dismissively and sank once more into the beach chair. I need to rest. Don't disturb me. He ignored the cluster of fervent senior military officers below. Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes. A personal epic-scale harvest had only just begun. The number of monstrous entities slain by his hand in that battle was staggering. The vanguard of a million-strong abyssal beast tide. 5 near-divine war demons, each at level 60. And the terrifying projection of an 80-level abyssal duke. From their deaths surged an oceanic torrent of experience points and soul energy, so vast it defied comprehension. The moment Lin Mo shut his eyes, that energy erupted like a breached dam, flooding violently through every limb and vein. His bones and muscles resonated with exultant thunder. Pure power roared through his blood vessels. His level surged forward with merciless, unprecedented velocity. Level 35, Level 36, Level 40. Were such acceleration witnessed by so-called prodigies outside, they'd likely die of envy on the spot. Others risked their lives for half a year in perilous secret realms just to ascend 1 or 2 levels, while Lin Mo rose like a rocket simply by reclining in a chair. The influx continued unabated. Level 45, Level 50. A deep, resonant boom echoed from the core of his soul. The bottleneck at level 50, thin as rice paper, shattered instantly beneath the onslaught of that ferocious energy. He crossed the threshold into level 50 in a single transcendent stride. Such a quantum leap triggered simultaneous metamorphoses of body and soul. Lin Mo sensed unmistakably his physical constitution now far exceeded the bounds of humanity. And with this breakthrough came the epic evolution of his core innate talent. Cataclysm descends. A profound new revelation flooded his consciousness. Each major ascension unlocked an astonishingly powerful new unit. Eagerly Lin Mo summoned the newly unlocked summoning interface within his mind. At the sight of the first unit's description, he nearly choked on his own saliva. Can this thing really be classified as a skeleton? Internally, he raged with incredulous commentary, yet his lips curled upward uncontrollably. What met his gaze was a grotesque marvel of sci-fi brutality. Mechaskeleton Titan. A pinnacle killing machine born from the perfect fusion of necromantic artifice and arcane mechanical engineering, 10 meters tall. Its gleaming white skeletal framework did not mimic human anatomy. Instead, it formed the armored chassis of a heavy war machine. Twin arcane heavy cannons colossal and bore mounted its shoulders. Its mechanized arms ended in twin beam cutters, blades radiating lethal thermal intensity. Its core power source a compressed orb of cobalt blue nether flame, utterly divorced from conventional undead paradigms. This was pure war incarnate, a symphony of steel and bone. The arcane cannons delivered devastating long-range bombardment. The beam cutters excelled in annihilating close-quarters resistance. Lin Mo studied the mechaskeleton's apocalyptic stat sheet and grinned ear to ear. Now this is satisfying. Next time we face a tough nut to crack, I'll simply deploy 10,000 units for orbital-grade artillery saturation. Who could possibly withstand that? Next, he turned his attention to the second unlocked unit Bone Dragon Sky Knights, his first true aerial strike force. Gigantic ancient bone dragons, each bearing elite death knights armed with draconic lances upon their backs. They wielded both the bone dragon's devastating breath and the knight's unmatched aerial agility and precision insertion capability. With this legion, Lin Mo's airspace became an absolute no-go zone for enemies. Total air supremacy firmly in his grasp. Mechaskeletons leveled the battlefield from below. Bone Dragon Sky Knights executed surgical strikes from above. Combined with his existing million-strong shield legion and heavy sniper, mages Lin Mo mentally rehearsed his full tactical array. He reached a sober, irrefutable conclusion. Henceforth, dungeon clearing required neither incantation nor fingersnap, only sealing the gate and unleashing his legions. Even the divine realm would be flattened into dust. The speed of conquest would double again. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes and sat upright in the beach chair, his mind ablaze with the awe-inspiring spectacle of 10,000 mechaskeletons firing in unison. An intensely radiant, profoundly satisfied smile crept across Lin Mo's lips, the exclusive proprietary grin of a capitalist watching his printing press roar at full capacity. Below the ramparts, Chu Xiaodian sat slumped on an empty ammunition crate. This iron-willed military deity puffed furiously on a cigarette, trying to steady his nerves after today's cascade of shocks. Unintentionally, he glanced upward, his gaze landing precisely on Lin Mo at the edge of the wall. He saw crystal clear that smile on the youth's face. Sunlight bathed the boy's features, harmless, almost cherubic. Yet Chu Xiaodian shuddered violently. An icy dread surged up his spine straight to the crown of his skull. This man, who hadn't flinched before an 80-level abyssal duke, now felt his heart hammering with primal fear. Chu Xiaodian crushed the cigarette, but in his fist oblivious to the burning ember searing his skin. He knew that expression all too well. It belonged only to a supremely dangerous madman plotting something far worse. This kid. Chu Xiaodian swallowed hard, his voice a low, dry whisper. What inhuman scheme is he scheming now? In the capital's military district, in a top-secret conference room, the security level here represents the highest defense of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet at this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room is oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Around the enormous oval mahogany conference table, the room is filled with people. Anyone you randomly pull out would be a top figure capable of shaking the very foundation of the Dragon Kingdom with just a stomp of their foot. The stars of military rank on their shoulders shone brilliantly. However, right now, these usually imposing figures looked as nervous as school children who had made a mistake sitting up straight. Not even daring to take a breath, all eyes cautiously gathered on the main seat at the long table where a young man sat. Lin Mo casually sat in the main seat, reclining in the genuine leather chair with his legs crossed. This careless demeanor was completely at odds with the solemnity of the conference room. Yet no one dared to show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Just a few minutes ago, they had watched the battlefield footage sent back from the front lines. Standing beside Lin Mo is the highest-ranking military leader of the Dragon Kingdom, the national guardian god Chu Xiaodian. This hardened warrior is currently bending over carefully, holding the special purple clay teapot from the table. His movements are remarkably skilled, even infused with a hint of cautious respect. Clear tea flows from the spout, pouring steadily into the white porcelain teacup in front of Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin, please give it a try." Chu Xiaodian places down the teapot, his voice very soft. This is the freshly delivered Da Hong Pao, the finest quality. Lin Mo doesn't even raise an eyebrow, casually picking up the teacup for a sip. Not bad, better than plain water. The several military district commanders in the conference room exchanged glances. They were all swallowing hard, as the national guardian god personally serving tea and pouring water is a treatment unique to this situation. Sitting across from the main seat is the highest leader of the Dragon Kingdom. This elder who controls the fate of billions looks at Lin Mo with eyes filled with shock and reverence. He picks up the remote control on the table and presses a button. The holographic projection in the center of the conference room lights up. The screen displays the brutal scenes from the battlefield in the northern suburbs. The abyssal hand obscuring the sky and blocking the sun, a black hole capable of devouring everything. The oppressive feeling of destruction even through the screen makes the big shots present feel a wave of suffocation. The scene shifts. Lin Mo charges up into the clouds alone. With an ordinary straight punch, he smashes the black hole like a glass ball. Immediately following a right hook attack, the projection of the level 80 Abyssal Lord is instantly blown apart, scattering light like rain. The footage abruptly ends here. The entire conference room falls into a deathly silence. The blue light from the projector illuminates the faces of the leaders, each with beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. It was terrifying. This pure violence that defies reason has completely surpassed human comprehension. The highest leader takes a deep breath, calming his racing heart. He stands up, placing his hands on the table, looking solemnly at Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin," the elder's voice is deep and powerful, filled with utmost sincerity. "Your punch today not only saved the capital, but also preserved the foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. A great kindness does not require thanks. The country will never mistreat a true hero." The leader turns his head to the military corps members beside him. "After unanimous voting in the Supreme Command, we have decided to officially designate you as the only SS-level national pillar of the Dragon Kingdom." As soon as these words were spoken, the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. SS-level national pillar. This title has never existed since the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom. This is no longer just an honor, it represents an absolute status equal to the nation. The leader looks at Lin Mo and continues to present conditions that would make anyone's heart stop. As a national pillar, you will enjoy the highest level of privileges. You can act first and report later, unbound by any local regulations. The entire strategic resources of the Dragon Kingdom will be unconditionally allocated upon your request. An old general beside him quickly agrees, a smiling face full of flattery. "Mr. Lin, our military is also prepared to bestow upon you the highest military rank of 5-star general. In the future, millions of troops in the Dragon Kingdom will treat you as if you were the leader." Temptation. This is a deadly temptation that one cannot refuse. As long as Lin Mo nods, he will instantly become the undisputed king beneath the crown in this country. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Lin Mo's reaction. Chu Xiaodian stood to the side, palms sweaty. He understood better than anyone that this decision was indeed a gamble. Handing such immense power to an 18-year-old youth carries too much risk. But they had no choice. Lin Mo's displayed strength is too unpredictable. He must be tied to the war chariot of the Dragon Kingdom with the highest level of benefits. Lin Mo puts down the teacup in his hand. The bottom of the blue and white porcelain cup clinks against the solid wood table, producing a crisp sound. This gentle sound causes all the leaders present to have their hearts skip a beat. Lin Mo raises his hand, casually tapping twice on the table with his index finger, sweeping his gaze across the highly tense big shots before him. He suddenly chuckles. Leader's old general, Lin Mo, shifts into a more comfortable position, crossing his legs. "The conditions you've offered are indeed enticing. However, have you misunderstood something?" The highest leader's heart sinks as his breathing slows. "Is Mr. Lin dissatisfied with the conditions? Please feel free to put forth any requests. Oh, everything is negotiable." Lin Mo shakes his head, the laziness on his face vanishing in an instant. What replaces it is a coldness and clarity that sees through everything. I do not like meetings, I do not like writing reports, and I absolutely do not like being commanded by others. Lin Mo gazes directly into the eyes of the highest leader. What national pillar, what five-star general, these titles sound grand. To put it plainly, don't you just want to put me in a straitjacket? Being called out on their intentions, the faces of several military higher-ups turn somewhat awkward. Yet no one dares to voice a rebuttal. I am used to being free, and I cannot stand your institutional constraints. Lin Mo leans back in his chair, his tone as casual as chatting about daily life. So keep your ranks and positions, I have no desire for them. Hearing Lin Mo's rejection, Chu Xiaoshan's hand trembles slightly. Does this kid not want to rely on the Dragon Kingdom? What does he wish to achieve? Does he want to overthrow everything? The atmosphere in the conference room instantly drops to freezing point. Lin Mo looks at the pale faces of those present and smirks. Don't be nervous, I'm not some great villain. I will take the privileges you offer. Act first and report later, mobilizing resources. These are practical, and I have no reason to refuse. Lin Mo clasps his hands behind his head, laying down his rules. Let's speak openly, treating this as a long-term transaction. If the Dragon Kingdom encounters troubles that you cannot solve and needs to fight, you can come find me at any time. But Lin Mo emphasizes, a glimmer of commercial shrewdness flashing in his eyes. We should settle accounts clearly among brothers. My assistance is not free. Appearance fees, material costs, and mental distress fees. All those should be computed separately. He points to the floor beneath him. When there's nothing going on, don't come to bother me with petty trivial matters. Additionally, allocate me a clean private territory. It needs to be absolutely quiet. I require an undisturbed space for cultivation. Without my permission, no politicians, reporters, or any random intruders may step foot in it, otherwise they die. Lin Mo lays his conditions out clearly. No desire for power, no military power. Just money, privileges, and absolute private space. After stating all this, Lin Mo quietly watches the leader opposite him, waiting for their response. The conference room remains silent for a full minute. Several big shots exchanged glances, their subtle expressions undergoing drastic changes within that minute. The previous tension, wariness, and feeling of being on edge miraculously dissipated by over half after hearing Lin Mo's conditions. What replaced it was a sense of relief. The highest leader's stiff shoulders completely relaxed. He let out a long breath of stale air. Even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes smoothed out. Not just him. The military district commanders beside him, who had just been sweating profusely, also sighed in relief at this moment. Some even picked up their teacups, drinking heartily to mask their inner joy. Why? Because what they feared most was Lin Mo having ambitions. A monster capable of world-ending strength, able to form an army single-handedly. If he desires power, seeking to lay claim to the Dragon Kingdom's political and military authority, it would be a complete nightmare for the existing high ranks. No one wishes to have an unpredictable master suddenly appear above them. But now Lin Mo has revealed his cards. He is only interested in money and cares only for his own peace. What does this indicate? It indicates that this strength, comparable to nuclear weaponry, has a clear price. As long as he values money, as long as he does not stand against the Dragon Kingdom. This is a tremendous fortune for the Dragon Kingdom. What's wrong with spending a bit from the national treasury? What's wrong with allocating a piece of land? Compared to the survival of the nation, these money-related issues are simply trivial. A nuclear weapon that only acts for money is far safer than one that seeks power. The smile on the highest leader's face became incredibly sincere. He straightens up, extending his right hand directly toward Lin Mo. Mr. Lin, your straightforwardness is refreshing. We fully agree. The leader's tone conveys unprecedented ease. The privileges will be formally issued tomorrow, absolutely confidential, so as not to trouble you. You may choose your private territory at will, as long as it's within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. The state will clear it for you immediately. The appearance fee will definitely satisfy you. Lin Mo looks at the leader's outstretched hand. He does not stand up, merely extending his hand perfunctorily to lightly shake with the leader. Deal. Lin Mo yawns, standing up. Since we've reached an agreement, I will take my leave now. I'm quite tired after today's battle. He turns around wearing flip-flops and leisurely walks toward the conference room's heavy redwood door. Chu Xiaodian quickly steps forward, respectfully opening the heavy door for Lin Mo. Only after Lin Mo's slender figure completely disappears at the end of the corridor do the big shots in the conference room finally collapse into their chairs. The highest leader removes his glasses, rubbing his forehead. He looks at the now empty main seat and reveals a relieved smile. No need for suspicion, no need for defense. Oh, just pay on time to ensure the Dragon Kingdom's peace. Everyone, we've struck gold. The imperial capital lay shrouded in profound night. At the summit of Longhai Tower, a top-secret conference room, windowless and utterly sealed, remained plunged in darkness. 3 beams of holographic light flickered into existence within the void. The patriarchs of the capital's 3 most powerful financial conglomerates convened an emergency summit under cover of night. The Zhao family controlled all pharmaceutical formulae and native herb cultivation sites across Longhua. The Qian family commanded 90% of the nation's master smiths and rare mineral veins. The Shun family monopolized international cross-border trade and operated the country's premier auction houses. Together, these 3 families dominated 80% of Longhua's pharmaceuticals equipment and raw materials markets. The nation's entire economic lifeline rested squarely in their grasp. A single tremor from any one of them would trigger an economic tsunami across Longhua. Seated at the head of the table was Shun Wanshan, patriarch of the Shin family. To his left sat Zhao Ruhai, patriarch of the Zhao family. To his right, Qian Jioding, patriarch of the Qian family. Suspended above the center of the conference table floated several faint, grainy photographs. They depicted a colossal mountain of raw materials, 100 meters tall, blazing with blinding radiance. The military has sealed the information with absolute rigor, Shin Wanshan murmured, fingers steepled, his gaze cold and unblinking upon the image. Officially, they claim it is a live-fire drill for the newest model of manicannon at the northern suburbs. Chu Xiaodian has issued an SSS-class gag order, utter a single syllable, and you face immediate trial by military tribunal. Zhao Ruhai let out a derisive snort, his expression dripping with contempt. Fire cannot be concealed by paper. My mole deep within the military logistics department risked everything to smuggle this classified intelligence out. That old fox Chu Xiaodian seeks to hoard it all for himself. Qian Jioding stared fixedly at the holographic mountain of materials, his breath ragged, his eyes bloodshot and burning with avarice. How many high-tier demonic beasts were slain? At least 1 million. And among them, protective heart scales from a level 60 quasi-deity giant demon. Qian Jioding slammed his palm hard onto the table. These soldiers know nothing of true commerce. If the Qian family managed this trove, even modest speculation would inflate its value tenfold. Zhao Ruhai wiped cold sweat from his brow. What terrified him was not Lin Mo's combat prowess, but the sheer world-shattering wealth now in his possession. You still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Zhao Ruhai's voice trembled slightly. That youth named Lin Mo holds the spoils of over 1 million high-tier demonic beasts. Should this cargo bypass our channels and flood the civilian market directly, the consequences would be catastrophic. A suffocating silence fell upon the chamber. The 3 indomitable magnates paled simultaneously. They understood, intimately, the stakes involved. Their dominion over Longhua's economy rested entirely upon absolute price monopoly. They controlled every supply chain, deliberately engineering scarcity. Even common low-tier materials passed through their hands once could triple or quadruple in price. Should Lin Mo dump that mountainous hoard onto the open market, even if only 1/10 leaked through, the century-old price control architecture of Longhua would collapse in a single day. Once priceless high-tier materials would plummet to the cost of cabbage. Every reserve stockpiled across the 3 conglomerates' vaults would instantly become worthless scrap. Their century of accumulated wealth would vanish in an instant. This was no mere threat. It was desecration of their ancestral legacy. This must never be allowed to happen. Shen Wanshan finally spoke, his voice laced with venomous resolve. Whoever dares smash our livelihood shall die. Qian Jioding leaned forward urgently. How do we deal with him? Intelligence confirms he shattered a black hole with a single fist. Even the projected avatar of the Abyssal Duke fell before him in an instant. Sending assassins. They wouldn't even suffice as morsels between his teeth. Zhao Ruhai nodded grimly in agreement. Precisely. Chu Xiaodian now treats him as a living deity. Move against him openly, and tomorrow the military's artillery will reduce our towers to rubble. Shun Wanshan scoffed dismissively, reclining into the supple leather of his armchair. His gaze icy, arrogant, utterly that of a titan of capital. Must killing always involve blades and bullets? Shin Wanshan fixed his gaze upon the other 2 patriarchs. We are merchants, not thugs. Let us cease indulging in brute force. Against such a muscle-bound brute, a velvet blade cuts deeper than steel, 10,000 times deeper. A velvet blade. Qian Jioding furrowed his brow. No matter how formidable he is, he still eats, sleeps, and spends. Shin Wanshan laid out his strategy with chilling precision. He is but a commoner from Jiangnan City. What does he understand of capital mechanics? True, the military purchased his wares. Yet the state treasury has long been bankrupt. How could it afford full payment? And even granting the impossible, that the military secures the materials, do they possess enough processing facilities to absorb such a volume? Ultimately, they will beg our arms factories to undertake contract manufacturing. Shin Wanshan's logic was flawless, each step meticulously calibrated. Issue my command immediately. All auction houses, merchant guilds, processing plants, and raw material emporia under the three conglomerates. Effective tomorrow, impose total economic blockade upon Lin Mo. Total blacklisting. Zhao Rahai drew a sharp breath. Yes. Shen Wanshan nodded coldly. Not a single bone may be bought from him. Not a single vial of elixir sold to him. Mobilize every connection we hold. Exert pressure across the entire industry. Any entity accepting Lin Mo's commissions or trading with him declares war upon the three conglomerates. Brilliant. Qian Jioding smacked his thigh, eyes alight with sudden fervor. He may clutch mountains of gold and silver, but if he cannot sell them, they are merely useless clutter occupying space. Let him hold cash yet fail to book even a single hotel room in the capital. Let him find himself utterly stranded in the imperial city. Shen Wanshan lifted a glass of red wine from the table. Crimson liquid swirled slowly within the crystal vessel. This is economic strangulation. We shall crush him beneath the weight of overwhelming systemic force. When he meets wall after wall, when he cannot even procure the cheapest man-enhancing elixir, he will finally comprehend the capital's unspoken laws. Shen Wanshan sipped the wine, his smile cruel triumphant. Then, we shall emerge as saviors. We shall offer him a clear path forward. Either he signs a lifelong exclusive draconian contract, selling every material he forges to us at rock-bottom prices, and spends his life as little more than a high-grade enforcer for the three conglomerates. Zhao Rahai seized the thread, voice rising with zeal. Or, he is erased economically, utterly, and irrevocably. Let him clutch a golden rice bowl, yet beg for scraps. The atmosphere in the chamber flared anew with feverish energy. The earlier dread of Lin Mo's martial might had been wholly consumed by blind, intoxicating faith in capital supremacy. To them, individual strength, no matter how extraordinary, was merely a tool. Money alone ruled this world. Sever its arteries, and even divinity must bow before capital. The three wily elders exchanged knowing glances and swiftly ratified this sordid clandestine pact. Their aim to strangle Lin Mo in his cradle before he could evolve into an uncontrollable sovereign power. Shen Wanshan gazed at Lin Mo's youthful, nonchalant face shimmering in the hologram. His hand tightened imperceptibly. A sharp, brittle crack echoed. The exquisite crystal wineglass in his grip splintered completely. Crimson wine mingled with jagged shards oozing thickly between his fingers. It dripped onto the gleaming tabletop, visceral, horrifying. Shen Wanshan's eyes burned with predatory malice. In a tone of detached, godlike judgment, he delivered his verdict. Even the most prodigious commoner, before capital, is nothing but a docile dog. Several black SUVs bearing the military's highest-level plates slid silently to a stop before the gate of Longshan Shuefu. A car door opened. Chu Zhaocean's chief of guards disembarked in person and with formal deference pulled open the rear door. Lin Mo stepped out yawning, clutching a freshly bought cup of chilled milk tea. The venerable headmaster, flanked by the school's mentors, had long since formed two lines at the entrance. The entire scene was hushed. There were no welcome banners, no flowers. The headmaster's look toward Lin Mo had altered completely. It was no longer the approving gaze reserved for a favored pupil. It was the all-one glance, a living ancestor capable of shattering heaven and earth. Despite the military's strict gag order, the mentors had heard whispers a lone man had smashed a black hole with his bare hands and publicly slain the abyssal demon lord. Each of those deeds alone was enough to pulverize their moral bearings. Who among them dared to step forward? Who dared to breathe audibly? Dozens stood rigid, thighs trembling. Lin Mo waved to the headmaster, and unwilling to waste words continued on his way. He took a sip of milk tea and sauntered toward his Longsho villa, vanishing entirely before the mentors at the gate allowed themselves a synchronized sigh of relief. The headmaster produced a handkerchief and wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling as if he had walked back from death's threshold. Longsho Villa District. Lin Mo halted the moment he reached the great iron gate. Outside the spacious courtyard gate, a dozen luxurious, elongated, bulletproof sedans had blockaded the entrance. Their hoods bore the gilded crests of Didas, three great financial houses. A phalanx of bodyguards in handcrafted bespoke suits and dark glasses formed two impenetrable lines. Their bearing was intimidating to the point of menace. Several slick-backed, middle-aged men stood at the center, pointing toward Lin Mo's villa and whispering. The man at their head was named Shenao. He was the senior representative of the Shun family of Daidu, a man who habitually strode through life as if the world bowed to him. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, stepped forward, and brusquely shoved aside the guards blocking his path. Make way. Good dogs do not block the road. A glint of cruelty surfaced in the guards' eyes as they prepared to respond. Upon seeing Lin Mo's face, they forced their curses back down. Shenao turned and took in Lin Mo at a glance. His expression could not conceal the haughty disdain of one perched far above. This is it. There was nothing remarkable about him. Hardly the god-slaying, peerless master. He looked like a penniless country youth who had just come to the city. Lin Mo never granted him a proper look. He strode past the men into the yard where tens of thousands of ash-colored little skeletons busied themselves in feverish activity. They hefted torn burlap sacks and carefully sorted the glittering high-grade crystal cores and rare demon hides, consigning them into the warehouse by type. Priceless treasures that would have ignited bloodshed if left uncared for were heaped here as casually as cabbages. Lin Mo walked to his assigned place. He produced a brand-new beach chair from his spatial ring and reclined comfortably. "Put those to the left. That pile is level 60. Don't mix it with the low-grade trash," he said. With his eyes closed, he issued offhand directions. The little skeletons clicked and nodded, working with renewed zeal. Shin Ao and his retinue swaggered into the courtyard. He regarded the courtyard's hoard of high-tier materials, and his breathing quickened. An unmistakable greed-tinted light flashed in his eyes. This was pure wealth, enough to buy half of Longwa. "Lin Mo, let us be frank," Shin Ao said, adjusting his costly silk tie and measuring each syllable precisely. "I represent the three great financial houses of Daidu. We're here to propose a major transaction." Lin Mo made no sound, not even a blink. Shin Ao did not feel rebuffed so much as convinced the boy had been cowed by the spectacle. He straightened his spine, hands clasped behind him, adopting a benevolent posture. "The goods you obtained at the front are indeed considerable. Frankly, this seriously disrupts Daida's market order," Shin Ao snorted coldly. "A commoner without backing like you cannot possibly absorb resources of such scale. Even if the military wished to purchase them, the state coffers would be insufficient to cover it," he continued. "In the end, isn't it our merchant houses who must digest such supply?" Shin Ao cleared his throat and laid out what he imagined to be a magnanimous offer. "Therefore, the three great houses are willing to lend you a hand. Transfer the sales and operational rights of these spoils unconditionally to our consortium for management. From now on, anything you extract may only be supplied exclusively to us." Shin Ao paused, a haughty smile creasing his face. "As compensation," he added, "we will bestow upon you an honorary directorship in the United Trade Consortium of the three houses. You will receive annual dividends guaranteed, a lifetime free from want. And that is not all." Shin Ao grew more pleased with himself, as if conferring an immeasurable boon. "The heads of the three great families have deliberated. Sign today, and we will select from our clans a daughter of the purest lineage, one from each family, to offer you in marriage. You may pick any one for an alliance," he continued. "If your appetite is large, you may take all three. No one will interfere." Shin Ao looked down at Lin Mo with a mocking curl to his lips. "From this day forth, you shall be the prodigal son-in-law of the three great houses. A single step to the top, an instantaneous leap across class divides. Opportunities like this are what ordinary people could not hope to achieve in 10 lifetimes." Only the rasp of bone as the little skeletons moved goods disturbed the silence. A breeze stirred a few fallen leaves. Lin Mo still lay quietly in his beach chair. He leisurely raised his chilled milk tea and took another sip. The pearls in his mouth crackled satisfyingly. Shin Ao frowned. "Lin Mo, did you hear the terms I offered? Why aren't your people loading the materials onto our vehicles?" Lin Mo slowly swallowed the pearls. He handed the cup to a nearby little skeleton and finally opened his eyes. He looked at the sartorially immaculate, haughty, middle-aged man before him and abruptly burst into laughter. First a soft snort, then uncontrolled shoulders shaking with mirth. "What are you laughing at?" Shin Ao's face darkened in an instant. The boy's reaction was completely unexpected. Lin Mo did not even rise, he merely waved a hand dismissively. "I am laughing at you fools," he said. "Have you been so accustomed to lordly pretense in Daidu that your heads are filled with dung?" Shin Ao's eyes widened, fury surged through him. As a senior representative of a financial house, he was used to being venerated wherever he went. Today a mere upstart dared to call him a fool to his face. An honorary title. A marriage alliance. Lin Mo prodded his ear, his expression dripping contempt. "Present me with a stack of unredeemable IOUs and a handful of brides, and expect me to be swindled that easily," he scoffed. "Even the military's logistics minister pays me in real coin with a 20% premium." Lin Mo's smile vanished, his gaze turned icy. "Who do you think you are parading about like overlords in front of me?" He could not be bothered to say another word. His thin lips parted, and he spat one word: "Begone." The yard fell silent. The guards and attendants behind Shin Ao inhaled sharply. Was the youth insane? Who in Daidu dared tell the three great houses to begone? Even dragon-rank prodigies would show deference to a financial magnate. Shin Ao's face flushed a mortified liver-like red. Trembling with rage, he jabbed a finger toward Lin Mo's nose. "Fine. Very well. You ungrateful peasant." Shin Ao tore away his veneer of civility and bared the predatory fangs of a capitalist. His voice, sharpened by fury, became a shrill rasp. Do you think a little martial prowess lets you swagger through Daidu? Listen to me, this is Daidu. Here we value money connections and channels. Shin Ao snarled, spittle flecking the air. Our three great houses control 90% of the nation's processing plants and sales networks. If you refuse us today, tomorrow we will command every guild to ostracize you. He glared with bloodshot eyes, pointing at the yard stacked with high-tier materials. No one will accept your goods, no one will sell to you. Your exquisite materials will rot in warehouses like piles of foul refuse. You will not earn a single coin, unable even to buy the cheapest mana draft. Shin Ao drew a ragged breath and delivered his most venomous threat. In Longwa you will find no foothold. I guarantee you will not sell a single screw. In the imperial capital, a shift in power often arrives without even a whisper of wind. 300 p.m. Lin Mo had just finished his meal and was reaching for his phone to settle the bill. Suddenly, a cascade of crimson alerts erupted across the screen. Your Longwa Black Gold account has been frozen. All your transaction credentials have been suspended. Your identity has been added to the Imperial Capital Merchant Consortium's joint blacklist. Lin Mo gazed at the phone screen. He arched an eyebrow, utterly unsurprised. The shop owner fidgeted nervously, rubbing his hands together. Lin Mo casually reached into a nearby burlap sack and withdrew a low-tier wind spirit core, then tossed it carelessly. Take it to the black market and exchange it. No need for change. The owner scrambled to catch the core. Upon recognizing what lay in his palm, he drew a sharp, astonished breath and profusely thanked Lin Mo. Its value could fund his culinary career for a lifetime. Lin Mo dropped the frozen phone onto the table. The three great financial clans had moved swiftly indeed. No sooner had the threat been issued than this silent, serrated blade struck. A sharp screech of tires pierced the air outside the courtyard. Su Qinghan strode into the Dragonhead Villa in high heels, so hurried she'd forgotten to close her car door. Her face, usually as frostbound and unyielding as glacial ice, now burned with urgency. Even a fine sheen of sweat glistened upon her forehead. Lin Mo. She rushed to the beach chair in 3 quick strides, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Have you received the notice? I have. Lin Mo yawned lazily and reclined once more into the chair. All major trading houses, auction halls, and money shops across Longwa have collectively blacklisted me, correct? His tone was as placid as if he were debating tonight's dinner menu. Su Qinghan stared at his unruffled composure and stamped her foot in frustration. How can you not be alarmed? This isn't mere blacklisting. It's a full-scale economic strangulation. She braced both palms on the table, locking eyes with Lin Mo. The three great financial clans have jointly issued an industry-wide ban. Right now, not a single legitimate shop in the entire imperial capital would dare sell you even a single screw. Nor would anyone dare accept so much as a sliver of raw material from your hands. They intend to trap you here, entombed alive within the imperial capital. Lin Mo casually plucked a freshly washed grape and popped it into his mouth. Perfect sweetness. So, he chewed slowly, then turned the question back. If they refuse to buy, must I starve? Su Qinghan inhaled deeply, forcing herself to calm. She glanced around, then lowered her voice. I know wealth means little to you. But those high-grade materials in your possession, if you cannot liquidate them, they are nothing more than inert stones. She bit her lip, her gaze hardening with resolve. I've just contacted my family. The Su clan still maintains several covert channels in the imperial capital's underground black market. Though they'll levy a 30% commission, at least they can convert your inventory into cash. She looked at Lin Mo, earnest and unwavering. I'll personally oversee the clandestine transport of this shipment. No trace will lead back to you. Lin Mo lifted his eyes to meet hers. This woman possessed unexpected grit, daring to intervene on his behalf even under the crushing pressure of the three great financial clans. Still, he didn't need it. I appreciate the gesture. A faint wry twist tugged at his lips as he declined without hesitation. But you, and the Su clan, would do well to stay far away from this matter. Su Qinghan froze. Why? Do you truly intend to let these peerless materials rot in your hands? Rot? Lin Mo laughed, as if she'd uttered the most absurd jest imaginable. He gestured toward the towering mounds of high-tier spirit cores and demonic hides scattered across the courtyard. Senior Miss Su, your understanding of capital remains painfully superficial. He sat upright, his gaze sharpening like a drawn blade. Why do the three great financial clans dare blacklist me? Because they believe they control the very table upon which commerce is conducted. Bar me from that table, and I'm left staring helplessly. Su Qinghan instinctively nodded. This was, after all, the oldest stratagem of aristocratic clans. Lin Mo let out a cold, mirthless laugh. But they've made one fatal miscalculation. Every single top-tier, critically scarce resource in the world now rests solely in my hands. Since they deny me access to their established markets. He stroked his chin, a dangerous glint flickering deep in his eyes. Then I shall build my own. And overturn their rickety table, utterly and irrevocably. Su Qinghan stared dumbfounded. Build a market of his own. Impossible. In the imperial capital, a labyrinth of entrenched powers where every faction's roots entwine like ancient vines, creating an entirely new commercial system from nothing was sheer fantasy. At that moment, another figure burst through the gate. It was the Academy's logistics director, a man who wielded real authority over the daily sustenance of tens of thousands of faculty and students. Now he arrived drenched in sweat. His tie was soaked through. Upon spotting Lin Mo, his knees buckled. He nearly collapsed onto the lawn. Lin student. He fumbled for a handkerchief and frantically wiped his brow. Too terrified to meet Lin Mo's eyes, his voice trembled uncontrollably. What is it, so frantic? Lin Mo lounged lazily in his chair, asking offhandedly. The logistics director swallowed hard, his throat clicking audibly. I beg your forgiveness. The Academy Procurement Department just received an ironclad directive from the board of directors. He was on the verge of tears. The three great financial clans have pressured the board. They've halted all pharmaceutical supply quotas for next month. Unable to withstand the pressure, the board ordered us to suspend purchases of any material from you, effective immediately. Having delivered the message, he squeezed his eyes shut tight. He braced himself for Lin Mo's volcanic wrath. After all, this was the man who had single-handedly crushed the Longyuan Pavilion into submission, pure, unrelenting terror incarnate. Should he incite Lin Mo's fury, demolishing the entire logistics building might well be the least of his concerns. Seconds ticked by, steady, relentless. Yet the anticipated storm never broke. Trembling, the logistics director cracked open one eye. To his astonishment, Lin Mo showed no rage, not even a flicker of agitation. No purchase. Then none it is. Lin Mo didn't lift his head, his voice light, almost playful. I hold no interest in coercion or forced transactions. Both the logistics director and Su Qinghan stood stunned. This reaction defied all logic. Blacklisted across the entire imperial capital, even the Academy dared not touch his goods, yet he remained serenely unperturbed. A subtle curve lifted the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Lessons taught by circumstance rarely take root, but lessons taught by people. One is enough. I am by nature accommodating, so long as others leave me be. But should anyone cross me, I erase their entire lineage. The economic blockade had lasted exactly 2 days. Across the imperial capital, the business elite waited eagerly for the spectacle. Senior executives of the three great financial clans sat in their expansive offices, legs crossed, anticipating Lin Mo's arrival, kneeling humbled and begging for mercy. In their eyes, an impoverished student with no backing whatsoever should have long since shattered under such overwhelming suppression. Yet they waited and waited. Not a single stir came from Longsho Villa. Lin Mo neither appeared nor made a single conciliatory call. This utter silence finally exhausted the patience of the Wang clan, the most ruthless faction among the financial powers. Clan Patriarch Wang hurled his crystal wineglass to the floor. Shards exploded across the marble. His face darkened, the scar beside his eye twisted grotesquely with fury. A dog who spurns fine wine only to lap poison. He dares defy us. Thinks we're powerless against him. Then let him fall silent, forever. The Wang clan abandoned subtlety. They activated their deepest, most forbidden legacy, the Shadow Death Sentinels. 5 killing machines selected from death row battalions. Each had attained the terrifying rank of level 60, master assassins honed in the art of silent slaughter. They felt no pain, knew no emotion, obeyed only orders. At 200 M. Deep in the night, the security guard at Longshan Academy's outer gate dozed in his booth. A sudden, unnatural chill swept through the window. The old man jolted awake, shivering violently, and rubbed his eyes. Faintly beneath the swaying tree shadows, he glimpsed several distorted silhouettes, vanishing in an instant. His instincts, forged in years of military service, sent ice down his spine. Instinctively, he reached for the red alarm button on his desk, when a thick, calloused hand shot out from the side, clamping down hard on his wrist. He turned horrified, only to find the Academy's head of security standing over him. "Captain, something's wrong." His whisper trembled, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "The perimeter defense array has been disabled. Someone's breached the grounds." The captain stood drenched in sweat, yet his gaze burned with cold resolve. He clamped a hand over the guard's mouth and forced him back into the chair. "Silence. Don't drag me down with you. This is the clan's operation. Orders came from above." Leaning close, the captain's voice vibrated with warning. "Mind your own business. When a financial clan marks someone for death, Sunrise will never find them. Tonight, we are all blind. No one leaves this booth. Not for any sound, not for any reason." The guard's eyes widened in terror. He swallowed hard, then slumped helplessly into his seat. Even the academy's central defense system had been compromised. The freshmen residing in Longsho Villa would not survive the night. Meanwhile, in the vast front courtyard of Longsho Villa, 5 shadows slipped over the towering wall like phantoms, utterly silent, utterly precise. Their stealth had been refined to perfection. Toes barely grazed the soft lawn. Not a single blade bent beneath them. Pale moonlight spilled from the sky, yet vanished entirely upon contact with their specialized black bodysuits. No reflection, no breath, not even a heartbeat. They were 5 entities of pure roving darkness. The squad leader signaled tactically. Instantly, the 5 dispersed, forming a flawless encirclement. 5 pairs of glacial vacant eyes locked onto the unlit master bedroom on the 2nd floor. The leader crouched within the shadow of an ornamental tree. Pressing a finger to his earpiece, he curled his lips into a cruel, predatory smile. Target confirmed, master bedroom. No guards detected. Internal defense array fully neutralized. He reported, voice low and steady. For sharp taps echoed in his earpiece, acknowledgement. He drew the obsidian-dipped golden dagger strapped to his waist. Its blade coated in light-absorbing powder, no gleam, no glint. A contemptuous snort escaped him through the calm. Unseen a century genius, the top-ranked warrior on the dragon list. Truly believes besting a few students in the arena grants him license to challenge noble houses. Not even basic vigilance, pathetically foolish. His disdain was absolute. A throat slit in sleep yields nothing more than cold, lifeless meat. His gaze turned serpentine, cold, calculating, lethal. His eyes fixed on the half-open 2nd floor window. Remember the patriarch's command. Clean execution, 1 stroke across the carotid. Not a single sound. Gripping the hilt tightly, he delivered the final decree of death. Retrieve his spatial ring. Clear the scene in 3 seconds, then vanish. All 4 nodded in unison. Like arrows loosed from darkness, the 5 shadows ascended, scaling drainpipes and facades silent as breath, swift as thought. So fast that surveillance cameras captured only blurred afterimages. Inside the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, stillness so profound a pin drop would echo like thunder. On the wide Simmons mattress, the quilt rose high, its occupant seemingly lost in deep, undisturbed slumber. The squad leader vaulted through the window first. He landed on the wool carpet like a lithe black cat, soundless, weightless. The other 4 followed, gliding inward like ghosts. 5 poisoned daggers converged in the darkness, aimed unerringly at the figure beneath the covers. The leader signaled. 2 operatives moved swiftly to either side of the bed, sealing escape routes. 2 others melted into the doorway, blocking egress. The leader approached the bed himself, listening, steady, unhurried breaths rising softly from beneath the quilt. Slowly he raised his obsidian-dipped dagger. Less than half a meter separated blade from quilt. A savage grin bloomed across his face. Few moments thrilled him more than witnessing genius extinguished. He savored this godlike dominion over life and death. His forearm muscles coiled, then snapped taut. The golden dagger plunged downward, cold and merciless, straight toward the neck beneath the quilt. Die! In his mind, triumph roared like thunder. A bedroom on the 2nd floor. An obsidian dagger radiating lethal cold plunged deep into the bulging quilt. The death squad captain's cruel grin had not yet fully bloomed upon his face when it froze utterly rigid. The sensation was wrong. There was no dull resistance of blade-piercing flesh. Instead, the tip struck something unyielding, like solid stone, jolting his palm with numbing force. With a sharp shhhk, the captain violently yanked back the quilt. What he saw made his pupils contract violently. On the broad double bed, there was no trace of Lin Mo. Only a pale gray human skeleton lay motionless beneath the covers. Taped to the skull's forehead was a small slip of paper. Scrawled across it in bold, flowing calligraphy were 3 characters, "Good evening. We've been tricked." The captain snarled and whirled without hesitation. Retreat. 5 assassins reacted instantly, not a second wasted. They smashed through the 2nd floor glass and leapt down one after another like silent night owls vanishing into darkness. They landed steadily on the villa's expansive garden lawn. At the instant of impact, all 5 slipped into maximum stealth mode. Their bodies dissolved seamlessly into the night. The captain crouched low in the grass, cold sweat sliding down his temples. He stared rigidly in every direction, every muscle coiled to its breaking point. Seconds ticked by. The villa remained utterly silent. Not even an alarm had sounded. "Captain, no magical array has activated." A nearby assassin whispered, voice edged with grim relief. "That brat is arrogant beyond reason. His courtyard holds no defensive enchantments whatsoever." The captain exhaled sharply. Without magical detection, their skills as level 60 assassins guaranteed escape. No one could stop them. Lucky for him. Withdraw beyond the villa perimeter. Return tomorrow night to finish the job. With a curt hand signal, the captain crept swiftly toward the garden wall. He'd taken only 2 steps, when a faint mechanical click echoed from beneath the lawn. Sharp, clean, utterly devoid of magical resonance. In this world of magic, assassins possessed acute sensitivity to arcane energy, yet they were lethally oblivious to pure mechanical sound. Before the captain could even identify the noise, a thick, barbed bone spike erupted from the earth beneath him. It moved like lightning, piercing straight through his calf, pinning him immobile to the ground. "Aff!" he screamed, collapsing onto one knee. That scream acted like a trigger. The entire garden lawn seemed to awaken. A rapid staccato chorus of click-click-click filled the air. Countless poison-coated bone spikes, mechanical landmines, shot upward from beneath the feet of the 5 assassins. Lin Mo's ultimate anti-assassin security system, crafted specifically for elite killers. Not a single thread of magic tainted them. Every magical detection spell was rendered blind. 5 level 60 master assassins were instantly riddled with wounds, blood gushing freely. Excruciating pain shattered their vaunted stealth, rendering concealment impossible. Staggering, they collapsed onto the lawn, exposed beneath the ghastly pallor of moonlight. Just as they gritted their teeth to wrench out the spikes and flee, death descended without warning. Boom, crack. At the garden's center, the massive ornamental rock formation suddenly split down the middle. Shards of stone and dust cascaded downward, as 5 colossal black silhouettes slowly rose from within, accompanied by the deep groan of heavy machinery. Moonlight glinted off their surfaces, cold, metallic, and razor-sharp. 5 10-meter-tall iron behemoths stood before them. Their load-bearing skeletons were formed from bleached, thick bones, pale and terrible. Over those skeletal frames clung thick plates of dark gold arcane armor. Upon each shoulder rested a monstrous arcane artillery cannon, its bore wide enough to swallow a manhole. From their mechanical arms extended beam sabers, 3 meters long, glowing with incandescent fury. Cyberpunk aesthetics fused flawlessly with necrotic bone, machinery, and mortality entwined in perfect, terrifying harmony. Oppressive silence pressed down, suffocating absolute. No incantations. No casting wind-up. Within the hollow optical sockets of the 5 mechanical skeletons, eerie blue phantom flames, signifying power cores, blazed to life with sudden, chilling intensity. Beep, beep, beep. Urgent electronic targeting tones reverberated across the courtyard. The gaping muzzles of the arcane cannons locked unerringly onto the body heat and soul signatures of the 5 figures sprawled below. No matter how they concealed themselves, they were perfect targets against this radar system. What the hell is this thing? The captain's soul fled his body. He stared, eyes bulging from their sockets. Ignoring the spike impaling his leg, he scrambled wildly toward the gate. Sheik. One mechanical skeleton raised its arm, the beam saber carving a searing arc of white-hot light across the night sky. The air warped, scorched by sheer thermal intensity. An assassin attempting to scale the wall didn't even have time to scream. He was cleaved cleanly in 2, bisected along with his legendary dagger. His level 60 survival shield crumpled like parchment before that blade. Tum, tum, tum. Then, the arcane cannons fired. The thunderous recoil shook the earth itself. This was no indiscriminate barrage, but surgical precision fire. Each shell, propelled by apocalyptic kinetic force, shattered knees and shoulders with brutal efficiency. The sickening crunch of splintering bone sent chills down spines. It was utter one-sided annihilation. Within 10 seconds, the 5 shadow assassins who once ruled the underworld of the imperial capital lay broken, limbs reduced to pulverized ruin. Like carcasses, they writhed helplessly in their own blood. The mechanical skeletons advanced with heavy, deliberate strides. Massive metallic hands reached down, grasping necks with the casual ease of plucking chicks. Dragging the mangled heaps, they strode into the villa's subterranean chamber. The iron door slammed shut behind them. Silence reclaimed the garden, absolute and profound. Meanwhile, on an ancient clock tower 2 kilometers from Longshan Academy, cold wind howled across the rooftop. A corporate spy, planted at the periphery, crouched at the tower's edge. In his hands, a military-grade infrared telescope remained fixed, trained unwaveringly on the direction of Longsho Villa. He had expected to witness Lin Mo's head severed from his shoulders. Yet now, this battle-hardened scout trembled violently, convulsing as if electrocuted. Clack! His million-credit telescope slipped from rigid fingers, shattering into fragments upon the concrete below. He did not flinch. His mouth hung open wide enough to swallow a fist, his face frozen in abject, soul-chilling horror. What he'd just witnessed through that lens had obliterated his entire understanding of reality. Gigantic metallic endoskeletons, instant-firing arcane artillery, beam sabers capable of slicing through anything. This was no necromantic summoning. This was ultimate war machinery. Madness, utter complete madness. He collapsed onto the floor, gasping raggedly, each breath raw and desperate. Sweat drenched his undergarments in an instant. Fumbling frantically, he pulled out an encrypted comms device and dialed the Wong family patriarch's private line. His trembling fingers entered the password 3 times. The moment the line connected, he shrieked like a fish flung ashore. Patriarch, the operation has failed. The assassination squad didn't even graze a single hair on his head. They've been wiped out entirely. On the other end, the Wong patriarch shot upright, roaring furious. What happened? Explain now. The scout screamed back into the receiver, voice cracking with despair. The intelligence was flawed. Catastrophically flawed. No one told us he wasn't just a necromancer. He's also a master artificer, capable of conjuring 10-meter war mechs out of thin air. Morning sunlight filtered through the blinds into Longsho Villa. Lin Mo descended the staircase toward the basement. The air in the basement carried a heavy coppery scent of blood. 5 Shadow Death warriors lay sprawled like carcasses upon the frigid concrete floor. Their limbs had been shattered into countless fragments by the mechanized skeletons. Despite an entire night of torment, not one of them had so much as groaned. Hearing footsteps, the squad captain strained to lift his head. His gaze locked onto Lin Mo, fierce, unbroken, burning with venom. Did this youth truly believe capturing them alive would yield intelligence? How naive. He spat a mouthful of bloody phlegm, voice thick with mockery. Save your strength. Think you can extract secrets through torture? Even if you carve us limb from limb, not a single syllable will escape our lips. The captain tilted his chin upward, a grim, defiant smile playing on his lips. Every one of us bears a soul silence lock embedded deep within our minds. Should you dare probe our consciousness with spiritual arts, our souls and bodies will detonate in unison, reducing this entire basement to ash. The other 4 warriors bared their blood-stained teeth in silent, chilling ridicule. As elite death operatives bred by the conglomerates, they had long since transcended fear of death. Lin Mo took a bite of fried dough stick, chewing slowly, savoring its crispness. He looked down upon the hardened men from above, his lips curling into a faint, pitying smile, as though gazing upon fools. Have you misunderstood something? He swallowed brushed crumbs from his palms. Who said I intended to hear you speak? The captain froze, brow furrowing in confusion. If he sought no intelligence, why capture them alive at all? Lin Mo paid his bewilderment no heed. With a sharp, crisp snap of his fingers, the temperature in the basement plummeted. A wave of icy, necrotic energy erupted from nowhere. From behind Lin Mo, a gray-white skeleton materialized, pale, spectral, and unlike any before it. It wore tattered black robes of a spectral executioner. No blade graced its grasp, only a brazier blazing with eerie, cerulean flame, and in its other hand a tumter-long, razor-sharp bone skewer. This was a newly unlocked elite unit, the Soul Interrogation Skeleton. Its eye sockets held no eyes, only twin flickering will-o'-the-wisps dancing in hollow darkness. It lowered its jawbone in a grotesquely human grin, directed squarely at the 5 warriors sprawled below. That smile struck the captain like a physical blow. An involuntary shiver ran down his spine. Sorcerous theatrics. He snarled through clenched teeth. I fear neither death nor your pile of bleached bones. Lin Mo pulled up a chair and sat, tapping the armrest once. Begin. Make it swift. The Soul Interrogation Skeleton clattered forward, joints grinding like rusted gears. It ignored the captain's ruined flesh entirely. Instead, it extended a stark, white bone claw, bypassing all physical barriers as if they were mist. In one fluid motion, it drove the claw straight through the captain's crown. The man's eyes bulged, but felt no pain in his body. Then, the skeleton wrenched its arm upward with brutal force. A translucent, shimmering specter tore free from the captain's skull, his very soul raw and exposed. At the moment of separation, a crimson, intricately woven sigil flared across the soul's forehead, the conglomerate's soul silence lock. The sigil pulsed violently, seconds from detonation. The skeleton sneered, then lifted its brazier and tipped it casually over the glowing mark. A tendril of nether flame licked the sigil. A soft, searing hiss echoed. That legendary, unbreakable lock dissolved, as swiftly and utterly as a drop of water vanishing in scalding oil. Not even a whisper remained. The captain's body collapsed, vacanted and inert, like a vegetative husk. His soul, meanwhile, hung suspended, clenched tight in the skeleton's skeletal grip. What do you intend to do? His soul screamed, a silent, desperate shriek echoing only in the void. The skeleton offered no reply. With practiced ease, it seized the bone skewer and pierced the captain's soul clean through the chest, threading him like skewered mutton. Then it hoisted him over the brazier, roasting him slowly over the ghostly blue flame. A thunderous whoosh erupted. Exquisite agony flooded the captain's being, immediate, absolute, infinite. This was no bodily torment. It was fire searing the soul itself. Each pulse of pain multiplied 10,000-fold, magnified beyond endurance. His soul writhed, contorting in the flames, its shriek rising, twisting, shattering into a pitch that scraped the nerves. A soul-rending wail reverberated through the basement, chilling marrow and mind alike. The remaining 4 warriors watched paralyzed as their captain's soul roasted upon the spit. Their blood turned to ice in their veins. Lin Mo crossed his legs, reached into his pocket, and withdrew a phonolith crystal. He pressed the recording rune. Within half a minute the captain's soul unraveled completely. All honor of the Death Warriors, every vow sworn to the conglomerates, was incinerated in that blue flame. I'll tell you everything. Anything. Just take me down. Give me mercy. Grant me a clean, swift death. His soul convulsed wildly upon the skewer, tears streaming like molten glass. Now he craved only oblivion, pure, unburdened annihilation. Lin Mo shifted into a more comfortable posture. Where is the Wang family's black ledger concealed? Beneath Jinding Tower, in the sublevel 3 vault. The access code is 7/8. Inside lie records of every high-grade military contraband they've smuggled these past years. Where does the Wang patriarch conduct clandestine affairs? He keeps over a dozen concubines at Moonlight Manor on the western outskirts. He visits each month on the 15th. He embezzled frontline compensation funds, the ledgers hidden behind the oil painting in his study. Please, kill me. The other 4 warriors stared stunned, then watched in horror as their captain betrayed even his own undergarments. Their mental fortresses crumbled instantly. No further coercion was needed. They began shouting over one another, frantic, eager to confess. I know the Qian family's deepest secret. The Zhao sect elder's illegitimate son attends Imperial Capital No. 3 High School. The 3 conglomerates plan to freeze the Academy's financial lifeline tomorrow. In under 3 minutes, these 5 legendary Shadow Death Warriors, renowned for unbreakable resolve, revealed everything: ancestral burial sites, first loves, names, every dark transaction, every illicit pact, every fatal vulnerability of the 3 conglomerates. Every damning revelation was captured flawlessly by Lin Mo's phonolith crystal. He tossed it lightly in his palm, a satisfied curve lifting the corners of his mouth. With this artifact, he now held the 3 conglomerates by the throat. Above the brazier, the captain's soul dimmed, fading, brittle, spent. He wept, not with sorrow but with utter psychic collapse. He would rather face 100 cataclysmic forbidden spells on the front lines than endure another second before that smiling skeletal executioner. Lin Mo, Master. His voice was a broken whisper, barely audible. You have all the intelligence you need. Grant me death. Let me vanish utterly without trace. Lin Mo stowed the phonolith and rose, brushing dust from his trousers. Since you cooperated so willingly, I am by nature generous. He gave the soul interrogation skeleton a glance. It snapped its jaw shut with a dry, hollow click, then plunged the bone skewer deep into the brazier. A roar surged, the cerulean flame erupting skyward, engulfing all 5 souls in a single consuming blaze. Not even ash remained. Silence reclaimed the basement, deep, absolute, tomb-like. Lin Mo snapped his fingers, the skeleton dissolved into swirling black mist. He idly juggled the phonolith, now brimming with world-shaking revelations. You wish to strangle me financially. A cold, quiet laugh escaped his lips as he pushed open the iron door. How fortunate. I happen to be bored. Let us play a grand game, and see which of us collapses first, family fortune and all. The Imperial Capital Century Dynasty Hotel, renowned as the most exclusive and opulent establishment in all Longhua. The grand ballroom blazed with light, silks whispered, and perfumes lingered in the air. Senior executives from the 3 great financial clans stood in clusters, champagne flutes in hand, their faces adorned with condescending hollow smiles. This was their victory banquet, celebrating the joint suppression of an audacious commoner genius who dared to defy heaven and earth. Shen Wanshan swirled deep red wine in his crystal goblet. It's been 2 days, still no movement from Longsho Villa. He glanced idly toward Qian Jioding. Qian Jioding snorted, his jowls trembling. What movement could there possibly be? We've severed every trading channel across the entire imperial capital. That boy is probably curled up in bed right now, weeping into his blankets. Zhao Rahai lit a cigar and exhaled a thick plume of smoke. Youth, always arrogant, always overreaching. They truly believe clenched fists can pierce the heavens. Once that mountain of raw materials he hoards turns to rotting stone, and he can't even afford rice. He'll crawl to us on hands and knees, licking the soles of our shoes like a stray dog. The patriarch of the Wang family sat nearby, fingers brushing the scar at his temple. A flicker of cruel malice gleamed in his eyes. To be safe, I sent men last night to loosen his bones. By now my Shadow Death Warriors should have returned with their report. Once we seize his spatial ring, the entire shipment becomes ours alone. Shen Wanshan frowned faintly, displeased at the Wang family's attempt to monopolize the spoils. but the thought passed swiftly. His brow smoothed. So long as Lin Mo's materials were seized, it mattered little who struck the blow. Gentlemen. Shen Wanshan rose, lifting his stemmed glass high. His gaze swept the room, surveying the assembled magnates, his voice ringing resonant and commanding. Let us raise our glasses. To the unshakable order of this imperial capital. To the eternal empire of capital forged by our three great clans. The ballroom erupted, energy surging to its fevered peak. Every financial lord raised his glass, roaring with unrestrained laughter. To order. To empire. At the very zenith of their revelry. Chaos erupted. Crack. A sharp crystalline fracture split the air, sudden silent, yet drowning out all noise below. Shen Wanshan's smile froze. Instinctively he looked upward, the ballroom's ceiling crowned by a vast transparent glass dome. Boom. A deafening detonation shook the foundations. That supposedly impregnable bulletproof dome, engineered to withstand high-tier arcane bombardment, shattered like brittle biscuit under a boot. Shards of razor-edged glass rained down like a storm, hurling straight toward the immaculately dressed tycoons below. Oh, intruder! Protect the patriarch! Panic exploded. Companions shrieked, scattering in blind terror. Bodyguards drew weapons, shielding their masters with desperate fervor. A gale howled inward through the shattered dome, overturning tables laden with vintage wines and delicacies. Then came the dragon's wrath, a pressure so profound it made souls tremble. It descended like 10,000 mountains, crushing every corner of the ballroom. Those who once ruled with iron disdain now buckled at the knees. Thud after thud fell en masse. Even breathing became agony. Trembling, they craned their necks skyward, through the jagged aperture in the dome, and saw just once the blood in their veins turn to ice. A colossal skeletal dragon, so vast its scale defied comprehension, hovered directly above the hotel tower. Its immense bone wings beat slowly, stirring gales of frigid, death-laden wind. Upon its spine sat a death knight, armor black as void lance gripped tight in gauntlet hands. Twin flames of ghostly blue burned fiercely within his helm, gazing down coldly upon these insignificant insects. What monstrous thing is that? Qian Jioding collapsed onto the floor, his flesh quivering violently. He had never encountered a summoned entity radiating such soul-crushing dread. Before comprehension could take root, the Sky Rider raised a single hand. Whoosh! A massive gray-white ossified chest plummeted from the heavens, straight toward the ballroom floor. Crash! It struck the marble center with cataclysmic force. The stone shattered instantly, spiderweb fractures racing outward, halting inches from each patriarch's polished shoes. As dust settled, the lid burst open. From within, kicked aside by a violent, unseen foot, mangled, pulpy forms tumbled out slick with gore. They rolled directly to the Wang patriarch's feet. He stared, eyes bulging, then recoiled violently, gasping like one who'd glimpsed hell itself. Those were not objects. They were people. 5 men, limbs pulverized beyond repair, reduced to quivering heaps of broken meat and splintered bone. These are the Wang family's shadow death warriors. Zhao Ruhai recognized the tattered, form-fitting armor. His voice cracked in disbelief. The Wang patriarch's face drained of all color. His elite assassins, 60-level masters, reduced to this grotesque ruin. Not merely defeated, annihilated, then discarded like refuse before their own banquet. Before the tycoons could even process the horror, a fist-sized black stone tumbled from the ossuary. An amplification stone, its surface shimmering with faint pulsing light. Then, a voice erupted, raw with utter psychological collapse. The Wang family's black ledger is hidden in the 3rd sublevel of Jinding Tower. The password is 7/8. Inside lie records of illegal arms trafficking. The Wang patriarch keeps concubines at Moonlight Manor and embezzled frontline veterans' compensation funds. It was the squad captain's voice, twisted, shrieking, warped by unbearable soultorment, each syllable lacerating the silence. Each word struck like a hammer upon the patriarch's hearts. The stone continued looping, relentless, unblinking. I know Qian family secrets. Zhao Elder's illegitimate son is in. Every sordid secret, every buried scandal, every fragile flaw in their financial arteries was laid bare, not in shadowy backrooms, but here at this ostentatious banquet, stripped naked, leaving not even a thread of dignity intact. Silence. Absolute suffocating silence. Moments ago, these magnates had toasted triumph with booming laughter. Now they stood pale as ash, sweat drenching their shirtbacks. Some trembled so violently they could barely remain upright. This was no mere humiliation. It was the cold press of a blade against their throats, the guillotine already descending. Then, above them, the skeletal dragon's back stirred. A voice drifted down, languid, unhurried, yet dripping with soul-chilling lethality. I hear you enjoy monopolies. Soft yet piercing the marrow. Every head snapped upward. only then noticing the figure seated behind the Death Knight. Lin Mo reclined against the dragon's protruding spinal ridge, unmoving chin propped on one hand, surveying the terrified elite below with detached, icy disdain. You severed my capital flow, banned others from purchasing my goods. Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile. Dangerous resource and utterly merciless. Very well, since you so adore blockade. His voice surged thunderous and absolute, shaking the very air. From this day forward, the entire domestic materials market shall echo with only one name, Lin Mo. You boast many tables. Today I shatter every table and smash every bowl you hold. Lin Mo's gaze swept over the patriarchs. No anger, no hatred. Only the hollow, indifferent regard reserved for corpses. Wash your necks clean. Sit quietly at home and await bankruptcy. Having spoken, Lin Mo didn't deign another glance. He casually patted the dragon's skull. A roar split the heavens. Wings flared. Gusts of wind tore through the hall, and in a streak of white light the beast vanished into the starless night. Only the amplification stone remained, still cycling tirelessly, broadcasting their sins. Shen Wanshan's half-filled wineglass slipped from his fingers, clink, shattering on the floor. Expensive crimson spilled across his trousers, yet he felt nothing. Zhao Rohai and Qian Jiuding stood frozen, bloodless lips twitching uncontrollably. The Wang patriarch sat slumped amid broken glass, empty-eyed, hollowed out. Only now, at the precipice of annihilation, did these titans of capital finally comprehend. They had not provoked some naive, idealistic commoner genius. They had awakened a madman, utterly lawless, ruthlessly efficient, and terrifyingly precise. No negotiation, no compromise. He intended nothing less than the total eradication, the uprooting of their three great houses, stem and root. Shen Wanshan stared at the ruined figures on the floor, breathing ragged. A new terror, cold serpentine absolute, coiled around his heart. The sky above the imperial capital had truly fallen. In the military district of the imperial capital at the #1 open-air training ground, the sunlight was blinding. Below the stage stood a full 100,000 fully armed elite soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Dozens of official channels were simultaneously broadcasting the live event. This was the highest-level commendation ceremony since the establishment of the Dragon Nation. There was only one protagonist. Lin Mo was dressed in a white t-shirt, black pants, and rare casual shoes. He stood lazily on the wide podium, letting out a yawn. His attire was in stark contrast to the crisp military uniforms surrounding him. Yet the eyes of the 100,000 soldiers below were fervent, as if they were gazing upon a living deity. Chu Xiaodian strode up to Lin Mo. The national military god presented a black bank card edged with gold. Mr. Lin, this is the material acquisition fund approved above. Chu Xiaodian lowered his voice, his tone filled with utmost respect. The maximum premium is 20%. Every cent is accounted for, and it is all in there. Lin Mo took the black card and casually tucked it into his pocket. He was too lazy to check the balance. The military wouldn't be shortchanging him on this matter. Chu Xiaodian turned around, facing the 100,000 soldiers and countless live cameras. He cleared his throat, his voice resonating like a great bell. In light of Lin Mo's tremendous efforts in the recent northern suburbs defensive battle, single-handedly turning the tide, the Supreme Command has unanimously decided to bestow upon Lin Mo the highest military rank of National Guardian Dragon General. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. Without waiting for the applause to subside, Chu Xiaodian continued to announce, at the same time the state will allocate a top-tier estate spanning 1,000 acres in the core area of the imperial capital at no cost as General Lin's private residence. The comments section of the live stream exploded instantly. National Guardian Dragon General. 1,000-acre estate in the core area of the imperial capital. These two items combined could be said to place him squarely at the pinnacle of power in the Dragon Nation. Everyone held their breath, waiting to hear the young general's spirited speech. Lin Mo walked up to the microphone. He tousled his messy hair, and the crisp sound of his slippers echoed throughout the venue. As for the rank, forget it. I am a carefree person and cannot stand rules. His first words rendered the entire place silent. As for the estate in the core area of the imperial capital, I am not interested. There are too many people there, it's too noisy. Chu Xiaodian was taken aback. This kid truly had no sense of conventionality. Lin Mo turned around and walked to the massive tactical map behind the podium. The map detailed all the geographical features and the distribution of abyssal cracks around the Dragon Nation. Lin Mo raised his hand, his fingertip pressing heavily on a region shaded a dead gray. If I must choose, I want this place. Allocate this land to me as my private territory. Chu Xiaodian followed Lin Mo's finger. His pupils constricted sharply. General Li beside him was so startled that he blurted out, Mr. Lin, that's not permissible. The place Lin Mo pointed to was called Haishi City. It was adjacent to the buffer zone of the abyssal crack in the northern suburbs of the imperial capital. The military internally referred to it as the Disaster Canyon. That place is an abandoned dead city. General Li, in a panic, hurriedly stepped forward to dissuade him. It used to be a stronghold, but ever since it was completely polluted by the abyssal aura decades ago, it has become a desolate land. General Li pointed at the gray area on the map, his voice trembling. The air there is filled with high concentrations of dead energy and curses. If a living person goes and they won't last half a day before rotting away, why would you choose such a toxic land where no one can live? Chu Xiaodian joined in to persuade him. Mr. Lin, not even a blade of grass can grow there. If you want to establish a private territory, the Dragon Nation's beautiful landscapes are yours to choose from. There's no need to suffer in such a dead zone. Lin Mo turned his head, looking at the flustered military higher-ups. He was too lazy to explain. I just like peace and quiet. Lin Mo patted the map on Haishi City. The dead energy is perfect, oh, no one will disturb me. I want this. Lin Mo's tone was unyielding. He raised two fingers. Two conditions. First, permanent independent property rights. No one has the right to interfere. Second, exemption from all taxes. Chu Xiaodian looked into Lin Mo's calm eyes. He knew that once this stubborn mule had made up his mind, nothing could change it. All right. Chu Xiaodian gritted his teeth and made a decision on the spot. Since Mr. Lin insists on choosing Haishi City, the military will immediately proceed with the formalities. The property deed and tax exemption certificate will be delivered to you before sunset today. This unprecedented commendation ceremony ended in a very strange manner. The national hero rejected the luxurious estate in the core area, instead choosing a cursed dead city. Meanwhile, in the high-level intensive care unit of the Shun family's private hospital in the imperial capital, Shen Wanshan was half reclining on the hospital bed. His right hand was wrapped in thick bandages, injured by a wine glass he had crushed last night. On the wall of the ward hung a large LCD TV. It was replaying the footage of the commendation ceremony. Qian Jioding and Zhao Rahai were also sitting in the ward. The faces of the three tycoon heads were grim, as if they could drip water. They had been scared sleepless all night by Lin Mo's Bone Dragon and loudspeakers. Today they saw the military transfer an astronomical sum of money to Lin Mo. This essentially meant that Lin Mo was completely free from his financial troubles. Just as they were feeling agitated, they heard Lin Mo voluntarily request to make Haishi City his private territory on the television. Qian Jioding was momentarily stunned. Then he burst into a wild laugh, his fat face shaking violently. Huh, this kid must be a pure fool. Qian Jioding pointed at Lin Mo on the TV, laughing so hard that tears nearly came out. I thought he was going to use that money to fight a business war against us in the imperial capital. Instead, he chose a godforsaken toxic pit. Zhao Rahai also sneered repeatedly. That place, Haishi City, can't even support the cheapest purification array. Building a market there. Not a single living person can enter. Is he selling to ghosts? Shen Wanshan looked at the screen, his tense nerves finally relaxing. He picked up a cup of coffee from the table beside him and took a sip. His eyes were filled with disdain of a capitalist towards a nouveau riche. He's clearly just a commoner who has never seen the world. Shen Wanshan leaned against the hospital bed, his tone dripping with arrogance, thinking that with a little bit of money, he can somehow build a commercial empire out of thin air. He chose a piece of land that cannot be developed at all. That money will eventually be squandered. The three old foxes exchanged knowing smiles in the ward. They had already prepared sunflower seeds and red wine. They were just waiting to see this clueless bumpkin go bankrupt in Haishi City. At the Longshan Academy in the Longsho Villa, Lin Mo was lying on a beach chair in the yard, playing with the property gold seal just sent by the military. The three big characters Haishi City were engraved on it. Su Qinghan stood beside him, watching the gold seal, sighing repeatedly. Are you really planning to move to the Disaster Canyon? The dead energy there is so dense it could form droplets. Normal people would have their lungs rot if they entered. Lin Mo picked up the gold seal and glanced at it in the sunlight. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Normal people indeed cannot live there. The curses and dead energy that they view as toxic. For the over 1 million mutated skeletons under Lin Mo's command, it was a buffet more delicious than a full restoration soup. Lin Mo casually tossed the gold seal to a nearby little skeleton. Pack up your things. Lin Mo stood up, stretching lazily. We're moving to a larger place and preparing to open for business. 100 kilometers outside the northern suburbs of the imperial capital, several military helicopters painted in deep green hovered in the air, their rotors stirring up violent gusts. Yet they could not disperse the thick, impenetrable gray-black fog ahead. This was the catastrophic canyon, once a stronghold of the Dragon Kingdom, now an absolute dead zone. Haishi City. Pilot Zhang Chong was sweating profusely. He gripped the control stick tightly, his knuckles turning white. Through the thick, bulletproof glass, he could still feel the eerie chill from the outside. General Lin, Zhang Chong turned his head to look at Lin Mo, sitting in the back, his voice trembling. We are approaching the warning line of Haishi City. The poison fog is too dense for the helicopter to enter. The concentration of deathly energy inside exceeds hundreds of times the limit. The protective suits cannot withstand it. Are you really going to land here? Lin Mo leaned back in his spacious seat. He casually crushed an empty Wangzai milk can and accurately tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Let's stop here, Lin Mo said as he stood up and stretched. The interior is too dilapidated. It don't scratch your perfectly fine helicopter. Zhang Chong swallowed hard and hurriedly pulled open the hatch. A gale rushed and mixed with a nauseating stench. It was the odor of rotting corpses that had not seen sunlight for years. Lin Mo jumped directly from the helicopter, landing steadily on the desolate ground overgrown with dark brown poisonous weeds. Zhang Chong crouched by the hatch and looked down, his heart in his throat. He thought Lin Mo would immediately use his magic to conjure a shield. Instead, Lin Mo did not even raise a hand and swaggered toward the ruins of Haishi City's gate. It's over, Zhang Chong's co-pilot turned pale with fear. This is the abyssal death energy that even a level 50 great swordsman would not dare to withstand. Is General Lin going to his death? The two of them stared intently at Lin Mo's back. The moment Lin Mo stepped into the ruins of Haishi City, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. A rumbling sound echoed from deep beneath the earth, as if an ancient beast was awakening. Immediately, on the vast wasteland surrounding Haishi City, the earth flew into the air wildly. Countless gray-white figures erupted from the ground like fountains. Giant shield skeletons, berserker skeletons, mage skeletons, dark knights. Over 1 million undead soldiers appeared in neat formation behind Lin Mo. They made no sound, only the metallic clashing of weapons and the crisp sound of bones scraping against each other. Zhang Chong felt his scalp tingle as he watched from the helicopter. The overwhelming sense of oppression that could obliterate the world nearly made him lose control of the control stick. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks, surveying the dilapidated city before him. Everywhere collapsed skyscrapers rose like rusty ribs piercing the sky. The streets were choked with pitch-black vines. The gray death energy drifted through the city like thick fog. One could vaguely see countless grotesque spirits howling mournfully among the ruins. The environment is indeed quite poor. Lin Mo stroked his chin and pouted. But it's all right. Good feng shui nurtures life, and this place is perfect for raising bones. The evil spirits wandering in the city caught the scent of a living person. They let out excited shrieks, morphing into shadows and lunging at Lin Mo with gaping jaws. Zhang Chong shouted frantically into the intercom. General Lin, be careful. Those are high-level vengeful spirits. Physical attacks are ineffective against them. Lin Mo turned a deaf ear, not even glancing back. He merely snapped his fingers casually. Snap. This was the command of an absolute lord. Lin Mo activated the territory absorption mode of the catastrophe descends. An invisible and immense suction force exploded outward from him, spreading in all directions. A miracle occurred. The malevolent spirits lunging at Lin Mo suddenly came to a halt midair. They were horrified to discover that the death energy they prided themselves on was uncontrollably dissipating. The gray-black toxic fog that had permeated Haishi City for decades was being drawn in like it was caught by a pump, forming huge gray vortices that frantically flowed into the bodies of the million skeleton army below. What was deadly poison to ordinary people was like the most delicious, nourishing soup to these undead beings. The hollow eye sockets of the skeletons glowed with azure ghost fire. They emitted silent cheers. A giant shield skeleton opened its jaw and took a deep breath of the rich death energy. Its previously somewhat gray bones instantly shimmered with a jade-like luster. The density of the bones visibly increased to a terrifying degree. The white bone tower shield in its hand sprouted sharp spikes. This was a collective frenzy of the undead. No monsters to defeat, no tasks to complete. Just by standing here and breathing, a massive amount of pure energy was continuously converted into experience points. Lin Mo could feel it clearly. The combat power of the skeletons under his command was skyrocketing rapidly. The feeling of growing stronger while lying down was simply exhilarating. The evil spirits that rushed out were completely dumbfounded. They had come to hunt living people only to find themselves as delectable little snacks in the eyes of ravenous wolves. Dozens of berserker skeletons leaped into action. Their massive hands grabbed the ethereal evil spirits. Under the suppression of the territory mode, the evil spirits had no chance to escape. They were crushed by the berserker skeletons as easily as bursting a water balloon, transforming into pure death energy that was swallowed whole. How? How is this possible? Zhang Chong gasped in shock in the helicopter. He stared at the detection data on the holographic radar, his eyes nearly popping out. The concentration of death energy in Haishi City was plummeting. The toxic fog that even purification arrays could do nothing about was being treated as air filters by this army of skeletons. Lin Mo walked to the center of the square. He took out a newly bought beach chair and comfortably sat down. Stretching his long legs, he relaxed to the utmost. He watched the skeleton army feasting heartily. Satisfied, he nodded. Having eaten and drunk enough, it's time to get to work. He tapped the armrest of the beach chair. Click. All 1,000,000 skeletons instantly halted their consuming actions. In unison, they turned to face Lin Mo. He raised his hand, pointing at the dilapidated surrounding buildings. This broken place is a mess. It's irritating to look at. He issued the First Lord command to settle in Haishi City, his tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Flatten all this garbage. Use what's on site. I want to build an impregnable fortress that no one can break into here. Boom. The skeleton army sprang into action at the command. 5 10-meter-tall mechanical skeletons stepped out of the formation. The magical heavy cannons on their shoulders glowed with blinding blue light. Without warning, and without needing to aim, they fired. Bang, 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 bang. 5 terrifying magical shells thundered out, directly striking the tallest abandoned office buildings in the city center. The sound of earth-shattering explosions echoed through the canyon. The skyscrapers fell like toppled blocks, clouds of dust rising into the sky. Following that, hundreds of thousands of giant shield skeletons acted as human bulldozers. They pushed forward in neat formation, their thick-boned shields leading the charge, grinding all obstructing rubble and rebar to dust. The berserker skeletons swung their bone blades, cutting the massive stones into neat slabs. Dark knights rode nightmares, weaving through the ruins, acting as efficient transport teams. The mage skeletons used magic to compact the soil. This was not a battle, it was a scene of an incredibly efficient super-infrastructure construction madness. In the air, the helicopter rocked back and forth due to the shockwave from the explosions. Zhang Chong gripped the control stick tightly, barely maintaining stability. He looked down at the enthusiastic and orderly construction site below, then at the white-clad youth reclining on the beach chair with his eyes closed. Zhang Chong felt a chill down his spine, sweat soaking his uniform. "Captain, are we still watching this?" The co-pilot swallowed hard, his voice tinged with a cry. "This place is too eerie. I'm afraid they'll dismantle our helicopter for building materials too." Zhang Chong wiped the sweat from his face. He looked at the white-boned city walls rising visibly below. Without hesitation, he pulled the control stick. "What the hell are we watching?" Zhang Chong shouted through gritted teeth. "Return immediately. I'll write a report tonight and refuse to come back to this area, even at the frontier." The helicopter turned around and sped away toward the imperial capital as if fleeing for its life. Zhang Chong took one last look through the rearview mirror at the city shrouded in gray fog. He had a strong premonition. Here, a terrifying nation that would disturb everyone's sleep was about to be born. Meanwhile, in the luxurious underground club of the imperial capital, the heads of the 3 major financial conglomerates were glued to the dark web live broadcast on the screen. The image was somewhat blurry, only able to see the massive dust clouds rising from the outskirts of Haishi City. Qian Jioding raised a glass of red wine and laughed heartily. "Did you hear that? It's all explosions inside. That kid must have triggered the nest of high-level vengeful spirits with the skeletons he brought in. They are fighting. Fighting in the catastrophic canyon against vengeful spirits. It's simply suicidal," Zhao Rahai said, rubbing his hands with glee. "The death energy in that place will continuously heal the spirit's injuries. And that kid will be exhausted to a husk," Shen Wanshan snorted coldly. He cut off the live broadcast, his eyes filled with arrogance and disdain. Just a lucky upstart thinking he could become a local emperor by buying a piece of land. When he crawls out of that toxic pit covered in dirt and ash, he'll realize. We've prepared an economic noose that will thoroughly ensnare his neck. This group of high and mighty old nobles had no idea what they were laughing at. The toxic fog they saw as unsolvable was merely a dessert after a meal to Lin Mo. In the ruins of Blackstone City, Lin Mo sat on a beach chair, sipping on Wangzai milk. He frowned slightly as he observed the ordinary skeletons chaotically smashing and moving things around. These skeletal frames are definitely adept at fighting and killing. However, when it comes to construction work, they appear rather clumsy. Each time they move a stone, they manage to crush 2 intact tiles underneath their feet. The cut stones are uneven, lacking any aesthetic appeal. The efficiency is too slow. This will take ages to fix. Lin Mo casually tossed aside the empty can and stood up, dusting off his hands. Such professional tasks should be entrusted to professional skeletons. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to dive deep into his soul. Here there were no flashy panels. Only a colossal talent tree symbolizing the calamity of nature remained. Having absorbed the death energy from the entire Blackstone City, Lin Mo's soul was now brimming with vast amounts of energy. Without hesitation, Lin Mo directly consumed this immense soul energy. He illuminated several special architectural blueprints hidden within the talent tree's branches. He also granted a wave of specialized job changes to some of the skeletons under his command. Everyone stop. Let's switch to a professional crew. Lin Mo snapped his fingers crisply. Grayish-white light flickered across the square. The forms of 100,000 ordinary skeletons began to undergo drastic mutations. Among them, 50,000 skeletons suddenly grew to a height of 5 meters. Their bones became thicker than that of a large water barrel brimming with explosive physical strength. This was the new profession, giant strength haulers. They were like fully automatic heavy bulldozers that didn't even require fuel. The other 50,000 skeletons became remarkably agile. Their previously clumsy bone hands evolved into various precise carving knives, chisels, and bone hammers. These are the undead craftsmen. Skilled in surveying, capable of understanding blueprints, they are undoubtedly born as top-tier masons. Level the obsidian mountain to the east and transport all the stones here. Lin Mo casually pointed in a direction, issuing the command to commence work. Boom. Thousands of giant strength haulers took large strides, charging towards the obsidian mountain like a fleet of heavy tanks. They didn't need explosives or large excavators. They directly swung their bone fists as large as water tanks, mercilessly smashing into the mountainside. The hard rocks were crushed without mercy. They carried massive obsidian blocks weighing dozens of tons, swiftly transporting them back to the city. The undead craftsmen immediately took over the materials. Their bone knives and chisels flew up and down. The hard obsidian was processed in their hands as easily as tofu instantly transformed into uniformly smooth wall tiles. This was truly an unprecedented construction frenzy. There were no labor disputes, no need to pay wages. There was even no requirement for food, sleep, or breaks. As long as Lin Mo had a thought, this group of skeletons could work tirelessly until the end of time. Lin Mo watched this bustling construction site operating continuously for 24 hours. He grinned so widely that his eyes nearly turned into slits. This was the ultimate dream of a capitalist. With a wave of his hand, he emptied a mound of spoils from his spatial ring. The ground was covered with shimmering high-level crystal cores and massive magical bones. Reinforce the leg bones of those level 60 war trolls into the city gate. Grind the high-level crystal cores into powder to use as cement and glue. Lin Mo commanded loudly, showing no remorse. If we're building, let's create the hardest turtle shell in the entire continent. Throughout the night, the sounds of stones clashing and bones striking echoed through the Calamity Gorge. Even the lingering, vengeful spirits in the city were so terrified by the construction noise that they hid in the cracks of the earth, not daring to show themselves. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the thin mist. Lin Mo yawned and rubbed his somewhat sore eyes. He was comfortably lying on a wide and luxurious throne made of bone. The throne was cushioned with an incredibly soft, high-level magic wolf pelt. This was the newly completed hall of the Lord's mansion. The walls were built from smoothly polished obsidian, exuding a cold and solemn air. Lin Mo lounged with his legs crossed, holding his phone, completely engrossed in a single-player game. Feedback signals representing the Lord's mark continuously echoed from the depths of his soul. The prosperity and defense values of the territory were skyrocketing at a crazy speed. The internet speed is a bit laggy. Lin Mo frowned as he glanced at the delayed image on his phone screen. I should get some protection fees from those old tycoons and have them lay down a fiber optic line. Otherwise, this lordship would be too boring. Just as Lin Mo was complaining about the internet speed on a high ground 5 kilometers outside Blackstone City, a tycoon spy in a camouflage outfit was shivering in the cold dew. He had been sent by the Zhao family to monitor Lin Mo. Last night, the canyon echoed with sounds all night, and he was too afraid of encountering high-level magical creatures to dare get close. Now that it was daylight, he finally mustered the courage. The spy carefully pulled out a brand new military-grade telescope from his backpack and cautiously looked toward Blackstone City. After just one glance, the spy sprang up from the ground, as if electrocuted, nearly dropping the telescope onto the rocks. What the hell? The spy blurted out, his voice breaking. He desperately rubbed his eyes, thinking he hadn't slept well last night and had been affected by the miasma illusion in the canyon. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the telescope again. This time he saw everything clearly. Not only was he not mistaken, but what he saw was even more despairing. Yesterday, it was still a scene shrouded in death, energy, and ruins. Not a single intact wall could be found. But today, a 50-meter-high black city wall loomed like a sleeping primordial beast, firmly constricting the throat of the canyon. The wall was entirely made of obsidian with a chilling metallic sheen. Even more terrifying, the massive skeletal remains of level 60 war trolls were interwoven like steel bars within the wall, emanating an intimidating quasi-divine pressure. Even the city gate was forged from a solid piece of deep-sea cold iron. On the gate tower, rows of heavy sniper skeletons held their massive bone rifles, their hollow eye sockets glowing with eerie blue ghostly flames coldly watching the perimeter of the canyon. Not even a fly could hope to enter. Is this even humanly possible? The spy slapped himself across the face, feeling a burning pain. This was not a dream. In just one night, an absolute fortress, which even the most advanced military magical energy main cannon could hardly breach, had risen from the ground. Even the city gate tower was built with such imposing grandeur. The spy's cold sweat instantly soaked his back. His legs went weak as he trembled, pulling out a secure communicator. The high and mighty heads of the tycoon families had all been deceived by Lin Mo. Lin Mo did not come to wait for death in this treacherous land. He had directly built his own war fortress at the northern gate of the imperial capital. As long as the city stands, Lin Mo could easily hold a knife to the necks of the three major tycoon families of the imperial capital. It was both an offensive and defensive position. The spy swallowed hard and dialed the Zhao family head's phone number. He could already imagine how marvelous the expression of the family head would be upon hearing this news. This was not merely witnessing a joke. This was akin to inviting a living king of hell to sit at one's doorstep. The Cataclysm Canyon. Once a forbidden, lifeless ruin, it now stood utterly transformed. A 50-meter-high obsidian wall pierced the heavens, radiating an aura of absolute defense. Inside the wall, a colossal structure, built from the bones of titanic beasts and black stone, rose defiantly from the earth. Above its entrance hung a brazen black plaque inscribed with golden characters. The Cataclysm Trading House. Lin Mo sipped chilled watermelon juice, watching with quiet satisfaction as a serpentine queue stretched endlessly beyond the threshold. Master, is it true? A complete pelt from a level 60 demon wolf, for only 3 million. A freelance mercenary, his face crisscrossed with scars, rubbed his palms together, voice trembling. He had inquired at the Imperial Capital Guild, where the price began at 10 million, and even then one had to grovel before their gatekeepers. Price tagged and guaranteed, fair to young and old alike. Lin Mo took another slow sip, not even lifting his eyelids. All premium materials, priced at 70% of the Imperial Capital market rate. Cash only. No credit, no exceptions. The hall erupted instantly. Countless battle-hardened freelancers' eyes blazed crimson. Under decades of oligarchic monopoly, purchasing even low-tier elixirs could bankrupt a family. And when they finally risked their lives for rare materials, guilds would strip them bare at Q-Trade prices. Now Lin Mo offered only top-tier rarities, goods unseen elsewhere in the market. Level 60 demon beast cores, near divine heartscale armor plates, piled like cabbages on open shelves. And their prices were so absurdly low they brought tears to the eyes. Master Lin is magnanimous. To hell with the Imperial Capital Guild. I'll buy only at the Cataclysm Trading House from now on. Mercenaries roared, readied, frantically swiping credit cards. The news spread faster than wildfire. Within half a day, freelancers and small to mid-sized mercenary companies across the nation stampeded toward Haishi City. The oligarchs' guild halls, normally teeming with patrons, stood desolate and silent. Not a soul stirred within. Imperial Capital Longhai Tower penthouse level. Crash. An exquisite blue and white porcelain teacup shattered violently against the marble floor. Shen Wanshan's face was livid, his chest heaving with fury. 70%. He dare sell at 70%. Shen Wanshan ground his teeth, a cornered beast snarling in rage. He's digging up the ancestral graves of all three oligarchic houses. Qian Jioding sat slumped in a plush sofa, his jowls quivering with indignation. That brat is a rabid dog. No rules, no restraint. Our entire stockpile of high-grade materials sits rotting in warehouses. This morning alone, the guild's revenue plunged 90%. These are real losses, gold and silver, not ink on paper. Zhao Ruhai's face darkened into icy silence. They had planned an economic blockade to force Lin Mo to his knees, to render his inventory worthless. Instead, he ignored their pressure entirely and built a trading house that lured every independent buyer nationwide. This scorched earth maneuver caught the three oligarchic houses completely off guard. It wasn't competition, it was overturning the very table they dined upon. We cannot allow him to grow bolder. A venomous glint flashed in Shen Wanshan's eyes. A callow commoner. Does he truly believe he can defy capital itself? Issue an immediate unified network-wide ban. Shen Wanshan braced both hands on the desk, his voice colder than glacial ice. Notify every professional in Longhua. No one shall set foot within Haishi City. Not even a single step. No one shall purchase so much as a splinter of Lin Mo's bone. The three houses will blacklist all his financial credentials immediately. Qian Jioding's eyes lit up. He slammed his thigh in delight. Brilliant. Even the greediest freelancers won't gamble their futures for cheap bargains. Blacklisting buyers alone isn't enough. Lin Mo intends to build a city in the Cataclysm Canyon. That land has always been a poisoned wasteland, barren, lifeless. Zhao Rahai tapped his fingers on the desk, gaze sharp as a viper's. Activate our connections at the Ministry of Energy immediately. Sever every high-voltage grid feeding Haishi City. Divert the underground aquifers. Dispatch private militias to intercept every grain convoy bound for the canyon. Qian Jioding burst into manic laughter, arrogance bloating his features. Excellent. Cut off water power and grain. Let's see if those 10,000 skeletal constructs can conjure steamed rice from thin air. Even if he wields unmatched martial might, I'll watch him starve and thirst to death inside that dead city. The three houses' edict shot through internal channels like lightning. A seismic tremor shook Longwa's commercial world. Longshan Academy. The headmaster's office hung thick with suffocating tension. The venerable headmaster paced like a caged tiger, sweat dripping steadily from his brow. Ridiculous. Utterly reckless. He slammed his palm onto the desk. Lin Mo is the greatest prodigy in Longshan's founding history. The three houses mean to crush him utterly. He seized his encrypted phone and dialed several high-level officials in rapid succession. Each line either rang busy or clicked dead without a word. Finally, he clenched his jaw and dialed a senior military commander's private number. The call rang long before it was answered. Oldly, have you heard about Lin Mo? His voice cracked with urgency, raw and hoarse. Can the military intervene? If this continues, that boy will be buried alive. Silence stretched over the line, 30 heavy seconds. Then a deep, weary sigh. Old friend, take my advice. His voice dropped low, thick with dread and resignation. This matter runs too deep. Step back. You cannot control it. The headmaster froze, eyes wide with disbelief. Why, Lin Mo just saved the imperial capital. He earned the nation's highest honor. A bitter chuckle echoed down the line. The oligarch's band bypassed all official channels. It came straight from the shadows. The powers behind them, even the upper echelons, tread carefully around them. Lin Mo's trading house struck at the core interests of too many. His tone turned grave, almost warning. Whoever aids him now declares war on the entire old aristocracy. Restrict your faculty and students, strictly. Do not wade into these waters, or Longshan Academy itself will be swept away. Beep, beep, beep. The line went dead. The headmaster slumped into his leather chair, hollow-eyed, staring out at the glittering night skyline of the imperial capital, his heart frozen solid. Capital's power was immense, terrifyingly so. That boy had truly ignited a cataclysm. Haishi City, within the Lord's Hall. Lin Mo reclined upon a throne carved from white bone and draped with demon wolf pelts. Cool air whispering from overhead vents as he savored freshly sliced watermelon. Suddenly, the ornate arcane chandelier overhead flickered violently, twice. Snap! Every light died. The hall plunged into absolute, suffocating darkness. Even the cool breeze from the air conditioning ceased, abruptly, utterly. Rapid sharp heels clicked across the floor. Su Qinghan burst in her smartphone, casting a pale glow on her ashen face. Lin Mo, something's wrong. Her voice trembled, eyes wide with alarm. The three houses have severed our water and power. She rushed to the throne, breathless, delivering the grim report. They've issued a total network-wide extermination order. Not a single buyer remains outside the city. The trading house is forced closed. Every merchant caravan carrying food and supplies has been blocked, 100 kilometers out, by their private armies. Su Qinghan drew a shuddering breath, despair etching deep lines across her face. We are completely severed from the outside world. They intend to starve us into extinction, right here. The smartphone in Lin Mo's hand still emitted a faint glow. A glaring pop-up flashed across the screen, network connection lost. The casual indifference vanished from Lin Mo's face. He stared at the screen for a full 3 seconds. Then his lips twisted into a bone-chilling, icy smile. No water. No electricity. I don't care. Lin Mo tossed the phone onto the table with a sharp, crisp snap. ID just reached the final boss of my single-player game. Seconds away from saving and completing it. And now of all times it dares cut my internet. Su Qinghan stood nearby, her face etched with anxiety.